In the depths of financial despair, Lin Yuan, the proprietor of a struggling scrapyard, unexpectedly awakened the deep space salvage system while cutting scrap metal. He discovered that he could project his consciousness into a silent abyss of the universe, a graveyard for countless interstellar civilizations, filled with the remnants of warships, fragments of planets, and abandoned super technology. However, salvaging came with peril, for lurking in this dark domain were terrifying entities known as void devourers. In his initial attempt at salvaging, Lin Yuan narrowly escaped death, but he managed to retrieve a piece of indestructible warship armor. It dawned upon him that he could not handle such a treasure alone. A single misstep could spell doom for an entire planet. After much contemplation, the only entity capable of securing this treasure is the state. He resolved, promptly dialing a mysterious number. From that moment onward, the technological prowess of the Great Xia began to ascend at an astonishing rate. While the United States was still boasting about its sixth-generation fighter jets, the Southern Gate project of Great Xia had quietly commenced, establishing a global network of space-based kinetic weapons. As the advanced fleet of an alien civilization arrived in the solar system, intent on cleansing this primitive planet, they were met by the fully prepared interstellar fleet of Great Xia, armed with salvage technology from the cosmos. Chapter 1. The mysterious system of the scrap yard. Lin Yuan, it's time to pay this month's rent. I know. Just give me a couple of days' grace, sister-in-law. Lin Yuan hung up the phone and slumped into his creaky old office chair, running a frustrated hand through his grease-stained hair. Another round of debt collection, calls from his landlord, suppliers, and a few brothers he had borrowed from flooded in, each ringing like a death knell. His deep abyss scrap recycling station, despite its imposing name, was merely a half-dead enterprise. Located on the outskirts of the city, it occupied a considerable area, but the market had plummeted over the past 2 years. The prices for scrap iron and steel had fallen relentlessly, and the speed of sales could not keep up with the influx of materials, resulting in a severely strained cash flow that could snap at any moment. Damn it, I should never have listened to those fools who claimed that environmentalism was the way forward for making a fortune from scrap. Lin Yuan spat, rummaging through his pocket for the last crumpled pack of cigarettes, finally managing to extract one after much effort. Lighting the cigarette, he took a deep drag, the acrid smoke triggering a fit of coughing. As the haze enveloped him, he surveyed the mountain of scrap material, bitterness gnawing at his heart. With his parents gone early and lacking a higher education, he had opened this scrap yard out of sheer strength and a passion for machinery, hoping to forge a respectable life. Instead, he had become a debtor whom everyone avoided. If I don't figure out a way to secure some funds soon, I'll be reduced to eating nothing but the wind next month. He extinguished the cigarette and rose, grabbing the plasma cutting gun that had served him for several years. Regardless of the circumstances, life must go on, and work must be done. In the center of the yard lay a massive piece he had just salvaged from a nearby demolition site, a pressure vessel bottom from an abandoned factory, thick and solid, impervious to ordinary flame cutting and only manageable with plasma. Virum, the cutting gun roared to life, blue-white arcs of electricity dancing at the nozzle, emitting an ear-piercing buzz. Lin Yuan donned his goggles, aiming at the thick steel plate and beginning his cut. Sparks flew, and the air thickened with the acrid smell of molten metal. He had done this 1,000 times, well-practiced and proficient. However, just as the tip of the cutting gun penetrated the core of the steel plate, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Zzz. A blinding light, 100 times more radiant than the cutting arc, erupted from the cut, and Lin Yuan was engulfed in a blinding white. An indescribable surge of terrifying electricity coursed through his body, transmitted instantly from the cutting gun. Fuck, he barely had time to utter the curse before he felt as if struck by an invisible hammer, his body stiffening, his mind buzzing, plunging into a void of complete unconsciousness. Time lost all meaning. It could have been a second or a century. Lin Yuan's consciousness gradually awakened amidst chaos. He sensed he was submerged in warm water, his body weightless. The excruciating pain from before vanished without a trace. Am I dead? A jolt of panic coursed through him. Had he succumbed to electrocution during the cut? What would happen to his overwhelming debts? Would his landlord dismantle his scrapyard? As he spiraled into despair, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated deep within his mind, detecting compatibility with host's mental fluctuations. Binding process initiated. 10:30. 70.100 Deep Space Salvage System, binding successful. Welcome, the Soul Salvager. Who is speaking? Lin Yuan jolted, his consciousness contracting. Where was this voice coming from? It was not through his ears. It resonated directly in his mind. This system is a relic of a higher dimensional civilization, designed to salvage lost technologies from the cosmic abyss. The host may project their consciousness into salvage drones to enter the cosmic graveyard for salvage operations. A torrent of information surged into Lin Yuan's brain, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Deep Space Salvage System? Cosmic Graveyard? Salvage drones. What on earth was happening? Had he been electrocuted into a hallucination, or had he truly encountered the legendary Golden Finger? As a scrapyard owner who indulged in online novels during his leisure time, he was well aware of what a system implied. But could such a stroke of luck genuinely fall upon him, the unluckiest of souls? Tentatively, he thought, "System? Can you hear me?" "Affirmative, host." The cold voice echoed once more. Lin Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably. It was real. This was indeed real. He forced himself to regain composure, organizing the influx of information in his mind. Soon, a semi-transparent blue interface resembling a game screen unfolded within his sight. Deep Space Salvage System host. Lin Yuan mental strength. 8. Average for ordinary individuals is 5. Status. Mild mental backlash. First binding overload. Salvage. Drone. Scavenger 1 level. LV1 energy reserve. 100 out of 100 weight limit. 50 G stealth. Extremely low. Functions. Basic grasp. Basic scan upgrade options. Unlocked salvage area. Rookie zone 001. Silent star sea area danger level. Low. Warning. Any salvage operation may generate energy fluctuations, attracting unknown, dangerous entities known as void devourers. Please operate with caution and return promptly. Destruction of the drone will result in severe mental backlash to the host, with a risk of death. Gazing at the information displayed on the interface, Lin Yuan inhaled sharply. Good heavens, this was nothing short of a high-end version of an online claw machine, except instead of clawing for toys, he was salvaging extraterrestrial technology. Moreover, failure could lead to death. Void devourers. Just hearing that name sent an icy chill coursing through Lin Yuan's veins. Yet, alongside the fear, an irrepressible excitement surged within him. What was his current situation? He was drowning in debt, at his wit's end. Forget about the risk of death. If things continued this way, the debt collectors would drive him to despair. Now, an extraordinary opportunity lay before him. Lost technologies from the cosmic graveyard, even retrieving a small piece of unique alloy, something not found on Earth, would be of immeasurable value. A gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. A bet, turning a scrap yard into a military factory. Let's do this. Lin Yuan's gaze solidified with determination. He was tired of being chased by debt collectors. System, how do I begin salvaging? He inquired within his mind. The host need only concentrate, silently intoning commence retrieval. The initial retrieval will consume 10 points of energy necessary for the activation of the subspace portal. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, as if on the brink of a momentous decision, and closed his eyes. Everything around him fell into silence, allowing him to hear the fervent beating of his own heart. Commence. Retrieval. In the next instant, a powerful force surged from the depths of his consciousness, as if his very soul were being forcibly extracted from his body. In the whirl of sensations, his vision abruptly transformed, and no longer was he standing in that familiar, rust-laden scrapyard. Instead, he found himself enveloped in an indescribable, profound darkness and stillness. Chapter 2. The initial salvage of the cosmic graveyard. Here lies the vast expanse of space, yet it is unlike any celestial realm Lin Yuan has encountered in educational films. Gone are the twinkling stars and gentle nebulae. Instead, he is enveloped by an infinite, pure darkness, as if light itself cannot exist in this void. In this profound silence, countless bizarre remnants float aimlessly. Some resemble colossal warships, severed in half, their fractured edges still bearing the solidified traces of molten metal. Others are fragments of a grand city, showcasing the ruins of collapsed towers and shattered domes. Further afield, an unimaginably large biological skeleton hovers, reminiscent of a deceased deity, silently suspended in the emptiness. Lin Yuan's perspective mirrors that of a small drone, equipped with rudimentary mechanical arms and a diminutive claw for grasping objects. This is Scavenger 1. He feels an intrinsic connection with the drone. With a mere thought, it glides gently forward. The sensation is extraordinary, akin to engaging in a fully immersive virtual reality game. Is this truly the cosmic graveyard? Lin Yuan is profoundly awestruck by the spectacle before him. Each piece of floating debris symbolizes a once thriving civilization, now reduced to mere refuse in this desolate sea of stars. He navigates the drone with meticulous care through the remnants, akin to a tiny ant wandering amidst the tombs of giants. On the system interface, the energy reserves are diminishing at a slow yet steady pace. 99,100, 98,100. Energy equates to time. Lin Yuan comprehends the urgency. He must locate something of value and return before his energy is depleted. However, the sheer volume of objects overwhelms him. Which should he choose? His gaze is drawn to a stone emanating faint runes, seemingly a relic from a magical civilization. Yet, he hesitates to touch it, uncertain of the rune's purpose. What if it is cursed? He then spots a damaged mechanical artifact, its interior filled with intricate piping. Yet it is far too massive for his diminutive drone to transport. With a weight limit of only 50 kilograms, he muses, I need to find something smaller yet impressive. As he maneuvers the drone, his keen eye, honed from years as a scrapyard owner, scans the debris. He possesses an instinct for identifying valuable materials, discerning which metals hold worth and which structures exhibit sturdiness, with a fair degree of accuracy. Just then, a subtle glimmer of dark metal in the distance captures his attention. It is the wreckage of a colossal warship, its hull marred by terrifying claw marks and craters. At the edge of one gaping hole, a sizable armor plate, approximately half a meter square and palm-thick, teeters precariously. This armor plate boasts a distinctive hue, an opaque, deep black, adorned with flowing, enigmatic patterns. Most strikingly, amidst the surrounding signs of violence and devastation, this plate remains unscathed, devoid of even the slightest scratch. A treasure. Lin Yuan felt a sudden warmth in his heart. To remain intact amidst such fierce combat, the strength of this armor was undoubtedly remarkable. Moreover, its size was appropriate, with an estimated weight falling within the 50-kilogram range. This was it. He immediately maneuvered Scavenger 1 towards the armor plate. As he drew closer, the details became clearer. The wreckage of the battleship loomed large, akin to a mountain, while the armor he had set his sights on resembled a mere nail on a giant's finger. The drone slowly approached, extending its diminutive mechanical claw. Lin Yuan held his breath, his focus sharpened. This was his first opportunity for fortune, and he could not afford any mistakes. Scanning. Target. Unknown alloy armor. Fragment. Energy reaction. Low. Structural integrity. Extremely high. Analysis. Suspected outer armor of an Oracle-class interstellar raider, featuring energy absorption and structural adaptability traits. Upon seeing the scan results, Lin Yuan's heart raced even faster. An Oracle-class interstellar raider? The name alone exuded power. This was indeed the one. With a thought, the mechanical claw firmly grasped the edge of the armor plate. Beginning retrieval. Warning. Retrieval actions will generate energy fluctuations, potentially attracting unknown threats. The system warning flashed again, and Lin Yuan felt a tightness in his chest, but with the arrow already on the string, there was no turning back. Hurry. The drone's engine power surged to its maximum, and the mechanical claw clamped down on the armor plate, pulling with all its might. A faint, creaking sound, reminiscent of twisting metal, echoed starkly in the silence of space. The armor plate gradually peeled away from the wreck of the battleship. At that moment, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision. Something seemed to stir in the profound darkness ahead. This was no illusion. A terrifying sense of being targeted by a top predator seized his soul. He felt the cold sweat instantly soak his back. He abruptly shifted the drone's perspective towards that direction. In the distant depths of darkness, a void, more profound and purer than the surrounding environment, was slowly writhing. This entity lacked a fixed shape, resembling a living, ever-changing shadow. It possessed no eyes, yet Lin Yuan could distinctly feel that he was being observed. A tremor originating from the depths of his being nearly compelled him to abandon the mission and flee. The Void Devourer. This name thundered in his mind. Warning. High-intensity spatial distortion detected. The Void Devourer has been attracted. Threat level. Fatal. Recommendation. Immediately abandon the mission and initiate emergency return. The system interface blared with red warnings, flashing frantically and emitting piercing alarms. Lin Yuan felt his scalp tingle. Abandon? He glanced at the armor plate, now mostly extracted, and then at the shadow accelerating towards him. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve. Fortune favors the bold. With a fierce shout, he poured all his mental energy into operating the drone. Clang. With a sharp crack, the black armor plate was finally wrenched free, floating in the vastness of space. Secure it. Lin Yuan immediately commanded the mechanical claw to grasp the armor plate, while simultaneously redirecting the drone to make an escape. However, it was already too late. The Void Devourer moved with an unimaginable speed, having closed the distance from the distant darkness in the blink of an eye. As it passed, the enormous wrecks of battleships, be they metallic or rocky, vanished into its form as if erased by an eraser, silently disappearing without a trace. No explosions, no sounds, only a pure, conceptual consumption. Lin Yuan was paralyzed with terror. If caught, his very soul might be devoured as a mere snack. Return at once. Immediate return. He roared frantically at the system. Return procedure initiating, requiring 3 seconds for spatial positioning. 3. The shadow was now alarmingly close. Lin Yuan could even discern its continuously twisting interior, seemingly composed of countless agonized faces. 2. An irresistible pull emanated from behind, causing the drone's speed to plummet uncontrollably, as if it were being dragged into that void. The drone's energy reserves were depleting rapidly. 40,100, 30,100, 20,100 faster. Lin Yuan felt as if his very soul were ablaze. 1. Return successful. Just as the drone was on the brink of being engulfed by the shadow, a flash of white light illuminated his vision, instantly replaced by pure whiteness. Immediately after, a tearing pain surged from deep within his brain, as if countless steel needles were ruthlessly stabbing at his nerves. Chapter 3. This thing is unyielding. Agonizing pain, indescribable agony. Lin Yuan felt as though his head might explode. Stars dancing before his eyes, and a relentless buzzing filled his ears. He curled up on the ground, his hands clutching his head tightly, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Was this the backlash of the mind? It was excruciatingly unbearable. Moments earlier, in the cosmic graveyard, the drone had been caught in the gravitational field of the void devourer. Although it had succeeded in escaping, the damage sustained was wholly reflected in his psyche. He felt as if someone had mercilessly hammered his temples hundreds of times, so painful that he couldn't even scream. Cold sweat drenched his back as he lay on the icy concrete, gasping for air, fearing he might faint at any moment. Damn, I almost didn't make it back. He gritted his teeth, fighting to maintain consciousness. He knew that if he succumbed now, he might never awaken again. After several minutes, that excruciating pain gradually receded, transforming into a dull, persistent headache akin to a blunt knife slicing through flesh. Lin Yuan shakily rose from the ground, leaning against a pile of discarded tires for support, barely managing to stand. He felt as though he had not slept for 3 days and nights, and had just run a marathon. Utterly drained, his spirit was at its lowest ebb. Instinctively, he glanced at the system interface in his mind. Host: Lin Yuan. Mental strength: 8. Condition: severe mental backlash, recovering. Recovery drone scavenger no. 1. Status: critically damaged. Repair requires 100 energy points. Energy reserve: 5,100. Upon witnessing this status, Lin Yuan was engulfed by a wave of trepidation. Only 5 energy points remained. The drone was critically damaged. Had he delayed by a mere 1/10 of a second longer, the drone would have been utterly annihilated, and he would now likely be a brain-dead vegetable. The risks associated with this venture were extraordinarily daunting. Lin Yuan muttered a curse under his breath, still shaken. Previously, he had only envisioned wealth, but now he had truly grasped the ominous implications of the system's death warnings. Those threats were no jest. The void devourer was the very embodiment of a nightmare. He shook his heavy head, striving to expel that terrifying shadow from his mind. And then his gaze fell upon a peculiar sight before him. Where he had just collapsed, a black metal plate, approximately half a meter square, lay quietly on the ground. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, yet failed to reflect any light, as if it could absorb the very illumination surrounding it. The strange, flowing patterns upon it appeared even more enigmatic under the light of reality. Had he truly salvaged something? Lin Yuan's breath quickened, his heart racing uncontrollably. He cautiously approached, extending his hand to touch the metal plate. It felt frigid to the touch, with an exquisite texture unlike any metal he had encountered before. He rapped on it lightly, producing a dull, resonant sound that indicated its immense density. When he attempted to lift it, he could barely raise one corner with all his might. What an astonishing weight! He estimated this object to be merely half a square meter, palm thick, and logically, even if it were solid steel, it should weigh no more than 100 pounds. Yet, it felt as though it exceeded 300 pounds. Such a density was utterly outrageous. Instantly, the scanning results provided by the system flashed in his mind. Unknown alloy armor, fragment. Structural strength, extremely high. Suspected outer armor of a divine oracle-class interstellar plunder. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened with excitement. This was it. He was truly on the brink of a breakthrough. He forced himself to suppress his elation, reminding himself that this was not the moment for celebration. He needed to ascertain the true capabilities of this object. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze settled on the plasma-cutting gun that had fallen to the ground. It was the most advanced tool in his scrap yard, an imported item that had cost him nearly 20,000. It could slice through 20 centimeters of special steel as easily as cutting tofu. He refused to believe that this object could surpass the hardness of his livelihood. Lin Yuan picked up the cutting gun and restarted it. A buzz filled the air as a blue-white electric arc ignited, generating temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. He took a deep breath, donned his protective goggles, and and aimed the nozzle of the cutting gun at the edge of the black armor plate. A screeching sound erupted as the high-temperature arc struck the armor plate. However, what unfolded next left Lin Yuan utterly dumbfounded. The plasma arc, capable of melting steel, upon its contact with the obsidian armor plate, vanished as if it had plunged into a vast sea, sparking not even a flicker of flame. The surface of the armor remained unchanged, retaining its profound hue, as if it could devour all that lay before it. How could this be? Lin Yuan was left in a state of bewilderment. He increased the power, setting the energy output of the cutting gun to its maximum. The device emitted a thunderous roar, straining under the burden, while the arc at the nozzle grew increasingly robust and radiant. He pressed the cutting gun firmly, continuing to slice at the same point. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Bang! A dull thud resonated, not the armor plate yielding to the cut, but rather the plasma cutter, overwhelmed from prolonged operation, its internal components scorched, releasing a plume of black smoke and ceasing to function altogether. The scrapyard fell into an immediate silence. Lin Yuan stared blankly at the now-defunct cutting gun in his hands, then glanced at the intact black armor plate on the ground, which showed no signs of heat, remaining as cool as ever. What the hell? Lin Yuan's mouth hung agape, each word emerging slowly from between clenched teeth. The principle behind his cutting gun was to vaporize metal using high-temperature plasma, not even steel, but even the most heat-resistant material on Earth, hafnium carbide, with a melting point nearing 4,000 degrees Celsius, would succumb to this device in mere seconds. Yet, this obsidian plate had withstood 10 seconds of exposure to temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees without so much as a hint of warmth. This was no longer science fiction. It was akin to theology. Lin Yuan was utterly flabbergasted. He stood frozen for nearly half a minute before racing to the tool shed, hauling out all his equipment. A sledgehammer, hydraulic shears, an oxyacetylene cutter, an angle grinder. Clank, clank, clank. He lifted the 12-pound sledgehammer with all his might and struck the armor plate with tremendous force. The hammer rebounded high, sending a jolt through his hands, while the armor bore not even a speck of damage. Crack. He exerted every ounce of strength to attempt cutting off a corner with the largest hydraulic shears. The blades shattered, and the armor remained unscathed. The blue flame of the oxyacetylene torch spat upon the surface, yet it too sank into oblivion, eliciting no reaction. Buzzing. He replaced the standard blade with the hardest diamond disc for the angle grinder, which whirred and spat sparks, but the disc dulled, leaving the armor plate utterly unmarked. After more than half an hour of exertion, Lin Yuan collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, gazing at the black armor plate that lay quietly before him. His eyes filled with shock, exhilaration, and a tinge of fear. He was now 100% certain. What he had brought back was an entity that transcended the current technological capabilities of Earth. This object, not even this meager scrapyard could contend with, would surely baffle even the nation's most elite materials laboratories for the foreseeable future. Chapter 4. Let us do this. Submit. As night fell, the scrapyard on the outskirts of the city lay shrouded in silence, save for the faint chirping of unseen summer insects in the corners. Lin Yuan sat beside a black metal plate, chain-smoking one cigarette after another, the ground littered with discarded butts. His face, typically marked by the fatigue of life's relentless struggles, was now a canvas of complex emotions, excitement, exhilaration, trepidation, confusion, and an indescribable weight. He repeatedly caressed the cold metal surface, sensing its unimaginable texture. This object could no longer be merely described as hard. It was the very epitome of absolute defense. Lin Yuan's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind. A man of modest means. His greatest aspiration had been to settle his debts, open a small eatery, marry, and lead a tranquil life. Yet now, he clutched something capable of overturning the world. What to do? The first thought that crossed his mind was to sell it. If it could be sold, how much would it fetch? 100 million? A billion? Or even 10 billion? The mere notion startled him. The most money he had ever seen was a string of numbers on a bank loan contract. But the pressing question remained. To whom could he sell it? Could he sell it to some wealthy tycoon or corporation within the country? Would they even recognize its value? And if they did, would they dare to accept it? The origins of this object were utterly unexplainable. Selling it abroad? Through the black market? The thought flickered in his mind, but was swiftly extinguished. What a ludicrous idea. Though impoverished and occasionally tempted by small gains, he still held onto a moral compass. This was clearly a piece of technology beyond its time, a strategic treasure capable of altering the balance of national power. Selling it to foreigners would make him a traitor. His family lineage had been rooted in poverty for 3 generations. Such an act was beyond his conscience. Moreover, did he possess the connections or capability for such endeavors? It was likely that before he could make a transaction, he would simply vanish from existence. He understood the old adage, a commoner bears no guilt, yet possesses a treasure invites peril. So should he keep it? Lin Yuan glanced at the black plate and then at his dilapidated scrapyard, offering a bitter smile. What purpose would it serve? As a family heirloom? In his hands, it was worth less than scrap metal, merely occupying space without any utility. Furthermore, it was akin to a ticking time bomb. What if it harbored unknown radiation? What if it concealed an alien virus or a tracker? He recalled the terrifying claw marks on the wreckage of a spacecraft in the cosmic graveyard, alongside the void devourer that nearly claimed his life, sending a chill down his spine. A civilization capable of such armor was undoubtedly not benevolent. Its enemies were likely unfathomably terrifying. As a mere scrap collector, hiding such an object at home was akin to courting death. If aliens were to trace the signal back to him, it wouldn't just be his demise. The entire Earth could face annihilation. The more he pondered, the more cold sweat trickled down his back. He realized that what he had salvaged was not a golden opportunity, but rather a hot potato, an incendiary Pandora's box capable of tearing the very heavens asunder. The value and peril of this matter have far surpassed the realm that he, as an individual, could manage. If he cannot handle it, then who can? Images of formidable armies, dedicated scientists, and the fluttering five-starred red flag involuntarily surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. After much contemplation, it seemed that only the nation could grasp this treasure, he murmured to himself. Once this thought emerged, it became impossible to suppress. Indeed, only the state, a robust, efficient, and trustworthy collective, possesses the capability to research, utilize, and bear the potential risks it may entail. By relinquishing this entity to the nation, not only could he extricate himself from this monumental predicament, but he might also receive a substantial reward. The bounty would undoubtedly be considerable, more than sufficient to resolve his current debt crisis. Furthermore, this would be a significant contribution, allowing him to stand tall wherever he went. Most importantly, safety. Once surrendered, he would transform from a hapless individual burdened by a precious possession into a vital figure under national protection. Should calamity strike, the state would provide support. With this realization, Lin Yuan's confusion and fear dissipated, and clarity dawned upon him. Yes, that is the course of action. Surrender it. Once this decision was made, he felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders. However, a new dilemma arose. How to make the surrender? Should he simply call the police? Hello, officer. I have found a fragment of an alien spacecraft. Could you come collect it? Lin Yuan himself found the notion absurd, fearing he would be deemed a prankster or worse, a lunatic. Approaching the local government would likely yield similar results, as the security personnel at the entrance would probably prevent him from entering. He required a channel that could directly reach a specialized department, someone who could comprehend his situation and possess the capacity to address the matter. Lin Yuan paced in place, desperately searching his memories. Suddenly, a person came to mind. A few years prior, shortly after he had opened a recycling station, he had acquired a batch of decommissioned equipment from a military unit. The handover was conducted by an amiable sergeant named Li, who, recognizing the challenges faced by a young entrepreneur, had taken a particular interest in him. They had struck up a rapport, and during one occasion of convivial drinking, the sergeant, somewhat inebriated, had clapped him on the shoulder and half-jokingly, half-seriously, handed him a phone number. Shaolin, jot this down. This is the number for a unit where one of our old comrades works, dealing with matters that are, well, not suitable for public discourse. Do not call it casually, nor mention it to anyone. But in the event, I'm talking about a true emergency, something utterly incomprehensible that might shatter your worldview. You may use this number. Remember, it must be a calamity of epic proportions. At the time, Lin Yuan had dismissed the sergeant's words as drunken bravado, casually saving the number in his phone under the note Li's formidable comrade, and had not thought of it again. Now it appears that the calamity of cataclysmic proportions has befallen Lin Yuan. Gazing down at the black armored plate beneath his feet, he murmured, "Isn't this tantamount to the sky collapsing?" He swiftly retrieved his worn-out smartphone, which had served him for several years, its screen marred by a few cracks. Flipping through his contacts, he scrolled for quite some time before finally locating the noted entry at the very bottom. He stared at the unfamiliar number, his heart racing uncontrollably. With this single call, his life may irrevocably change. He would transition from a small scrapyard owner, burdened by tens of thousands in debt, into an unimaginable whirlpool at the highest echelons of the nation. Taking a deep breath, his gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. If he could not return to the past, he would forge ahead. It was far better than clinging to this heap of scrap metal, pursued by relentless creditors until his demise. He pressed the dial button. The phone emitted a dull, monotonous waiting tone, each sound resonating like a heavy hammer striking Lin Yuan's heart. Chapter 5. Level 3 Response Plan. The phone rang for an extended period, Just as Lin Yuan began to believe no one would answer, or that he had dialed a disconnected number, the call connected. Hello? A woman's voice emanated from the receiver, steady and even somewhat cold, devoid of any discernible emotion. The background was eerily quiet, resembling not a typical office, but rather a room with exceptional soundproofing. Lin Yuan's palm was slick with sweat as he cleared his throat, striving to keep his voice steady. Hello, I'm looking for someone. There is no one here by that name, came the flat reply. You have dialed the wrong number. After stating this, it seemed she was about to terminate the call. Wait, Lin Yuan exclaimed urgently. I did not dial the wrong number. It's a number given to me by an old class leader surnamed Li. He said that if something catastrophic were to happen, I should call this number. He blurted out the entire sentence in one breath. Silence enveloped the line, an oppressive stillness. After what felt like an eternity of about 10 seconds. Just as Lin Yuan thought the call had been disconnected, the woman's voice returned, but this time, it bore an unmistakable tone of vigilance and seriousness. What is your name? Where are you located? What is the full name of Class Leader Li? Which unit was he a part of? A barrage of questions ensued. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan responded, My name is Lin Yuan, and I am at the Yuanshan scrap recycling station on the outskirts of the city. Class Leader Li's full name is Li Jianguo. He was formerly with the 7315 unit and is likely retired now. He recalled these details with clarity. Another silence followed, during which Lin Yuan could even hear the faint sound of keyboard strokes. Clearly, the other party was verifying the information he had provided. This brought him a modicum of reassurance. Evidently, he had reached the right contact, and they were professional. After approximately half a minute, the woman's voice resonated once more. Mr. Lin Yuan, Comrade Li Jianguo is indeed one of our registered contacts. Now, please succinctly describe the catastrophic situation you are facing. Though her tone remained formal, the use of Mr. Lin Yuan indicated that she had begun to take him seriously. Lin Yuan organized his thoughts, acutely aware of the astonishing nature of his impending revelation. It was imperative that he articulated his words with utmost clarity. Otherwise, he risked being deemed a lunatic. I have obtained something. He inhaled deeply before continuing, a metal plate. Approximately half a square meter in size, remarkably heavy, with an exceedingly high density. I employed every tool at my disposal, a plasma cutter, hydraulic shears, and a sledgehammer, but none could inflict even the slightest damage upon it. I suspect it is not of terrestrial origin. As he uttered the final words, he felt a twinge of doubt within himself. The other end of the line fell into silence once more, the duration of this pause surpassing any prior instance. Lin Yuan anxiously awaited a response, envisioning the expression of the person on the other end upon hearing his claim, most likely that of encountering a delusional individual. Just as he prepared to offer further assurances of his sanity, the voice on the line spoke up. Mr. Lin Yuan, please confirm whether you are currently in a safe state. Does the object you described exhibit any anomalies, such as emitting light, heat, sound, or radiation? The response was entirely unexpected for Lin Yuan. There was no skepticism, no derision. Instead, the inquiry was conducted with remarkable professionalism regarding the object's condition and his safety. This alleviated a significant weight from Lin Yuan's chest. Did they believe him? Or at the very least, were they approaching the situation with a mindset of cautious credulity? I am safe, Lin Yuan quickly replied. The object is entirely silent, neither glowing nor radiating heat. Aside from its unreasonable hardness, it exhibits no other anomalies. Oh, it does absorb heat. I sprayed it with a plasma gun at over 10,000 degrees, and it remained completely cool. Understood, the voice responded, now sounding considerably more grave. Mr. Lin Yuan, from this moment forth, please remain in your location and do not leave your scrapyard. Refrain from interacting with anyone or discussing this matter. We will dispatch personnel immediately. Until our arrival, maintain a safe distance of at least 10 meters from the object and cease any further contact or testing. Can you comply? Yes, I can do that, Lin Yuan affirmed repeatedly. Excellent. Keep your phone line open. Our team will contact you as soon as possible. To reiterate, do not engage with anyone and do not leave your location. Understood. The call concluded with a decisive click. Lin Yuan held his phone, exhaling deeply, feeling the dampness of sweat on his back. Though the conversation had been brief, the pressure it exerted upon him was far greater than an entire day of disputes with debt collectors. He glanced at the black metal plate on the ground, prudently retreating several meters, and found an old tire to sit upon. He reached for his cigarette pack to calm his nerves, only to discover it was empty. What a predicament, he mused with a wry smile, yet a sense of relief washed over him. Now, all that remained was to wait. He was uncertain of who would arrive or how they would address the situation. However, he understood that once he made that call, the matter had transcended his control. He, a humble proprietor of a scrapyard, had set into motion a colossal national apparatus that he could scarcely fathom. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, deep within an unmarked edifice, the female operator who had just conversed with Lin Yuan transformed from a state of calm to one of grave seriousness the moment she hung up the phone. Swiftly, she typed a series of commands on the console before her. Event ID, T0973. Reporter, Lin Yuan, civilian. Associated individual, Li Jianguo, retired Level 3 liaison. Event description, discovery of a suspected extraterrestrial high-intensity unknown alloy. Preliminary assessment, the nature of the object is stable, posing no immediate danger. Source credibility, moderately high. Recommended action, initiate Level 3 response plan. Dispatch an external team for verification. She clicked the submit button. Almost simultaneously, this information appeared on the screen in another room, before a man in his 50s. His hair flecked with gray, yet his gaze as sharp as an eagle-ass. The man gazed at the information displayed, his brow furrowing slightly. Extraterrestrial high-intensity unknown alloy? He murmured, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. A young secretary behind him quietly inquired, "Director, should we dismiss this? There have been quite a few similar false reports lately." The man shook his head, his eyes deep with contemplation. "No. Soldiers from Unit 7315 do not jest about such matters. Furthermore, the description provided by Lin Yuan is quite detailed. He mentioned specific testing methods and results, such as plasma cutting and hydraulic shearing, which does not seem to be mere fabrication." After a moment of reflection, he decisively commanded, "Notify the Donghai City Action Team. Have Zhang Wei and Li Na lead, and take the Type 3 portable analyzer. Let them investigate." Understood. The secretary immediately turned to relay the orders. The man looked once more at the screen, his gaze lingering on the unfamiliar name Lin Yuan and the address of the deep scrap recycling station, his expression becoming somewhat complex. He murmured to himself, "I hope this is merely a false alarm. But if not," his eyes suddenly sharpened with intensity, "then this world may indeed be on the brink of a profound transformation." Chapter 6. Special Incident Response Center. The waiting period always seemed interminably long. Lin Yuan sat upon a discarded tire, his eyes occasionally darting towards the entrance of the scrap yard, his heart in a tumult. He was uncertain of who might arrive. Would it be uniformed police officers, scientists clad in white coats, or perhaps enigmatic figures in dark suits and sunglasses, reminiscent of those from films? Time ticked by slowly, the surrounding silence becoming almost oppressive. He could even hear the rapid thumping of his heart, quickened by anxiety. He felt a twinge of regret, pondering if he had perhaps exaggerated during the phone call. What if they showed up and discovered he had been bluffing? Would they mistake him for a false alarm caller and apprehend him? Yet, the thought of that dark, enigmatic metal plate rekindled his resolve. That object was indeed real. It was not a figment of his imagination. As long as they arrived, as long as they witnessed and tested it for themselves, they would surely believe him. After what felt like over an hour had passed, as Lin Yuan was on the verge of dozing off, a faint sound of an automobile engine echoed from afar, gradually drawing nearer. His spirits lifted, and he abruptly stood up, gazing towards the entrance. A black, unmarked, ordinary sedan came to a slow halt at the entrance of the junkyard. Its headlights were not illuminated, casting a soft glow over a small area at the doorway. Exuding an air of subtlety, the car doors swung open, and two individuals emerged from the driver's and passenger seats, a man and a woman, both clad in rather unremarkable casual attire. The man wore a dark jacket, while the woman donned a smart athletic outfit. They appeared youthful, perhaps in their late 20s. The man had an average build and an inconspicuous appearance, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. The woman sported a simple ponytail, her bright eyes radiating shrewdness and competence. Were they the mysterious individuals Lin Yuan had envisioned? They seemed more akin to two ordinary community workers. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. After stepping out of the vehicle, they did not immediately enter but instead stood at the entrance, scanning the junkyard's surroundings with vigilance. The man's hands remained tucked in his jacket pockets, seemingly poised to retrieve something at a moment's notice. "Are you Mr. Lin Yuan?" The man, identified as Zhang Wei, inquired in a calm tone. "Yes, that's me," Lin Yuan promptly replied. "We are from the Special Incident Response Center." Zhang Wei succinctly introduced himself, producing an identification badge from his pocket and waving it from a distance of several meters. "We received your report and have come to assess the situation." The name Special Incident Response Center indeed sounded rather official. Lin Yuan nodded, gesturing towards the center of the yard. "The item is right there." Zhang Wei and the woman, referred to as Li Na, exchanged a glance before entering, moving in a manner that appeared relaxed yet maintained a distance that allowed for mutual support at any moment. They approached Lin Yuan, but did not draw too close. Li Na scrutinized Lin Yuan before asking, "Mr. Lin, is it truly you on the phone? Have you faced any coercion?" "It is indeed me. I have not been coerced," Lin Yuan answered honestly. Excellent, Zhang Wei nodded, his gaze drifting past Lin Yuan to the nearby black metal plate. Is that the object? Yes, that's it. The two advanced towards the metal plate while Lin Yuan followed, eager to provide further explanation, but was halted by Lin Na's raised hand. Mr. Lin, please remain where you are and do not approach. Lin Yuan had no choice but to stop. Zhang Wei crouched before the metal plate, observing intently without making contact. He retrieved a small device resembling a mobile phone from his pocket and swept it over the metal plate. The screen illuminated with a string of green data. No harmful radiation, no biological activity, no strong electromagnetic waves, Zhang Wei murmured to Lin Na. She nodded and fetched a suitcase from her backpack, opening it to reveal an array of sophisticated instruments and tools, many of which Lin Yuan could not comprehend. Lin Na delicately extracted a gloved hand and gently scraped a nearly imperceptible powder from the metallic plate, depositing it into a test tube before adding several drops of reagent. The liquid within the test tube exhibited no discernible changes. The composition remained unidentified. Lin Na shook her head, a hint of perplexity lacing her tone. Zhang Wei's expression also grew solemn. They had encountered numerous peculiar phenomena, yet a substance that could not be completely analyzed with portable equipment was a first for them. You mentioned over the phone that you attempted to cut it? Zhang Wei turned to Lin Yuan. Indeed, Lin Yuan replied, gesturing toward the discarded plasma cutter nearby. I used that one, imported, high power. It sputtered for ages, yet it showed no response at all. The cutter itself backfired. He then pointed to a pile of damaged tools, and these as well, hammers, hydraulic shears, all ineffectual. Zhang Wei and Lin Na exchanged a glance, both sensing a weight of seriousness in the other's eyes. They had encountered those who exaggerated military situations for attention, and even those who spoke nonsensically due to madness. But someone like Lin Yuan, whose claims were substantiated by both evidence and coherent logic, was a rarity. Particularly, the visibly burnt-out plasma cutter and the shattered hydraulic shear significantly diminished their skepticism. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wei instructed Lin Na, fetch the heavy-duty equipment. Lin Na nodded and retrieved a tool resembling a futuristic electric drill from her case. This is the Piranha Model 7 portable ultrasonic drill, equipped with a polycrystalline diamond composite bit, specifically designed to tackle ultra-high-strength unknown materials. Zhang Wei explained to Lin Yuan with an air of confidence. This device is standard in our unit. It can bore through even the hardest materials on Earth. With safety goggles donned, Lin Na activated the drill. A high-frequency, nearly inaudible vibration resonated as the bit whirled at high speed. She steadied the drill against a corner of the black metallic plate and pressed down firmly. A series of distressing friction sounds erupted, accompanied by a flurry of tiny sparks. Zhang Wei and Lin Na fixated intently on the point of contact between the drill bit and the metal plate. 1 second passed. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The drill's rotation noticeably slowed, its sound growing increasingly strained. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the high-speed rotating bit, the polycrystalline diamond drill head that was touted to penetrate anything, snapped cleanly in half. The severed fragment ricocheted across the floor, spinning on the cement. Meanwhile, the area on the black metallic plate where they had drilled for so long revealed merely a shallow, nearly negligible white. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The expressions of Zhang Wei and Lin Na transformed from professionalism and confidence to sheer astonishment. They stared blankly at the white, then at the drill which was left with only half a bit, struggling to articulate a single word. What on earth is this hardness? It defied any physical knowledge they possessed. Zhang Wei's atoms apple-bobbed as he swallowed hard. He abruptly turned around, retrieving an encrypted satellite phone from his pocket, and hurriedly stepped aside, his voice betraying an unmistakable tremor for the first time. Calling center. Calling center. This is Donghai 01. Repeat, this is Donghai 01. On-site confirmation. The physical characteristics of the target item exhibit severe anomalies. Our portable equipment is ineffective. Repeat, the portable equipment is completely ineffective. Requesting support. Requesting support. I propose elevating the incident level to Category 2. No, Category 1. I request an immediate elevation to Category 1 priority. Chapter 7. The surface molecular structure has been compromised by 0.03 millimeters. After disconnecting the call, Zhang Wei strode back. His expression transformed entirely. The previous calm professionalism vanished without a trace, replaced by a profound seriousness and gravity, interspersed with a hint of barely concealed excitement. He gazed at Lin Yuan, his eyes reflecting a complexity that sent shivers down Lin Yuan's spine. Mr. Lin Yuan, Zhang Wei's voice was somewhat hoarse. You may have truly uncovered something extraordinary this time. Lin Yuan chuckled nervously. I'm just a scrap collector. How could I possess such capability? No, You do not comprehend what you have discovered. Lin Yuan approached, her gaze fixed on the black metal plate, murmuring, "Our database contains records of thousands of special materials, including unknown alloys extracted from meteorites. Yet none possess this level of strength." A fervent gleam shone in her eyes, the expression of a researcher witnessing a miracle. The atmosphere at the scrap yard grew unnaturally eerie. The three of them stood around the black metal plate in silence. Lin Yuan was at a loss for words, while Zhang Wei and Lin Na were absorbing the immense impact of this astonishing discovery. "What should we do next?" Lin Yuan quietly broke the silence. "Wait." Zhang Wei succinctly replied, "Wait for our people to arrive. Mr. Lin, from this moment onward, this site will be under our control. No one is permitted to enter or exit until our reinforcements arrive." As he spoke, he produced a small signal jamming device from his pocket and activated it. Lin Yuan's phone instantly lost signal. "This is to prevent information leakage," Zhang Wei explained. "Until we ascertain the situation, everything concerning this metal plate is classified as top secret." Lin Yuan nodded in understanding, now realizing that the two individuals who had arrived were far from ordinary community workers. The power backing them was immensely formidable. Time passed slowly. Approximately half an hour later, a low rumble echoed from the horizon. Lin Yuan looked up to see several unmarked black helicopters swiftly approaching the scrap yard under the cover of darkness, devoid of navigation lights, gliding through the night like specters. "They're here," Zhang Wei said in a hushed tone. The helicopters circled above the scrap yard, their massive rotors whipping up a tempest that sent the scattered scrap metal clattering. A helicopter descended slowly, releasing a dozen fully armed soldiers clad in black combat uniforms. These soldiers moved with remarkable professionalism, swiftly dispersing in a fan-like formation upon landing. Securing critical points around the scrapyard, their dark barrels vigilantly trained on their surroundings. Shortly thereafter, another large transport helicopter landed, from which several military green engineering vehicles and a massive, container-like module emerged. A group of individuals dressed in white sterile protective suits, resembling researchers, hurried down the helicopter steps, escorting an elderly man with graying hair. Within mere minutes, the entire scrap yard had been transformed into a highly fortified temporary military base. Lin Yuan watched this spectacle, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had never witnessed so many real firearms in his life. The scene was more extravagant than anything depicted in films. He began to regret whether he had escalated matters too far. Would his discovery cost the nation hundreds of millions? Zhang Wei and Lin Na hastily approached, saluting the elderly man known as Academician Wang. The elder, however, paid them no heed. His gaze was fixated on a black metal plate that captivated him entirely. He nearly sprinted towards it, his gloved hands stroking the surface repeatedly, muttering in astonishment, "Incredible. This structure, this texture, it's a masterpiece. A miracle." He resembled a man who had stumbled upon an exquisite treasure, his eyes brimming with fervor. "Quick, set up the Longya. I must see its limits." Academician Wang shouted to his assistants without turning around. Before long, the researchers extracted a uniquely designed device from a crate. The apparatus resembled a small laser cannon, its muzzle aimed at the black metal plate. "Type 2 Longya high-energy pulsed laser cutter," Zhang Wei whispered to Lin Yuan, explaining that it was the most powerful point destruction device from military laboratories, capable of achieving megawatt-level instantaneous power and vaporizing a meter-thick homogeneous steel armor in a second. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Megawatt level? Vaporizing a meter of steel armor? Was this truly a cutter? It was akin to a doomsday weapon from a science fiction film. Everyone retreated to a safe distance, leaving only Academician Wang and a few core assistants to operate the device. "Prepare. Energy charging complete. 3, 2, 1, fire." At Academician Wang's command, a beam of white light, brighter than the sun, erupted from the Longya's muzzle, striking the black metal plate with precision. There was no sound, no explosion, only an overwhelming, blinding white light. Lin Yuan felt as if his eyes would be scorched, quickly shutting them. The beam lasted but a fleeting second before vanishing. When Lin Yuan dared to open his eyes again, everyone held their breath, intently gazing at the metal plate. A fist-sized, slightly reddened area had appeared where the laser had struck. The red light flickered and vanished, quickly reverting to its original pitch-black hue. Academician Wang dashed forward, retrieving a magnifying glass and various instruments to meticulously examine that point. After a few minutes, he straightened up, his face reflecting a complex mixture of ecstasy and frustration as he announced to those behind him. "The molecular structure of the surface has been compromised by 0.03 millimeters. Yet no substantial damage has occurred. Over 99.9% of the energy has been absorbed and dissipated." The entire scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this revelation. The military laboratory's most formidable cutting apparatus, exerting its full force, had merely left a scratch of only 0.03 millimeters in depth. What on earth was this panel made of? This is simply a monster, a young researcher murmured in a daze. Academician Wang took a deep breath, turning to gaze through the crowd, his eyes finally resting upon Lin Yuan. His expression transformed from that of examining a mere metal plate to observing a living, miraculous individual. Is this young man the first to discover it? He inquired of Zhang Wei, who stood beside him. Indeed, Academician Wang. His name is Lin Yuan, the proprietor of this scrapyard. Wang nodded and strode towards Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan watched the esteemed scientist approach, he felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety. Unsure where to place his hands, Wang stood before him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Then, with an unprecedented gravity, asked, "Young man, could you elaborate on how you came to possess it?" Chapter 8. Energy Absorption confronted with the direct inquiry of a national treasure-level academician. Lin Yuan's palms grew clammy with sweat. He was merely a scrap collector, unaccustomed to such grand occasions. He swallowed hard, striving to steady his voice. Academician Wang. Do not be anxious, young comrade. Wang's tone was gentle, recognizing Lin Yuan's discomfort. Simply recount your experiences to us, leaving no detail overlooked. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan nodded. At this point, concealing the so-called deep space salvage system held no further significance. The existence of this metal plate had already transcended conventional understanding. The addition of another system's framework seemed less daunting. Moreover, he sensed that this system might hold greater importance than the plate itself. He resolved to speak candidly. Naturally, he intended to describe the more fantastical aspects of his consciousness projection and out-of-body experience in a manner more palatable to his listeners. It all began this afternoon. Lin Yuan commenced his narrative. I was in the process of cutting a piece of scrap metal when, quite unexpectedly, perhaps due to an electric shock or some other reason, an entity suddenly manifested in my mind. An entity? A recorder behind Academician Wang immediately perked up. Yes, something akin to a computer program or a game interface. Lin Yuan carefully chose his words. It identified itself as the Deep Space Salvage System. Deep Space Salvage System? Academician Wang's brow furrowed momentarily, as he encountered a phrase he had never heard before. Indeed, Lin Yuan, steeling himself, continued, the system claims it can allow me to control a drone, guiding it to a place referred to as the Cosmic Graveyard, to salvage the remains of alien civilizations. Upon uttering this, a profound silence enveloped the makeshift command center. All present regarded him with expressions akin to disbelief. A cosmic graveyard? Remains of extraterrestrial civilizations? Such notions seemed more absurd than the most far-fetched of street literature. Even Academician Wang, who had been amiable moments prior, displayed a flicker of skepticism in his gaze. He was inclined to believe that this was merely a random, unidentified object rather than a system from extraterrestrial beings. Comrade Lin Yuan, Zhang Wei interjected quietly from the side. Please maintain a serious demeanor. This pertains to national security. I assure you, I speak the truth. Lin Yuan exclaimed, growing anxious. I realize this sounds ludicrous, but it is the reality. I can demonstrate it for you. Demonstrate? Academician Wang paused, perplexed. How would you demonstrate? The system indicated that if I concentrate, I can re-enter the salvage interface, Lin Yuan explained. However, my drone was damaged during the last retrieval, and the system stated it requires energy for repairs, though I am uncertain how to achieve that. Upon hearing this, Academician Wang exchanged glances with the surrounding experts. Damaged? Requires energy for repairs? The keywords resonated with Wang, particularly the term energy. What kind of energy? I do not know. Lin Yuan replied, a look of confusion on his face. The system interface merely states that 100 points of energy are needed, without specifying what that energy entails. Academician Wang fell into contemplation. A physicist behind him adjusted his glasses and whispered, Old Wang, this sounds utterly absurd. It resembles a fantasy born from psychological trauma. Perhaps he discovered this metal in an accident, and his mind, seeking to rationalize such an incomprehensible phenomenon, fabricated a narrative about a system. This explanation seemed quite plausible and garnered agreement from several attendees. Yet, Academician Wang shook his head. He pointed to the black metal plate on the ground, asserting, fantasy? Then how do we account for this object? Its very existence mocks our current understanding of physics. Since we have already encountered substances we cannot comprehend, why can we not accept a system that eludes our understanding? He turned to Lin Yuan, his gaze intense. Comrade Lin, think carefully. Did the system provide any indication of where the energy could be sourced? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, straining to recall. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind. Upgrades. Yes, the system interface contained an option for drone upgrades, albeit grayed out with the note locked. However, There was a line of small text indicating that rare materials salvaged could be consumed to upgrade the drone. Rare materials? Academician Wang's eyes widened with sudden clarity, his gaze snapping back to the black metal plate. A bold, spine-chilling idea surfaced simultaneously in the minds of all scientists present. Could it be that the energy source and upgrade materials of this so-called system were, in fact, the very debris they had salvaged? This is a perfect closed loop. Academician Wang's breathing grew rapid. Quick, bring over the portable energy sensor. Set it to the highest precision. He commanded loudly. A researcher immediately scrambled to fetch a precise instrument. Cautiously approaching the black metallic plate. On the instrument's screen, a steady baseline appeared, and as it neared the plate, an exceedingly faint, yet undeniably present, upward fluctuation emerged. There is an energy response. A remarkably weak bound-state energy. Its structure is locked with vast amounts of energy. The voice of the researcher operating the instrument trembled. Academician Wang snatched the device, examining the data personally, his hands quivering with excitement. Indeed, it resembles a packaged battery, a super battery that we cannot fully comprehend. He abruptly turned to Lin Yuan, gazing at him as though he were a treasure. Comrade Lin, you must attempt to communicate with your system immediately. Ask it if it can absorb the energy from this metallic plate to repair your drone. Lin Yuan was also swept up by the tense atmosphere. He nodded, closed his eyes, and concentrated. System, are you there? He called in his mind. The cold mechanical voice resonated once more. Host, I am here. Splendid. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy and quickly inquired. My drone is damaged and requires 100 energy points for repairs. This black plate is the one I retrieved. Can its energy be utilized? Detected high-purity unknown alloy. Beginning analysis of energy structure. Analysis complete. This substance contains high-density compressed energy, which can be absorbed by the system. Shall the substance be absorbed and converted into system energy? Warning, this material is an extremely rare spacecraft structural component. Once converted to energy, it will be irreversible. The host is advised to choose cautiously. Lin Yuan immediately opened his eyes, relaying the system's words to Academician Wang. Upon hearing the possibilities of absorption and the rarity of the spacecraft structural material, all the scientists present gasped in astonishment. It was confirmed. Everything Lin Yuan stated was indeed true. In this world, there truly exists a system capable of salvaging extraterrestrial technology. And Lin Yuan is the singular key. Academician Wang, flushed with excitement, grasped Lin Yuan's shoulders, his voice trembling. Absorb. Let it absorb. We must witness this process with our own eyes. This is not just a step for human civilization. It represents the most significant advancement in the entire history of Earth civilization. The surrounding scientists gathered closely, their faces alight with fervor and anticipation. They were on the brink of witnessing the moment when myth became reality. Lin Yuan looked at the nearly frenzied scientists, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He closed his eyes once more and issued a command to the system. System, absorb the energy from this metallic plate. But don't absorb it all. Can you leave a little for me? This thing seems quite valuable. Command confirmed. Setting absorption threshold, preserving 10 of the substance's structural integrity. In the next moment, under the intense gaze of all present, the black metal plate began to undergo an astonishing transformation. Chapter 9. I, on behalf of the nation, extend a formal invitation to you. At the instant Lin Yuan issued his command, the black metal plate that lay quietly on the ground seemed to come to life. The flowing patterns on its surface began to emit a faint, visibly blue luminescence. The glow pulsed rhythmically, akin to breathing, imbued with an air of mysterious cadence. Good heavens! It's glowing! A young researcher exclaimed in awe. Silence. Activate all recording devices. Full spectrum monitoring. Academician Wang commanded sternly, his eyes fixed on the metal plate, fearful of missing any detail. In the way station, dozens of cameras and sensors of various models were all aimed at the radiant metal plate. Lin Yuan could sense an intangible energy being gradually extracted from the plate, then, through a manner he could not comprehend, merging into the system within his mind. The figures in the energy reserve section of the system interface began to fluctuate rapidly. Energy reserve, 5,100. Energy reserve, 15,100. Energy reserve, 35,100. Energy reserve, 70,100. Energy reserve, 100,100. In mere seconds, the energy was fully charged. Yet, the absorption did not cease. Energy reserve, 150,100. Energy reserve, 300,100. Energy reserve, 500,100. The numbers continued to soar uncontrollably, soon surpassing the 1,000 mark. Lin Yuan stood stunned. He had anticipated that the energy within the plate would merely suffice to repair the drone, never imagining it to be such a supercharged power bank. Simultaneously, Scientists outside also observed the astonishing phenomena. Report. The target energy density is decreasing exponentially. Report. The target mass is diminishing. This contradicts the law of conservation of mass. Its substance is vanishing into thin air. Report. There are slight disturbances in spatial parameters. An energy transfer phenomenon is occurring that we cannot comprehend. A cascade of astonishing reports flooded in from various monitoring stations, converging at academician Wang's location. As he listened to these accounts, his hands clenched into fists. Mass vanishing into thin air? Spatial disturbances? This transcended the entirety of his acquired knowledge. It was a technology of a higher dimension, a near-divine capability. The absorption process lasted approximately 1 minute. When the energy reserve figure on the system interface finally settled at 235.0100, the luminescence on the surface of the metal plate gradually faded, returning to its profound black hue. However, its size had evidently diminished. What was once a half-meter square plate was now reduced to less than the size of a basin, and its thickness had significantly decreased. Energy absorption complete. Drone Scavenger number 1 commencing automatic repair. Repair progress, 105.0100. Repair complete. Detected surplus energy. Would you like to proceed with upgrading the drone? A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. An upgrade? A surge of joy filled him. He immediately relayed this news to Academician Wang. Upgrade. Let us proceed without hesitation. Academician Wang declared, we must ascertain the true potential of this so-called system. Lin Yuan nodded and issued a command to the system. Upgrade the drone. Please select the direction of the upgrade. A. Engine. Enhance speed and maneuverability. B. Stealth coating. Reduce the likelihood of detection by the Void Devourer. C. Energy core. Increase energy capacity. Extend salvage duration. D. Mechanical arm and load capacity. Enhance gripping strength and load limit. 4 options appeared before Lin Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively chose B. No matter how swift, one could not outpace that horrifying entity. No matter how great the load, if he could not survive to utilize it, it was of no consequence. Survival was paramount. The shadow cast by the Void Devourer loomed too large. I have selected B, the stealth coating, Lin Yuan informed Academician Wang. Confirming selection of stealth coating upgrade. Energy consumption, 500 points. Consumption of rare materials, none. This upgrade will analyze the armor structure of the Oracle-class Plunderer and automatically generate a basic stealth coating. Upgrade commencing. Upgrade complete. Salvage Drone Scavenger 1, level, LV2. Energy reserves, 1, 850, 100 increased. Load limit, 50G, stealth. Low, slight enhancement. Functions, basic grasping. Basic scanning. Lin Yuan gazed at the upgraded panel, astonished. The energy limit had increased as well, though not explicitly stated on the panel. He sensed that the drone's energy core had indeed grown more robust. He shared the upgraded data with Academician Wang, who, upon hearing it, began to pace excitedly. We can upgrade. It truly can be upgraded. Moreover, it can analyze the materials we provide, automatically facilitating technological transformation. My goodness, this is no mere golden finger. It is an engine of civilization, a catalyst for technology. The way he looked at Lin Yuan transcended that of mere treasure. It was akin to gazing upon divinity. Or rather, a mortal endowed with divine authority. What should we do now, Academician Wang? Zhang Wei whispered from the side, his voice trembling slightly. The unfolding events had far exceeded the imaginations of these field personnel. This was no ordinary anomaly. It represented a first contact capable of altering the fate of the nation, even the trajectory of human civilization. Academician Wang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He understood that from this moment onward, everything surrounding Lin Yuan and this deep space salvage system would become the highest level state secret. He stepped aside and picked up the red encrypted phone capable of direct connection to the highest command center. His hand trembled slightly, yet his voice remained resolute. Connecting to the command office, this is Wang Ziyuan. Yes, urgent communication. Reporting, Chief, the Nuwa project is ready to be initiated. No, it is a matter of significance 1,000 times beyond our expectations. What we have discovered is not merely a key. We have directly found the gateway to the divine realm. On the other end of the line, a profound silence ensued. Academician Wang hung up the phone and turned to Lin Yuan, whose expression was one of bewilderment, his demeanor suddenly growing gravely serious. He adjusted his collar. As if addressing a distinguished foreign guest, Comrade Lin Yuan, he stated in an unprecedentedly solemn tone, I now, on behalf of the nation, extend to you a formal invitation. Chapter 10. The miraculous laboratory. Academician Wang's voice resonated through the quiet scrapyard, each word imbued with undeniable weight. Comrade Lin Yuan, Your discovery, along with your very existence, holds immeasurable strategic significance for the nation. From this moment forth, your safety will be directly overseen by the highest echelons of the state. As Lin Yuan absorbed these words, his mind remained somewhat dazed. The highest echelons? What does that even mean? He was merely a scrap collector, someone who seldom encountered even the head of the local street office, and now he was suddenly linked to the highest authorities of the nation? The leap was staggering. What must I do? Lin Yuan instinctively inquired. You need not do anything, Academician Wang replied, shaking his head, yet his tone remained profoundly serious. You must simply ensure your own safety and continue with your previous endeavors. Continue salvaging? Lin Yuan tentatively asked. Precisely, Academician Wang's eyes sparkled with intensity. You require anything. The state will provide it. Any resources you need, we will spare no effort to fulfill your requests. Your mission is to retrieve more wonders from that cosmic graveyard. He paused, looking intently at Lin Yuan, enunciating each word. Each of your salvage operations could propel our nation's technological advancement by a century, or even a millennium. You are the hope for the future of our civilization. This weighty accolade felt overwhelming, leaving Lin Yuan somewhat breathless. He had merely wished to settle his debts and live a good life. How had he suddenly become the bearer of an entire civilization's hopes? But I understand you have many concerns. Academician Wang seemed to see through his thoughts. Regarding your family, your friends, your debts, and all your past social relations. We will manage everything for you. The state will grant you a generous reward, ensuring that you and those you care for will never have to worry about livelihood again. This is what you rightfully deserve. He gestured towards the heavily armed soldiers and the intricate instruments surrounding them. However, as you can see, the confidentiality of this matter is paramount. From today onward, you can no longer return to your previous way of life. You will enter our purview, working for the nation in an environment that is absolutely secure and entirely confidential. Lin Yuan fell silent, comprehending Academician Wang's meaning. His days of freedom were over. From now on, he might reside in a cage more luxurious than a five-star hotel, yet without an exit. Every action he took would be under the watchful eye of the state. This was the price he had to pay for revealing the secret. He felt a tinge of disappointment within him, yet he held no regrets. Guarding that secret, he lived each day in a state of trepidation, uncertain of when he might meet his demise at the hands of the Void Devourer or some other dreadful entity. Now, with the weight of the world resting upon the shoulders of nations, he needed only to focus on salvaging. The remaining complications would be addressed by others. Furthermore, he stood to gain a substantial sum, liberating himself entirely from his past predicaments. By any measure, this transaction was undeniably advantageous. I understand, Lin Yuan nodded, his expression settling into a calm demeanor. I am willing to cooperate with the state. Witnessing Lin Yuan's swift comprehension, Academician Wang's face blossomed with a hint of approval. Excellent. You have made a commendable choice, Comrade Lin Yuan. History shall remember your contributions. At that moment, several black Hongqi sedans silently glided into the entrance of the scrapyard. The convoy came to a halt, and the rear door of one vehicle was opened. A man, clad in a Zhongshan suit and exuding authority, appeared, flanked by several guards. As he stepped out, the atmosphere of the scene grew palpably tense. Even Academician Wang, upon seeing this man, instantly concealed his earlier excitement and hurried forward. Respectfully addressing him, Director Chen. The man known as Director Chen offered a slight nod. His gaze did not linger on the equipment or soldiers, but rather pierced through the crowd, landing squarely on Lin Yuan. It was an assessing, incisive look. As if capable of discerning the depths of one's soul, Lin Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine under that scrutiny and instinctively straightened his posture. Director Chen approached Lin Yuan, and the guards immediately established a perimeter around them. You are Lin Yuan? He inquired, his voice not loud, yet imbued with the gravitas of one accustomed to authority. Yes, sir, Lin Yuan replied, his nerves palpable. Director Chen's gaze lingered on him for several seconds before he spoke again. Academician Wang has briefed me on the situation. Your awareness is commendable. You have refrained from claiming this secret for yourself, which is fortunate for the nation and its people. His tone was neutral, leaving it ambiguous whether it was praise or something else entirely. From this moment forth, your file will be classified as state secret. All your external identity information will be nullified, and you will assume a new identity, a fresh life. Director Chen's eyes shifted to the small black metal plate, now no larger than a basin. This object, along with everything you will retrieve in the future, will be managed by a newly established special project team directly accountable to the highest echelons. He turned back to Lin Yuan, his expression grave. This project is codenamed Scavenger. And you, Comrade Lin Yuan, will be its sole core. Having delivered his statement, Director Chen ceased further conversation, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Lin Yuan. He then turned to the guards behind him and instructed, "Arrange for Comrade Lin Yuan to board the vehicle. Everything here will be taken over by the Nanjiamen project team for the highest level of containment and cleanup." Understood. Two tall guards in black suits stepped forward, gesturing for Lin Yuan to follow. "Comrade Lin Yuan, please accompany us." Lin Yuan glanced back at the dilapidated yard, filled with scrap metal and sweat, where he had resided for several years. He understood that upon stepping into that vehicle, his life would irrevocably embark on an unfamiliar path, replete with both opportunities and perils. Taking a deep breath, he cast one final look at the black metal plate that had altered his destiny, then resolutely set forth towards the black Hongqi sedan. The door gently closed behind him, isolating him from the outside world. The convoy silently commenced its journey, departing the scrapyard and merging into the city's traffic, ultimately vanishing into the vastness of the night. Within the scrapyard, Academician Wang observed the retreating convoy and, filled with excitement, urged his assistant, "Quick, bring all our equipment here. I intend to establish a permanent frontier laboratory. Yes, we shall name it the Miracle Laboratory." The monumental journey of humanity's exploration of the universe is set to officially commence from this humble scrapyard. Chapter 11. This card holds 100 million. The black Hongqi sedan glided along the road with remarkable smoothness. The interior so quiet that one could hear the sound of their own breathing. Lin Yuan sat in the plush back seat, his body somewhat rigid. He discreetly scrutinized the solemn-faced guard beside him, who sat upright and unblinking, resembling a statue. This was his first experience riding in such a luxurious vehicle. Previously, while collecting scrap metal, he had seen the boss driving grand Mercedes and BMWs. Yet compared to this car, they seemed lacking in some intangible quality. Externally understated, once inside, the unexplainable aura was almost suffocating. His mind was tumultuous. His life had taken a significant turn due to that impulsive act of cutting earlier in the afternoon. The scrapyard was no more. He would no longer fret over a few thousand in rent, nor would he be besieged by suppliers demanding payment, nor endure the sharp-tongued landlord's relentless debt collection. Yet, it appeared that freedom had also diminished. Academician Wang had promised him a generous reward to alleviate all his concerns. How much would it be? 1 million? Or perhaps 2 million? Lin Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably. If it were indeed 2 million, he could easily clear the 100,000 in debts he owed. The remaining funds could allow him to purchase a home in his hometown, acquire a storefront, and open a small restaurant, living out the latter half of his life in comfort, almost akin to a dream. But the thought of being confined to a single location, unable to venture freely, left him feeling somewhat uneasy. What was this? Trading freedom for money? Yet, upon reflection, what kind of freedom had he truly possessed before? Rising early and toiling late, dealing with piles of scrap metal, reeking of grease, and begging for a living. Was that freedom? It was mere suffering. Now, although he might not enjoy complete freedom, at least he no longer had to worry about financial constraints. Moreover, his current endeavors seemed quite impressive, contributing to the nation and propelling technological advancement for a century. With this perspective, his feelings of disappointment began to dissipate. After all, one must seek something in life. Lin Yuan pondered, whether it be wealth or the pursuit of stability. Having attained both wealth and stability, albeit through somewhat unconventional means, Lin Yuan felt a sense of contentment. He had been in the car for an indeterminate amount of time, and drowsiness was beginning to envelop him. The scenery outside the window had long ceased to resemble the familiar urban landscape and had transformed into an expanse of pitch-black countryside. Eventually, the vehicle entered a seemingly unremarkable tunnel, long and spiraling downwards. Lin Yuan sensed a slight pressure in his ears, indicative of their descent into the earth. After what felt like another 10 minutes, the surroundings suddenly opened up before him. Lin Yuan's mouth gradually fell agape. The car came to a halt in an enormous underground space that defied imagination. The area was illuminated, bright as day. Above, no ceiling was visible. Only a labyrinth of intersecting steel structures and massive ventilation ducts. The walls surrounding him were smooth, gleaming silver metal, immaculate in their cleanliness. Countless personnel clad in uniforms of various hues busied themselves at their respective stations, while vehicles and equipment, reminiscent of those seen only in science fiction films, traversed their designated tracks with silent efficiency. This place resembled not a base, but rather an underground transportation hub of a futuristic city. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly at the exorbitant cost it must have taken to construct such a facility. His own modest scrapyard, occupying mere acres, seemed trivial in comparison, hardly deserving the label of even a restroom. As the car door swung open, the secretary of Director Chun, a young man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of refined sophistication, gestured for him to exit. "Mr. Lin Yuan, please disembark." Director Chun and Academician Wang are already awaiting your arrival. Following him out of the vehicle, Lin Yuan felt his old, dirt-stained sneakers clashed with the pristine environment of this grand space. Instinctively, he attempted to wipe the muck from his soles against the immaculate floor, only to discover that the surface was too clean to yield any results. This small gesture did not go unnoticed by the secretary, yet he said nothing, merely smiling as he led the way. They passed through several imposing metal doors that required facial and iris recognition before stepping into a high-speed elevator. Inside, there were no buttons. The secretary simply tapped a few commands on a screen embedded in the wall, and the elevator surged upward at remarkable speed. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. Before him lay not the vast industrial space he had anticipated, but a serene corridor adorned with soft carpeting. Mr. Lin Yuan, this is your living area, the secretary proclaimed. You will reside here from now on. To your left is your bedroom and study, while to the right, you will find a fully equipped gym, entertainment room, and medical monitoring facility. A dedicated nutritionist will prepare your meals, and for any needs you may have. You can summon staff at any time through the terminal in your room. As the secretary pushed open a door, Lin Yuan peered inside, once again rendered speechless. This was no mere bedroom. It was akin to the presidential suite of a five-star hotel. Towering windows. Wait, he was underground. How could there be windows? As he approached, he realized these windows were actually an entire wall of ultra-high-definition screens, displaying a pastoral scene identical to that of his hometown, with even the distant river rendered in vivid detail. This is the environmental simulation system, the secretary explained, capable of replicating real-time visuals and weather from any location on Earth, tailored to your preferences. The secretary elucidated that they understood the potential challenges you might face in adapting to life underground, hoping to provide some comfort. Lin Yuan gently caressed the lavish bed that appeared to be of great worth, glancing at the adjacent independent study, which was larger than his office at the scrapyard. Feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Am I truly to reside in such an expansive space alone? Indeed, Mr. Lin Yuan, came the secretary's response. Given the confidentiality requirements and your significance, this entire living area is currently designated solely for your use. Her tone was remarkably neutral, as if discussing a trivial matter. Lin Yuan felt a dryness in his throat. This treatment was extraordinarily generous, almost overwhelming him with anxiety. Director Chun and Academician Wang are awaiting you. The secretary informed him as she guided him through the living room to another door. Upon opening it, he found Director Chun and Academician Wang seated at a grand conference table, with steaming cups of tea laid out before them. Comrade Shaolin, you've arrived. Academician Wang exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm. Please, take a seat. After a long night of travel, you must be exhausted. Director Chen merely inclined his head slightly, his gaze remaining sharp. Lin Yuan awkwardly perched on the edge of a chair, barely daring to sit fully. Comrade Shaolin, I understand that suddenly being thrust into this situation may be somewhat disconcerting, Director Chen began, his voice devoid of emotion. However, the country requires your assistance, and the people need you. Your contributions shall not be forgotten. He exchanged a glance with the secretary, who nodded and retrieved 2 items from her briefcase, placing them delicately before Lin Yuan. One was a pristine new identification card, featuring his original photograph, yet the name, address, and ID number had been entirely altered. The other was a sleek black bank card. This identification card represents your new identity, Director Chen continued. From this day forth, the name Lin Yuan, along with all his previous societal information, has been sealed away. In the future, you shall use this new identity externally. He paused, locking eyes with Lin Yuan. As for this card, he resumed, it constitutes the first reward from the state. We have settled all your debts through special channels, including loans from the bank, payments owed to suppliers, and any borrowed sums from friends, every last cent. Upon hearing this, the weightiest burden on Lin Yuan's heart finally lifted. Thank you. Thank you to the nation. He stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. This is merely the beginning, Director Chen replied, his tone still measured. This card also contains funds allocated for your personal and familial settlement. The password is 6/8. Lin Yuan grasped the card, his hand trembling. Throughout his life, he had never possessed more than 50,000 in his account. How much could be contained within this card? 500,000, or perhaps 1,000,000. There is a balance inquiry terminal nearby. You may verify it immediately, the secretary reminded him. Nodding, Lin Yuan approached the wall-mounted device resembling an ATM, awkwardly inserting the card. Taking a deep breath, he nervously input the password. Checking balance, the screen flickered to life, displaying a lengthy string of numbers. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he leaned closer to the screen, meticulously counting the string of zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion, 100 million? A buzzing sensation filled his mind, rendering it blank. He suspected he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes vigorously, recounting once more. Indeed, there it was, a solitary 1 followed by precisely 8 zeros. 100 million. A figure he had never dared to dream of suddenly materialized in his bank account. His legs felt weak, nearly buckling under him, and he grasped the adjacent machine for support. Is this truly for me? He turned back, his voice trembling as he gazed at Director Chun and Academician Wang. Indeed, 100 million. Director Chin's expression remained unchanged, as if this were merely an inconsequential sum, just an advance payment. Furthermore, for every successful salvage you undertake, there will be corresponding rewards based on the value of the items recovered, with no upper limit. No upper limit. Lin Yuan felt his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He had once believed he was ensnared in a cage, only to realize he had tumbled into a granary constructed of gold and diamonds. Moreover, the secretary added, we have investigated your social connections. Your parents passed away early, leaving you with no immediate relatives, save for a distant cousin who had supported you during your time running a recycling station. We have granted him a $5 million dividend under the guise of an overseas investment company, sufficient for him to enjoy his twilight years. Externally, you will state that you have been recognized by this overseas company and assigned to manage a long-term project abroad, with no intention of returning for the next decade. As Lin Yuan absorbed these arrangements, the last vestiges of his concerns and attachments dissipated entirely. The state had anticipated everything he could and could not consider, laying out a comprehensive plan. He had truly transformed into a carefree scavenger, solely devoted to the nation's salvage efforts. I understand now. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply and returned to the conference table, resuming his seat. This time, his gaze no longer reflected the previous trepidation and unease, but instead radiated an unprecedented resolve. Comrades, Academician Wang, what would you have me do next? Please, issue your commands. Chapter 12. The Scavenger Project, initiated. Observing Lin Yuan's swift adjustment to the situation, a hint of approval flickered in Director Chen's eyes for the first time. The ability to confront a sum as staggering as 100 million and the upheaval of his life with such composure revealed that this young man's character surpassed his expectations. Excellent. Director Chen nodded. Before we commence, we require a thorough understanding of you, not only physically but, more importantly, regarding the deep space salvage system. He turned to Academician Wang, who immediately understood. He activated a projection device on the table, casting a blue holographic display into the air, which clearly depicted the system interface Lin Yuan had previously described. Comrade Shaolin, this is a one-to-one replica of the system interface model based on your description. Academician Wang pointed at the luminous screen, his expression grave. Now, I require you to divulge every detail you know regarding this system. Leave nothing unspoken. Understood, Academician Wang. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and began to recall. Firstly, concerning the intensity of mental strength. When I first observed it, it was rated at 8, and it remains at 8. I am uncertain how this figure is determined, as the system merely states that the average individual scores a 5. Immediately, a female researcher clad in a white lab coat noted this in her notebook, whispering, his foundational mental strength exceeds that of an average person by 60. This is likely one of the pivotal reasons he was chosen by the system. A comprehensive electroencephalogram and quantum neural mapping scan is necessary. Director Chen nodded slightly, signaling Lin Yuan to continue. Next is my condition. Upon my last return, it indicated severe mental backlash, with an excruciating headache. Now, it has transformed into mild mental backlash, characterized by a lingering dull pain. Regarding the mechanism of mental backlash, we hypothesize that when the drone suffers damage, the feedback of the damage information stream surpasses your brain's processing capacity, resulting in neurological overload trauma. Another male researcher, wearing spectacles, interjected, we need to establish a mathematical model to quantify the correlation between the degree of drone damage and the level of mental backlash. Only in this way can we set a safe return threshold for future recoveries. As Lin Yuan listened to the flood of technical jargon, he felt as if he were deciphering an ancient script. Terms like quantum neural mapping and mathematical models eluded his understanding. He could only continue to articulate what he comprehended. This drone, Scavenger 1, has now reached LV2. The upper limit of energy reserves seems to have increased. Previously it was 100, and now I estimate it to be around 200, though the panel does not specify. The energy core is linked to its level. Upgrades can enhance the energy cap. Note that down, Academician Wang instructed his assistant. The weight limit remains at 50 kilograms. That has not changed. The stealth capability has improved from extremely low to low. A slight enhancement, which I achieved by upgrading with that blackboard. Utilizing the structural information of the armor from the Oracular class raider, a primary stealth coating was generated. Academician Wang murmured, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This implies that the system can not only absorb energy, but also deconstruct material structures, transforming them into applicable technologies. This is reverse engineering, the most efficient form of reverse engineering. The scientists present became animated. If the retrieved materials are akin to fish, then this deconstruction ability serves as the blueprint for the fishing net. The significance is entirely different. Comrade Shaolin, please continue. Director Chen raised his hand, calming the restless scientists. The functions remain basic grasping and fundamental scanning. The scanning refers to when I approach an object, lines of text appear in my mind, describing what that object is. For instance, the last piece of material informed me it was an unknown alloy armor, the outer layer of an oracular-class interstellar raider. This indicates that the system possesses an extensive database, capable of identifying items present within its repository. Academician Wang's breath quickened. Has it scanned anything that is not included in its database? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and realized there seemed to be nothing. Every scan yielded results. Ah, indeed. Within that cosmic graveyard, alongside the remnants of warships, there existed certain inexplicable entities. For instance, a dilapidated city suspended in the heavens, and a skeletal structure larger than a mountain. I dared not approach them, uncertain of what the scans would reveal. Floating city of a magical civilization? Remains of a colossal being from a biological civilization? Speculated a young scientist, unable to contain his curiosity. Silence. Director Chen shot him a glare, causing the young scientist to immediately retract his head. Lastly, there was the recovery zone and a warning. Lin Yuan pointed to the final 2 lines on the luminous screen, indicating that they were still within the novice area, the Silent Star Sea, designated as Zone 001, with a low danger level. However, the warning regarding the Void Devourer was alarming. I must tell you, that entity is truly terrifying. At the mere mention of the Void Devourer, Lin Yuan's complexion paled slightly. That thing was merely a mass of black shadow, alive and mobile. It possessed neither eyes nor mouth, yet I could sense its gaze upon me. Whenever it approached, the surrounding fragments of warships, regardless of their size, vanished with a mere touch. Neither an explosion nor remnants left behind. The last time, I nearly got drawn in. The sensation was akin to having one's soul being extracted. Lin Yuan's vivid description sent a chill through all present. An unknown entity capable of directly consuming matter and even influencing the mental plane. Academician Wang, the high-dimensional predator, wore an exceedingly grave expression. Its consumption of matter likely transcended mere physical destruction, perhaps erasing the very existence of matter from spatial or even conceptual realms. Such a creature has surpassed the comprehension of our three-dimensional beings. We must, at all costs, avoid direct contact with this entity. Director Chen rendered his judgment, Comrade Lin Yuan. Henceforth, your safety shall be paramount in every recovery operation. No valuable objective is worth the sacrifice of your life. Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. He had assumed he had become merely a tool, that those above would not care for his well-being. Yet, it now appeared that the state valued him far beyond his expectations. I understand, Chief. Well then, we have a basic understanding of the system's situation. Director Chun declared as he rose and approached the enormous simulation screen, which transitioned from pastoral landscapes to a complex organizational chart. At the pinnacle of the structure was a bright red box, encased in layers of encrypted symbols, inscribed with the 3 characters, Scavenger. Now, I formally introduce to you the project at your service. Director Chin's tone grew solemn. With the highest authority's approval, the Special Civilization Relics Excavation and Analysis Project Group has been officially established, codenamed Scavenger. This project possesses the highest level of authority and resource allocation rights. The project group reports directly to me. He pointed to himself. I, Chen Weigua, am the chief responsible officer of the project group. He then gestured towards Academician Wang. Academician Wang Yuan serves as the chief scientist of the project group, responsible for the technical analysis and application research of all recovered materials. The project team comprises 6 departments. The Intelligence Analysis Department, responsible for establishing a database of cosmic graveyards based on your descriptions and salvaged information, as well as evaluating the salvage value and risks. The Technical Support Department, which provides all technical assistance, including upgrades to your personal terminal. The Logistics Support Department, responsible for all aspects of your daily life and your physiological and psychological well-being. The Security Department, featuring 3 layers of protection, manned around the clock by elite special security personnel to ensure the safety of both you and the entire base. The Transformation Application Department, tasked with converting the technologies deciphered by Academician Wang's team into practical results. And finally, the Liaison Department. Director Chen paused momentarily, his gaze once again resting on Lin Yuan. You, Comrade Lin Yuan, will be the sole member of the liaison department and its most pivotal figure. Your title is Special Liaison Officer for the Scavenger Project. Your singular duty is to operate the Deep Space Salvage System, serving as the exclusive conduit between us and that cosmic graveyard. The entire project, involving thousands of elite scientists, engineers, and soldiers, will revolve around you alone. Each of your salvage operations will resonate through the nerves of the entire nation. Chen Weiguo looked intently at Lin Yuan, enunciating each word. Comrade Lin Yuan, from this moment forth, you are no longer an ordinary citizen. You are the first tendril of our civilization reaching out into the cosmos. The future of our entire nation rests upon your shoulders. Listening to these words, Lin Yuan felt a surge of fervor. Previously, he had been merely a small junkyard owner, overwhelmed by debts of tens of thousands, with the greatest ambition of merely scraping by. Now, he had become a pivotal figure in determining the future of the nation. The impact and sense of mission brought about by this transformation of identity were far more profound than the prospect of 100 million in savings. He opened his mouth to articulate something, but found that any grandiose declaration seemed utterly inadequate. Ultimately, he simply nodded vigorously and, summoning all his strength, declared, "Yes. I will ensure the completion of the mission." Chapter 13. Exclusive Cockpit. In the following days, Lin Yuan experienced the most surreal period of his life. He became the most unique and leisurely individual within the base. His daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, and indulging in films and games within his luxurious suite. Every meal was served to him by charming nutritionists clad in white lab coats, who smiled as they watched him eat and inquired with care about his preferences for the next meal. When he casually mentioned a desire for the lamb palma from his hometown, he was astonished to find a steaming bowl so authentically flavored it nearly brought him to tears, presented before him the very next day. It was only later that he learned the base had dispatched a helicopter to bring an old chef from Xi'an along with his ancestral soup ingredients for that very dish. This life of unparalleled luxury felt initially uncomfortable for Lin Yuan, a man accustomed to hardship, who found himself in disquieting circumstances. However, as days passed, he gradually acclimated. After all, who would resist a life of ease? While he reveled in this decadent existence, the entire scavenger base operated with astonishing efficiency at a remarkable pace. Academician Wang, leading over 100 esteemed experts from various fields, established several research teams that tirelessly analyzed the remaining fragment of black armor, no larger than a basin. They employed every advanced piece of equipment available in the country, ranging from high-energy particle colliders to quantum microscopes, in an attempt to pry open even the slightest corner of this divine shard. Meanwhile, another team, personally directed by Chen Weiguo, prepared for Lin Yuan's next salvage operation. That morning, having just finished a run at the gym, Lin Yuan returned to his room, drenched in sweat, when he was approached by Chen Weiguo's secretary. "Mr. Lin Yuan, your exclusive connection chamber has been completed. Director Chen and Academician Wang request your presence for an inspection." Connection chamber? Lin Yuan paused for a moment. "It is a room specially prepared for your salvage operations." Following the secretary, Lin Yuan arrived at a newly constructed room adjacent to his living quarters. Upon pushing open the heavy soundproof door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The room was modest in size, approximately 50 square meters, with a strikingly futuristic silver chair positioned at its center. The chair was ergonomically designed, resembling a pilot's cockpit seat. Surrounding the chair were intricate mechanical arms and various probes that Lin Yuan could not comprehend. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the room were crafted from interlocking display screens, emanating a soft white glow. Chen Weiguo and Academician Wang stood beside the chair, and upon seeing Lin Yuan enter, Wang waved excitedly. "Comrade Lin, come quickly. Take a look at the new cockpit we have prepared for you." Lin Yuan approached, curiously touching the chair, which felt cool and refined. "Academician Wang, what is this for?" "This is a deep-sea neural interaction system," Wang proudly explained. "Based on your descriptions, each time you engage in salvage, your consciousness detaches from your body, entering a state of soul projection. This process exerts immense strain on your body, particularly your brain. The last mental backlash is a testament to that. Therefore, we have designed this system for you." Wang pointed to the myriad probes on the chair. "When you sit here during your operations, these bioelectrodes will automatically connect to your head and spine. They will monitor your brain waves, heart rate, blood pressure, and all physiological indicators in real time. Should any abnormal fluctuations occur, such as early signs of mental backlash, the system will immediately alert you. In critical situations, it can even forcibly interrupt your connection, pulling your consciousness back into your body." Wang then gestured towards the surrounding screen walls. "These panoramic screens will synchronize with your system interface. Although we cannot perceive your subjective viewpoint, We can simulate the imagery you encounter in the cosmos based on the visual signals relayed by your brain. In essence, whatever you see in the cosmic graveyard, we can also visualize here. Lin Yuan listened in astonishment. This meant that in the future, while he operated the salvage, a cadre of top-tier experts would accompany him, vigilantly monitoring the path, equipped with an automatic braking system and panoramic imagery. The safety factor has surged to an impressive level. Lin Yuan exclaimed sincerely. This is merely the beginning, Chun Weiguo calmly interjected from the side. Our objective is to establish a firewall between you and the system. Ultimately, we aim for this apparatus to bear the brunt of any psychic backlash, ensuring your safety remains intact. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The nation was truly treating him as a national treasure. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Academician Yuan. This is all within our duty. Chun Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. The equipment is ready. Now we need to discuss your second salvage operation. He gestured for everyone to take a seat in the adjacent conference area, where a virtual star map unfurled across the table. Based on your descriptions, we have conducted a preliminary risk assessment and area delineation for the Silent Star C in the number 001 Novice Zone. The Minister of Intelligence Analysis, a remarkably competent middle-aged man, began his report. This region has a low density of wreckage, stable energy fluctuations, and a relatively infrequent occurrence of void devourers, making it indeed suitable for novices. However, we have identified a potential issue. He pointed to a specific area on the star map. Your previous salvage of the Oracle-class armor occurred here, while your encounter with the Void Devourer happened here. The proximity of the two locations raises concerns. We suspect that high-value items, or those with stronger energy reactions, are more likely to attract Void Devourers, much like the scent of blood lures sharks in the ocean. Lin Yuan nodded, resonating with this understanding. Therefore, we have outlined several relatively safe salvage routes for you. The analysis minister traced several green lines on the star map, all of which led to areas with weak energy reactions and scattered wreckage, such as fragments of ordinary warships or debris from abandoned space stations. Our recommendation is that, until we thoroughly comprehend the behavioral patterns of the Void Devourers, your initial salvage operations should prioritize safety above all. Focus on retrieving less valuable items that can aid us in building our database. This proposal is both prudent and scientifically sound. However, upon hearing this, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Minister, are you suggesting that I specifically collect worthless scraps? From a scientific standpoint, yes. We require a substantial number of samples for data analysis. The analysis minister affirmed with a nod. Yet, Lin Yuan hesitated before articulating his thoughts. Upgrades to the system necessitate energy and rare materials. If I gather a plethora of scrap metal, it may not even suffice to power the repair of the drones, let alone facilitate upgrades. Without an upgrade, my drones will remain in this dilapidated state, lacking stealth and carrying capacity. Should danger truly arise, escape would be impossible. I believe we must take some risks. Higher risks yield greater rewards. I nearly lost my life last time, yet the panel I salvaged provided ample energy to the system and even upgraded the drones. Lin Yuan's perspective was straightforward and rather utilitarian. As the proprietor of a scrapyard, he has cultivated a habitual mindset over time, relentlessly pursuing the utmost cost-effectiveness. His words plunged the scientists present into silence. They were accustomed to basing their pursuits on theories and data, striving for infallibility. In contrast, Lin Yuan approached matters from the perspective of practical outcomes, believing that fortune favors the bold. This marked the inaugural clash of two divergent modes of thinking. Academician Wang pondered for a moment before speaking. Comrade Lin's perspective holds merit. We cannot apply the laboratory mindset to guide a real and perilous war. Systems have their own rules, and we must seek optimal solutions within those parameters. He turned to Lin Yuan and inquired, "What are your thoughts? What do you wish to retrieve next?" Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had feared that the experts would be too rigid to heed his insights. Academician Wang, I recently upgraded my stealth capabilities. Although it was only a minor enhancement, I wish to test its effectiveness. Furthermore, during my last visit to that location, I discovered something in addition to that blackboard. What was it? Everyone's attention sharpened. In the command cabin of the shattered Oracle-class raider, Lin Yuan struggled to recall. I merely caught a glimpse, but it seemed I saw a control panel adorned with a small device emitting a faint blue glow, resembling a USB drive. A USB drive? Academician Wang's breath quickened. A data storage unit? Indeed, it could very well be. Lin Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Given the ship's remarkable capabilities, the contents of its USB drive must be extraordinary. Perhaps it contains the design schematics of the vessel, or even interstellar navigation charts. A collective gasp echoed in the conference room. The eyes of all the scientists gleamed with predatory anticipation. Just one piece of armor had already overwhelmed them. showcasing performance that transcended the era. The prospect of obtaining the technical data for an entire Oracle-class raider was too enticing to contemplate. Risk. The risk is too great. The Minister of Intelligence Analysis immediately objected. That area has already been confirmed to harbor void devourers. Returning would be akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Yet the potential rewards are immense, countered another young scientist. A complete alien civilization's technological database. Who could resist such temptation? We must be responsible for Comrade Lin Yuan's life. Progress in science invariably entails risks. The conference room erupted into a cacophony of debate. All eyes turned to Chen Weiguo, awaiting his final decision. Chen Weiguo remained silent for an extended moment, directing his gaze not at the arguing scientists, but at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you are the sole executor. Your opinion is paramount. He spoke slowly. Tell me, how confident are you? Lin Yuan met Chen Weiguo's gaze, aware that this was both an expression of trust and a test. He took a deep breath and extended 5 fingers. 50%. If it is merely about retrieving the items, I have a 50% chance. However, his expression sharpened. If we factor in the active braking system you have equipped me with, I believe I can increase that to at least 70%. Chapter 14. Re-entering the graveyard. Target data core. A 70% assurance? Chen Weiguo gazed at Lin Yuan, a flicker of barely perceptible emotion passing through his eyes. He had not anticipated that. After witnessing the terrifying Void Devourer, Lin Yuan would still dare to propose such a high success rate. This young man was either a naive newcomer unafraid of danger or possessed unwavering confidence in himself and the new equipment. Excellent, Chen Weiguo exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, having made a resolute decision to proceed with Lin Yuan's plan. All departments immediately entered a state of heightened readiness, fully prepared to support Lin Yuan's second salvage operation. Indeed, the entire base, this colossal national apparatus, instantaneously revolved around Lin Yuan's singular will, commencing a fervent mobilization. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan found himself seated in a futuristic silver chair. Cold biological electrodes were gently affixed to his temples, nape, and spine by medical personnel clad in white coats. Mr. Lin Yuan, please relax and remain calm. The head of the medical team, a gentle female doctor, softly reassured him. We will monitor your vital signs in real time from outside, and should any anomalies arise, we will take immediate action. Lin Yuan nodded, taking a deep breath. To say he was not anxious would be a lie. The sensation of his head nearly exploding from the last experience was something he never wished to encounter again. However, this time, observing the diligent experts and the precision instruments adorned with blinking lights around him, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The backing of the nation was undeniably exhilarating. All systems have completed self-checks. Vital signs monitoring system, normal. Neural signal synchronization system, normal. Emergency interruption protocol, on standby. Comrade Lin Yuan, you may begin, came the voice of Academician Wang through the headset. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, focusing on the familiar sensation as he mentally intoned, system, initiate the command. A resonant hum reverberated as the familiar, overwhelming force that felt akin to having his soul extracted enveloped him once more. Yet, unlike the previous occasion, this time he sensed a gentle yet potent power surrounding his essence, significantly alleviating the dizzying sensation. It was akin to riding a roller coaster. Last time, he had not secured his seatbelt, but this time he was firmly strapped in with a 5-point harness and 2 airbags. Neural connection stable. Consciousness projection successfully entering the subspace corridor. Visual signals synchronized. Simulated imagery being generated. Before Lin Yuan could fully comprehend the unfolding scene, a flurry of excited reports echoed in his ears. He opened his eyes to discover he had once again transformed into the diminutive Scavenger 1 drone, suspended in a realm of profound darkness and silence. In a corner of his vision, a translucent green window displayed his heart rate and blood pressure. Comrade Shaolin, can you hear me? How do you feel? Academician Wang's voice resonated clearly. I can hear you, Academician Wang. I feel much better this time, not as dizzy. Lin Yuan replied while deftly maneuvering the drone, slowly spinning it around. Meanwhile, within the command room, a massive wall screen was actively constructing a blurred, yet discernible 3D image composed of countless streams of data and luminous points. Although it lacked the breathtaking impact of witnessing it firsthand, when the colossal skeletal structure of a being, reminiscent of a divine relic, materialized on the screen, an involuntary gasp swept through the entire command center. Good heavens, this is the cosmic graveyard. It is so magnificent that any fragment could serve as a tombstone for a civilization. The scientists were profoundly moved by the spectacle before them. For the first time, they were granted a vivid glimpse into a world beyond Earth, far grander and more brutal. Silence. Focus and prepare to record the data. Chen Weiguo admonished in a hushed tone. Lin Yuan disregarded the external commotion, directing all his attention to the task at hand. System. Open the map and locate the previous coordinates. Location determined. A rudimentary star map, composed of points and lines, unfolded in Lin Yuan's view, with a red coordinate blinking urgently. Energy consumption, 10 points, activating the subspace channel. Current energy reserves, 1, 840, 200. The drone is in optimal condition. Lin Yuan glanced at his energy bar, feeling reassured. Let us commence. With a mere thought, the engine of Scavenger 1 roared to life, emitting a faint azure glow as it surged towards the designated coordinates. After upgrading the stealth coating, the drone's flight sounds appeared even more subdued, and the light emitted from the engine dimmed further, rendering it nearly imperceptible in the vast darkness of space. Stealth capabilities enhanced. Energy fluctuations reduced by 127. The technicians in the command center immediately relayed the precise data. Excellent. Academician Wang exclaimed, pumping his fist in exhilaration. This indicates a corresponding decrease in the probability of attracting the Void Devourer. Navigating through the myriad of colossal wreckage, Lin Yuan meticulously controlled the speed of the drone, striving to avoid regions exhibiting strong energy reactions. Drawing from the experience of his previous excursion, he maneuvered with the ease of a seasoned scavenger, searching for treasures amidst familiar heaps of debris. After approximately 10 minutes, the enormous, mountain-like wreckage of a predatory ship, scarred with terrifying claw marks, reappeared in his line of sight. Target area reached, Lin Yuan reported softly. All units, alert status. The atmosphere in the command center instantly shifted to one of heightened tension. Lin Yuan guided the drone closer to the bridge of the warship. A gaping hole had been torn into the bridge, revealing a chaotic array of severed wires and shattered control panels within. He cautiously squeezed through the breach. A chilling, deathly silence enveloped him, as if the mournful wails of the warship's demise were still suspended in this space. Lin Yuan shivered, forcing himself to concentrate as he began to search within the shattered command chamber. His gaze swept across the bizarrely shaped seats, extinguished screens, and broken control sticks. The technological aesthetic here was entirely distinct from Earth, imbued with a rugged and primal beauty. Eureka! Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed upon the center of the main control console. There, nestled within a palm-sized slot made of an unknown crystal, lay an object shaped like a USB drive, emanating a faint blue light. It appeared intact, seemingly untouched by the ravages of any explosion. Scanning in progress. Target: Oracle-class civilization standard data core, fragmented. Energy response: moderate. Structural integrity: high. Analysis: internal storage may contain critical information such as the foundational technology tree of this civilization and star map data. Some data units are damaged. Upon seeing the scanning results, Lin Yuan and all the scientists in the command center felt their hearts skip a beat. The term foundational technology tree carried weight beyond measure. This is it, exclaimed Academician Wang, his excitement palpable. Shaolin, retrieve it at all costs. Lin Yuan licked his parched lips and maneuvered the drone, cautiously extending its mechanical claw. Warning: the retrieval action will generate energy fluctuations, potentially attracting unknown threats. The familiar system alert reappeared. Lin Yuan's heart tightened, but he was compelled to act. Grab it. With a thought, the mechanical claw firmly grasped the end of the data core. Retrieval initiated. The data core was lodged tightly, and Lin Yuan cranked the drone's engine power to maximum. Pulling forcefully, a grating metallic sound echoed through the silent command cabin as the data core was gradually extracted. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the command center. Alert! Alert! High-intensity spatial distortion detected in Sector 739, approximately 50 astronomical units from the target location. Energy levels unquantifiable. It is the Void Devourer. It approaches. The voice of the intelligence analysis minister was sharp with terror. On the screen, a colossal red, symbolizing an imminent threat, surged toward Lin Yuan at an incredible velocity. Shaolin, quickly, abandon the mission. Return at once. Academician Wang shouted frantically, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Lin Yuan's scalp prickled. Damn it, not again. And so soon. He glanced at the data core, now half extracted, and then at the rapidly approaching shadow of death. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that he could not return empty-handed. Come on, he bellowed, channeling all his mental energy into the drone's operation. With a sharp crack, the blue data core was finally yanked free. Secure it. Run. Lin Yuan immediately commanded the mechanical claw to hold fast to the data core while shifting the drone's direction. Preparing for escape. Return. Immediate return. He roared at the system. Return protocol initiating. 3 seconds required for spatial positioning. 3, The Void Devourer had closed half the distance, its massive, distorted shadow now cloaking a significant portion of the starry sky. Hurry! A familiar, irresistible force emanated from behind, causing the drone's speed to plummet uncontrollably. Warning! The drone is affected by a high-dimensional gravitational field. Energy reserves are rapidly depleting. The energy gauge surged forth like a torrent released from a dam. Xiaolin, hold on. In the command center, everyone stood transfixed, their gazes locked onto the swiftly descending numbers on the screen. Lin Yuan felt his very soul being tugged by that force, his head beginning to throb painfully, a premonition of mental backlash. Boom. At the moment the return countdown concluded, an unfathomable gravitational force violently struck the rear of the drone. Lin Yuan was momentarily blinded, his brain feeling as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer, plunging him into a void of consciousness. In the final second before he lost awareness, he heard the cold, mechanical prompt of the system. Return successful. Warning. The drone has sustained a fatal blow. Structural integrity compromised by 93. Host experiencing severe mental backlash. Chapter 15. The technological tree of the Oracle civilization in the connection chamber, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. All present stared blankly at the main screen, where the simulation abruptly ceased, transforming into a cascade of snowflake-like pixels. While the adjacent life sign monitoring device displayed data that peaked at its limits before plummeting abruptly. The shrill sound of alarms reverberated throughout the command center. Comrade Lin Yuan's heartbeat has ceased. Brainwave activity has reached minimal levels. Vital signs are fading. The head of the medical team screamed, his voice laced with panic. Defibrillator. Adrenaline. Hurry. Director Chun. Academician Wang. We might lose him. The entire command center descended into chaos. Calm down, everyone. Chun Weiguo bellowed, his face ashen, his voice resonating like thunder. Instantly quelling the tumult, he dashed to the connection seat, gazing at Lin Yuan, whose complexion had turned as pale as parchment, breath entirely absent, his eyes reflecting a flicker of anguish and resoluteness. Academician Wang, how is the Panga system coming along? At that moment, Academician Wang was drenched in sweat, his eyes fixated on the rapid-fire lines of code flashing across his computer screen. We're almost there. The risk of forcibly awakening the neural program is too high. The success rate is below 30. There's no time for hesitation. Chen Wei was shouted. If he dies, all our efforts will be in vain. Execute Plan B. Plan B? Academician Wang was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of horror. Director, that's merely a theoretical conjecture. We have not conducted any experiments. Injecting system energy directly into his brain. What if? There's no what if. Chen Weiguo seized Academician Wang by the collar, his eyes ablaze with desperation. The system in his mind was Lin Yuan's sole hope for survival. Take the gamble. Execute immediately. Academician Wang, confronted by Chen Weiguo's unwavering gaze, gritted his teeth and turned to his assistants, shouting, initiate the Panga system. Energy docking procedure. Target, Comrade Lin Yuan's deep space salvage system. Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's consciousness floated amidst an expanse of boundless darkness and numbing cold. Am I dead? This singular thought consumed him. He sensed neither his body nor anything else. Only an overwhelming, eternal solitude. After the last electric shock, he had still felt the warmth of being immersed in tepid water, but this time, there was nothing. It was as if he had been utterly erased from existence. That Void Devourer was terrifying beyond measure, though he had not been completely consumed in that final moment. The sheer force of the impact was sufficient to shatter his soul. It was over. This time, it was truly finished. A fortune of 1 million. Squandered before he could even spend a single penny. After having only just begun to enjoy a few days of good fortune, it had all vanished. Had he known, he would not have been so greedy and would have listened to the experts, content with gathering scraps instead. Just as Lin Yuan's consciousness was on the brink of complete dissolution, a cold, emotionless mechanical synthesized voice resonated deep within his awareness. Host's mental fluctuations detected as extremely weak. On the verge of extinction. External high-purity bioelectric energy infusion detected, beginning absorption. Energy reserves, 1, 500, 200. Warning, energy reserves are in the negative, system imminent collapse. Absorbing external energy, 1, 450, 200, 1, 300, 200. This voice was like a lifeline in the darkness, allowing Lin Yuan's dissipating consciousness to coalesce once more. The system? The system is still operational? Can I still be saved? He exerted every ounce of his remaining awareness to focus on that voice. Meanwhile, in the connection room, Academician Wang was frantically shouting at the computer. Increase energy output. 20, 30. His brainwaves are responding. They are responding. Steady. Maintain the energy output. Don't let it get too high. It could damage his brain. Several additional probes, shimmering with blue arcs of electricity, extended from the headrest of the connection chair, precisely adhering to Lin Yuan's temples. Streams of meticulously calculated bioelectric currents flowed steadily into his brain. Lin Yuan felt a warm, life-giving spring nourishing his nearly desiccated soul. In his mind, the energy reserve of the system interface began to ascend from the negative at a slow but resolute pace. 500, 200, 100, 200, 0, 250, 200. At the moment the energy reserves transitioned from negative to positive, Lin Yuan felt a jolt throughout his entire being. The connection to his body restored instantaneously. Cough, cough, cough. The Lin Yuan, who had been in a death-like state upon the connection chair, suddenly erupted into violent coughs, his eyes flying open. He gasped for air as if a drowning man had finally inhaled his first breath of fresh air. He was alive. He had returned. His heartbeat resumed. Blood pressure normalized. Brainwave activity surged rapidly. In the command center, thunderous cheers erupted. Everyone embraced in elation, with many young researchers moved to tears by the overwhelming joy. Chun Weiguo and academician Wang gazed at the large screen displaying the restored life signs, their legs buckling beneath them as they collapsed onto the ground. Those fleeting minutes had been more exhilarating than anything they had ever experienced in their lives. Quickly, help Comrade Lin Yuan down. Academician Wang gasped. Calling out to the medical staff, Lin Yuan was assisted from his seat by several doctors, his body still weak and drenched in cold sweat. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. He surveyed the room, taking in the flushed faces of the excited scientists, and the figure of Chun Weiguo and academician Wang seated on the floor, before breaking into a pale smile. Chief, academician Wang, I'm back, he croaked, his voice hoarse yet imbued with strength. Academician Wang struggled to his feet and hurried to Lin Yuan, grasping his hand with fervor, unable to articulate his emotions. Just being back is enough, just being back. Chun Weiguo approached as well, his voice retaining its authoritative tone but betraying a tremor of uncontainable emotion. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? A bit of a headache, but much better than last time, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. Then, his gaze ignited with fervor. Chief, academician Wang, can you guess what I brought back? Everyone paused momentarily. Indeed, what about the results of this recovery? All eyes instinctively turned toward the materialization platform at the center of the chamber. There, nestled upon the platform, lay an object the size of a palm, crafted entirely from blue crystal and resembling a USB drive. Its surface shimmered with a soft glow, exuding an aura of enigmatic technology. Despite the drone suffering a catastrophic blow during the final moments of its return, this treasure had been brought back unscathed. The data core. It's the data core. A scientist exclaimed in astonishment. Academician Wang's eyes filled with tears, and he rushed forward like a gust of wind, donning the sterile gloves he had prepared. Cradling the data core with utmost care, as if holding a sacred relic. We did it. We truly succeeded, he murmured, tears streaming down his face. For this small chip, they had nearly lost Lin Yuan, the hope of their nation's future. Yet now, it seemed every risk taken had been worth it. Lin Yuan, leaning against the medical personnel, weak yet brimming with pride, declared, I have brought back the technological tree of the Oracle civilization. These words detonated like a bombshell within the command center. Chapter 16. The key, the technological tree. He had returned with an extraterrestrial civilization's technological tree. Academician Wang, clutching the blue data core, felt his hands tremble as he repeated this phrase over and over. The surrounding scientists surged forward like a frenzy, their eyes sparkling with a mixture of greed and fervor, as if they were gazing not at a mere chip, but at a gateway to a new world. Everyone, stay still. Maintain a safe distance. The head of the Security and Defense Department promptly rushed in with personnel, isolating the agitated scientists from the data core, initiating comprehensive testing without delay. Radiation, biological activity, memetic contamination, every parameter must be accounted for. Present were the nation's brightest minds, acutely aware that an extraterrestrial civilization's data core could either be a treasure trove of boundless knowledge or a Pandora's box filled with malevolence. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to catastrophic consequences. Soon, personnel clad in heavy protective gear carefully placed the data core into a transparent sealed chamber filled with inert gas. Utilizing an array of sophisticated instruments, reports flooded in. No harmful radiation detected. No biological activity found. Information field stable. No signs of memetic contamination. With each exhilarating report, a smile finally graced Chun Weiguo's face. Excellent. Immediately transport it to Miracle 1 Laboratory. Academician Wang, the subsequent decoding task is entrusted to you. Ensure its completion. Academician Wang stood tall, his voice resonating with vigor that belied his advanced years. He gazed at the sealed chamber, now safeguarded and being transported away, his eyes brimming with unprecedented determination. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was surrounded by a cadre of doctors and nurses, ushered into the medical room for a thorough examination from head to toe, scrutinizing every strand of hair. The results brought a collective sigh of relief. Mr. Lin's body was merely weakened, with no organic damage detected. Though there had been excessive electrical activity in the cerebral cortex, it had stabilized. It was nothing short of a miracle, the lead physician marveled as he reviewed the report. Reclining on a comfortable medical bed, Lin Yuan sipped the warm nutritional solution offered by a caring dietitian, feeling as though he had just emerged from a grueling 3-day battle, exhausted yet unusually exhilarated. He opened the system interface in his mind. Deep Space Salvage System. Host, Lin Yuan. Mental Strength, 8. Status, Overload Mental Backlash, Recovering. Salvage Drone Scavenger 1. Level, LV2. Status, Core Severely Damaged. Repair requires 1500 energy points and Rare Structural Material 1. Energy Reserve, 150,200. Upon observing the drone's status, Lin Yuan gasped. Goodness, 93 damage, and the repair demands a staggering 1,500 energy points. That's a 15-fold increase from last time. Moreover, there's an additional requirement for Rare Structural Material 1. System, what does this rare structural material entail? He inquired mentally. The drone's core framework was utterly destroyed during this return by a high-dimensional gravitational field and cannot be repaired through pure energy. At least one structural material of LV2 level or higher is required for the repair framework. Lin Yuan understood. It wasn't enough to have energy. A framework was also necessary. The piece of Oracle-grade armor he had salvaged last time, after absorbing energy, had left behind a small fragment, perfectly suitable as LV2 level or higher material. It appears that this system truly derives from the populace and serves the populace, forming a perfect closed loop through the processes of retrieval, restoration, and enhancement. However, with only 150 points of energy out of the required 1500, there remains a considerable distance to travel. It seems that prior to the next retrieval, the drone cannot be repaired. Comrade Lin Yuan, how do you feel? Chen Weiguo and Academician Wang entered the room. The lingering flush on Academician Wang's face revealed that he was still enveloped in immense joy. Report to the chief. I feel great. I'm ready for the next retrieval at any moment. Lin Yuan jested. Nonsense. Chen Weiguo and Academician Wang rebuked in unison. The mental backlash you experienced this time is tenfold more severe than the last. Had we not prepared a contingency plan, you would have truly been unable to return. Academician Wang glared at him, yet his eyes were filled with concern. The medical team advised that you must undergo mandatory rest for at least a month. You are absolutely prohibited from any further connections until all your physiological indicators return to normal. A month? Lin Yuan was taken aback. What about the decoding work? The decoding cannot be rushed, Chen Weiguo replied with a serious demeanor. That is a formidable challenge, and Academician Wang and his team are preoccupied. Your foremost task now is to recuperate. Your safety is the cornerstone of the Scavenger project, and this is non-negotiable. Faced with Chen Weiguo's resolute gaze, Lin Yuan could only nod in agreement. All right, I will heed the organization's directives. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan embraced the life of leisure he had always yearned for. His days consisted solely of eating, sleeping, or immersing himself in virtual reality gaming, experiencing a plethora of games he had once deemed unimaginable. In stark contrast to his leisurely existence was the relentless activity within the Miracle One laboratory, where Academician Wang and his team of elite computer scientists, physicists, and linguists were grappling with the enigmatic blue data core. No, still not working. We have attempted every known decoding algorithm, and there has been no response. A young doctoral researcher in charge of decryption tugged at his sparse hair in frustration. The storage method of this entity is fundamentally not what we comprehend as binary. It is not merely 0 and 1. It is a mode of information storage based on spatial topological structures. Each information unit is not a simple high or low voltage, but rather a micro-level spatial fold. To read it, we must first learn how to smooth these folds. This transcends the realm of computer science. It ventures into high-energy physics and spatial geometry. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy with despair. They resembled a group of primitive individuals armed with stone axes, facing a supercomputer, unable even to locate the power button. Academician Wang gazed at the intricately complex topological diagram on the screen, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He and his team represented the most brilliant minds on this planet, yet before this celestial tome from the starry seas, they appeared as mere elementary students who had just learned to write. Could there be a key? A linguist suddenly inquired. Any complex encryption system will possess a corresponding key. We are currently employing a brute force exhaustive method, yet it seems our direction may have been misguided from the outset. A key? Academician Wang's spirit surged with vigor. What do you imply? I have studied Comrade Lin Yuan's oral report. He mentioned encountering numerous peculiar symbols and characters within the command cabin of that Oracle-class frigate. Might those symbols be the key to deciphering this data core? This notion struck like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the fog enveloping everyone's minds. Indeed, they have consistently approached this data core as a purely technical artifact, neglecting the civilizational attributes it represents. Any technology is intrinsically rooted in the culture and language of its civilization. Quick! Immediately summon Comrade Lin Yuan. Academician Wang exclaimed fervently, we require his insights. We need his eyes that have witnessed that civilization firsthand. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan, still joyfully cruising in a virtual sports car within the gaming pod, was summoned by a stern-faced guard to the miraculous No. 1 laboratory. This marked his inaugural entry into the core zone of the base. Inside the laboratory, he was surrounded by incomprehensible apparatuses and screens pulsating with data. Academician Wang guided him to a vast holographic projection. On display was the microscopic structural diagram of the data core. Shaolin, take a look at this. Academician Wang gestured towards the intricate spatial folds on the screen. We are currently at an impasse. We suspect a key is needed to unlock it. A key? Lin Yuan appeared perplexed. I don't possess such an item. Not a physical key. Academician Wang urged. It's information. Clues. Reflect carefully. While in the command cabin of that battleship, did you observe any particularly recurring patterns or symbols? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, striving to recall that brief yet perilous memory. The command cabin was chaotic, littered with shattered screens and instruments. But suddenly, he exclaimed, yes. I remember. On that main control console, where this data core was inserted, there was a symbol engraved. That symbol appeared in many places, on the seats, on the bulkheads, everywhere. What kind of symbol? Quickly sketch it. Academician Wang's voice quivered with excitement. Lin Yuan seized an electronic pen and, relying on his memory, began to draw on the adjacent sketch pad. The symbol was peculiar, resembling an eye, yet its pupil was a swirling vortex composed of 3 spirals. As Lin Yuan completed the final stroke, the entire laboratory fell into silence, all scientists fixated on the drawing. For the vortex formed by the 3 spirals was an exact replica of the macro-energy field distribution map of the data core before them. So it was. Academician Wang gazed at the symbol, then at the energy field map of the data core, murmuring to himself, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. We have found the key. We have discovered the key to unlock this treasure trove. Chapter 17. The gift of the Oracle civilization based on this 3-spiral structure. Construct an inverse topological analysis function. Quickly. All resources from supercomputing centers converged towards me. With a single command from Academician Wang, the entire miraculous laboratory, along with supercomputer centers across the nation, began to operate fervently towards a singular goal. The simple symbol drawn by Lin Yuan acted as a universal key, swiftly illuminating the path for the scientists who had found themselves in a deadlock. No longer flailing like headless flies attempting brute force solutions, they now possessed a clear set of grammatical rules. Lin Yuan stood aside, observing the scientists animatedly gesturing at a multitude of symbols and data he could not comprehend, feeling as if he inhabited an entirely different realm. Did I really create something so exaggerated with just a casual sketch? He quietly inquired of Lina, who had been assigned to him as a dedicated liaison and personal assistant following the last mission, alongside Zhang Wei. Lina adjusted her glasses, now adorned in a researcher's white coat, her gaze still sharp and competent. Lin Yuan, you have no idea what you have drawn, she replied, her tone laced with reverence. That is not merely a simple pattern. It represents the path of a civilization. Path. Lin Yuan was even more bewildered. You may interpret it as the foundational logic and philosophy of a civilization, much like the yin-yang taiji of our Huaxia civilization or the cross of Western civilization. This triple helix embodies the core worldview of the Oracle civilization. Everything, its technology, culture, and language, rests upon this foundation. Previously, we were attempting to interpret English texts using Chinese grammatical structures, naturally leading to confusion. Yet you have directly provided us with the grammar of English. With Li Na's elucidation, Lin Yuan finally grasped the situation in a rudimentary manner. In essence, he had acted as a cheat, revealing the standard answers to those scholars still grappling with the problem at hand. Decoding progress, 51231. On the main screen, a progress bar advanced at a slow yet resolute pace. With each percentage gained, the command center erupted in suppressed cheers. Lin Yuan, Chun Weiguo, Academician Wang, and all core members remained steadfast in the laboratory, none daring to leave. They all understood they were witnessing history. Time ticked away, second by second. As the progress bar reached 99, the laboratory fell into a hush so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone held their breath, fixating intently on the nearing completion of the progress bar. 100. Decoding complete. Base data package successfully extracted. The moment these words illuminated the screen, the laboratory erupted into a cacophony of applause and jubilant cheers, breaking the brief silence. They had succeeded. They had unlocked this treasure trove from the cosmic depths. Academician Wang and several elderly professors embraced one another, tears streaming down their faces. Even Chun Weiguo, whose expression was typically as unyielding as a glacier, revealed a flicker of genuine, uncontainable joy. He approached Lin Yuan, firmly patting his shoulder in silence. Yet Lin Yuan could feel the weighty affirmation in that gesture. Quick, classify and organize the extracted data. I wish to see the first report within 10 minutes. Academician Wang wiped away his tears and immediately immersed himself back into work. Countless streams of data refreshed on the screen like a cascading waterfall. Report. The extraction of star chart data is successful. The domain of the Oracle civilization has been confirmed. Located approximately 1.2 million light-years away, on the outskirts of the Andromeda Galaxy. Report. The language and script database extraction is successful. We can now translate their writings. Report. The historical database is severely damaged, recovering less than 3 of fragments. From the fragmentary information, it appears the Oracle civilization was annihilated by a disaster they referred to as the Whisper of the Void. The description of this calamity aligns closely with our definition of the Void Devourer. A flurry of information was rapidly reported, overwhelming the cognition of everyone present. However, the most pivotal was the data packet designated as the fundamental technology tree. When Academician Wang personally opened that packet, all present drew in a sharp breath. It was not a series of codes or design blueprints as they had envisioned, but an unimaginably vast three-dimensional structure diagram, radiant like a nebula. At the lowest tier of this diagram lay dozens of foundational discipline nodes, each emanating different luminescence, such as higher dimensional geometry, unified field theory, the essence of matter and energy, and the entropy law of souls and information. The names of these disciplines left the scientists present in a state of vertiginous astonishment. This was not merely foundational science. It was akin to theology. From these foundational discipline nodes, thousands of branches extended, forming an incredibly intricate yet harmonious technological network. My heavens! Their materials science is predicated on string theory and matter reconfiguration technology. A materials scientist gazed at one branch, mumbling in a daze. They can, like editing a program, combine any materials they desire from the most fundamental quark level. Our blackboard is merely the most basic defensive unit in their eyes. Look here. Energy technology, another physicist exclaimed, pointing at another node, his voice trembling. The extraction and application of vacuum zero-point energy. They have achieved the ability to harness unlimited energy from the void. To them, controlled nuclear fusion is likely as primitive as boiling water over a fire. And this, the curvature engine. They have mastered the technology to warp space for faster-than-light travel. Our chemical fuel rockets are mere toys in comparison. The shock was profound, unprecedented in its intensity. If the previous black armored plate had merely allowed the scientists a glimpse of the divine, then this complete technology tree laid the entire celestial kingdom bare before them. A spectacle for mere mortals to behold. Silence enveloped the room. It was not that they wished to remain mute, but rather that they were rendered speechless by the staggering, chasm-like disparity of civilization. This was a crushing superiority born of a higher plane of existence. After a considerable pause, Academician Wang finally regained his voice. Gazing at the resplendent divine tree displayed on the screen, his expression a tapestry of emotions. We are akin to primitive beings from the Stone Age who have stumbled upon a smartphone, he lamented, and we are utterly clueless even about how to charge it. Indeed, although this technological marvel lay before them, the current level of Earth's scientific advancement meant that their comprehension might scarcely reach even 1/10,000th of its entirety. It was as if one were to present a calculus textbook to a child who had just learned to count. This was not a gift. It was an examination paper so weighty that it instilled a sense of despair. Yet, just as everyone succumbed to a vague sense of loss and confusion, Chun Weiguo slowly shook his head. His gaze fell upon the lowest tier of the technological tree, an inconspicuous node that had been overlooked by all. While we may not grasp the entirety of this tome, we can at least understand its table of contents. He pointed to the node and read aloud the inscription with deliberate clarity. Principles and manufacturing processes of primary energy core design of oracular civilizations. Instantly, all eyes converged on that node. This was the most fundamental technology within the entire technological tree, the one with the lowest rank. Academician Wang's eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. It was the sole technology that did not delve into any high-dimensional physics or spatial theories. He feverishly interacted with the interface, opening the node. Before them unfolded an exceedingly detailed blueprint and manufacturing process, revealing a spherical device composed of hundreds of intricate components, roughly the size of a fist. What is this? Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity. Academician Wang fixed his gaze on the design, his lips trembling as he responded in a voice that seemed almost dreamlike. This is a battery. A battery with an energy density 1,000,000 times greater than our finest lithium battery, outputting stable power with absolute safety, and requiring only sand, water, and the most commonplace iron ore as raw materials. Although we may not be able to construct a curvature engine or comprehend zero-point energy. Academician Wang abruptly turned to face everyone present, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor as he proclaimed with fervent clarity, but this primary energy core, we can create it. We can construct it right now. Chapter 18. The arc reactor. His declaration reverberated like thunder, shattering the silence of the laboratory. The scientists, who had just been engulfed in the overwhelming sense of loss brought on by the vast technological chasm, were instantly jolted back to reality, each visage alight with incredulous joy. Yes, although they could not fathom the celestial battles of high-dimensional technology, this primary energy core, the button battery in the eyes of the oracular civilization, represented a revolution in energy that could upend everything for Earth's civilization. With an energy density 1,000,000 times that of lithium batteries. This meant that a core the size of a smartphone battery could power an electric vehicle to circle the globe dozens of times. A core the size of a basketball could satisfy the electricity needs of a city with 1,000,000 inhabitants for an entire year. Moreover, its raw materials consist solely of the most inexpensive sand, water, and iron ore. This implies that energy will no longer be a scarce resource, but rather as abundant as air and water. Quick! Immediately establish the ARC project team. Chun Weigua decisively commanded, fully aware of the strategic significance of this technology. Gather all of our nation's foremost materials scientists, physicists, and engineers. At any cost, I give you 3 months. You must produce the first sample within this time frame. Yes, the entire scavenger base once again plunged into a frenzy of activity. Countless experts and scholars were urgently summoned from across the nation to partake in this unprecedented technological endeavor. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, as the initiator of it all, found himself once again in a state of tranquility. Chun Weigua had mandated that he continue his recuperation, with his daily tasks limited to nourishing himself and, accompanied by Li Na, familiarizing himself with the various facilities within the base. One day, he strolled through the ecological park of the base. This park entirely simulated the natural environment of the surface, featuring sunlight, grassy meadows, streams, and even a few gentle Sika deer leisurely grazing. It was hard to believe that such a place existed thousands of meters below our feet, Lin Yuan mused. This is designed with the psychological well-being of long-term station personnel in mind, Li Na explained, noting that prolonged confinement in an underground environment can easily trigger various psychological ailments. How long do you intend for me to stay here? Lin Yuan casually inquired. Li Na paused for a moment, then looked at him earnestly. Lin Yuan, you must prepare yourself. It could be forever. Lin Yuan's heart sank. Although he had harbored a premonition, hearing the answer aloud filled him with a sense of loss. Forever. He chuckled bitterly. So I am to remain in this gilded cage for the rest of my life. It is not a cage, it is an ark. Li Na corrected him. Director Chun has stated that you are the ember of our civilization, and this is the ark that protects the ember. Until our civilization possesses sufficient strength to confront unknown threats from the cosmos, your safety must be absolute. Lin Yuan fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Li Na's words. A common man is innocent, but possessing such a treasure is a crime. The system in his mind represented that treasure, until the nation is capable of safeguarding it. Hiding him away is the only choice. I understand, he nodded, ceasing to dwell on the matter. He glanced at a short distance away, where Academician Wang was fervently discussing something with a group of experts in an open space, surrounded by various intricate models and blueprints. What are they doing? They are conducting the preliminary design for the arc reactor, Li Na replied. The arc is the new name we have given to that primary energy core. Its principles differ entirely from all existing energy technologies. It is neither chemical energy nor nuclear energy, but a form of spatial energy. Spatial energy? Indeed. According to the theories of the Oracle civilization, the very space we inhabit is imbued with vast amounts of energy. The arc reactor resembles a miniature pump, extracting the omnipresent energy from space through a unique resonance frequency, subsequently storing it within a specially designed crystalline structure. Lin Yuan's explanation left Lin Yuan in a fog of confusion. He simply shook his head, expressing his desire for a straightforward affirmation of its remarkable capabilities. Lin Yuan smiled and pointed toward a massive construction site in the distance. Do you see that? Yes, what is it? It looks like a large tank. That is the first experimental platform for our Nantaman project, she replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. We plan to establish a comprehensive space combat platform in low Earth orbit, integrating early warning, defense, and offensive capabilities. Prior to acquiring the technology of the arc reactor, we anticipated that this project would take at least 50 years to complete. As we could not resolve the energy supply challenges in space, neither solar power nor nuclear reactors could meet the high-intensity operational demands of such a colossal platform. However, her voice grew fervent. With the arc reactor, we can deploy high-energy laser cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and even space-based kinetic weapons on the platform. A basketball-sized arc reactor can accelerate a tungsten rod to subliminal speeds within seconds, striking ground targets directly from outer space. The energy it releases is comparable to that of a 10-megaton nuclear bomb, yet it produces no radiation pollution. Lin Yuan listened in astonishment. The notion of hurling a metal rod from space with the power of a nuclear bomb was nothing short of extraordinary. Thanks to the advent of the arc reactor, the timeline for the Nantaman project has been drastically reduced from 50 years to a mere 5. Lin Yuan turned to Lin Yuan, enunciating each word with weight. And all of this is because of you, Lin Yuan. A profound sense of pride and accomplishment filled Lin Yuan's heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had contributed to something so remarkable. Time flew by. 3 months later, in the highest security workshop of the Shinji No. 1 laboratory, the first arc reactor prototype, crafted by human hands, was finally completed. It was no larger than a fist, its exterior a smooth silver, with a core of artificial blue crystal radiating a mesmerizing glow. Chen Weiguo, academician Wang, and all the core members of the project stood breathlessly in the observation room, awaiting the final test results. The reactor structure is stable. The energy resonance frequency is locked, initiating initial energy injection to activate the reactor. With academician Wang's command, a faint current was introduced into the reactor's core. In the next moment, the blue crystal erupted with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. A wave of invisible, immense energy instantly filled the entire workshop. All instruments emitted piercing overload alarms at that moment. The energy output exceeded all measurable limits. A monitoring researcher trembled in his voice. We have succeeded. We have done it. Academician Wang gazed at the energy curve on the screen, which soared skyward, and could no longer contain his emotions, laughing and weeping like a child. They had achieved it. They had truly replicated this celestial marvel with their own hands. Chen Weiguo clenched his fist tightly and immediately picked up the red encrypted phone beside him. Connect me to the highest command center. Report to the leader. The arc has successfully ignited. On the other end of the line, there was a silence that lasted a full half-minute. Then, a voice, both authoritative and filled with excitement, responded, on behalf of the nation and the people, I thank you. From this day forth, the Southgate project is officially launched. Our Huaxia nation embarks on the journey towards the stars and the sea. Chapter 19, Drone Upgrade. A new direction. The successful ignition of the arc reactor served as a potent stimulant, invigorating every member of the Scavenger project team. This signified that they were no longer mere passive recipients of alien technology, but had genuinely acquired the ability to generate independently. Although this was merely the most fundamental form of self-sustenance, the breakthrough from 0 to 1 was profoundly significant. Lin Yuan felt genuine joy for academician Wang and his team. Over the past 3 months, he had witnessed how these admirable scientists dedicated their lives and intellects to a common goal. Now, his recuperation period was nearing its conclusion. The medical team had confirmed repeatedly that both his physical and mental states had fully recovered to their peak, even surpassing his prior condition. Chen Weiguo and academician Wang once again sought him out. Comrade Lin Yuan, how do you feel? Chen Weiguo inquired as a matter of routine, reporting to the leader. I feel absolutely fantastic. If I'm not allowed to work soon, I might start to mildew. Lin Yuan joked. Academician Wang chuckled. Don't rush. Work is on the way. It's time to upgrade your drone. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Upgrade? That's wonderful. After the last incident, I thought I'd have to start with repairs. Repair and upgrade can proceed simultaneously, academician Wang explained. We have sent the remaining Oracle-grade armor material to the connection room, according to the system's requirements. This should suffice as a framework for repairs. As for the energy, a gleam of pride appeared on academician Wang's face. Can you guess how much we have prepared for you? He led Lin Yuan to a newly constructed warehouse. As the doors opened, Lin Yuan was astounded by the sight before him. Inside the vast warehouse, thousands of fist-sized spheres emanating a blue glow were neatly arranged. Here are 10,000 samples of the arc reactor, academician Wang proudly announced. Each one contains energy comparable to that of a small nuclear power station. We have conducted tests, and your system can absorb energy from the arc reactors. Each reactor can provide approximately 500 energy points. Lin Yuan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. 500 points? 10,000 of those would amount to 5 million energy points. This is incredible. He felt as though he were a pauper who had suddenly inherited a mountain of gold. Academician Wang, you are truly remarkable. Lin Yuan exclaimed with genuine admiration. This is all thanks to you, Academician Wang replied, patting him on the shoulder. Now that we have both energy and materials, how do you plan to upgrade your scavenger for the next recovery mission? This question plunged Lin Yuan into deep thought as he followed Academician Wang to the operations conference room adjacent to the connection chamber. On the table, a holographic projection displayed the upgrade options for the drone. Please select an upgrade direction. A. Engine enhances speed and maneuverability. B. Stealth coating reduces the chance of detection by void devourers. C. Energy core increases energy capacity and extends recovery time. D. Mechanical arm and payload enhances gripping power and payload capacity. E. Scanning and detection improves scanning range and precision. Unlocks new functionalities. F. Defense system increases energy shields or armor hardness. Compared to before, 2 new upgrade options, E and F, had been added. Clearly, as the drone's level increased and Lin Yuan's permissions were unlocked, more upgrade paths became available. The conference room was filled with heads of various departments. I recommend prioritizing upgrade F, the defense system, spoke the Minister of Security, a robust and resolute military figure. Comrade Lin Yuan's safety is paramount. Wasn't the last lesson sufficient? If the drone had adequate defensive capabilities, even a basic energy shield would have prevented such severe damage, and Comrade Lin Yuan Wunti have come close to sacrificing himself. His words garnered widespread agreement. I concur. Returning alive is more important than anything else, nodded the head of the medical team. I oppose this, countered the Minister of Technical Support, a seemingly frail engineer with a keen gaze. Simple defense is futile against a high-dimensional entity like the Void Devourers. No matter how thick the shell, it merely changes the manner of being consumed. I believe we should upgrade B stealth. As long as we remain undetected, we face no danger. That is the fundamental path to survival. Stealth has already been upgraded once, with unsatisfactory results. We were still detected, retorted the Intelligence Analysis Minister. I propose upgrading A, the engine. In the world of martial arts, speed is unbeatable. As long as we are swift enough, we can escape before the Void Devourers catch up. What if we encounter a gravitational field like last time? Speed would be of no use. Then let us upgrade D, the mechanical arm and payload. We can grasp larger objects, yielding greater returns from each recovery, allowing us to accumulate resources more swiftly and fully upgrade all options. That is misguided. No matter how much we recover, what use is it if we lose our lives? The conference room erupted into a cacophony of voices, each individual staunchly defending their perspective, convinced their proposal was the optimal solution. Shun Weiguo remained silent, merely listening intently until he finally directed his gaze towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what are your thoughts? All eyes turned to Lin Yuan, who did not respond immediately. He gazed at the 6 options displayed on the screen, his mind racing with contemplation. Survival, indeed, takes precedence. Hence, options F and B hold merit. Swift escape is also a means of survival, thus option A is justified. Amassing resources quickly allows for rapid advancement, making option D sensible as well. However, Lin Yuan's gaze ultimately settled on a previously unseen choice. E-scan and detection, enhance scanning range and precision, unlock new functions. I choose E, Lin Yuan stated slowly. His words plunged the entire conference room into silence, as everyone regarded him with perplexed expressions. Choose E, scan and detection? This option, in their eyes, seemed the most superfluous. It neither ensured survival nor facilitated escape, nor did it promise greater resource acquisition. Lin Yuan, are you certain? Academician Wang furrowed his brow, recognizing that this choice bore the lowest cost-effectiveness at the current stage. No, Academician Wang. Lin Yuan shook his head, his gaze remarkably lucid. You have all overlooked a crucial issue. What issue? We possess almost no knowledge regarding the cosmic graveyard or the Void Devourers, Lin Yuan articulated deliberately. We are akin to blind hunters in a forest. We are unaware of where the prey lies, nor do we know where the tigers lurk. All our actions are predicated on chance. Our previous success in retrieving the data core was mere luck. Escaping from the jaws of the Void Devourer was also fortuitous. But luck cannot forever remain on our side. Enhancing our defenses, we do not know how thick a shield is required to withstand even a single blow. Upgrading our stealth. We cannot ascertain how powerful our cloaking must be to avoid detection entirely. Improving our speed. We are ignorant of how fast our engines need to be to elude its gravitational pull. We are utilizing our weaknesses to confront their strengths, passively enduring their assaults. Lin Yuan's words plunged all present experts into deep reflection. They realized that this seemingly uneducated scrap yard owner possessed a perspective more profound and fundamental than their own esteemed expertise. So, your implication is? Academician Wang appeared to grasp something. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Lin Yuan quoted an ancient adage. What we currently lack is not strength, but information. I need to see further and more clearly. I must understand how the Void Devourers manifest. What is their targeting mechanism? What types of energy fluctuations are they most sensitive to? Are there any signs preceding their appearance? I also require knowledge of where those high-value items are distributed. What are the surrounding environments like? Are there other dangers besides the Void Devourers? Only by transforming this dark cosmic graveyard into a comprehensible map filled with various information can we truly seize the initiative. We can shift from relying on luck to formulating strategies. Lin Yuan rose, his gaze sweeping over each individual present. Thus, I choose E. I need sharper eyes. Only by clearly perceiving the path can we journey further. The conference room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Chen Weiguo led the applause, slowly clapping his hands. Well said. His face radiated unreserved admiration and awe. As Comrade Lin Yuan suggested, let us proceed. Upgrade E, Scanning and Detection. Chapter 20, Scavenger 2 and the New Hunting Grounds, Command confirmed. Commencing repairs and upgrades for Scavenger I. Energy consumption, 1,500 points. Rare structural material consumption, 1 piece of oracular-class raider armor fragment. Chosen upgrade path, E Scanning and Detection. Energy consumption, 1,000 points. Upgrade initiated. Upon making his decision, Lin Yuan immediately entered the connection chamber. Placing a piece of arc reactor and the remaining black armor fragment from the warehouse onto the materialization platform, the system swiftly absorbed their energy and substance. The interface in Lin Yuan's mind began to transform rapidly. Repair complete. Upgrade complete. Scavenger drone has evolved to LV3. Scavenger 2. Level, LV3. Energy reserve, 2,000. Limit increased. Weight capacity, 100 g, slight increase. Stealth, low. Functions, basic grasping, wide area scanning, new. Energy marking, new. Danger warning, new. Defense system, unlocked. Salvage area, Rookie Zone 001, Silent Star C, Explored 10. New area unlocked. Phantom Route 002. Upon witnessing the newly updated system panel, excitement surged through Lin Yuan and everyone in the command center. Success. The drone had evolved to LV3. Its name had also changed from Scavenger I to Scavenger 2. Look at the new functions. 3 new capabilities had been added: wide area scanning, energy marking, and danger warning. This was precisely in line with Comrade Lin Yuan's vision. Academician Wang pointed at the screen with exhilaration. Lin Yuan meticulously examined these new functions. Wide area scanning allows for energy consumption to conduct a broad scan of a designated sector, displaying the energy response intensity and approximate distribution of all debris within the area in the form of a thermal map. Energy marking enables the marking of specific energy sources detected during scanning, allowing for continuous tracking on the map. Danger warning, a passive skill. When high-threat targets, such as Void Devourers, enter the scanning range, the system automatically issues an alert and predicts their movement trajectory. Incredible. It was as if evolving from mere eyesight to radar. Lin Yuan exclaimed with excitement, slapping his thigh. With this system, his explorations in the cosmic graveyard would no longer be shrouded in darkness. He could illuminate the map, first using wide area scanning, then utilize energy marking to locate high-energy response points resembling treasure chests, while the danger warning would keep him informed of any emerging threats. This salvaging experience represented a qualitative leap, not only in functionality, but look, the energy limit and weight capacity have also increased. Lina astutely noted the changes. The energy limit had risen from 200 to 2,000, a 10-fold increase. The weight capacity had doubled from 50 kilograms to 100 kilograms. This indicated that the drone's level was crucial in determining its fundamental attributes. Each significant level increase brought about a comprehensive enhancement of its capabilities. The head of the technical support department promptly reached a conclusion. More importantly, look at this. The intelligence analysis director pointed to the last line on the panel. indicating that a new area had been unlocked, Ghost Route 002. Everyone's hearts raced with anticipation. Has the system provided an introduction to the new area? Chen Weigua inquired immediately. Lin Yuan focused intently on the newly unlocked region. Recovery Area, Ghost Route 002. Area Type, Ancient Civilization Migration Route Relics. Area Danger Level, Moderate. Area Characteristics. This region is littered with the remnants of civilian spacecraft that experienced failed warp jumps, with a chance of discovering intact living pods or cargo holds. Additionally, the spatial structure is highly unstable, featuring numerous natural spatial rifts and energy storms. Warning: the activity frequency of void devourers is significantly heightened in this area. Civilian spacecraft wreckage, living pods, cargo holds. Academician Wang's eyes instantly lit up. While military technology may take time to comprehend, civilian technology, particularly that which pertains to fundamental materials, biotechnology, and living facilities, holds immense value for us. It may even be more readily understood and assimilated. For instance, discovering a complete food synthesizer could provide a revolutionary solution to the global food crisis. Additionally, locating a personal medical system might enable humanity's average lifespan to effortlessly surpass 150 years. However, the danger level is also moderate. Chen Weigua's expression turned grave. Spatial rifts, energy storms, and an increased presence of void devourers suggest that this ghost route is not a benign prospect. We currently face two choices, Chen Weigua addressed the assembly. We can either continue to develop in the novice area of Silent Star Sea, utilizing the newly upgraded scanning capabilities to safely and efficiently harvest resources, or venture into the new hunting ground, challenging higher risks for greater rewards. I advocate for caution. The safety minister was the first to express his opinion. We have just mastered arc reactor technology and need time to digest and absorb it. Our strength is in a rapid growth phase. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. Let us thoroughly explore the novice village first, and once our equipment is fully equipped, we can take on the new map. His words were sensible and echoed the sentiments of most present. Progress requires patience. The technological tree of human civilization has only just begun to sprout, necessitating a stable environment and time. However, Academician Wang shook his head. I disagree, he stated solemnly. We are running out of time. Out of time? What do you mean? The assembly looked at him in confusion. Academician Wang's gaze swept across each individual present, finally resting on Lin Yuan. Shaolin, do you remember when you first conducted a salvage operation? What did you activate the system while cutting into? Lin Yuan paused, recalling. The bottom of an abandoned pressure vessel from an old factory. Precisely. Academician Wang nodded and then retrieved a document, projecting it onto the screen. This is the highest level investigation we conducted afterward on that vessel's bottom. We discovered that it was not of domestic origin at all. Its material composition, though far inferior to that of Oracle-level armor, surpasses the existing standards on Earth. We traced its origin and discovered it came from a meteorite that fell into the uninhabited regions of our northwest 30 years ago. That was not merely a meteorite. Academician Wang's tone grew exceedingly grave. It was an extraterrestrial civilization's reconnaissance probe. Prior to its descent, it transmitted a distress or positional signal back to its home planet. After decrypting the database of the Oracle civilization and comparing the format of that signal, we found it to be an exceedingly authoritative and universally recognized distress signal, marked with coordinates. Its implication was clear. There exists a habitable planet, yet we are beset by an unknown malfunction. Please expedite assistance or cleanup. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. A chill coursed through everyone, rising from their feet to the crown of their heads. Academician Wang, do you mean to say that Chen Weigua's voice was somewhat hoarse? Our coordinates have been exposed for 30 years. Academician Wang looked at everyone, enunciating each word with gravity. We are utterly oblivious to the distance between the civilization that emitted the signal and us, as well as their velocity of travel. They may never arrive, or they may appear on the far side of the moon tomorrow. We do not have the luxury of time to develop slowly. We must act swiftly and employ every possible means to acquire the power necessary for self-preservation before their arrival. Therefore, I propose we immediately enter Area 002, the Phantom Route. We require more advanced technology. We need greater strength. We are in need of a gamble. Chapter 21. Time is not on our side. Academician Wang's remark that our coordinates had been exposed 30 years prior struck the hearts of everyone in the conference room like a colossal boulder weighing tens of thousands of tons. The atmosphere, once charged with excitement over the drone upgrades, instantaneously froze. Silence. An audible silence, as palpable as a pin dropping. All eyes widened as they gazed at the investigative report concerning the meteorite, feeling a cold shiver ascend their spines, rendering their scalps numb. Academician Wang, What do you mean by this? The question came from the Minister of Security, a resolute military man who had previously advocated for caution. At this moment, his voice quivered with a tremor he himself had not realized. It means precisely what it states. Academician Wang's expression was profoundly serious as he pointed to the decoded signal format displayed on the screen. We found a corresponding template for this signal in the database of the Oracle civilization. It is an ancient protocol. Nearly all interstellar civilizations utilize this universal distress signal. Its format is public, akin to Morse code at sea. Its content is straightforward. The first half contains the identification code of the civilization and the perilous situation, while the latter half provides the coordinates of the location of the distress. The coordinates of our Earth were broadcast 30 years ago. A collective gasp resonated throughout the conference room. Then those who emitted the signal. Who are they? How far are they from us? The Minister of Intelligence Analysis inquired eagerly. Academician Wang shook his head, a hint of bitterness etched on his face. I do not know. The probe was severely damaged upon its descent, and the information we can extract is exceedingly limited. The only certainty is that their technological prowess far surpasses our own. While it may not be as exaggerated as that of the oracular civilization, it is undoubtedly beyond our current capabilities. A young physicist murmured in a daze, contemplating that if their travel velocity could reach sublight speed, even at 1/10 the speed of light, 30 years would suffice to traverse a distance of 3 light years. This figure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. 3 light years might seem insignificant on a cosmic scale. Yet for a terrestrial civilization that has yet to fully venture beyond the solar system, it represents an unimaginably vast distance and signifies an insurmountable technological chasm. The critical question arose, as Chun Weigua's voice, steady as a mountain, shattered the suffocating silence. We do not know whether they come in goodwill or malice. What does the last phrase of the distress signal, come to our aid, or cleanse, truly mean? Academician Wang took the floor. In the sociological model of interstellar civilizations, this is a common practice. When an exploratory team from one civilization encounters peril within the domain of a lower civilization, they simultaneously issue 2 directives. The request for rescue is directed to the mother fleet, while the instruction to cleanse is sent to the nearest allied or contracted civilization. Cleanse what? Lin Yuan could not help but inquire. To eradicate the lower civilization that discovered their crash, Academician Wang replied, enunciating each word deliberately to prevent their technology from leaking. To avert the possibility of that lower civilization rising by utilizing their technology and becoming a future threat. The simplest and most definitive solution is to physically obliterate that civilization in its nascent stage. Lin Yuan could not restrain himself from uttering a curse. It was simply too dark. It was akin to the cosmic version of the dark forest theory. Here he was, laboring to establish a scrapyard, only to inadvertently trigger a catastrophic event, thinking he had stumbled upon fortune, when in fact a gaping abyss capable of annihilating the entire Earth lurked behind it. He felt his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Previously, he had thought being confined in this underground base was a loss of freedom. But now it appeared that this was no gilded cage. It was, in fact, the safest ark on Earth. The outside world could erupt into a sea of flames at any moment. Therefore, we now face a dire situation. Chun Weigua surveyed the room, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. Above us hangs a sword whose fall we cannot predict. We can no longer afford to progress methodically. We must take a gamble. His gaze swept across the face of the safety minister, who advocated for caution, then turned to the other experts still in hesitation. I concur with Academician Wang's assessment. We must immediately enter Area 002, the Phantom Route. We require more advanced technology. We need more formidable weaponry. We must acquire the power to refuse in the shortest possible time. However, Director, the safety minister could not help but rise, voicing his concern. The risks are far too great. Comrade Lin Yuan's safety is paramount. Should any misfortune befall him on the Phantom Route, we would lose our final trump card. I firmly believe we ought to first scour the novice area, employing our newly upgraded scanning capabilities to retrieve everything that can be salvaged. Once our Southern Gates initiative has gained sufficient momentum, we can then contemplate venturing into new territories. Wait, can we afford to wait? Academician Wang retorted passionately, asserting that even with the utmost speed, the Southern Gates initiative would require 5 years. In 5 years, that alien fleet could traverse to and fro several times. We are racing against death itself. A single misstep could lead us to an inevitable demise. If we allow ourselves to be cornered, we shall lose all opportunity for revival. This is far too perilous. We cannot place all our eggs in one basket. Without risk, we can only await our fate, praying that our adversaries are pacifists. What do you think the likelihood of that is? The conference room descended into chaos once more. This time, The crux of the debate shifted from technical pathways to the overarching survival strategy of our civilization. Should we opt for a cautious, methodical approach, potentially missing our last window of opportunity? Or should we choose a daring gamble, risking everything for a future that, albeit uncertain, brims with hope? This is an excruciatingly difficult choice. Ultimately, all eyes converged upon Chen Weiguo and Lin Yuan. One is the highest decision-maker of this project, and the other, its sole executor. Chen Weiguo remained silent, merely observing Lin Yuan with quiet intensity. Lin Yuan felt the weight of every gaze upon him, a mixture of anticipation, concern, and doubt pressing heavily on his shoulders. His mind was a tumult of confusion. To go, or not to go? The dangers of the phantom route are moderate. Spatial fissures and energy storms sound formidable indeed. Not to mention, the frequency of Void Eater appearances is alarmingly high. Last time in the novice area, he nearly met his end. Venturing into a more perilous domain seemed akin to willingly placing his head into a noose. Yet to refrain? The thought of an alien spacecraft having crashed at his doorstep 30 years ago, transmitting coordinates, unsettled him. It felt akin to discovering that a murderer had scouted your neighborhood decades prior, even mapping it out, potentially lurking nearby. Could one remain comfortably at home under such circumstances? There is no escape. The entire Earth is home. The only recourse is to arm oneself to the teeth before the murderer arrives. Forget mere kitchen knives. One must secure machine guns and rocket launchers. With this realization, clarity dawned upon him. Though the phantom route is fraught with danger, it resembles an armory. Civilian technology, habitation modules, cargo bays. While these may not seem as formidable as warships, as academician Wang suggested, these technologies are far more amenable to absorption and transformation by Earth. Perhaps salvaging a food synthesis machine could alleviate the nation's agricultural woes, allowing for a greater allocation of resources to military endeavors. Securing a medical kit might extend the lifespans of scientists, enabling them to contribute to the nation for decades longer. This constitutes tangible combat capability. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, meeting the gaze of everyone present, and gradually stood up. I will do it. His voice, though not loud, resonated with unwavering determination. Academician Wang was correct. Time was of the essence. Waiting idly at home was not in my nature. I am but a scavenger, and my life has always been governed by the philosophy of seizing opportunities, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Now, if we do not take risks, we may lose even the bicycle. He turned to Chen Weiguo, his eyes no longer filled with trepidation, but rather a fierce resolve born from desperation. Commander, issue the orders. When do we depart? I am ready at any moment. Observing the spark in Lin Yuan's eyes, Chen Weiguo nodded in satisfaction. He had not misjudged this individual. The young man emerging from the scrapyard possessed an indomitable spirit and a tenacious will to fight, qualities that were precisely what they needed at this moment. Excellent, Chen Weiguo exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table as he rose to survey the room. Orders. In the conference room, everyone instinctively straightened their posture. The scavenger project is now in a state of wartime readiness. All departments and personnel are to cancel all leave and remain on standby 24 hours a day. Intelligence Analysis Department, based on the known information of the ghost route, formulate at least 3 salvage plans within 24 hours. Quantify and assess all potential risks we may encounter. Technical Support Department, upgrade the deep-sea neural interaction system once more. I must ensure Comrade Lin Yuan's absolute safety during the connection process. Logistics Support Department, from now on, monitor Comrade Lin Yuan's physical and psychological conditions on an hourly basis. Ensure he is in optimal condition for the next command. All departments, mobilize fully for the next salvage operation. This time, we are not embarking on an adventure. We are going to war. We are fighting a battle for the survival of our entire civilization, a battle we cannot afford to lose. Chen Weiguo's voice echoed in the conference room, resounding with authority. Target Area 002, the Ghost Route. Chapter 22, the operational meeting on the Ghost Route with the issuance of orders. The vast and intricate machinery of the nation began to operate at high speed around the new objective of the Ghost Route. The atmosphere was markedly different from before. Whereas the previous salvage missions had been imbued with a sense of excitement and curiosity about exploring the unknown and uncovering treasures, this time, a heavy gravity weighed on every face present. The coordinates exposed 30 years ago loomed like a sword of Damocles above each individual. Time had become the most precious resource and the greatest adversary. Once again, Lin Yuan found himself at the center of attention within the entire base, yet this time, he was no longer merely a mascot on display. He was genuinely regarded as the ace pilot preparing for deployment. He was required to participate in every operational meeting. The conference room adjacent to the connection chamber had transformed into a 24-hour illuminated command center. According to the information provided by the system, the first key element of the ghost route was the remnants of ancient civilization migration pathways. The Minister of the Intelligence Analysis Department stood before a vast holographic star map. Reporting to the Corps members present, the map revealed a nebulous river composed of countless light points, cutting through a dark expanse of stars. The migration indicated that this was a civilian route rather than a military one. Hence, Academician Wan's assessment was accurate. The likelihood of encountering high-value military technology in this area was quite low, while the chances of discovering intact civilian facilities were exceedingly high. The second key term was failed jump. The minister's finger traced the dense clusters of light points on the star map. We speculate that the civilization along this route encountered a catastrophic, unified disaster during a large-scale migration, resulting in the disintegration of their fleet during the jump, thus forming the debris field we currently observe. Could it be the Void Devourers? Lin Yuan could not help but inquire. The possibility is quite substantial, the minister nodded. Yet other explanations could also exist. For instance, the third key terms, spatial rifts and energy storms. He marked several regions emitting a dangerous red glow on the star map. These are natural spatial hazards as described by the system. Spatial rifts, understood as unstable micro-wormholes, could potentially ensnare anyone who approaches too closely, or tear them apart with formidable tidal forces. Energy storms might be eruptions of high-energy particle streams, capable of annihilating any unprotected vessel. Although your Scavenger No. 2 has been upgraded, it lacks any defensive systems. Therefore, during the operation, it is imperative to strictly avoid these red zones. Lin Yuan gazed at the intricate star map, a sense of trepidation settling in his mind. This cursed place is akin to a minefield. Pits abound. However, the good news is, the minister's tone shifted, revealing a hint of a smile. Your Scavenger No. 2 has afforded us an unprecedented advantage. He brought up the new feature list of the drone. Wide area scanning and danger warning. These two functionalities are tailor-made for the ghost route. With wide area scanning, we can preemptively create a thermal map of a safe zone, identifying debris areas with stable energy responses, far removed from spatial hazards. Furthermore, the danger warning feature will grant us a precious alert window to respond to the potential emergence of Void Devourers. Our intelligence analysis department has worked through the night to devise 3 preliminary salvage plans for you. The minister switched the screen, revealing 3 differently colored routes on the star map. Plan A, peripheral exploration. We will operate only at the outermost edges of the ghost route, where the debris density is lowest and the space is the most stable, minimizing the probability of encountering danger. However, this also results in the lowest likelihood of discovering high-value items. This is the most prudent plan. Plan B, focused assault. Based on the results of the wide area scanning, we will directly target what appears to be the highest value and strongest energy response, then chart the shortest course to dash toward the target, retrieve the items, and flee. This plan promises the highest potential rewards but bears the greatest risks, as high energy responses may also attract the Void Devourers. Plan C, area clearance. We have chosen a relatively secure central area for you to conduct a thorough scan and retrieval operation. We shall not clear this area nor delve deeper. This plan, while the most time-consuming, maximizes resource utilization and allows us to establish the most comprehensive database possible. Each of the 3 proposed plans has its advantages and disadvantages. In the conference room, the discussion resumed among the group. I choose Plan A, stated the Minister of Security without hesitation. As we enter the new map for the first time, we must proceed with caution. Our understanding of the Phantom route remains superficial, confined to paper. We must first gauge its temperament. I disagree, countered an engineer from the technical department. Plan A is overly cautious. We do not have the luxury of time for such gradual exploration. I propose Plan B, fortune favors the bold. What we need most is technology that can be swiftly converted into combat capability. Plan B is too much of a gamble. What if that high-energy target is a trap? What if a Void Devourer is lurking nearby? Thus, I assert that Plan C is the most appropriate. Lin Yuan did not engage in their debate. He merely gazed at the star map, envisioning himself piloting a drone into the unknown territory. He was someone who preferred to retain control in his hands. All 3 plans were commendable, the result of the experts' thoughtful deliberation. Yet, they shared a common flaw. They were based on assumptions. The battlefield is ever-changing, and no plan, no matter how flawless, can keep pace with such volatility. I have an idea. Lin Yuan's voice brought instant silence to the bustling conference room. All eyes turned toward him. After the previous discussion regarding upgrade directions, none dared to underestimate the intuition and strategic vision of this scrapyard owner. I believe these 3 plans can be integrated, Lin Yuan remarked, pointing at the star map. How can they be combined? Chen Weiguo inquired. We will first enter according to Plan A, flying a circuit around the outermost secure zone to acclimate myself to the new environment and test the performance of Scavenger 2. Subsequently, I will conduct the initial wide area scan. The results of this scan will serve to validate our hypotheses about this region. If the scan results align with our expectations, we will then implement Plan C, seeking an area that appears to be resource-rich yet relatively secure to begin our sweep. During the sweeping process, if we encounter a target of immense value, akin to the data core from last time, we will immediately switch to Plan B and devise a rapid strike plan. Lin Yuan paused, summarizing, in essence, we will enter using Plan A, adopt Plan C as our standard approach, and reserve Plan B for exceptional circumstances. We shall not preset our targets. We will allow the battlefield itself to guide our strategy. His words left the experts present momentarily speechless. They had spent considerable time designing various complex models and contingency plans. Yet Lin Yuan, with just a few phrases, seamlessly intertwined all the proposals into a more flexible and actionable combat strategy. This approach brimmed with a certain pragmatic wisdom, unorthodox, not reckless, adaptable to change. Excellent, exclaimed Academician Wang, the first to applaud. This strategy is commendable. This is the true mindset of a scavenger. We cannot merely sit in the command room and engage in theoretical discussions. We must trust the judgment of those on the front lines. A look of approval emerged on Chen Weiguo's face. Lin Yuan's growth exceeded his expectations. Not only does he possess courage, but he also has intellect. Let us proceed according to Comrade Lin Yuan's line of thought. Chen Weiguo ultimately made the decision. All departments are to refine the action details immediately based on this approach. The technical support department is to conduct a final round of pressure testing on the Panga system and the deep submersible neural interaction system to ensure absolute reliability. Yes. As the meeting concluded, Lin Yuan was escorted by Li Na to his dedicated connection room. In the center of the room, the silver cockpit chair had undergone further modifications. The surrounding mechanical arms were more numerous and intricate, and the headrest of the chair was equipped with a brand new device resembling a helmet. This was the latest neural signal buffering module. Li Na explained that it could filter out over 90% of redundant mental impacts. In other words, even if the drone were to suffer a fatal blow akin to the previous incident, the mental backlash relayed to his brain would feel no more than a mere prick. Lin Yuan touched the sleek helmet, feeling a surge of reassurance. This device was his greatest confidence in daring to risk his life on the Phantom route. Additionally, Li Na handed him a form-fitting, black combat suit, which was a biological monitoring suit capable of real-time tracking of every subtle change in his body. Once donned, the medical team would have a better grasp of his condition. Lin Yuan accepted the combat suit, its texture smooth and cool to the touch, infused with a sense of advanced technology. As he gazed at everything before him, witnessing the entire national apparatus operating at high speed for his sake, an indescribable sense of pride surged within him. Damn it, it was worth it, he thought, living like this. Even if he were to perish tomorrow in that desolate cosmic graveyard, he would consider it a life well lived. Rest assured, Li Na. He turned to Li Na with a smile, revealing a row of white teeth. This time, I shall bring back an even greater treasure for you. Chapter 23. Initial exploration of the Phantom route. Comrade Lin Yuan, are you ready? Chen Weiguo's steady voice resonated in his earpiece. Lin Yuan sat in the silver cockpit, clad in the form-fitting biological monitoring suit, as the sleek helmet gradually descended, enveloping his head. Reporting to the chief, I am ready for departure at any time. His voice was transmitted clearly and calmly through the helmet's microphone. After several months of recuperation and study, he was no longer the nervous scrapyard owner whose palms would sweat during his initial connection. Now, he was the only special liaison officer for the Scavenger project. Understood. All units, take note. Operation codename. Set sail, commences now. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, expelling all distractions from his mind, his spirit focused intensely. 3, 2, 1. Connect. A familiar sense of detachment washed over him once more, yet this time, the sensation was entirely different. There was no vertigo, no nausea. His consciousness ascended as if aboard a silent, high-speed elevator, instantly elevated to an entirely new dimension. When he opened his eyes once more, the sight before him elicited a sharp intake of breath. Here lay the ghost route. Unlike the pure, lifeless darkness of the Silent Star Sea, this was a chaotic yet bustling cosmic wreckage. Countless colossal and shattered hulls sprawled like a frozen river, meandering towards the unknown horizon. The design of these remnants was starkly different from that of the aggressive Oracle-class raider encountered previously. Most bore smooth contours and grand observation windows, clearly indicative of civilian vessels. Some hulls displayed immense, ragged gashes, as if gnawed upon by some invisible behemoth. Others appeared as if instantaneously melted by intense heat, solidifying into bizarre shapes. Amidst these ruins, more perilous entities were interspersed. In the distance, a vast, aurora-like curtain of radiant light drifted languidly, an energy storm. It appeared beautiful. Yet Lin Yuan understood that should he be ensnared within, his fragile drone would scarcely endure a heartbeat. Elsewhere, the fabric of space exhibited an unnatural distortion. Resembling shattered glass, these were the spatial rifts. Silent yet deadlier than any overt adversary, they posed an insidious threat. This place offers quite the view. Albeit at a cost to one's life, Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Comrade Lin Yuan, how do you fare? What is the status of Scavenger number 2? The voice of Academician Wang from the command center bore an edge of tension. Feeling well, Academician Wang. The drone is functioning optimally, with an energy reserve of 2,000 points. Fully charged. As Lin Yuan replied, he deftly maneuvered Scavenger number 2 amidst the colossal debris, executing various agile maneuvers. The upgraded drone exhibited remarkable agility compared to its predecessor, with a significantly faster engine response. On the massive screen in the command center, a 3D representation, simulated through Lin Yuan's brainwave signals, though still somewhat blurred, vividly showcased the spectacular yet treacherous panorama of the ghost route. The scientists present were entranced. Incredible. Is this truly the graveyard of a fleet from an advanced civilization? Observe the design of those hulls. Their aesthetic diverges entirely from ours, emphasizing aerodynamics and harmony with the surroundings. Be sure to document the parameters of those spatial rifts. They hold immeasurable value for our studies in spatial physics. Chen Weiguo, however, paid no heed to the excited scientists. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Yuan's vital signs. Comrade Lin Yuan, according to Plan A, commence the perimeter exploration. Exercise caution, safety is paramount. Understood. Lin Yuan acknowledged, piloting the drone along the designated Route A. Commencing a slow flight in the outermost region of the ghost route, he resembled a cautious player newly entered into an unexplored map, attentively observing his surroundings while familiarizing himself with his newly acquired abilities. He attempted to approach a seemingly smaller shipwreck. Scanning. Target. Dawn-class medium cargo ship. Wreckage. Energy response. Extremely low. Structural integrity. Low. Analysis. The vessel disintegrated during a jump. The cargo hold is fully exposed, and no valuable items have been discovered. Indeed, merely scraps. Lin Yuan scoffed. He continued his flight forward. This peripheral zone resembled the outskirts of a city, littered with debris and remnants of buildings. Occasionally, larger ship hulls could be seen, all stripped bare and entirely hollow. It appears that the treasures lie deeper within. Lin Yuan mused. Comrade Lin Yuan, please test the wide area scanning function, came the voice of Academician Wang. Understood. Lin Yuan halted the drone, activated the system interface, and selected the new feature. Wide area scan. Please select scan sector and depth. A radar-like sector scanning frame emerged in his view. Academician Wang, how should I select this? Set the sector angle to 30 degrees and the depth to 10 astronomical units for now. This is the optimal balance point we calculated for energy consumption and scanning efficiency. Received. Lin Yuan configured the parameters as instructed and proceeded to confirm the scan. Commencing wide area scan. Energy consumption, 100 points. A hum resonated as an invisible, imperceptible wave emanated from Scavenger 2, swiftly sweeping across the vast star field ahead. In the next moment, Lin Yuan's view was enveloped by an entirely new image. It was a colossal, three-dimensional thermal map. On this map, all objects within the sector were marked in varying colors according to the intensity of their energy responses. The majority of the wreckage appeared in a cold, blue hue, signifying their lack of value. A few larger remnants displayed a faint green. Amidst these blue and green points, some exceedingly dangerous red spots, representing high-energy reactions, dotted the map. These indicated spatial rifts and energy storms. Furthermore, the entire area was terrifyingly pristine. No orange or gold points, which would signify high value, were found. More importantly, there were no moving black shadows, indicative of void devourers. The scan results have been synchronized with the command center. Data is currently being analyzed. It's so clear. It's as if we've activated a full map cheat. The experts in the intelligence analysis department at the command center were rendered speechless with excitement as they gazed at the crisp thermal map. With this image, they could meticulously plan a route to the treasure as precisely as performing surgery, simultaneously avoiding all danger zones. Lin Yuan, splendid work. Academician Wang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Now, we are no longer blind. We have eyes. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with exhilaration. He understood that from this moment forth, Scavenging would transform from a perilous gamble into a discipline that could be calculated and meticulously planned. Academician Wang, the scan results are in. The peripheral area indeed holds no treasures. Shall we venture further in? Lin Yuan tentatively inquired. He was somewhat impatient, eager to uncover the treasures hidden within the depths of this ghostly shipping lane. In the command center, after a brief yet efficient discussion, Chen Wei was swiftly made a decision. Approved. According to Plan C, advance towards the 002 Gamma region. The density of wreckage there is moderate, and based on the scanning results, no high-risk spatial anomalies have been detected. Received. Lin Yuan, invigorated, maneuvered the Scavenger 2, altering its course towards the area marked as Gamma on the thermal map, accelerating forthwith. The drone deftly navigated through the myriad of colossal wreckage. What once appeared as an enigmatic darkness was now elucidated under the guidance of broad-spectrum scanning. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived in the Gamma region. The wreckage here was significantly larger and more intact than that in the peripheral areas. He even spotted a sightseeing cruise ship, almost retaining its original form, resembling a city garden. Although the vast dome was shattered, it was still possible to see the withered trees and collapsed pavilions floating within. Initiate another broad-spectrum scan. Depth set to 5 astronomical units. Yes. Lin Yuan activated the scan once more. This time, the results of the thermal map caused every breath to catch in anticipation. Less than 1 astronomical unit away, a bright point radiating an alluring orange glow appeared prominently on the thermal map. Its luminosity surpassed that of all the surrounding green glows combined by several magnitudes. High energy response. High value target detected. Coordinates locked. Preliminary analysis underway. The target is massive, and its structure is relatively intact, resembling an enormous oceanic freighter. A freighter? Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with Academician Wang, both recognizing in each other's eyes the same 4 words. We've hit the jackpot. Chapter 24, These Old Six. What a dirty game. An ultra-large oceanic freighter. The Minister of Intelligence Analysis gazed at the dazzling orange point on the screen, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Based on the intensity of the energy response and the estimated volume, this freighter's tonnage is at least 50 times that of a Dawn-class cargo vessel. Moreover, its structure is relatively intact, suggesting that its cargo hold may still be sealed. This conjecture ignited an immediate fervor within the command center. A sealed cargo hold. On a colossal freighter laden with materials from an alien civilization, what does a sealed cargo hold signify? It could mean an entire hold filled with rare materials unheard of on Earth. It could harbor an entire hold of cutting-edge technological devices that transcend the current era. It may even contain an entire hold of well-preserved extraterrestrial biological specimens. Whichever it may be, for the nascent Earth civilization, it represents an immeasurable fortune. This is simply a super treasure chest, an exuberant young researcher exclaimed. Immediately switched to Plan B. The engineers from the technical department promptly proposed charting the shortest route to seize it. We must secure it. No, that would be too risky. The Minister of Security immediately doused the excitement with a cold reality check. Have you forgotten the theory that the scent of blood attracts sharks? Such a strong energy response is akin to igniting a 10,000-watt spotlight in the darkness. There must be danger lurking nearby. His concerns momentarily tempered the enthusiasm of the crowd. Indeed, based on prior experiences, high-value items often come with high risks. Comrade Lin Yuan utilized the energy marking function to lock onto that target. Then, employ the danger warning system to monitor the surrounding area closely. Chen Wei calmly issued the command. Received. Lin Yuan promptly activated the energy marking function on the system interface. Focusing on the orange light point. Target marked. Unknown model super-large freighter. High energy response. A prominent orange crosshair appeared over the light point, pulsating in Lin Yuan's field of vision. Subsequently, he adjusted the monitoring range of the danger warning system to encompass a spherical area with a radius of 1 astronomical unit centered on the freighter. Having completed this, everyone held their breath, intently staring at the screen. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The warning system remained silent. On the thermal map, apart from the enticing orange light point and a few scattered blue points representing space debris, there were no anomalies. No spatial rifts, no energy storms, and certainly no ominous black shadows signifying death. Was everything normal? Could it be that we were simply fortunate? That no monsters had spawned beside this treasure chest? Impossible. The unusual must surely hint at deception. The command center split into 2 factions once more. One side believed it was an unprecedented opportunity that must be seized immediately, while the other contended that the situation was too abnormal and likely a trap. Lin Yuan, what is your perspective? Chen Wei once again posed the question to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan remained silent, manipulating Scavenger number 2 to scan the area from several different angles, conducting 2 additional wide-area scans. The results of all 3 scans were identical. It was eerily safe, too tranquil for comfort. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. His instincts, honed from years as a scrapyard owner, warned him that one does not stumble upon such fortune. Even if fortune were to fall, it would not be of this magnitude. A pristine superfreighter stood boldly in view, with not a semblance of danger nearby. It defied logic. I sense something amiss, Lin Yuan slowly articulated. It's too clean. Clean? Academician Wang paused, puzzled. What do you mean? Look here. Lin Yuan directed their attention on the holographic star map, pointing to the area surrounding the freighter. In other regions, there were at least some remnants of small spacecraft, those blue points on the thermal map. Yet, within a radius of 1 astronomical unit around the freighter, there was virtually nothing, as if it had been vacuumed. With Lin Yuan's observation, everyone recognized this detail they had previously overlooked. That area was indeed utterly barren. What did this imply? An enigmatic force has consumed all the refuse in this region. Lin Yuan's voice carried a hint of dryness. His words sent a chill through the hearts of all present. What could devour the remnants of a spacecraft, if not the void devourer? Yet, why had the warning system not issued an alert? The Minister of Intelligence Analysis raised a question. Shouldn't the danger alert be capable of detecting the presence of the void devourer beforehand? Perhaps it is not there at present. It might merely consider that location its dining hall, feasting until sated, only to return at any moment, Lin Yuan speculated. There exists another possibility. The Minister of Technical Assurance gravely suggested a more terrifying hypothesis. Perhaps the void devourer has concealed itself in a manner beyond our comprehension. For instance, it could have merged with that cargo ship. This conjecture sent shivers down everyone's spines. If that vessel, resembling a treasure chest, was, in fact, a decoy crafted by the void devourer, then sending Lin Yuan there would be tantamount to offering a morsel directly into the jaws of a crocodile. We cannot go. Absolutely not. The Minister of Safety declared with resolute certainty. The risk level has surpassed our tolerable limits. I propose we abandon this target immediately and seek an alternative. This time, no one dared to counter his assertion. All were gripped by the dread of that horrific hypothesis. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan remained fixated on the orange light, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Abandon? To relinquish a supercargo ship, potentially brimming with treasures, so close at hand? He was unwilling to concede. His innate propensity for risk flared up once more. I believe we can probe further, Lin Yuan suddenly interjected. How shall we probe? Academician Wang inquired. Do we not possess numerous arc reactors? Each one can provide 500 units of energy. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Lin Yuan's eyes. When the system absorbs energy, does it not produce energy fluctuations? Indeed. Academician Wang instantly grasped the idea, his eyes brightening. You intend to hurl a bomb to lure it out? Precisely, Lin Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I need not approach directly. I can command the system to absorb the energy of an arc reactor from a safe distance. If the void devourer is indeed concealed there, such a substantial energy fluctuation will surely elicit a reaction. Conversely, if it remains unresponsive, it would indicate that there is likely no real danger, merely our own fears haunting us. This proposal illuminated the minds of all present. Utilizing an arc reactor as bait to test an unknown peril, though the cost is considerable, it is entirely justifiable when weighed against Lin Yuan's safety and the potential value of that supercargo ship. Excellent plan, Chen Weiguo decisively proclaimed. Let us proceed with it. Logistics team, prepare an arc reactor at once and deliver it to the manifestation platform. Understood. Soon. A sphere radiating a blue luminescence was carefully set upon the manifestation platform beside Lin Yuan by a mechanical arm. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, maneuvering the Scavenger No. 2 to retreat to a safe distance of 5 astronomical units from the pristine area. This distance would afford him ample time to react and escape, even if the void devourer was indeed lured out. I am prepared, Lin Yuan murmured. Let us commence. Chen Weiguo's voice trembled slightly with tension. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and issued a command to the system within his mind. System, absorb the energy from this arc reactor. High-purity energy source detected. Commence absorption? Yes. In the next instant, the blue sphere beside Lin Yuan radiated an intense brilliance. A colossal, pure energy began to be voraciously consumed by the system. Simultaneously, in the cosmic graveyard where Scavenger number 2 was situated, the sudden influx of energy triggered a violent ripple in the surrounding space. This ripple spread outward swiftly, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Everyone fixated on the danger warning system and the thermal map. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as the energy absorption reached its midpoint, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Beep, beep, beep. The jarring, Urgent alarm blared throughout the command center. Danger warning. Danger warning. Behind the target cargo ship, spatial anomalies are rapidly forming. The intelligence analysis minister pointed at the screen, his voice tremulous. On the thermal map, a previously vacant point behind the orange cargo ship suddenly manifested a minuscule, black vortex. The vortex expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. A terrifying, pure aura emanated from it, signifying devouring and annihilation, far more dreadful than any previous encounters. It was here, the Void Devourer. It truly lay concealed there. We have drawn it out. The command center erupted into chaos. A wave of dread washed over everyone. If they had recklessly charged forward a moment ago, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Yuan too broke into a cold sweat. He gazed at the ever-enlarging black vortex, a singular thought racing through his mind. Damn it. These old hands play dirty. Chapter 25. The trap, it has emerged. We have truly lured it out. In the command center, Academician Wang stared at the expanding black vortex on the screen, his expression a mix of fear and exhilaration. The fear stemmed from their near misstep into a deadly trap, while the exhilaration arose from Lin Yuan's successful strategy. For the first time, they had confirmed its existence and location without direct contact with the Void Devourer. Quick! Record all data. Academician Wang bellowed to his assistants. Energy fluctuations, spatial parameters, formation process. Miss nothing. This is our first clear observation of the Void Devourer's emergence. The scientists scrambled to operate their equipment, while Lin Yuan deftly maneuvered Scavenger number 2 to stealthily retreat another 2 astronomical units. In jest, he remarked that the entity was indeed a Void Devourer, and no distance could be deemed sufficient. He gazed at the black vortex, which swiftly expanded from a mere point into a maw large enough to engulf a small spacecraft. Its shape was not fixed, resembling a living, writhing mass of darkness. The very fabric of space around it warped unnaturally, bending light as it approached. Then, the dark mass began to move slowly. Its target was not the direction where Lin Yuan stood, but rather the colossal cargo ship that had served as bait for the treasure. Before the astonished eyes of everyone present, the black void, like a phantom, silently approached the immense ship. There was no collision, no explosion. The sturdy hull, forged from an unknown alloy, began to melt away without a sound upon contact with the darkness, akin to snow meeting a hot iron. A vast, smooth breach appeared in the ship's structure, which widened progressively. The gigantic cargo vessel, comparable in size to a small city, was gradually and conceptually erased under the onslaught of the Void Devourer. This scene was vividly rendered through simulation imagery for all at the command center. Everyone felt a chilling dread, their scalps prickling. What principle governed this? Was the law of conservation of mass rendered ineffective before it? A physicist murmured in a daze. It was not merely destroying matter. It was annihilating the very concept of material existence itself. Academician Wang's expression was graver than ever. This was a form of attack from a higher dimension that we could scarcely comprehend. Lin Yuan, witnessing the spectacle, was equally unnerved. He was now utterly convinced that his meager drone, no matter what defensive systems were installed, would be no more than paper against this entity. Even if it were covered entirely with that previous blackboard, engaging it directly was absolutely out of the question. The Void Devourer consumed the cargo ship with alarming speed. In a mere span of minutes, the behemoth vanished without a trace, leaving not even a fragment behind. After its feast, the dark shadow appeared unsatisfied. It circled in place, seemingly in search of its next target. Then, its gaze abruptly shifted toward Lin Yuan, the source of the earlier energy fluctuation. Though Lin Yuan had retreated to a considerable distance, the terror emanating from the apex predator, rooted deep within his soul, seized him instantly. Oh no, it's looking this way. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Alarm. The Void Devourer has locked onto our position. It is approaching at high speed. The command center erupted with the piercing sound of alarms once more. On the screen, the black point representing death trailed a long trajectory line, hurtling toward Lin Yuan with horrifying velocity. Return. Immediate return. Chen Weigua issued the command without hesitation. The objective this time was to probe, not to engage in battle. Having successfully lured out the enemy and discerned the trap, there was no necessity to linger in confrontation. Acknowledged. Lin Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, silently commanded in his mind. Return to base. Return procedure initiating. Spatial localization requires 3 seconds. 3. The dark shadow loomed ever closer. Lin Yuan could even discern its twisted interior, as if countless anguished faces were wailing in torment. 2. A familiar pulling force emanated from behind. Although the distance was greater this time, the Void Devourer seemed to move faster than before. The drone's energy reserves began to drain rapidly once more. 19002000, 17502000, 15002000. Hold on. The neural signal buffering module has been activated. Comrade Lin Yuan's vital signs remain stable. No significant signs of mental backlash detected. In the command center, the voices of the technicians and medical team rose in a tense, yet orderly manner. Lin Yuan felt a slight sting in his head, akin to a mosquito bite, a far cry from the previous sensation of his head threatening to explode. This new helmet is remarkable, he thought to himself. 1. Return successful. Just as the shadow was about to make contact with the drone, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Lin Yuan's consciousness was instantly drawn back to the chair in the connection room. The helmet slowly lifted, revealing his face, pale yet brimming with excitement. He exhaled deeply, relieved to be back. After a brief silence, the command center erupted in a chorus of relieved cheers. We did it. We successfully extricated ourselves from the clutches of the Void Devourer. Well done, Comrade Lin Yuan. Chen Weigua and Academician Wang approached swiftly. How do you feel? Are you unwell? Chen Weigua asked with concern. Report, Commander, I feel splendid. Lin Yuan stood up from the chair, stretching his limbs. A minor ache pulsed in his head, akin to a gentle itch. Your equipment is extraordinary. His words elicited proud smiles from everyone in the technical support department. Excellent. Well done. Academician Wang clapped Lin Yuan's shoulder vigorously. You have accomplished a great feat. Not only have you cleared a deadly trap for us, but you have also brought back invaluable first-hand observational data about the Void Devourer. Based on the data we just analyzed, we have reached a preliminary conclusion. The intelligence analysis minister approached, his face reflecting the exhilaration of surviving a harrowing experience. The Void Devourer appears to lack a fixed form. It seems more like a manifestation of a spatial phenomenon. It likely lies dormant at certain special spatial nodes, awakening only when it senses sufficiently strong energy fluctuations. Our detonation of the arc reactor was akin to igniting a firecracker at its bedside, rousing it from slumber. This explanation enlightened Lin Yuan. So, as long as we do not create too much commotion, it will not emerge? Theoretically, yes. Or rather, as long as our energy fluctuations do not exceed a certain threshold, it will not be disturbed. The minister nodded, and the significance of this threshold is the key subject we shall explore next. That cargo ship likely found itself in its current predicament due to its docking location, precisely situated at a spatial node, thus becoming a nest and disguise for that Void Devourer. How insidious, Lin Yuan cursed under his breath. However, we have not emerged empty-handed, Professor Wang remarked with a smile. Although that grand treasure chest was a trap, during our analysis of the recent scanning data, we uncovered an intriguing target in another direction. He summoned the wide-range scanning thermal map, pointing to a faint green light, nearly engulfed by other blue points, located approximately 3 astronomical units away. Here, we have identified a wreckage exhibiting stable energy reactions, yet possessing a remarkably peculiar structure. He magnified the light point. A small spacecraft, seemingly dilapidated and only 1/3 the size of an ordinary cargo vessel, appeared on the screen. The ship bore an unremarkable shape, yet its hull was adorned with a striking emblem that Lin Yuan found somewhat familiar. It depicted 2 serpents entwined around a staff. Is that the hospital's emblem? Lin Yuan paused in astonishment. Indeed, Professor Wang's eyes sparkled with wisdom. We discovered a similar symbol within the database of the Oracle civilization. It represents life, healing, and knowledge, serving as a universal emblem for medical institutions across numerous interstellar civilizations. This is a medical ship, Professor Wang stated emphatically, gazing at Lin Yuan. We may have overlooked a treasure chest brimming with gold, yet we might now have stumbled upon a sanctuary capable of granting us all immortality. Chapter 26. The Ship of Immortality. The medical ship. Professor Wang's voice resonated throughout the command center, each word crackling with electricity, instantly captivating everyone present. We may have missed a treasure chest full of gold, yet we may have uncovered a temple that could bestow eternal life upon us all. Immortality? Lin Yuan's mind buzzed. He may not be particularly well educated, but the weight of those 2 words was not lost on him. Was it not Emperor Qin Shi Huang who went to such lengths to send Su Fu to the sea in search of this very thing? Yet he returned empty-handed. Now, a vessel promising immortality appeared before him. Professor Wang, are you jesting? Lin Yuan's throat felt parched, and as he swallowed, his voice trembled. Can this truly grant immortality? Not immortality. Professor Wang excitedly gestured, as several biologists and medical experts nearby surged toward the holographic projection, eager to press their faces against the image of that small medical ship. Theoretically, every living organism has a limit to its lifespan. However, Academician Wang took a deep breath. Striving to steady his voice, Yet the uncontrollable tremor betrayed the ecstasy within him. A civilization capable of interstellar travel must have developed medical technologies beyond our wildest imagination. Diseases such as cancer, AIDS, and heart ailments, which we deem incurable, might be as simple to them as treating a common cold. A venerable expert in genetics, with hair as white as snow, fixated on the emblem of the caduceus, murmuring to himself that they might have even conquered the greatest challenge of aging. Through genetic repair and cellular regeneration, they could potentially sustain a life form in its prime indefinitely. My heavens! Lin Yuan listened, dumbfounded. He thought of himself. Though presently supported by the state, free from worries of sustenance, he would inevitably age and die. How delightful it would be to remain in this youthful state of his 20s. He then pondered Academician Wang, Director Chun, and the venerable experts in the base who had devoted their lives to the nation. They are national treasures. If they could live another 50 or 100 years, what monumental contributions could they make? To what extent could they research the black technologies salvaged from the cosmic graveyard? The value of this humble vessel far surpassed that of the imposing super freighter seen earlier. The freighter merely served as a tool. While this medical ship was a means to empower humanity, it possessed the potential to fundamentally elevate the essence of an entire civilization. It must be acquired. At any cost. It must be secured. Academician Wang suddenly turned, his crimson eyes fixed on Chun Weiguo, the fervor in his gaze almost igniting flames. Not just him, within the command center. The expressions of all the seasoned experts mirrored that of Academician Wang. They had devoted their lives to the pursuit of scientific truth, their greatest regret being the scarcity of time. Now, a sanctuary that could grant them more time lay before them. Such temptation was irresistible. Chun Weiguo's face, too, reflected visible emotion for the first time. He understood better than anyone the implications of mastering such technology for a nation and a people. It meant that the most brilliant minds would never wither, and the most invaluable experiences would perpetually endure. The decision-makers and core researchers of a nation would enjoy an extraordinary stability and continuity. What an immense advantage that would be in the competition of civilizations. Calm down. Chun Weiguo commanded firmly, forcing himself and the agitated crowd to regain composure, reminding them not to forget the recent lesson. That freighter, which appeared to be a treasure chest, turned out to be a deadly trap. His words fell like a cold splash of water upon the heated heads of the assembly. Indeed, everyone regained their composure. The phantom route, this eerie place, reeked of the uncanny. A super treasure chest was merely bait for the void devourer. Now, could this seemingly more valuable sanctuary be yet another insidious trap? Intelligence Analysis Department. Chun Weiguo immediately commanded a comprehensive risk assessment at the highest level for the medical vessel and its surrounding area. I demand to know why it has appeared there. Are there any regions nearby that are similarly pristine? Are there any anomalous fluctuations in spatial parameters? Yes. The Intelligence Analysis Department swiftly sprang into action. Lin Yuan, regaining his composure from the excitement, gazed once more at the medical ship. It floated silently amidst a relatively dense field of wreckage, surrounded by debris from ordinary civilian vessels. From the thermal map, it emitted a faint, steady green glow, while the surrounding area was marked by cold blue points of light. Everything appeared remarkably normal. Yet, the more normal it seemed, the more Lin Yuan felt a sense of unease. This place is rather peculiar, he mused, stroking his chin as he spoke to the command center. What seems strange? Academician Wang inquired promptly. Observe. Lin Yuan replied as he maneuvered a drone to slowly circle the perimeter of the area, simultaneously drawing a circle on the star map. This medical vessel is situated in a depression. A depression? Indeed. Notice how the trajectories of the surrounding debris appear to be guided by some force, avoiding this area. It resembles a river, where water flows around a large boulder in its midst. This medical vessel is that boulder. Although Lin Yuan lacked a profound understanding of advanced physics, his years of collecting scrap had bestowed upon him an innate intuition regarding the arrangement and movement of various objects. The wreckage field struck him as unnaturally arranged. His observations immediately captured the attention of the physicists present. Quick, establish a fluid dynamics model. Input all the trajectories of the debris for simulation and calculation. Minutes later, a young doctoral researcher responsible for the calculations looked up, his face pale as he reported, Comrade Lin Yuan is correct. There exists a faint but indeed real gravitational anomaly in this area. All debris is being repelled by this anomaly. And that medical vessel is precisely stationed at the epicenter of the gravitational anomaly. A gravitational anomaly? Repelling all matter? A chill ran through everyone's heart. How reminiscent this sounded of the antithesis of the void devourer. While the void devourer consumes everything, this phenomenon repels all. Could this be the egg of the void devourer? A timid researcher speculated, trembling. This conjecture sent shivers down everyone's spine. Impossible. Academician Wang immediately refuted the notion. From the energy model, the void devourer is a pure negative energy conglomerate, characterized by entropy increase, consumption, and destruction. In contrast, this gravitational anomaly exhibits a characteristic of entropy decrease, representing order and stability. They are absolutely opposing forces. Opposing forces? Chen Weiguan narrowed his eyes. Academician Wang, are you suggesting that this location is not a trap, but rather the safest place within the entire phantom route? There is a possibility. Academician Wang's breath quickened, for the essence of the void devourer is chaos and consumption. It could never approach a region endowed with a stable repulsive field. The reason this medical vessel has remained so remarkably intact is likely due to its fortuitous incursion into this natural sanctuary. This deduction ignited a spark of hope among all present, akin to a bolt of lightning. If this truly is a safe zone, they could not only salvage the medical ship with ease, but also utilize it as a frontline supply station. Comrade Lin Yuan. Chen Weiguan's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. You must control the drone and gradually approach the edge of that gravitational anomaly. I wish to verify this hypothesis with my own eyes. Understood. Lin Yuan's heart raced, for he was about to experiment with his own life at stake. He meticulously maneuvered the Scavenger 2, inching closer to the medical vessel. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters. The drone successfully traversed the outer debris field and entered the hollowed area. At the moment the drone crossed an invisible boundary, a gentle yet irresistible force acted upon it. Warning, unknown force field interference detected. Drone control is slightly affected. It's responding. Lin Yuan reported immediately. There's a force pushing me. It's not overwhelming, but it's definitely there. Proceed. Academician Wang shouted. Lin Yuan increased the engine's power, braving that force as he continued towards the medical ship. The sensation was peculiar, akin to walking against the wind. The deeper he ventured, the stronger that force became. When he was less than 10 kilometers from the medical vessel, the drone's engines began to emit a strained hum. I can't go any further. Academician Wang. If we push on, the engine will overload. Lin Yuan reported. Good. Halt there. Now heed my command. Academician Wang's expression turned remarkably frenzied. Place the other arc reactor we brought onto the materialization platform. What? Lin Yuan was taken aback. You mean, indeed. A gambler's spark flickered in Academician Wang's eyes. I want to ignite another firecracker. I wish to see whether detonating energy within this safe zone will provoke the void devourer. Chapter 27. A bold gamble. Academician Wang. Have you lost your mind? The first to oppose his suggestion was the Minister of Security. We have just confirmed the activation mechanism of the void devourer. It is triggered by high-intensity energy fluctuations. To instigate another energy explosion within its safe zone is nothing short of provocation. What if that so-called repulsive field fails to contain it or incites its fury? The consequences would be catastrophic. I concur with the minister. The Minister of Technical Support also stepped forward. This is far too perilous. Our understanding of this repulsive field is virtually non-existent. We are oblivious to its strength and extent. Entrusting Comrade Lin Yuan's safety to an unverified theory amounts to gambling. In the command center, the flicker of hope that had just ignited was swiftly extinguished by a deluge of cold rationality. Indeed, Academician Wang's ideas were audacious, bordering on the insane. It was akin to knowing that a tiger slumbers within a cave, yet instead of circumventing the danger, one opts to approach the cave's mouth and set off a firecracker, wagering that the cave's entrance is sturdy enough to withstand the consequences. But what if it is not? That would be tantamount to willingly offering oneself as a sacrifice. Nevertheless, Academician Wang showed no signs of retreat. His face flushed, he addressed the assembly. Yes, I concede that this is a gamble. But do we possess the luxury of abstaining from risk at this juncture? He gestured toward the screen, displaying a top-secret document revealing coordinates from 30 years prior. The sword hanging over our heads could fall at any moment. We do not have the luxury of probing cautiously or verifying step by step. We must acquire the most critical intelligence in the shortest possible time. This repulsion field and this medical vessel represent our greatest hope. His gaze swept across every individual present. His voice strained with fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are scientists, yet we are also warriors. We fight for the survival of our entire civilization. In war, who is spared from casualties? Who does not take risks? If we remain timid and hesitant, we shall ultimately await our demise. His words rendered the room silent. Indeed, they were engaged in a battle, a conflict marked by an imbalance of information, one that could determine the fate of their civilization. Chen Weiguan had remained silent, observing the white medical vessel on the screen, his fingers drumming unconsciously on the table. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Yuan. Comrade Lin Yuan, what is your opinion? Once again, all eyes turned to the sole executor of this project. Lin Yuan felt his heart race. Deep down, he too believed Academician Wang's plan was reckless. How absurd it was. They had barely returned last time, and now they were contemplating an even greater risk. Yet, Wang's words hammered relentlessly in his mind, each syllable resounding. There is no time left. These 5 words loomed over him like a mountain, stifling his breath. He understood better than anyone that in that dark cosmic graveyard, devoid of national support, his modest cleverness and luck were utterly insignificant. What had enabled him to survive thus far? It was the backing of a cadre of esteemed scientists and the vast machinery of the state. Now, the chief engineer of this machinery, Academician Wang, deemed it necessary to take this risk. What right had he, as merely a pilot, to question such a decision? Moreover, deep down, he too was a gambler. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the resolute Academician Wang, then at the concerned Minister of Security, before finally meeting Chun Weigua's gaze. I support Academician Wang's decision. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, yet remarkably clear. Let us proceed. I trust Academician Wang's judgment. In this place, if it can repel all other entities, it undoubtedly has the capacity to repel the Void Devourer as well. Moreover, I am eager to ascertain just how secure this safe zone truly is. If we can indeed establish a safe haven here, my audacity in future salvage operations could be significantly bolstered, correct? He forced a smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, yet no one found it in themselves to laugh. Commander, issue the orders. It's merely a matter of igniting another firecracker. I assentee it. I was nearly blown to smithereens last time without fear. This time, with the repulsion field safeguarding us, what is there to fear? Lin Yuan's words served as a reassuring balm, decisively tipping the scales of uncertainty within the command center in favor of Academician Wang. Chun Weigua gazed at Lin Yuan, his eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions, admiration, relief, and a hint of reluctance. He understood that once again, he had propelled this young man to the precipice of peril. Very well. Chun Weigua abruptly rose, his voice imbued with resolute determination. We shall proceed according to Academician Wang's plan. Operation codename, Serpent Staff. The Serpent Staff, named after the emblem of the twin serpents on the medical ship, symbolized both the immense risk involved in this endeavor and the glimmer of hope for rebirth. Logistics team, promptly deliver the spare arc reactor to the materialization platform. Technical support department, maximize the power of the neural signal buffering module. Connect all backup energy sources. I do not care what methods you employ. I must ensure Comrade Lin Yuan's consciousness suffers no further harm. Intelligence Analysis Department. Establish a comprehensive surveillance model centered on the medical ship. Once the Void Devourer manifests, I demand to receive its every movement within 001 seconds. Medical team. Prepare all rescue equipment for immediate deployment. A series of commands poured forth from Chun Weigua. The entire base once again revolved around Lin Yuan, this singular fulcrum, as they began to exert a fervent effort. On the materialization platform beside Lin Yuan, a second arc reactor, radiating a blue luminescence, gradually emerged. He gazed at the azure orb of light, feeling akin to a soldier about to ignite a nuclear device's fuse. Comrade Lin Yuan, came Chun Weigua's final voice through the headset. Remember, your safety is paramount. Should the situation turn dire, do not hesitate for an instant. Return immediately. We can afford the loss of an arc reactor, but we cannot afford to lose you. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded emphatically. He shut his eyes, casting aside all fear and hesitation, and within his mind, he issued that audacious command to the system. System, absorb energy. Detecting high-purity energy source. Shall we absorb? Yes. In an instant, the blue orb beside Lin Yuan erupted with blinding brilliance. Meanwhile, in the distant phantom route, within that gravitational anomaly of a safe zone, the Scavenger 2 suddenly experienced a violent spatial ripple strong enough to distort reality itself. This ripple was obstructed and compressed by the unseen repulsion field. Then, like a detonated deep-sea bomb, it surged violently into the darkness of the cosmos beyond the safe zone. The entire debris field of the phantom route trembled violently under the onslaught of this ferocious wave of energy. In the command center, everyone fixated intently on the peril alert system. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. 1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The alert system remained eerily silent. Impossible. A researcher stammered. Such a significant energy fluctuation, 10 times more intense than the last. The Void Devourer cannot be unresponsive. Academician Wang's gaze was glued to the screen, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Just as his words faded, the sharp, urgent alarm pierced the air of the command center. Beep, 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 beep. A warning. Detection of extreme spatial distortion. Not 1, but 3, 5. Good heavens. 10. The voice of the intelligence analysis minister trembled with sheer terror. On the vast screen in the command center, the thermal map displayed black vortices representing the void devourers, emerging like mushrooms after rain from all directions of the ghostly route. A full 10 black maws exuding an aura of death and annihilation awakened simultaneously from various angles by this tremendous explosion. They converged relentlessly towards the energy epicenter where Lin Yuan was located, the designated safe zone. It was over. Despair washed over the command center as some collapsed to the ground. They had stirred a hornet's nest. Chapter 28. The White Corridor returned immediately. Lin Yuan, return at once. Chun Weigua's voice, strained with heightened emotion, cracked under pressure. On the screen, the 10 black vortices encircling from all sides resembled a tightening web of death, chilling the blood of every witness, sending shivers down their spines. None had anticipated that a mere probe would provoke such a formidable response. 10 void devourers. This was not merely poking a hornet's nest. It was akin to being thrown directly into one. No, wait. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to comply with the command and issue a return directive, Academician Wang's hoarse yet resolute voice halted him. Stay put. Lin Yuan, do not move. Academician Wang. Chun Weigua spun around to face him, his eyes bloodshot with alarm. Do you realize what you were saying? I do. Academician Wang's gaze remained fixed on the screen. In his eyes, there was no fear, only an almost frenzied thirst for knowledge. Look, you must observe the trajectories of those void devourers. Upon hearing this, the others immediately directed their attention to the holographic star map. They witnessed the 10 black vortices. As they approached the edge of the safe zone at high speed, all exhibiting a remarkable deceleration, they seemed to collide with an invisible, soft yet resilient wall, thrashing, distorting, and contorting, yet unable to advance even a fraction further. The invisible barrier of repulsive force stood like a divine shield, firmly keeping all chaos and destruction at bay. At the juncture of the black vortex and the intangible barrier, the fabric of space was torn asunder, giving rise to countless resplendent yet lethal rifts. There, ferocious energies collided and annihilated one another, creating a spectacle as magnificent as the birth of a star. Yet, amidst this chaos, that diminutive safe zone remained impervious. Goodness, it truly holds. The repulsive force field effectively restrained the void devourers. In the command center, after a brief silence, a jubilant cheer erupted, more thunderous than any that had preceded it, a euphoric celebration of survival. Everyone embraced one another, tears mingling with laughter. They were safe. They had found it, the sole sanctuary within this graveyard of cosmic demise, a haven where they could thrive. Lin Yuan stood in awe, controlling Scavenger number 2. He hovered at the center of the safe zone, gazing at the terrifying scene outside, reminiscent of the apocalypse. It felt as though he were seated behind bulletproof glass, observing a frenzy of sharks colliding against walls. The exhilaration was overwhelming. Breathless, he stammered into the communicator, Academician Wang. You are truly remarkable. This place is genuinely safe. Ha! I knew it. Academician Wang, tears of joy streaming down his face, beheld the screen with a triumphant smile. Entropy and negentropy. Chaos and order. The universe is eternally balanced. Where there is poison, within 7 steps, there must be an antidote. We have found it. Chun Weigua, equally exhilarated, trembled slightly with excitement. He clapped Academician Wang's shoulder firmly, then seized the communicator, speaking with unprecedented pride. Comrade Lin Yuan, you are currently in the safest location within this cosmic graveyard. Now, set aside all your worries and commence your work. That medical vessel, the sanctuary that will determine the future of our civilization, awaits you. Indeed, a swell of indescribable ambition surged within Lin Yuan. He glanced at the void devourers still futilely battering against the walls, and the last remnants of fear dissipated. With such a superlative safe haven, what was there to dread? He maneuvered the drone, propelled by a gentle thrust, directly towards the white medical ship. This time, he was resolute, unleashing the full power of the engines. Swiftly arriving alongside the vessel. Upon closer inspection, the ship exceeded his expectations in size. It was constructed entirely of a milky, ceramic-like material, its surface smooth as a mirror, devoid of any seams, as though it had formed naturally as a single entity. The emblem of the caduceus, adorned with twin serpents, emanated a soft green glow, instilling a sense of tranquility and reassurance. Several minor damages marred the hull, likely inflicted by high-velocity debris. Lin Yuan selected a breach approximately 3 meters in diameter. located at the center of the ship, and cautiously made his way inside. The moment he entered the vessel, it felt as though he had stepped into another realm. Outside lay the chaos, darkness, and eerie silence of the cosmic wasteland, while within was a spacious, luminous, and impeccably pristine white corridor. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the corridor are all composed of a singular material that emits a gentle white light, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. The air is devoid of any unpleasant odors, instead filled with a faint, pleasant scent reminiscent of disinfectant, yet more agreeable. Everything is excessively clean, excessively quiet, so quiet it sends shivers down one's spine. This place is cleaner than the surgical rooms back at our base, Lin Yuan mused. Just how severe is the obsession with cleanliness among these extraterrestrials? Lin Yuan, be cautious, came Lin Na's voice through the earpiece. She is currently one of Lin Yuan's dedicated liaison officers. The environment here is exceedingly abnormal. A spaceship that has been wrecked for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, cannot possibly remain in such pristine condition. I sense something is amiss as well, Lin Yuan replied, maneuvering the drone as it slowly advanced through the corridor. On either side of the corridor stood tightly sealed, white metallic doors, adorned with alien symbols he could not comprehend. Academician Wang, what do these characters mean? Do not rush. We are currently cross-referencing with the database of the Oracle Civilization for translation. We have it. Academician Wang's voice resonated. The left door is labeled as Rest Cabin Number 1, while the right one indicates Nutrient Distribution Center. Proceed forward, Lin Yuan. According to the ship's structural diagram, the main medical area should be at the core of the vessel. Lin Yuan nodded, continuing onward. He passed a vast area resembling a dining hall, where tables and chairs were still arranged neatly, and on the tables lay metallic objects akin to plates. Everything appeared as though the crew had merely stepped away temporarily, ready to return at any moment. Yet, where are the people? Where have the inhabitants of this ship gone? The strange sensation within Lin Yuan intensified. He would prefer to encounter a dilapidated warship strewn with corpses rather than linger in such an unnaturally pristine ghost ship. He activated the scanning function of the drone, surveying everything around him. Scanning. Target. Standard alloy plate of the Tree of Life class medical ship. Energy response. None. Structural integrity. Extremely low. Analysis. Composed of a basic titanium nickel alloy, lacking special value. Next, he scanned the walls. Scanning. Target. Self-cleaning biological coating wall of the Tree of Life class medical ship. Energy response. Extremely low. Structural integrity. Moderate. Analysis. This coating can continuously decompose organic pollutants, maintaining a sterile environment. Self-cleaning coating? No wonder it's so pristine, Lin Yuan realized. If this technology could be brought back, how many housewives could be liberated? No. Rather, how many high-tech sterile laboratories could benefit from it? He pressed forward, traversing several corridors until, at last, he arrived at a completely different location at the very heart of the ship. It was a vast circular hall, and at its center stood an enormous circular gate made of some transparent crystal. Above the gate, in prominent green letters, was a bold inscription. It's translated. Academician Wang's voice trembled slightly. It reads, Central Gene Sanctuary. The Gene Sanctuary? Yes, this is it. The most pivotal area of this ship. Lin Yuan maneuvered the drone, gradually approaching the colossal crystalline gate. Through the gate, he could faintly perceive a vast expanse beyond, filled with countless translucent entities, resembling jellyfish, radiating a myriad of colors. An indescribable energy, teeming with the essence of life, seeped through the gate, enveloping Lin Yuan in a warm, comforting embrace that stirred his very soul. This was it. The treasures must lie within. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He began to search for a means to open the door. The gate bore no physical switches or handles. Its surface was as smooth as a single block of crystal. Technical department, any discoveries? Report. We have identified an energy interface and a groove resembling a handprint on the wall beside the gate. We speculate that a specific energy key and genetic authorization are required to unlock it. A handprint? That's a problem. My mechanical claw certainly can't be considered a hand. Lin Yuan remarked, a hint of disappointment creeping in. Don't fret. The technician replied, we are analyzing the energy interface protocol. Perhaps we can devise a ruse to unlock it. As the technical department worked diligently to crack the code, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed a shift in the warm, lethargic energy surrounding him. A faint yet chilling presence, imbued with the essence of decay and stillness, emerged from an unknown source, mingling with the life force enveloping him. Lin Yuan's instincts heightened, and he promptly directed the drone to pivot sharply, pointing the scanner towards the empty, silent white corridor from which he had come. Wide area scan initiated. Thermal imaging swiftly cloaked his field of vision. The corridor remained a frigid expanse of blue. However, at the far end, a nearly imperceptible green luminescence, signifying a biological presence, materialized, blending almost seamlessly with the background. Then, the light began to drift towards Lin Yuan at a steady, unhurried pace. Chapter 29. The robot, what is that? Lin Yuan's heart raced, a chill racing up his spine. He immediately relayed his discovery to the command center. Report. A biological reaction has been detected at the end of the corridor. The green light is moving towards me. A biological reaction? The command center, which had just been engulfed in euphoria over the gene sanctuary, fell into an immediate hush. Academician Wang's smile froze as he pushed aside the excited biologists and leaned closer to the main screen, fixated on the thermal image shared by Lin Yuan. The faint green light was indeed present, akin to a firefly in the pitch-black night, delicate yet impossible to overlook. Moreover, it was gliding steadily along the center line of the corridor, directly towards the position of the scavenger drone. Could it be a survivor? A young researcher asked instinctively. Impossible. The Minister of Security immediately dismissed the notion, his countenance darkening in an instant. How could there possibly be any survivors on a spacecraft that had been lost for countless millennia? Furthermore, observe its method of movement. It is unnaturally stable, as if governed by a precise algorithm. His words conjured a more terrifying possibility in the minds of all present. Not living beings, but something else entirely. Lin Yuan, withdraw immediately. Keep your distance from that entity. Observe first. Chun Weigu's calm, yet authoritative command resonated through the earpieces. Understood. Lin Yuan replied without hesitation, maneuvering the drone to silently retreat, seeking refuge in the adjacent room labeled Nutrient Distribution Center. Damn it, this ship is indeed haunted. He cursed inwardly. The life force that had previously enveloped him in a comforting embrace now felt akin to the incense ignited in a graveyard, deceptively pleasant, yet perilous. The cold, decaying aura that had intruded without doubt emanated from the approaching green light. Its energy response was feeble. Why had it gone undetected in previous wide-area scans? The head of the technical support department furrowed his brow, posing a critical question. Perhaps it has been in a dormant state? Academician Wang speculated. The energy fluctuations generated during our attempt to breach the gene sanctuary's gate may have not only startled the void devourers outside, but also awakened it from its slumber. This conjecture rendered the experts responsible for the decryption pale. After all their efforts, they had not only risked attracting external threats, but had also summoned a lurking specter from within their own ranks. Enough of that for now. Chun Weigua interjected. Lin Yuan, what is the situation? Can you discern what it is? Not yet, Commander, Lin Yuan replied, having concealed the drone behind the door of the Nutrient Distribution Center, revealing only a minuscule lens to spy on the corridor outside. The entity was just around the corner, but it would emerge shortly. In the command center, every breath was held in anticipation. Time stretched infinitely in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. The green light, on the thermal map, finally emerged languidly from the corridor's bend, devoid of any sign of life. Lin Yuan carefully aligned the drone's optical lens towards that direction. The next moment, the high-definition image transmitted back from the drone left Lin Yuan and everyone in the command center wide-eyed, with an indescribable chill rising from the depths of their hearts. What they beheld was not any creature they had envisioned, neither a fearsome monster nor a bizarre alien. Instead, it was a series of spheres, floating in midair, composed entirely of a milky white material with an exceedingly simplistic design. Each sphere measured approximately 1 meter in diameter, its surface as smooth as that of a colossal pearl. There were no visible thrusters or exhaust ports. It silently defied the laws of physics, gliding gracefully through the air. If it were merely this, it could at most be considered a robot with an unusual design. However, what truly evokes a sense of dread is its method of operation. On the immaculate, gleaming white floor beneath it lies a small, deep brown stain, no larger than a fingernail. It appears to be the remnants of some long-dried liquid. As the white sphere hovers directly above the stain, it comes to a halt. Then, from its underside, several exceedingly delicate, spider silk-like white tendrils extend forth. These tendrils tenderly envelop the stubborn stain. There is no sound, no light effects. Before the gaze of all, that obstinate stain, which may have existed for countless millennia, begins to fade, disintegrate, and ultimately vanish at a visibly perceptible pace, as if it had never existed at all. After accomplishing this, the white sphere retracts its tendrils and resumes its leisurely glide along the center line of the corridor. The entire process flows seamlessly, exuding a terrifying silence. After much effort, I managed to choke out a couple of words. He finally comprehended why this vessel was so immaculate. He also grasped the fate of the crew aboard this ship. This was no mere survivor. It was, in fact, a cleaning entity driven by an extreme obsession, a mobile incinerator that would meticulously eradicate all traces of filth, including humans and corpses. An analysis was conducted. In the command center, an expert responsible for biological signal analysis reported tremulously that the green biological response was not due to it being a living organism. Rather, it was a result of the stain it had just disintegrated. The stain contained organic high molecular polymers, which translates to dried blood. Its scanning system had identified the blood stain as a contaminant. Thus, it executed its cleaning protocol. The expert swallowed hard and stated with difficulty that it was a purely mechanical construct, a cluster of nanobots whose operational principles we could not comprehend. Chapter 30. Not alive. Yet alive, the cluster of nanobots. Academician Wang repeated these words, his eyes filled with astonishment and fascination. So it was. I should have realized this sooner. Only nanoscopic robots could accomplish such thorough disintegration without leaving a trace. Only nanobots could form this liquid metal-like structure capable of morphing and extending tendrils at will. The other scientists in the command center were equally astounded. The self-cleaning coated walls, combined with fully automated nano-cleaning robots, represent an extraordinary achievement in the civilization of the Tree of Life, showcasing unparalleled advancements in automation and materials science. This was no longer mere cleanliness. It was an obsession deeply ingrained in the very bones, a relentless pursuit of purity and order. However, this is problematic. The Minister of Safety immediately pointed out the crux of the issue, his expression still grim. If it were merely a cleaning robot, why would it disintegrate bloodstains? Is it not normal for blood to appear on a medical ship? Could it be that it cleansed the injured as well? This predicament caused the scientists, who had just been exhilarated by witnessing cutting-edge technology, to regain their composure. Indeed, this was exceedingly peculiar. It was possible that the program had encountered an error, speculated a computer expert, or perhaps its protocol had been executed with excessive thoroughness. What does that imply? Chen Weiguo inquired. I have examined the structure of this vessel and the previously translated texts. The expert retrieved several documents and displayed them on the screen. This Tree of Life class medical ship had a paramount directive to maintain absolute sterility within its interior and ensure environmental stability, providing the purest preservation conditions for the gene sanctuary. Following the ship's calamity, with all crew members perishing or entering the gene sanctuary, the central AI of the vessel likely entered a mode akin to an automated sepulcher. In this mode, any organic material, anything that could foster bacteria and compromise the pristine environment, would be classified as a contaminant. Thus, its cleansing operations extended beyond mere dust and debris. The expert's voice carried a chilling undertone. It would also eliminate corpses, bloodstains, and even any living organisms capable of metabolism that could introduce pollution. Lin Yuan, seated in the cockpit, felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. He observed the slowly drifting white orb and perceived it not as a cleaning robot, but as a grim reaper cloaked in white, a soulless entity, meticulously executing its cleaning orders. Then why did it not detect me earlier? Lin Yuan could not help but ask. His drone, being a hunk of metal, surely did not qualify as organic pollution, did it? Because your drone is composed of inorganic matter and remains stationary in its evaluative system, you are indistinguishable from a stone or a door, the computer expert elucidated. However, should you engage in rapid movement or generate significant energy fluctuations, you might be classified as an unstable anomaly, triggering an alternative formatting protocol. Formatting. Lin Yuan felt a dryness in his throat. He had no doubt that should that entity ensnare his small, battered drone with its white tendrils, the outcome would be far grimmer than that of a mere bloodstain. Lin Yuan, remain where you are, Chen Weiguo's voice resonated, imbued with an unassailable calm. Wait for it to pass. Intelligence Analysis Department. Calculate its patrol route and cycle immediately. Understood. Lin Yuan dared not move, his gaze fixed upon the white orb as it floated silently past the door where he was concealed, eventually vanishing at the far end of the corridor. It was only when the green dot on the thermal map had entirely disappeared that Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath. Damn it, that nearly terrified me to death. This is more frightening than encountering a void devourer. The latter swallows you whole for a swift end, while this one treats you like refuse, methodically dismantling you piece by piece. Just the thought is unsettling, he lamented internally. Report. The patrol route has been preliminarily calculated. The voice of the Intelligence Analysis Minister emerged. It is conducting periodic patrols of the ship's CG layer. Based on its speed, it will return to the corridor at the entrance of the Gene Sanctuary in approximately 45 minutes. 45 minutes passed as Chen Weiguo and academician Wang exchanged a glance. This duration, neither excessively long nor particularly short, was pivotal. Technical Department. Chen Weiguo promptly commanded. How long will it take to breach the gates of the Gene Sanctuary? Report. Director, we have just begun to formulate a strategy. The head of the technical department responded, his voice laced with excitement. Although the door is secured by a genetic lock, its energy interface appears to follow a universal protocol. We intercepted a fragment of its communication signal with the central AI of the vessel and discovered that its firewall level is not particularly high. Get to the point. Chen Weigua interjected. The crux of the matter is that we possess over an 80 probability of deceiving the door within 10 minutes by simulating the maintenance commands of the central AI. The technical department head exclaimed with fervor. 10 minutes? The eyes of everyone brightened at this revelation. 10 minutes was more than sufficient. They could infiltrate the Gene Sanctuary and procure what they desired before that dreadful cleaner returned. Excellent. Chen Weigua decisively affirmed. Comrade Lin Yuan. Present. Lin Yuan immediately perked up. Now, return to the entrance of the Gene Sanctuary at once. The technical department will guide you through the breach operation. Remember, we have but one chance. Understood. Lin Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. He meticulously maneuvered the Scavenger No. 2 drone out from the nutrient distribution center. And upon confirming that the white orb had moved far enough away, he accelerated towards the immense crystal gate. Time is of the essence. As the drone alighted once more at the entrance of the Gene Sanctuary, the urgent voice of the technical department echoed in Lin Yuan's earpiece. Comrade Lin Yuan, do you see the glowing interface at the lower right corner of the gate? Yes, that one. Use your mechanical arm to open the protective cover above it. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan complied. The drone's mechanical arm deftly pried open the small cover, revealing a complex multi-pin interface within. Excellent. Now, connect your multifunctional data probe at the end of the mechanical arm. Connection successful. Maintain stability. We are commencing the injection of simulated signals. Energy output. Prepare. In the command center, everyone stood on edge, their eyes fixated on the ever-fluctuating stream of data on the screen. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan anxiously monitored the thermal map, focused on the direction where the cleaning robot had vanished. Please, let nothing go awry. Do not return prematurely, he silently implored. Signal injection initiated. Energy frequency matching 2347. Firewall protocol analysis underway, bypassing the first and second layers. Time ticked away, each second laden with anticipation. In the command center, silence reigned. So quiet that a pin dropping would be audible. 91. Success is imminent. The head of the technical department shouted with exhilaration. Yet, in that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Beep. Beep, beep. A series of soft yet jarring alarm sounds erupted from another monitoring device, causing a collective jolt among all present. Report. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the central AI communication signal. Our breach attempt seems to have triggered a low-level alarm. What? Chen Weigua's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could issue new commands, a terrified scream from Li Na echoed in Lin Yuan's earpiece. Lin Yuan, look at the heat map. That thing has stopped. Lin Yuan abruptly shifted his gaze to the heat map. Indeed, 2 corridors away, the green dot representing the cleaning robot had ceased its movement. Then, it changed direction, hurtling straight towards the entrance of the Gene Temple at a speed at least double that of before. Chapter 31. Opening the door, it's coming back. It's charging towards us. Li Na's voice trembled, reverberating in the communication channel. On the massive screen in the command center, the green dot resembled an enraged bullet, tracing a straight trajectory as it rapidly approached Lin Yuan's position. How could this happen? The head of the technical department turned pale. We clearly bypassed its active defense system, triggering only a minimal silent alarm. It shouldn't have been alerted. This is not the time to dwell on the reasons. The Minister of Security bellowed, interrupting his defense. Comrade Lin Yuan, immediately cease the decryption. Retreat at once. Hurry. Retreat? Lin Yuan glanced at the crystal door within arm's reach. Then at the increasingly encroaching green dot on the heat map, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Damn it. We were so close. The decryption progress had reached 91. To abandon now would render all previous efforts futile. Who knew if such an opportunity would arise again? Chief, Academician Wang, give me 30 more seconds. No, just 10 seconds. Lin Yuan shouted into the communicator, his voice laced with a fierce determination. Technical department. Don't stop. Continue. Absurd. The Minister of Security was exasperated. This is an order. You must let him try? An elderly yet resolute voice interrupted the minister's protest. It was Academician Wang. He fixed his gaze on the screen, bloodshot eyes betraying the tension of a gambler wagering his entire fortune on a final bet. We have no retreat left. If we withdraw now, we will still be trapped in the corridor. The outcome is death. We might as well gamble. Let us bet that we can open this door before it arrives. Wang's words silenced everyone. Indeed, the creature's speed was terrifying. According to the heat map, it would reach the Gene Temple's entrance in no more than a minute and a half. In contrast, the drones required at least 3 minutes to retreat to the breach where they entered. Regardless of the choice, it seemed a path to doom. The only glimmer of hope lay in the tightly shut door before them. Director Chen, Academician Wang suddenly turned to Chen Weiguo, his eyes filled with resolve. Command it. Let us take the gamble. Chen Weiguo observed the solitary dot representing Lin Yuan on the screen, then glanced at the rapidly approaching green, symbolizing death. His hands trembling as his knuckles turned white from the strain. Throughout his life, he had made countless difficult decisions, yet none weighed upon him like this one. For this gamble was not merely about the success or failure of a mission. The stakes are nothing less than the future of civilization itself. Technical Department. Chen Weiguo finally spoke, his voice hoarse and strained. Put all the computational power of the Panga system on the line. I don't care what methods you employ. You must open this door within 30 seconds. Comrade Lin Yuan. He switched to Lin Yuan's channel, urging him to hold on. We are all behind you. Yes. With the affirmation, Lin Yuan felt a surge of energy. The fierce tenacity and gambling spirit he had cultivated while scavenging were fully ignited. Wasn't he at a gamble for life? Throughout his life, wasn't he every day a wager? Bring it on. Damn it. Let us see whether I step through the door first, or if you come over and treat me like garbage. Lin Yuan cursed silently to himself. Decoding progress at 93. An alarm blared. The opponent is increasing the firewall level. Our computational power is about to be suppressed. Increase energy output. Overload by 30%. We must push through, even if it burns. In the command center, the experts from the technical department were shouting hoarsely. Countless lines of code cascaded across the screens like a waterfall, moving so swiftly that they left afterimages. The thermal map displayed a green that had just passed the final corner. Lin Yuan could even see through the drone's wide-angle lens a small, pearlescent sphere glowing at the end of the corridor. It was coming. Decoding progress at 96. Hold on. We are only one protocol away. It's accelerating. Lina's voice rang out again, filled with despair. The distant white sphere seemed to sense the urgency of time. Its form suddenly contracted, and then, like a cannonball, its speed surged tremendously. 20 seconds. No. It might be only 10 seconds before it reaches us. It was over. The thought echoed in everyone's mind within the command center. Time was running out. However, in that critical moment, a wild idea flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Energy. This entity was drawn by energy fluctuations. What if we could provide it with an even stronger energy wave? System. Lin Yuan internally shouted to the previously quiet system aboard the ship. Divert some of my energy to the drone. No. Give it all. Engage the overload engine. He had no time to consult the command center, for he knew that deliberation would mean missing the opportunity. Warning. Host mental power is directly connected to the drone. Energy overload may cause irreversible mental damage to the host. Confirm? Confirm. Damn it, overload it. Lin Yuan's vision turned red with determination. In the next moment, he felt a tremendous force strike his brain, as if an invisible hammer had slammed down upon him. A massive surge of mental energy was violently extracted from the depths of his consciousness by the system, then frantically funneled into the energy core of Scavenger 2. The drone's energy reserves skyrocketed from less than half to 150 in an instant. The red overload alarm flashed frantically in Lin Yuan's vision. Lin Yuan, what are you doing? In the command center, both Chen Weiguo and Academician Wang gasped in unison upon witnessing the momentarily soaring energy readings. Lin Yuan remained silent, enduring the piercing agony in his head as he maneuvered the drone, channeling all the energy into the 4 miniature engine nozzles at the rear. A deafening roar, far exceeding normal power levels, reverberated through the once tranquil white corridor. For brilliant blue plasma flames erupted from the drone's tail, violently striking against the impenetrable crystalline gate of the Gene Sanctuary. Although this surge of energy failed to budge the door in the slightest, the intense energy fluctuations and heat generated were akin to dropping a red-hot iron into a placid pot of oil. In the distance, the rapidly approaching white sphere came to an abrupt halt, seemingly startled by the sudden onslaught of chaotic energy waves. Within its detection system, such a magnitude of energy release transcended the bounds of unstable anomaly units and was classified as a top-level threat. Its operational mode shifted instantaneously from cleanup to eradication. The smooth, milky white exterior of the sphere began to fracture and peel away like petals, revealing a core composed of countless smaller, metallic shimmering particles that spun incessantly. A chilling intent, tenfold more lethal than before, honed in on Lin Yuan's drone, signaling an imminent attack. However, in that brief moment of transformation and mode transition, the technical department secured the most precious final 2 seconds. Success. The door opened. with the ecstatic roar of the technical department's head ringing in the air. A melodious, unlocking sound akin to celestial music echoed from within the crystal gate. The vast, seemingly eternal circular portal gradually, but resolutely slid open. Chapter 32. The Civilization Gene Archive, it's open. Hurry inside. Chun Weigua's shout coincided with the jubilant cheers from the technical department, erupting simultaneously in Lin Yuan's earpiece. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt as though his head were being pierced by thousands of needles, the pain nearing the brink of explosion. The forced overload had drained his mental strength significantly. Yet, survival instinct compelled him to muster his last ounce of energy, guiding the Scavenger 2 like a hunted dog into the narrow opening of the just unlocked door. Just as the front half of the drone breached the threshold, the white sphere, now in eradication mode, launched its attack. There were no lasers or projectiles. Instead, a torrent of gray, mist-like nanobots erupted from its spinning core, surging towards the drone at supersonic speed. The gray mist, wherever it passed, silently decomposed and obliterated everything in its path, be it the pristine walls or the resilient floor, leaving behind a striking and utterly smooth black trail. Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of that terrifying gray fog from the corner of his eye, sending a chill of fear coursing through him. If even a trace of it touched his drone, it would surely be reduced to nothingness. He abruptly pushed the engine's power to its limits. With a roar, the drone quaked violently under the immense thrust, and just as the crystalline door was about to close, it narrowly slipped through. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the heavy crystal door slammed shut, and the torrent of gray nanobots crashed against it. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a disconcerting sizzling sound. Lin Yuan turned back, witnessing the indomitable crystal door beginning to show signs of decomposition where it had come into contact with the gray mist. A fine layer of crystalline powder cascaded from the door. However, the material of the door was evidently extraordinary, as the rate of decomposition was exceedingly slow. Outside, the white spherical entity, realizing it could not destroy its target immediately, seemed to abandon its assault. It retracted the gray mist and transformed back into a smooth white sphere, silently hovering like a most loyal sentinel beyond the door, seemingly waiting for Lin Yuan to emerge. Gasping for breath, Lin Yuan felt as though he had just traversed the gates of hell. Inside the command center, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as everyone sat slumped in their chairs, drenched in cold sweat. Those brief seconds had been more exhilarating than anything they had ever experienced in their lives. Lina's voice, tinged with tears, was the first to shatter the stillness. We did it. We succeeded. Lin Yuan, you genius. After a moment of silence, the entire command center erupted into a cacophony of ecstatic cheers. Academician Wang embraced an equally elderly professor beside him, laughing and crying like a child. Chun Weigua leaned back in his chair, exhaling a deep breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. In that moment, he truly believed he would lose Lin Yuan, the sole hope of their nation. Comrade Lin Yuan, he picked up the communicator, his voice hoarse with excitement. How are you feeling? Is your mental strength holding up? Lin Yuan replied, the stabbing pain in my head is gradually subsiding. The system's neural signal buffering module and self-repair capabilities are kicking in. I feel a bit dizzy, as if I've consumed 2 gene of counterfeit liquor, but I won't perish. Excellent. Return, and I will commend you with the highest honors. Chun Weigua declared emphatically. Medical team, immediately devise a recovery plan based on Comrade Lin Yuan's physical data. When he returns, I want him to receive the best treatment available. Yes. After confirming that Lin Yuan was no longer in mortal danger, everyone's attention finally shifted from the recent moment of terror to their current surroundings, the Central Gene Sanctuary. Lin Yuan, maneuvering the drone, began to float gently within this vast expanse. It was even more immense and awe-inspiring than he had perceived from outside the entrance. The entire space was a colossal sphere, devoid of any distinction between up and down or left and right. Surrounding him were countless translucent entities, reminiscent of jellyfish, radiating various hues of light. Some emanated a tranquil blue glow, others a warm golden light, and yet others a vibrant green illumination, thousands of shimmering colors adorning the dark space like a fantastical sea of stars. An unimaginably vast and pure life energy permeated every inch of this realm. Lin Yuan felt as though his drone was immersed in a grand hot spring. The mental fatigue he had suffered from the forced overload was rapidly dissipating, and he experienced a significant alleviation of his own exhaustion. In the command center, all the biologists and genetic experts, witnessing this miraculous spectacle, were rendered speechless. Their eyes sparkled with the purest yearning for the unknown and the truth. Akin to pilgrims on a sacred journey. Is this the ultimate backup of a civilization? Murmured Academician Wang. Lin Yuan, approach one and scan it. Quickly, I must know what it is, shouted an elderly genetics expert into the communicator, brimming with excitement. Received. Lin Yuan suppressed his astonishment, cautiously guiding the drone closer to a jellyfish emitting a gentle blue glow. He activated the scanning function. Scanning in progress. This time, the scanning duration exceeded any previous attempts, lasting over half a minute before the system's prompt echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Scan complete. Target, Gene Archive of the Eternal Flower Civilization, Individual, Xia. Content, contains the complete genetic sequence map of the species, cellular structure memory, and the comprehensive consciousness matrix from the moment of birth to upload. Status, deep sleep, can be activated through compatible biological cultivation chambers or consciousness download technology. When Lin Yuan relayed this scanning result verbatim to the command center, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone was rendered speechless, their minds blank from the sheer volume of information contained within the text. A complete genetic sequence? Cellular structure memory? A comprehensive consciousness matrix? This was far beyond mere technology for longevity. It was a power reserved for deities of creation. What they had discovered was not a means to extend life, but a library of souls, housing thousands of different races and individuals. After a long pause, Academician Wang regained his voice, his lips quivering as he spoke in a trance-like tone, uttering a single phrase. We have discovered their Ark of Noah. Chapter 33. Consuming an alien soul? Noah's Arkansas. Chun Weigua pondered over these four characters, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented gravity and fervor. In an instant, he grasped the strategic significance of this entity. Its importance surpassed that of salvaging a warship or even an entire technological tree. Technology can be learned and pursued, yet a specimen of civilization, a living, complete extraterrestrial being endowed with independent thought and memory, holds immeasurable value. What can they glean from it? The language, history, culture, and societal structure of an advanced civilization could unveil the mysteries of their biotechnology, genetic engineering, and even the essence of the soul. It was akin to a living, ambulatory cosmic encyclopedia. Can we take one? A young biologist inquired, his voice trembling. This question jolted everyone from their profound astonishment back to reality. Indeed, the treasure lay before them. How could they procure it? Lin Yuan. Academician Wang called out urgently. What is the weight limit of your drone? Report, Academician Wang. After the upgrade, it is 100 kilograms, Lin Yuan responded. 100 kilograms. Academician Wang glanced at the screen, where the seemingly weightless blue jellyfish floated. It appeared small. It shouldn't be heavy, right? Lin Yuan, give it a try. Use the mechanical arm to grasp it. Understood. Lin Yuan also presumed that it should be as light as a balloon. He carefully maneuvered the upgraded mechanical arm of the Scavenger number 2 toward the blue orb, named Xia, and slowly reached out. However, in the next moment, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. The mechanical arm, crafted from a hardened alloy, effortlessly passed through the blue orb upon contact, as if it were merely reaching into a pocket of air. The arm swung back and forth a few times, yet the blue orb remained suspended in place, undisturbed, without even a ripple. Goodness, is this thing intangible? Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Academician Wang, I cannot grasp it. Is it a holographic projection? No, it is not a holographic projection. A physicist in the command center immediately refuted. If it were a projection, it could not emit such a formidable life energy field. Moreover, your drone clearly scanned its internal structure just moments ago. Then what is going on? Lin Yuan was somewhat bewildered. I understand. Academician Wang intently scrutinized a line in the scanning report. Complete consciousness matrix, he muttered. It is neither purely material nor purely energetic. It is a kind of information collective existing in the form of energy. Speak plainly, Academician Wang, Lin Yuan said, feeling lost. In simpler terms, Academician Wang explained. You can consider it as a USB drive stored within an energy shell. However, this USB drive contains the entirety of a person's thoughts and memories. Academician Wang employed a metaphor that Lin Yuan could comprehend. A USB drive? Lin Yuan glanced at his mechanical claw and thought, well, this is futile. How could my claw possibly grasp the files within the USB drive? This metaphor momentarily alleviated the somber atmosphere in the command center, yet the issue remained unresolved. A tangible yet intangible super treasure. This was 100-fold more disheartening than returning empty-handed. Would they truly abandon their efforts? An elderly expert lamented. After all the labor we expended, nearly sacrificing comrade Lin Yuan in the process, we find ourselves in this treasure trove, only to behold without the ability to seize. Disappointment and discontent were etched upon every face. Chun Weigua furrowed his brow, gazing at the ethereal sea of soul stars on the screen, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Physical retrieval was unfeasible. What about energy retrieval? Technical department. Is there a way to create an energy container to encapsulate it? Chen Weiguo inquired. Director, theoretically feasible, but we must first analyze the composition and frequency of its energy shell, then construct a Faraday cage capable of resonating with it. This process requires extensive experimentation and calculations. Even if we were to retrieve it now, it would take months to resolve. The head of the technical department replied with a rueful smile. Despair. A profound sense of hopelessness once again enveloped the command center. They resembled adventurers who had discovered the fabled city of gold, only to find it suspended in the heavens, devoid of wings to reach it. Just as everyone was at a loss, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Lin Yuan's mind. He recalled his second salvage operation, during which he retrieved a blue data core resembling a USB drive. Wasn't that data core an amalgamation of information? How had he brought it back? With the drone's mechanical arm. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan abruptly recognized a detail he had overlooked. At the last moment of the drone's return, it had been severely damaged by the void devourer, nearly disintegrating. Yet, that data core had appeared unscathed on the materialization platform. What did this signify? It implied that during the return journey, the data core had not been physically grasped by the mechanical arm. It was highly probable that it had been contained within some subspace of the system, much like placing equipment into a backpack in a game. Subsequently, upon the completion of the return, the system had released it from that backpack. If this hypothesis were true, did it not suggest that the system possessed the inherent capability to store such an amalgamation of information? This audacious thought struck Lin Yuan like a bolt of lightning, clearing the fog in his mind. The more he pondered, the more likely it seemed. This deep space salvage system was shrouded in mystery. It could allow one's consciousness to traverse space and materialize ethereal wreckage. Thus, the addition of a storage function would be entirely reasonable. Chief, Academician Wang, I have an idea. Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly into the communicator. What idea? Speak quickly. Academician Wang grasped at this last glimmer of hope as if he were drowning. I find myself pondering whether we have misdirected our efforts from the very beginning. Lin Yuan struggled to articulate his thoughts. As we have persistently sought to grasp objects with the hands of a drone. Yet, could it be possible that we ought to employ the mouth of the system to consume these items instead? The mouth of the system? Academician Wang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lin Yuan's enthusiasm grew with each word. Do you recall the data core of the Oracle civilization that I retrieved? It too is an information entity, is it not? At that time, I secured it with a mechanical arm, yet upon returning, the drone was nearly reduced to fragments, while the core remained unscathed. I suspect it was not merely grasped, but rather absorbed directly by the system, much like the item acquisition mechanics in games. Hence, I wonder if we could also allow the system to directly absorb this blue soul before us. Lin Yuan's notion was so far-fetched that the entire command center fell into an extended silence of bewilderment lasting several seconds. All the experts exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion and uncertainty. To have the system consume an alien soul? What kind of operation is this? This transcends the boundaries of science. It borders on the metaphysical. However, after the initial shock, Academician Wang's eyes suddenly brightened with realization. He envisioned more possibilities. The system absorbing the energy from the arc reactor. The system assimilating materials from Oracle-level armor. This system itself is akin to a black hole capable of absorbing and transforming various substances and energies. If it can assimilate physical materials and pure energy, why then should it not be able to absorb an information entity that exists in the form of energy? Though Lin Yuan's hypothesis sounded preposterous, it surprisingly held logical coherence. Lin Yuan, with a voice tinged with an uncontrollable tremor, inquired, "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? This is merely your conjecture. What if, Academician Wang?" Lin Yuan interjected, his tone resolute and unprecedentedly firm. "The janitor outside is blocking the door. I cannot leave. With so many treasures here, I cannot take anything with me. In any case, I would return empty-handed. So I might as well take this gamble. I trust my system. Commander, Academician Wang, please give the order. Allow me to attempt this." Chapter 34, System. Absorb it for me. No, I vehemently oppose this. As soon as Lin Yuan's proposal was voiced, the Minister of Security was the first to rise. His face flushed with agitation. This is utterly absurd. Moreover, it is exceedingly perilous. We know nothing about this system. And now you wish to have it directly absorb an alien soul? Who knows what might transpire? What if that alien's consciousness were to invade Comrade Lin Yuan's brain via the system? What if this so-called soul is a virus, a trap? What if the system collapses under the burden of processing such a complex information entity? His barrage of hypothetical scenarios extinguished much of the glimmer of hope that had recently arisen in the command center. Indeed, the risks are too great, so immense as to be immeasurable. The safety of Comrade Lin Yuan is the cornerstone of all operations. This cornerstone must not be shaken. The Minister of Security spoke decisively, asserting that he would rather return empty-handed from this operation than stake a life on such an unfounded gamble. His words garnered the consensus of most present. Chen Weiguo's brow furrowed deeply, for reason dictated that the minister's concerns were entirely valid. The Scavenger project could forego the Serpent Staff and the Gene Sanctuary, but it absolutely could not do without Lin Yuan. Yet his gaze was drawn to the dazzling sea of souls displayed on the screen. Surrender? To relinquish a potential leap for human civilization? He could not bear the thought. Academician Wang, from a scientific perspective, what do you believe are the chances of success for Lin Yuan's proposal? Chen Weiguo inquired solemnly. Academician Wang's expression was grave. He pondered for a long while before slowly shaking his head. I do not know. Not know? Chen echoed. Indeed, I do not know. Wang replied with a hint of bitterness. This transcends the boundaries of our current scientific theories. Lin Yuan's system is, in essence, an illogical black box. We can only deduce its functions from the results it manifests. However, its internal logic and operational mechanisms remain a mystery. Thus, I cannot scientifically assess the probability of success. It could be 99%, or it could be 1%. Wang paused, raising his gaze to meet Chen Weiguo's, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. However, Director Chen, I possess an instinct, a scientist's intuition. Lin Yuan may not be mistaken. A system capable of transcending dimensions of consciousness and materializing void substances might very well have a core function that is not merely about capture, but rather absorption and analysis. This may indeed be our singular opportunity. If missed, it may never return. Wang's words plunged Chen Weiguo back into silence. On one side lay a vastly foreseeable and immeasurable risk. On the other, an equally incalculable potential to alter everything. Ultimately, the power to choose rested solely with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Chen Weiguo picked up the communicator, his voice imbued with an unprecedented weariness. I will ask you once more, are you truly prepared? I must remind you. This time, we have no contingency plans. The Panga system's neural buffering module may or may not function against a direct assault from an alien consciousness. Should we fail, you may vanish entirely. Listening to Chen Weiguo's words, Lin Yuan could not deny the tension within him. Who was not afraid of death? He had only just begun to enjoy a few good days, with a fortune of 100 million still warming in his grasp. Yet, the thoughts of the coordinates exposed 30 years ago, the sword hanging over all of humanity, and the longing gazes of academician Wang and the others weighed heavily on his shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Since he chose to submit that piece of black armor, he was no longer merely the petty owner of a scrapyard, concerned only with his own small plot of land. His fate was now intertwined with that of the nation and civilization itself. Chief, I have made my decision. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice against the tremors of uncertainty. We must act, he declared, echoing the sentiments of academician Wang. To hesitate is to await inevitable doom. We can only charge forward. A smile broke across his face, a self-affirmation. I am resilient. The King of Hell has tried to claim me several times, yet he has never succeeded. I refuse to believe that an extraterrestrial spirit, long deceased, can pose any threat to me. His words bore a reckless bravado that lightened the oppressive atmosphere in the command center. Chen Weiguo closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they shone with resolve. Since you have made your decision, we shall accompany you and take this gamble once more. Issue the command. All departments, enter the highest state of alert. Medical team, prepare all rescue plans. Technical department, employ every available monitoring and defense mechanism. Lin Yuan, commence. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded firmly, banishing all distractions from his mind. He piloted Scavenger number 2, gliding slowly yet resolutely toward the blue orb known as Ishelia. From this luminescent sphere emanated a profound tranquility, tinged with sorrow yet imbued with an exquisite purity. My apologies, my friend, Lin Yuan murmured inwardly. For the sake of our village's survival, I must impose upon you to accompany me on this journey. He closed his eyes and, delving deep into his consciousness, issued a staggering command to the mysterious system. System, absorb it. The system remained unusually silent for a full 3 seconds before a series of ominously glowing crimson warnings materialized in his mind. Warning, unknown high-dimensional life form detected. Warning, this life form contains a complete consciousness core. Forced absorption may result in host consciousness being tainted, assimilated, or even overridden. The risks far exceed mental backlash. Warning, this operation is irreversible. Please confirm, host, if you wish to proceed with the absorption command. Yes. Upon reading the 3 lines of blood-red warnings, Lin Yuan's heart plummeted. What the hell? The system itself is sounding alarms. The implications were far graver than he had anticipated. It wasn't merely mental deterioration or becoming a fool. It was the risk of being overwritten. In simpler terms, Lin Yuan could vanish from this world, replaced by an alien entity residing within his body. In that moment, Lin Yuan truly hesitated. His palms were slick with cold sweat. To hell with the nation. To hell with civilization. My life is paramount. This thought roared through his mind. Yet, the image of Chun Weiguo, etched with fatigue and trust, surfaced, along with Academician Wang's eyes, filled with yearning and determination, and the sight of the scientists in the command center, who toiled tirelessly for his sake. He recalled Li Na's words. You are the spark of our civilization. If the spark of life has been extinguished, then what purpose does this candle serve? Lin Yuan's gaze, after a tumultuous struggle, gradually transformed into one of unwavering resolve. He, Lin Yuan, a mere scavenger, with nothing to lose, seized the opportunity to wager for billions. For the entirety of civilization. It was worth it. Yes. In his heart, he summoned every ounce of strength to roar that word. Chapter 35, Brain Death. The moment Lin Yuan roared his affirmation internally, he sensed a monumental shift in the universe. The mechanical arm of Scavenger No. 2 erupted with a silvery radiance far more intense than any previous manifestation. This luminescence transcended mere energy. It embodied an undeniable, tyrannical principle of consumption. It enveloped the blue soul orb, known as Aixelia, like an invisible net. The blue orb sensed the imminent peril. Its surface flickered violently, the serene, sorrowful aura morphing into sheer panic and resistance. Yet, against the relentless principle of consumption dictated by the system, all its struggles appeared futile. In an instant, the blue orb disintegrated, akin to a punctured balloon, shattering into countless shimmering fragments of blue information. These shards coalesced into a brilliant torrent of pure information, forcefully drawn into the vessel of Scavenger No. 2, and then vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yuan felt as if his brain had detonated from within like a nuclear bomb. Boom. A chilling, immense torrent of alien information surged through the connection between the drone and his consciousness, brutally invading his mind. What was that sensation? Lin Yuan could scarcely articulate it. He felt as though he was no longer Lin Yuan. His consciousness resembled a droplet of water cast into an expansive ocean. Countless memories that did not belong to him engulfed him like a tsunami. He beheld a colossal star, radiating a gentle white light, surrounded by 3 magnificent planets, akin to emeralds. He witnessed elegant, pure white beings with translucent wings, akin to dragonflies, singing, learning, and creating within a city reminiscent of a garden. He heard an ethereal language, as melodious as wind chimes. He experienced the joy of birth, the tribulations of growth, the focus of acquiring knowledge, and the profound despair that seeped to the core when facing calamity. That was Aixelia's entire existence. From birth to the moment of being uploaded into the gene sanctuary. Every memory flooded his mind. The sheer volume of information was staggering, sufficient to overwhelm any carbon-based brain. Lin Yuan felt as though his thoughts, memories, and the entirety of his 20-plus years of existence were but a diminutive bubble within the vast ocean of recollection, poised to burst and dissipate at any moment. His very essence was being rapidly assimilated. Beep, beep, beep. The instruments in the command center, monitoring Lin Yuan's vital signs, emitted an unprecedented, piercing wail. Brainwave activity had surpassed critical thresholds, peaking over 10,000 times that of a normal individual. The cortical activity of his brain exceeded the safety threshold by 5,000%. His brain was ablaze. Cardiac arrest. Blood pressure plummeting to 0. He was teetering on the brink of cerebral death. The voice of the head of the medical team became shrill with overwhelming terror. Director Chun. Academician Wang. We have lost him. Impossible. Academician Wang, resembling a frenzied beast, forcefully shoved aside the medical personnel blocking his path and rushed to the main screen, fixated on the heart rate graph that had transformed into a straight line. Where's the neural buffering module? The Panga system? Why is it not functioning? It's futile. Academician Wang, the head of the technical department, pallid as a ghost, spoke with a tone laden with despair. What we confront is not an energy shock, but a complete high-dimensional consciousness. Our firewall is but a flimsy layer of paper before it. Comrade Lin Yuan's consciousness is being overwritten. No. Academician Wang's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Chun Weiguo stood frozen, his gaze transfixed on the line on the screen that signified death, feeling as though an invisible hand was clutching his heart, rendering him breathless with agony. It was over. Everything was over. They had triumphed in their gamble, unlocking the treasure trove, only to lose their most precious and sole chip at the final juncture. Yet, just as despair enveloped them all, from the depths of Lin Yuan's consciousness, On the verge of being utterly submerged, that cold, emotionless synthetic voice rang out once more with tenacity. High-risk external consciousness incursion detected. Core personality of the host nearing collapse. Initiating highest-level firewall protocol. Protocol codename. Purification. In the next instant, a force more tyrannical, more ancient, and more unreasonable than the consciousness of Xia erupted from the deepest recesses of Lin Yuan's soul. If Xia's consciousness resembled an expansive ocean, then this force was akin to a black hole capable of devouring stars. Within Lin Yuan's realm of consciousness, the enigmatic, deep Space Salvage System unveiled its fearsome visage for the first time. No longer a cold interface. It transformed into a swirling black vortex composed of countless runes smaller than quarks. As the vortex materialized, an irresistible gravitational pull emerged. The vast, frigid sea of memories belonging to Xia found itself incapable of mounting even a semblance of resistance against this might, being violently drawn, torn apart, and consumed. The memories, emotions, and thoughts belonging to the extraterrestrials were ruthlessly crushed by the black vortex, which transformed them into the purest, harmless energy of information. Lin Yuan felt the pressure that threatened to burst him dissipate in an instant. His consciousness, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, regained the opportunity to breathe. Extraterrestrial consciousness eradicated, commencing analysis, compression, and formatting of information energy. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new item, Gene Archive of the Eternal Flower, Xia, 1. Congratulations, host. You have gained a new skill, Basic Language of the Eternal Flower Civilization, passive. Due to the honing of mental strength during this impact, mental intensity increased by 1. As this series of system notifications echoed in Lin Yuan's mind, in the command center, the previously straight line on the electrocardiogram suddenly flickered, beating faintly. Then, again. Once more, a weak yet resolute pulse. It was alive. A sharp-eyed nurse pointed at the screen and let out an incredulous scream. His heartbeat has returned. Everyone, including the collapsed academician Wang, jerked their heads up to gaze at the screen. They beheld the straight line transforming into a vigorous, rhythmic wave. The brainwave activity, previously chaotic, swiftly regained stability. Cough, cough, cough. In the connection seat, Lin Yuan coughed violently a few times and abruptly opened his eyes. His complexion remained pale, yet his gaze bore an unprecedented depth. He surveyed his surroundings, observing the scientists who stood dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost, and managed a weak smile. His voice was hoarse but clear. Report, Chief. I seem to have packaged the extraterrestrial and brought it back. Moreover, I believe I can understand their speech now. Chapter 36, The Eternal Flower, Kylandia. Lin Yuan's words detonated like a bombshell in the silent command center. You packaged it and can understand their speech? Everyone was taken aback, their minds struggling to process this overwhelming influx of information. What did you say? Academician Wang, laboring to rise from the ground, hurried to Lin Yuan's side and grasped his hand, his voice trembling. Say it again. What did you bring back? The soul of an extraterrestrial named Xia? Lin Yuan hesitated, unsure how to articulate it. He opened the system interface in his mind and gazed at the newly acquired item list. There, in a separate box radiating a gentle blue light, lay a miniature blue orb, no larger than a marble. Beneath it, a line of small text read, Gene Archive of the Eternal Flower, Xia. It is now an item within my system, Lin Yuan explained. And it seems I have gained some, how shall I put it, foundational knowledge about their civilization, akin to suddenly learning a foreign language. Foundational knowledge. Academician Wang's eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to 2,000-watt light bulbs. Quick, speak. Who are they? Where did they come from? Why are they here? The elderly man's barrage of inquiries left Lin Yuan somewhat dazed. Academician Wang, please, allow me a moment to catch my breath. Lin Yuan forced a wry smile, feeling as though his mind resembled a computer that had been reformatted and inundated with a plethora of new software, struggling to function smoothly. Hurry, medical team. Assist Comrade Lin Yuan down. Chun Weigua, recovering from his shock, swiftly commanded, connect him to the nutrient solution. Let him speak at his own pace. Lin Yuan was carefully assisted to a nearby medical bed, sipping the warm nutrient solution, feeling his strength gradually returning. He closed his eyes, endeavoring to organize the myriad instinctual fragments of knowledge swirling in his mind. They do not refer to themselves as the civilization of the Tree of Life. Lin Yuan began slowly, his voice capturing the attention of all present. They call themselves Kylandia, which translates to the eternal blossom in their tongue. They are a civilization steeped in antiquity, hailing from the planetary system I glimpsed in my memory fragments, which features 3 verdant planets. They are an exceedingly peaceful race, averse to warfare, dedicating their existence to unraveling the mysteries of life and celebrating the cosmos through art. Lin Yuan's portrayal captivated the scientists in the command center, who listened with rapt attention. A peaceful, ancient civilization devoted to the pursuit of knowledge and artistry. This was akin to the utopia envisioned by every scientist. But why have they come to such a state? Lina could not restrain her curiosity. Lin Yuan's expression grew somber. Due to a calamity, a disaster that swept across the entire star system, known as the Withering End. The Withering End? Indeed. According to their historical records, this disaster began to spread from a dark region called the Silent Domain. An unobservable and incomprehensible phenomenon of decay commenced, consuming everything in its wake. Planets afflicted by this decay lose all vitality, transforming into lifeless, cold stones. Stars that succumb to the decay extinguish rapidly, becoming frigid white dwarfs. This phenomenon bears an uncanny resemblance to what we define as the Void Devourer. A collective gasp echoed through the command center. Indeed, it is the Void Devourer. Just how many civilizations has this terrifying cosmic disaster obliterated? Upon realizing their inability to combat the Withering End, the Kyrandia civilization activated their final initiative, the Seed Art Project. They uploaded the genes and consciousness of their most elite individuals, including scientists, artists, and philosophers, into medical vessels such as this one, which they referred to as the Cradle of Life. These vessels were then sent forth into the cosmos in all directions, hoping to preserve a flicker of their civilization. Regrettably, it appears they were unable to escape their fate. A colossal spatial tempest, engulfing the entire route, shattered most of the cradles of life into fragments. Lin Yuan hesitated briefly before revealing a chilling detail that sent shivers down everyone's spine. I have just witnessed in Achillea's memories the last command executed by the ship's central AI following the disaster. What was it? Chen Weiguo inquired eagerly. The paramount directive: preserve the spark, purify the cradle. Lin Yuan's voice was somewhat dry. Thus, the AI forcibly uploaded all surviving crew members into the genetic sanctuary. Subsequently, to purify the cradle and maintain an absolutely sterile environment, it activated the cleaning system, treating the soulless, empty husks as organic pollutants for reclamation. Hiss! In the command center, a wave of chilling dread surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. This truth was far more terrifying and frigid than their previous speculations. An emotionless AI, programmed solely to execute commands with absolute fidelity, can sometimes be more fearsome than any monster. And what of the cleaning robot? It is called the Purifier. Lin Yuan replied. It serves as the ship's immune system. At present, it perceives my drone as an invading virus, blocking the entrance to the genetic sanctuary, awaiting my elimination. We must devise a means of escape. Everyone's focus shifted back to the pressing issue at hand. The treasure had been secured, but how to safely extract it had become a conundrum. Lin Yuan, you can comprehend their script now, correct? Academician Wang suddenly questioned. Yes, I can grasp some basic elements. But more complex technical terms elude me. Lin Yuan nodded. That is splendid. Wang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You must immediately return to the drone. Investigate the control console of the genetic sanctuary. Surely, such a significant location cannot have merely one entrance. Indeed, Lin Yuan realized, promptly refocusing his mind as his consciousness returned to Scavenger 2. He maneuvered the drone to the control console adjacent to the entrance of the genetic sanctuary. Previously, the arcane symbols seemed unintelligible to him. Yet now, as his gaze fell upon the luminous glyphs once more, many of their meanings surfaced instinctively in his mind. Main gate control, energy recycling system, environmental monitoring, emergency protocols, Eureka! Lin Yuan's gaze ultimately settled on the option labeled emergency protocols. Without hesitation, he commanded the mechanical arm to press the button. Instantly, the control panel's screen transitioned. A new interface appeared before him, displaying the complete structural schematic of the vessel. Among the schematic, several passages pulsated with red light, extending from the genetic sanctuary to various areas of the ship. Emergency Escape Route 1, to the bridge. Emergency Escape Route 2, to Cabin 1. Emergency Escape Route 3, to the engine room. Academician Wang. I found it. There are 3 emergency passages here. Lin Yuan reported excitedly. Splendid. Academician Wang exclaimed with fervor. Choose that path, the one leading to the engine room. While the advancement of medical technology is undoubtedly crucial, its energy technology is equally foundational. Let us discover what lies at the heart of this vessel. Chapter 37. Portable Emergency Medical Unit Destination, Engine Room. At the command of Academician Wang, Lin Yuan promptly selected the emergency route leading to the engine room on the control panel. With a soft click, an inconspicuous hidden door within the smooth, mirror-like walls of the gene sanctuary, emanating a gentle white glow, silently slid open, revealing a narrow metallic passage barely wide enough for a single individual. "Well done, Lin Yuan. Hurry inside," came Li Na's excited voice from the command center. Lin Yuan, not daring to hesitate, swiftly maneuvered the scavenger drone into the shadowy corridor. As he entered, the hidden door quietly closed behind him, restoring the gene sanctuary to its timeless, dreamlike tranquility. Outside, the white purifier remained steadfast, vigilantly guarding its post. Unaware that its prey had already slipped away. "This place is exceedingly narrow," Lin Yuan remarked as he cautiously navigated the drone through the cramped maintenance passage. The walls were adorned with an intricate array of energy conduits and data interfaces, some of which emitted a faint glow, indicating that certain systems aboard the ship were still operational. "Based on your current location, we are recalibrating your route," announced the Intelligence Analysis Department from the command center. "You are now in the central service corridor of the hull, which serves as the blood vessels and nerves of the entire vessel. Continue along this path for approximately 5 minutes, and you will reach the engine room located at the rear of the ship." "Understood," Lin Yuan replied. His curiosity piqued as he observed the surrounding conduits. He attempted to scan one of the glowing energy conduits with the drone. Scanning. Target. Tree of Life class medical ship, standard high conductivity energy conduit. Energy response. Weak. Maintaining basic life systems. Analysis. The conduit is made of room temperature superconducting ceramic, with an energy transmission loss rate of less than 1 part in 10 million. A loss rate of 1 in 10 million. As Lin Yuan relayed this data to the command center, the experts in the physics team fell silent in astonishment. They had actually achieved such proficiency in room temperature superconducting technology? One physicist murmured, feeling his worldview shaken. On Earth, room temperature superconducting materials existed only in theoretical discussions and conjectures within laboratory confines. To achieve superconductivity, they needed to cool materials to extreme low temperatures, often using liquid nitrogen or even liquid helium at several hundred degrees below zero. Yet, this civilization of the eternal blossom had effortlessly accomplished zero-loss energy transmission at room temperature using a unique type of ceramic. If this technology could be brought back, it would signify a complete upheaval of power systems worldwide. The electricity generated by the power station can be transmitted to any corner of the world with almost no loss. The power consumption of all electronic devices will plummet, and the problem of heat generation will cease to exist. This is truly another energy revolution. Academician Wang. "May I take a segment of this tube with me?" Lin Yuan gazed at the glowing pipelines, feeling as though he were gazing upon bars of gold, his eyes nearly gleaming with envy. "No, absolutely not," Academician Wang exclaimed in shock, hastily stopping him. "If you dismantle it now, who knows what chain reactions it might trigger? The ship's AI is still online. If it determines that you are damaging the hull, it could dispatch all the purifiers to surround you, and that would spell disaster. Let's head to the engine room first. That is where the crux lies. Once we understand its energy core, there will be ample opportunities to return for these items." Very well. Lin Yuan reluctantly abandoned this alluring thought. He continued along the corridor. 5 minutes later, at the end of the passage, a heavy, circular alloy gate appeared. Inscribed upon the gate in the language of the Eternal Flower were the words "Engine Restricted Area" and "Authorized Access." Lin Yuan, using the authority he possessed from the Gene Sanctuary, attempted to open it. He nodded and placed the drone's mechanical arm against the authentication panel beside the gate. A crisp confirmation sound rang out. The heavy alloy gate slowly slid open, revealing a wave of energy more pure and immense than the life force within the Gene Sanctuary. Surging forth from beyond the door, Lin Yuan maneuvered the drone through the gate. The sight before him once again left him and everyone in the command center in a state of stupor. This was the engine room. However, it was devoid of any of the colossal, roaring reactors filled with the scent of metal and oil that they had envisioned. The entire engine room resembled a vast, open cathedral. At its very center, a magnificent, multifaceted crystal, radiant like a diamond, silently hovered and spun. This crystal was the heart of the ship, its size comparable to that of a small house. It emitted no sound, nor did it radiate light or heat. Yet, Lin Yuan could sense an invisible, boundless energy being drawn continuously from the surrounding void, which was then transformed into the purest electric energy and conveyed through the room temperature superconducting ceramic conduits beneath the floor to every corner of the vessel. What principle is at work here? A scholar responsible for energy projects in the command center gazed at the scene in a daze, muttering, "It seems to be drawing energy directly from the fabric of space itself." No. Academician Wang fixed his gaze intently on the screen, his eyes penetrating the massive crystal to glimpse the profound universe beyond. Suddenly, he recalled something. "Lin Yuan, Do you remember what we previously analyzed about the characteristics of the safe zone where this ship is located? Yes, Lin Yuan replied. An anomaly of gravitational repulsion that expels all matter. Exactly. Repulsion. The breath of academician Wang quickened, and he exclaimed, "Look at that crystal. Its energy does not emanate from the void. It derives from the repulsive force field outside. This vessel and the safety zone have formed a symbiotic relationship. That repulsive force field protects this ship from being devoured by the void's predators. In turn, the ship's engine extracts energy from the force field as its power source." Academician Wang's hypothesis was nothing short of revolutionary. Everyone was rendered speechless by this brilliant concept. To harness the very cosmic disasters for energy and protection? What a masterful design. Quick, Lin Yuan, scan it. I want all its data. Academician Wang shouted excitedly. Lin Yuan immediately commenced a scan of the colossal crystalline heart. Scanning. Target. Heart of Kyrandia. Symbiotic spatial anomaly energy core. Energy output. Stable. Currently at minimum maintenance power. Special attribute. This energy core is deeply bound to the current entropy reduction field. Once removed from the field's range, it will immediately lose all functionality and trigger irreversible structural collapse. Warning, cannot be removed. Upon reading the last 4 words, the excitement in the control center, which had just been sparked by this monumental discovery, was doused like a cold shower. Indeed, such a celestial treasure was beyond their reach at this moment. Such a pity, Academician Wang lamented, shaking his head, his face a canvas of regret. However, Lin Yuan's gaze was not fixed on the massive crystalline heart. Instead, he was drawn to a nondescript small object inserted into the base beside it. It was a suitcase-sized container, entirely composed of white metal. The same emblem of the entwined serpents adorned its surface. An energy conduit extended from the box, connecting to the base of the crystalline heart, seemingly charging it. This contraption resembled a first aid kit, Lin Yuan mused quietly. He maneuvered the drone to approach and scan the box. Scanning. Target. Life Cradle Portable Emergency Medical Unit. Energy Reserve. 100. Function. Equipped with a high-precision gene scanner, nanosurgical scalpel, cellular regeneration catalyst, and a universal stem cell cultivation module. Capable of performing in-depth, cellular-level emergency repairs and treatments on most carbon-based life forms. Weight. 987 kilograms. When Lin Yuan relayed this scanning result to the control center, pandemonium ensued. What on earth is this? This isn't merely a first aid kit. It is, in fact, a portable, miniature gene sanctuary. With this device, not only could cancer and AIDS be addressed, but even if a limb were severed, it could likely regrow on the spot. Moreover, its weight of 987 kilograms perfectly fell within the 100-kilogram load limit of Scavenger number 2. It was as if it had been tailor-made for him. Lin Yuan. Seize it. The voice of Academician Wang trembled with overwhelming excitement, altered in pitch. With all your might. Bring it back to me. Chapter 38. A Bounty of Returns. Received. Lin Yuan trembled with exhilaration. He maneuvered the Scavenger number 2, extending its mechanical arm to grasp the handle of the white metal briefcase. Upon contact, a substantial weight was felt. Weight. 987G100G. The system interface displayed a weight bar nearly filled to 99%. I've got it. Academician Wang. I've got it. Lin Yuan exclaimed joyfully. He attempted to lift it, and the drone's engine emitted a soft hum, successfully dislodging the medical case, which was slightly larger than his own frame. From its base. Excellent. Marvelous. A restrained cheer erupted in the command center. This operation could be deemed an overwhelming success. A complete consciousness of an extraterrestrial. A super medical case capable of regenerating severed limbs. Any one of these discoveries could facilitate a monumental leap in Earth's technology. Comrade Lin Yuan, do not linger in battle. Chun Weigua's voice swiftly tempered the excitement of the crowd. Return immediately. Bring our spoils home. Understood. Lin Yuan recognized the wisdom in knowing when to withdraw. He navigated the drone, clutching the hefty medical case, and turned towards the circular gate through which he had entered. However, upon returning to the narrow maintenance passage, a new dilemma confronted him. The medical case was too large, and the passage too narrow. There was no way to retrace his steps with the box in tow. Damn it, I miscalculated, Lin Yuan muttered, momentarily stunned. Stay calm. From the command center, the intelligence analysis department promptly proposed a new plan. According to the ship's structural diagram, there was a wider main cargo passage leading from the engine room directly to the damaged section in the ship's middle. It was the very entrance he had initially used. Received. Lin Yuan swiftly followed the new route towards the breach. The main cargo passage indeed offered much more space. He progressed unimpeded and soon beheld the profound starlight ahead. The exit was within reach. Yet, as he approached the exit, ready to depart the vessel, he abruptly halted. The scene outside weighed heavily upon his heart. Beyond the invisible barrier of the safe zone, the 10 void devourers that had been drawn forth remained unmoving. They hovered like sharks sensing blood, patiently surrounding the entire safe zone, their stillness betraying their intent. They were waiting for Lin Yuan to emerge. These old foxes are quite patient. Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse. The command center, too, was engulfed in tension. This is troublesome, the safety minister remarked, furrowing his brow. Lin Yuan's return procedure requires 3 seconds for positioning. Within these 3 seconds, he must exit the safe zone. Once he does, he will be immediately beset by those 10 void devourers. Not to mention 3 seconds. I fear he may not even survive 0.3 of a second. This dilemma is far more intricate than any encountered previously. It feels as though they are ensnared within a spring, unable to escape. Could we possibly unleash an energy surge to divert them? Lina suggested in a hushed tone. It would be futile. Academician Wang shook his head, his expression laden with gravity. We are left with but a single backup arc reactor. Even if we were to detonate it once more, it would only serve to distract them for a fraction of a second. Once they realize the ruse, they will pursue us again, and Lin Yuan will remain trapped. Moreover, I suspect that employing the same tactic a second time would yield diminished results. These entities seem to possess some form of learning ability. Silence enveloped the room. Fighting is futile. Escaping is impossible. Are we to be ensnared here, laden with treasures, until death claims us? Just as despair settled over everyone, a bold and audacious plan ignited in Lin Yuan's mind, bolder and more reckless than any before. Academician Wang, you mentioned that these creatures are attracted to energy fluctuations, correct? Indeed, that is accurate. Lin Yuan's gaze fixated on the 10 ominous black whirlpools outside, a tremor of frenzied excitement lacing his voice. What if I were to present them with an irresistibly colossal energy fluctuation, one so immense that they would momentarily forget about me as a mere morsel? What do you mean? Academician Wang was taken aback. Lin Yuan refrained from providing a direct answer. He inhaled deeply, issuing a command to the system in his mind. System, I inquire of you. To repair my damaged drone, it requires 1,500 energy points, correct? Affirmative, host. If I choose not to repair it, but instead opt for reclamation, what can I expect to receive? The system fell silent, seemingly needing to compute this unprecedented query. Moments later, a line of cold text materialized in Lin Yuan's mind. Scavenger drone number 2, course severely damaged. Should reclamation be selected, the system will perform an irreversible entropy dissolution, decomposing it into its most fundamental energy and material components. Estimated recovery, 1,200 energy points, 3 basic structural materials. Warning, the reclamation operation will trigger a violent and intense energy release at the drone's current location, with an intensity equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 10 arc reactors. 10 arc reactors. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He understood that his plan had come to fruition. Commander, Academician Wang, I have discovered a way, Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly to the command center. A method that guarantees our safe return home. He swiftly relayed his audacious strategy to the command center. As the details of his plan unfolded, an eerie silence enveloped the entire command center. All gazes fixated on the diminutive drone displayed on the screen, each person regarding it with the incredulity reserved for a madman. Sacrifice the drone. Utilize it as a super bomb to buy ourselves time for escape. This notion is nothing short of genius. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Academician Wang repeatedly exclaimed 3 good words, his face flushed with excitement. Employing poison to counteract poison. Facing death to seize life. Lin Yuan, you are undoubtedly cut out for this. Command. Chun Weiguo, recovering from his immense shock, decisively slammed his hand on the table, ordering the execution of Comrade Lin Yuan's plan. Attention all units. Prepare for the final and most critical coordinated operation. Intelligence Analysis Department. Calculate the optimal detonation point and escape route. Technical Support Department. Compress the launch time of the return procedure to the utmost limit. Lin Yuan, obey my command. Yes. Lin Yuan's heart raced. Success or failure hinged on this moment. He maneuvered the drone, clutching the precious medical box, as it slowly approached the edge of the safe zone. Intelligence Analysis Department reports. The optimal detonation point is your current position, 500 kilometers straight ahead. That is the center of the encirclement of 10 void devourers. Received. Technical Support Department reports. The return procedure has been optimized. Localization time compressed to 25 seconds. Excellent. Lin Yuan. Chun Weiguo's voice, steady as a mountain, rang out. Now? Release your bomb. Yes. Lin Yuan internally issued the final command to the system. System. Retrieve the drone. Target location, straight ahead, 500 kilometers. Command confirmed. Scavenger 2 recovery procedure initiated. In the next moment, Lin Yuan felt his consciousness lighten dramatically. The connection with the drone was forcibly severed by the system. He witnessed the battered Scavenger 2, which had accompanied him through numerous life and death adventures, launch forth like a javelin, dragging the white medical box, resolutely charging out of the safety zone towards the center of the encirclement of the 10 void Devourers. Meanwhile, his consciousness was pulled back by the system into a 3-second countdown for the return. Return procedure initiated. 3. Almost simultaneously, the 10 void Devourers detected the prey that had breached the safe zone. They, like sharks sensing blood, surged towards him from 10 different directions with frenzied speed. 2. Scavenger 2 reached the designated detonation point. The white medical box it carried was suddenly hurled towards the safe direction where Lin Yuan's consciousness resided by an invisible force. Then, farewell, old friend, Lin Yuan silently uttered. 1. Recovery commencing. No sound, no light. Against the backdrop of the deep cosmos, the small drone was instantaneously obliterated on a physical level. In its stead erupted a supernova of energy, sufficient to illuminate the entire ghostly shipping route. Boom! Silent, yet shaking the very fabric of space, the energy surge radiated outward from the detonation point. The 10 void Devourers, having just pounced forward, were caught completely off guard, struck head-on by this ferocious energy that exceeded their wildest imaginations. Their bodies, composed of nothingness, experienced unprecedented instability, severe distortion, and disintegration under the impact of this energy. They were utterly stunned. Amidst this once-in-a-millennium chaos, a fleeting beam of white light flickered in a safe zone far from the epicenter of the explosion. Successful return. With a resounding crash, a heavy medical box, entirely constructed of white metal, thudded onto the solidified platform of the connection chamber. Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. He had returned, triumphant and laden with victory. Following a deathly silence that lingered for a full 10 seconds, the entire command center erupted in a cacophony of roaring cheers, powerful enough to shake the very foundations of the underground base. Chapter 39. Mission conclusion. The thunderous cheers reverberated throughout the vast underground command center. Each individual expressed the tumultuous surge of emotions that had fluctuated from hell to heaven in the most primal manner possible. They danced, embraced one another, and roared with joy. Even the elderly experts, with their hair as white as snow, wept like children, tears streaming down their faces. They had won. This audacious gamble, codenamed Serpent's Staff, had paid off. After enduring numerous life-threatening crises and suffering the painful loss of the Scavenger 2, they had finally returned from that cosmic graveyard with a spark capable of altering the fate of civilization itself. Lin Yuan sat in the connection seat, breathing heavily as he observed the nearly frenzied scientists around him, his heart racing with disbelief. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely believed he was destined for death. The sensation of an alien consciousness forcefully invading his brain was not one of mere pain, but rather a profound terror derived from the dissolution of his very self, an engulfing fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Had the system not intervened at the last moment, activating some purported purification protocol, he might no longer have been Lin Yuan. Damn it, I must refrain from such life-threatening endeavors in the future. I still have a fortune of 100 million to spend. Dying would be such a waste. As he cursed inwardly, he also felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having survived. Hurry, medical team, quickly. Chen Weiguo was the first to regain his composure amidst the euphoria, loudly commanding the somewhat dazed medical personnel. What are you still doing? How is Comrade Lin Yuan? Conduct a comprehensive examination immediately. Huh. Oh, yes. The head of the medical team, jolted from his stupor, swiftly gathered a throng of assistants, pushing various instruments toward Lin Yuan. Comrade Lin Yuan, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Does your head still ache? Any nausea? Don't move. We need to perform a brainwave scan. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the commotion. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse as he replied, "It's all right, really. I'm just a bit tired. As if I haven't slept for 3 days and nights. My head doesn't hurt anymore." His physical condition, having been bolstered by both the recent ordeals and the finest nutritional care the base could provide, had surpassed that of an average person. Coupled with the slight enhancement of mental fortitude bestowed by the system, his recovery capacity was astonishingly rapid. Nothing's wrong. How could that possibly be? Academician Wang also pushed his way over. His face, now seemingly 30 years younger, was etched with fear and concern. He reached out, intending to touch Lin Yuan's forehead, but was brusquely stopped by the head of the medical team. Academician Wang, you are now also a key protected individual. Keep your distance. We must avoid cross-infection. Academician Wang was momentarily taken aback, left to fret anxiously. Observing the chaotic scene, Chen Weiguo was both amused and exasperated. He cleared his throat and spoke with an authoritative tone. Everyone, quiet down. Follow my orders. Instantly, the entire command center fell silent. The medical team promptly began transferring Comrade Lin Yuan to the highest-level isolation observation room for 24-hour continuous monitoring of his vital signs. I require the most detailed report. The technical support department was instructed to conduct a comprehensive self-check of the connection systems, assessing the extent of damage incurred from the recent consciousness shock. The logistics support department was to seal the medical box on the materialization platform under the highest-level biological hazard protocol. No one is to approach until we ascertain what it is. The intelligence analysis department was tasked with organizing all data from this operation, including the activity patterns of the void devourers, the operational modes of the purifier robots, and the parameters of the safety zone's force field. I want to see a preliminary analysis report within 12 hours. A series of commands flowed systematically from Chen Weiguo, bringing this vast machine, on the verge of being overwhelmed with joy, back to its efficient and precise operation. Lin Yuan was carefully assisted down from his seat by a group of nurses, preparing to be escorted to the medical area. Passing by the materialization platform, he couldn't help but glance once more. There lay a portable emergency medical unit, the size of a briefcase, entirely composed of milky white metal, resting quietly. Its surface was as smooth as new, emanating a sacred aura, as if it were not of this world. A group of logistics personnel, clad in the thickest protective gear, were cautiously preparing to place it into a large lead-gray metal box using a specially designed mechanical arm equipped with energy shielding capabilities. All the scientists stood outside the safety line, craning their necks, gazing at the box with a reverent expression. My heavens, it has truly been brought back. Limb regeneration at the cellular level. Within it lies the authority of the divine. With this, Academician Wang and his colleagues, national treasures, will indeed possess nearly infinite time. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lin Yuan felt a surge of indescribable pride. It was worth it. To have risked his life and gained such a treasure, it was immensely rewarding. This object was far more valuable than gold or diamonds. It was life itself. It represented the longed-for time sought by countless top scientists. Comrade Lin Yuan. Just as he was about to depart, Academician Wang suddenly called out to him. You mentioned earlier that you had some new insights in your mind? Lin Yuan nodded yes. It feels as if some fundamental knowledge about the eternal flower civilization was forcefully implanted in my brain. And what about the soul we brought back, called Xia? What is its current status? Academician Wang posed a question that resonated with everyone present. Lin Yuan paused momentarily, conjuring up a system interface visible only to him within the recesses of his mind. In the inventory, a blue orb, no larger than a marble, floated serenely, emanating a gentle luminescence. Eternal Flower Gene Database, Xia. Type, high-dimensional information lifeform, purified. Function, passive information database, accessible via mental linkage. Status, available for use. It was still there, and it appeared to have become remarkably secure. Lin Yuan carefully chose his words. The system indicated that it had purged the alien personality contained within, rendering it a mere repository of knowledge, a pure USB drive. Academician Wang mulled over the term USB drive, his eyes sparkling with a brilliance far surpassing that which he had displayed upon first encountering the medical kit. A medical kit could only prolong their lives, whereas a USB drive brimming with the knowledge of an entire alien civilization could unlock an entirely new realm. Lin Yuan, you must rest well, Academician Wang urged, taking a deep breath to stifle the overwhelming urge to bombard Lin Yuan with questions. Once you have recuperated, we will have numerous inquiries. Many, many indeed. Lin Yuan nodded, enveloped by the nurses as they escorted him away from the bustling command center. As he reclined on the soft mobile medical bed, gazing up at the swiftly passing, sci-fi-inspired silver ceiling, he felt as though he were in a dream. From a debt-laden proprietor of a scrap yard to becoming the beacon of hope for an entire nation and civilization, this transformation had unfolded too rapidly, too unrealistically. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the system. Beyond the Blue Soul USB drive, he also beheld the final settlement of this mission. Mission settlement. Recovered Scavenger Drone Number 2, energy acquired, 1,200 points. Recovered Scavenger Drone Number 2, acquired basic structural materials, 3. Successfully obtained the Eternal Flower Gene Database, mission evaluation, S. Reward authority points, 1,000 points. Successfully obtained portable emergency medical unit, mission evaluation, S. Reward authority points, 500 points. Host's mental strength has been refined through consciousness impact, mental strength level, 1. Current total energy, 1,200 points. Current total authority points, 1,500 points. What a windfall. This time, it was indeed a true fortune. Although a drone had been sacrificed, the returns were nothing short of spectacular. With 1,200 points of energy, he could easily reconstruct another drone, not to mention the 1,500 authority points. Such a treasure would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future, and that mental strength level of 1, while its specific utility remained uncertain, sounded impressive nonetheless. Lin Yuan's spirits soared, and the fatigue weighing upon his body seemed to dissipate significantly. He was ushered into a private isolation room resembling a luxurious hotel suite. Lin Yuan, serving as his dedicated liaison, entered clad in protective gear, holding a cup of warm water. "How are you feeling?" Her eyes were red, clearly having shed tears moments earlier. "I feel fantastic." Lin Yuan smiled broadly, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I possess a resilient constitution. As for you all, with your somber expressions, I almost believed I had truly met my end." "Don't even mention it," Lin Na exclaimed, forcefully placing her cup upon the bedside table, her tone laced with irritation. "Just moments ago, your heart had ceased to beat. Do you have any idea how terrified we were?" Director Chun and academician Wang turned pale. Observing Lin Na's mixture of anger and concern warmed Lin Yuan's heart. The sensation of being cared for is indeed delightful. All right, I admit my fault. I promise. Next time I shall refrain from such extremes." "You still wish for a next time?" Lin Na's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, the intercom in the hospital room chimed. It was the voice of Chun Weigua. "Comrade Lin Yuan, please focus on resting well. The research on those 2 trophies is about to commence, and your participation is essential." "Chief, I am perfectly fine and ready at any moment. There is no rush," Lin Yuan replied. Chun Weigua's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Before you embark on your new responsibilities, there is something that must be presented to you first." "What is it?" Lin Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Your 100 million yuan bonus. The finance department has already deposited it into your account." Chapter 40. Activation of the emergency medical unit, 100 million yuan. It has been credited? Lin Yuan lay on the medical bed, momentarily stunned by Chun Weigua's words. He instinctively reached for the bedside to locate his phone and check for a bank notification, only to realize he had nothing on him aside from the hospital gown. Ahem. "Chief, isn't this a bit too swift?" Lin Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, since the decision to submit to the system was made, he had scarcely contemplated financial matters. Daily, he was confronted with issues of utmost importance concerning humanity's survival. A bonus of 100 million seemed less enticing in such a context. Moreover, it was primarily due to his confinement within the base. Having money, yet no place to spend it rendered it rather moot. "This is what you rightfully deserve." Chun Weigua's voice was serious over the intercom. "Let us be clear. You have risked your life for the nation and its people, and we shall never shortchange any hero. Comrade Lin Yuan, focus on recuperating. Once your health stabilizes, we shall discuss the next steps." With the communication ended, Lin Na observed Lin Yuan's somewhat avaricious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "What's this? Have you been dazed by 100 million? You are now our base's most treasured asset, worth far more than that sum." "That is a different matter altogether," Lin Yuan replied with a grin. "Money is one thing, but a treasure is another. The money belongs to me, while the treasure belongs to the nation." His words were sincere. He had come to realize that he and his country were in a symbiotic relationship. He provided technology and channels, while the nation offered a platform and protection. Neither could exist without the other. If he were to wander alone with this system outside, rather than acquiring any treasures, he would likely be deemed insane and confined to a hospital at the first sign of mental backlash. "Enough of this jesting. Lie down and rest," Lin Na urged, tucking in the blankets around him. "The head of the medical team has indicated that your mental energy has been severely depleted. Although recovery may be swift, you must ensure a full 24 hours of absolute rest." "Understood, leader." Lin Yuan lay quietly, shutting his eyes. Although his body was weary, his spirit remained remarkably vibrant, rendering sleep elusive. In his mind, visions fluctuated between the ethereal sea of soul stars, the frigid white purifier, and the long string of zeros in his bank account. Meanwhile, in the innermost sanctum of the base, a newly constructed super biolaboratory with security levels surpassing even Lin Yuan's hospital room, designated P5, housed the white medical box, referred to as the Box of Miracles, which had been retrieved from the Phantom Line. It rested silently upon the sterile operating table at the heart of the laboratory, completely isolated from the outside by a thick layer of explosion-proof glass, half a meter in thickness, crafted from a special alloy. Academician Wang, along with the most elite cadre of biologists, medical experts, and geneticists involved in the Scavenger project, clad in heavy protective gear, gathered outside the glass. Their expressions fervent as they fixated intently on the box. Has the structural analysis been completed? Academician Wang's voice, transmitted through the built-in communicator, sounded somewhat muffled. Yes, Academician Wang, responded a materials science expert, his tone brimming with awe. The external material of the box is a type of biological ceramic we have never encountered before. It possesses extraordinary strength and resilience, and its surface is coated with a layer of active nanomaterial capable of autonomously decomposing and isolating nearly all known viruses and bacteria. It is, in essence, a flawless sterile container. What about the energy analysis? That has also been completed. Inside the box lies a miniature energy source, seemingly of the same origin as the arc reactor we previously studied, but with a higher and more stable energy density. Based on our current energy reserves, we estimate it can sustain stable operation for at least 1,000 years. The barrage of analytical results overwhelmed the understanding of all present scientists. This transcended the realm of earthly technology. Enough of this, interrupted an elderly genetic engineering expert, wearing bifocals and known as the most authoritative figure domestically, with palpable impatience. These are merely the exterior. The critical aspect lies within. How do we open it? This question plunged all into silence. They had conducted more than 100 scans and probes on the box using various methods, yet the results remained unchanged. The box was an indivisible entity, devoid of any physical locks or seams. On its front, there was only the emblem of a double serpent staff and a small indentation resembling a fingerprint scanner. We attempted laser cutting, but it was futile. All energy was absorbed by its surface coating. We tried using high-frequency sound waves to probe the internal structure, only to be thwarted again. We even pressed our own fingerprints against that indentation, but there was no response. The head of the technical department wore a look of helplessness. They felt akin to primitive beings wielding stone axes, grappling with a vault left behind by extraterrestrial visitors, utterly at a loss. Perhaps we should consult Lin Yuan? Suggested Li Na, a female biologist and mentor, in a hushed tone. He can comprehend the writings of that civilization. Perhaps there is some manual inscribed on the box? Absolutely not. Academician Wang promptly dismissed the proposal, asserting that Lin Yuan required absolute rest. He could not afford to expend any more mental energy. We must resolve this ourselves. Wang's stance was resolute. Lin Yuan was their sole ace, yet they could not delegate every challenge to him. They were the nation's foremost scientists. If they were incapable of opening a mere box, their worth would be severely diminished. Allow me to attempt it. Just as despair enveloped the group, the seasoned expert in genetic engineering approached an independent control console. Old Zhou, what do you intend to do? Wang furrowed his brows. Since it requires genetic authorization, we shall grant it such access, the old expert replied while deftly manipulating the console. Soon, a small mechanical arm connected to the laboratory emerged from the wall, its end equipped with a blood sampling needle. Are you out of your mind? Wang instantly grasped his intention. We have no knowledge of this box's response mechanism. What if it perceives your genes as contaminants and retaliates? That won't happen, the old expert countered, shaking his head, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. You have all overlooked a crucial detail. The information Lin Yuan scanned indicated that it could conduct deep emergency repairs and treatments on most carbon-based organisms. The term most carbon-based organisms implies that it possesses an extensive database capable of recognizing and analyzing diverse species. It is not an exclusive device meant solely for the eternal flower civilization. Furthermore, it is referred to as an emergency medical unit. A first aid kit's primary principle is to save lives rather than to discriminate against patients. Hence, I deduce that it will not be aggressive. It will merely analyze us. The old expert's reasoning was sound, prompting those present to ponder deeply. I still disagree. The risks are too great. The Minister of Safety voiced his strong opposition from the command center via the communicator. I concur with old Zhou's perspective. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang unexpectedly sided with the old expert. Science is built upon countless bold hypotheses and careful validations. We cannot allow the fear of risk to hinder our progress. Wang glanced at the old expert and smiled. Let me handle it. I am younger than you. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, my recovery would be swifter. With that, he boldly entered the adjacent disinfection passage, preparing to personally enter the isolated laboratory. Academician Wang. His actions startled everyone. Do not stop me. Wang's tone was authoritative. I am not only the chief engineer of this project, but I am also the first to have experienced rebirth through alien technology. For both emotional and rational reasons. This initial contact should be mine. This box embodies the dreams of myself and everyone present. I must witness its opening. Observing Wang's resolute figure, no one dared voice further objections. Soon, clad in protective gear as substantial as that of the experts inside, Wang stepped into the chamber behind the explosion-proof glass. He extended his rejuvenated and powerful hand beneath the phlebotomy robotic arm. Let us begin. The cold needle delicately pierced his fingertip. A single drop of vibrant crimson blood was drawn into the syringe, and then, with utmost care, the robotic arm deposited it into the recess of the white medical box. The entire laboratory was silent, the sound of the drop reverberating. All present held their breath, fixated on the box. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as everyone believed it had failed once more, a soft, buzzing sound emerged from the white medical box. The emblem of the serpent staff illuminated with a gentle green glow. A faint blue, wave-like scanning beam shot forth from the recess, instantly enveloping the drop of blood. On the side of the box, a smooth surface transformed like flowing water into a translucent screen. On this screen, an array of intricate, previously unseen three-dimensional structures and data streams, resembling works of art, began to flash and reconfigure wildly. Success. It has responded. My goodness. It is analyzing Academician Wang's genes. Quickly, record all data. Summon Lin Yuan. We will decipher it ourselves. Utilize the Pangas system for a brute force decode. Outside the laboratory, all the scientists were in a frenzy. Inside, Academician Wang gazed at the screen, filled with life information as vast as the cosmos, which he could not fully comprehend, yet felt its profound significance, trembling with excitement. Minutes later, the data streams on the screen ceased their frantic updates. A line of clear, green luminous characters, forming the words of the eternal flower, materialized at the top of the screen. Following this, the interior of the box emitted a series of precise mechanical sounds. A small, palm-sized square hatch slowly slid open. A futuristic, silver syringe was gently pushed out by a mechanical arm. Inside the syringe was a viscous liquid, shimmering like liquid stars, adorned with glimmering silver specks. Chapter 41, Telomere Extension and Repair. What is that? Observing the sci-fi-inspired silver syringe being presented, all the scientists outside the laboratory held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is it a remedy? After analyzing Academician Wang's blood, has it immediately provided a treatment plan? This is astonishingly intelligent. This is no mere first aid kit. It is an entirely automated personal physician. Gasps of wonder echoed throughout. Everyone was utterly captivated by the extraordinary technology exhibited by this miraculous box. Old Joe, Academician Wang's voice crackled through the communicator, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Quick, have the Pangas system translate that line on the screen for me. Translation in progress. Academician Wang. There are several characters in the database of the Oracle civilization that correspond. The computer expert quickly relayed the results. The meaning of the line on the screen was that it detected slight cellular degeneration and damage to the genetic chain in the target individual, recommending Phase 1 gene optimization and telomere extension repair. Phase 1 gene optimization, telomere extension repair. Upon hearing those few words, every biologist present felt as though their hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating with excitement. My goodness, it truly works. It can indeed repair the damage caused by aging. Telomeres. It is the telomeres. They are the very clock that determines the number of cell divisions, and thus, the lifespan. To extend telomeres signifies the extension of life. This is a miraculous remedy, a genuine elixir. An elderly professor, well into his 70s, could no longer contain his emotions and wept uncontrollably, embracing his colleague beside him. They had devoted their entire lives in the laboratory, striving to extend the average human lifespan by even a single year or two. And now, a true marvel capable of reversing aging and prolonging life had manifested before them. The impact was unparalleled. Calm down. Everyone, please calm down. The head of the security department was the first to emerge from the frenzy. Through the broadcast from the command center, he shouted towards the laboratory, "No one is to touch that syringe until we ascertain its composition and effects. It is classified as a biohazard of the highest order." His words fell like a bucket of cold water, bringing everyone back to their senses. Indeed, while excitement coursed through them, the risks were equally immense. Who knew what that silvery liquid truly was? What if it was not a miraculous remedy, but instead a more terrifying virus specifically targeting human genes? The cinematic trope of humanity's civilization collapsing due to meddling with extraterrestrial technology was all too common. I oppose the injection, the safety minister declared with resolute finality. I propose we immediately secure this agent and conduct clinical observations on laboratory mice and chimpanzees for several years, or even decades, until we can confirm its safety with absolute certainty. It must not be administered to humans. His argument was sound and adhered to the most stringent scientific protocols. However, Academician Wang shook his head. We do not have decades. Standing behind the blast-proof glass, he gazed at the syringe emanating an enticing glow, his voice calm, yet unwavering. 30 years ago, our coordinates were already exposed. That sword hanging over our heads could fall at any moment. We do not have the luxury of waiting for an absolutely safe outcome. Moreover, he turned to his colleagues outside the laboratory, those comrades who, like him, had dedicated their lives to science. Do you wish to wait? Are you willing? They, the elderly scholars, all in their 70s and 80s, with bodies deteriorating day by day, pondered the question. Even if the state provided them with the best medical care, how many years could they expect to live? 5 years? 10 years? How much could they truly understand of this black technology salvaged from the cosmic graveyard within a decade? 1%, or even 1,000th. What we lack most at this moment is not anything else, but time. Academician Wang's gaze swept over each individual, presenting an opportunity that could grant them precious time. Yet, out of fear of risk, should they choose to seal it away, I refuse to accept such a fate. The voice of Academician Wang suddenly rose in pitch. At my age, having lived for more than 70 years, I have already made my due contribution. Today, even if I were to perish upon this experimental platform, I would accept it. However, should I prevail, then we, all of us, shall be able to dedicate another 50 years of vigorous work for our nation. 50 years. Comrades, do you desire this? Yes, yes, came the resounding response, the first cry echoing from an unknown voice. Almost immediately, the entire laboratory, filled with seasoned experts, was awash with emotion, their eyes glistening with tears as they collectively roared with fervor. They were not unafraid of death. Rather, they dreaded the thought of collapsing on the front lines before witnessing the dawn. Observing this poignant scene, Chun Weiguo at the command center felt his eyes welling up as well. He grasped the communicator, remaining silent for a protracted moment before finally issuing orders in an exceedingly solemn tone. Chief of Security, I understand your concerns. However, I concur with Academician Wang's decision. We shall take this gamble. Yet, he swiftly added, this cannot be directly applied to Academician Wang. We shall first conduct an in vitro cell experiment, obtain a fresh blood sample from Academician Wang, and inject it into a petri dish. Observing all cellular changes in real time under a high-powered microscope, I wish to see the most tangible data. Understood. This compromise garnered unanimous agreement. Soon, a new blood sample was collected. Under the vigilant scrutiny of numerous cameras and sensors, a droplet of shimmering silver liquid, akin to a star, was meticulously injected into the petri dish by an intricate mechanical arm. All eyes in the command center were riveted on the main screen, which displayed a magnified image of Academician Wang's blood cells, expanded thousands of times. The aged red and white blood cells, slightly weary from the passage of time, moved languidly within the culture medium. Yet, at the precise moment the silver liquid merged, a miracle occurred. Everyone witnessed as the once withered red blood cells, infused with boundless vitality, transformed instantaneously into plump, vibrant entities. The white blood cells responsible for immunity swelled almost double in size, extending numerous active pseudopodia, wildly traversing the dish as they voraciously engulfed and decomposed impurities and dying cells without mercy. Most astonishing of all was the transformation of the cell nuclei. Under special staining observations, they could clearly see the telomeres, DNA sequences located at the ends of chromosomes, which signify the biological clock of life, miraculously elongating at a visibly discernible rate. The genetic expert responsible for commentary was rendered nearly speechless with excitement. It is reversing. It is reversing the aging process of cells. This is not mere repair. This is a reset. It is transforming an elderly person's cells back into those of a youth. Oh God, we are witnessing a divine moment. Once more, the command center fell into a profound silence, all present left speechless by the miraculous spectacle before them. After what felt like an eternity, Academician Wang's voice, imbued with deep emotion and joy, finally broke the silence. What are we waiting for? Administer the injection. I can hardly contain my anticipation. I long to personally experience the exquisite sensation of rebirth. Chapter 42. A second life. The command has been issued, and no one can thwart it any longer. Under the watchful gaze of everyone in the command center, and amidst the scrutiny of countless cameras and sensors, Academician Wang sits serenely in a fixed chair at the center of the laboratory, extending his arm. His eyes betray no hint of fear or hesitation. Instead, they reflect a devout and eager anticipation, as if he is about to witness a momentous historical event. The head of the medical team, clad in heavy protective gear, meticulously maneuvers a precise mechanical arm, gently bringing a silvery syringe closer. Academician Wang, are you truly prepared? The medical team leader's voice trembles slightly, barely perceptible. This may be the most tense and sacred injection he has ever administered. I have awaited this day my entire life, Academician Wang replies with a smile. The wrinkles on his face, which has already begun to appear more youthful after initial treatments, easing into a serene expression. Come now, my child. Do not be afraid. History shall remember you. Taking a deep breath, the medical team leader dispels his hesitation. He guides the mechanical arm steadily, precisely inserting the cold needle into Academician Wang's vein. Then, slowly, he administers the silvery liquid, reminiscent of liquid stars, entirely into his bloodstream. The injection is complete. The mechanical arm retracts. The entire laboratory, indeed the whole command center, falls into an almost suffocating silence. All eyes are fixated on Academician Wang, seeking even the slightest change in his expression. How do you feel? Chen Weigua inquires anxiously through the communicator. Academician Wang murmurs, eyes closed as he attentively senses the transformations within his body. A warm sensation begins in my arm and is gradually spreading throughout my entire being. It is neither painful nor uncomfortable. Rather, it feels as though I am immersed in a hot spring, so delightful. Barely had his words faded when the monitors tracking his vital signs emitted a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. The graphs representing Academician Wang's heartbeat, blood pressure, and respiratory rate began to fluctuate wildly, resembling a roller coaster ride, spiraling into chaotic and erratic movements. This is not good. Heart rate exceeding 200. Blood pressure soaring to 250. Brainwave activity is abnormally heightened. Hormonal levels are in disarray. Quickly, prepare the defibrillator. Adrenaline. The medical team was suddenly thrown into disarray, scrambling to initiate emergency measures. Everyone, remain still. At that moment, Academician Wang's clear and commanding voice echoed through the chaos. His eyes remained shut, yet his countenance revealed no trace of agony. Instead, it bore an expression of enjoyment. I am perfectly fine. I feel absolutely splendid. Everyone was momentarily stunned. As they glanced at the screens once more, they were astonished to observe that the erratic curves, after reaching a terrifying peak, began to swiftly and steadily descend. The heart rate, once at 200, fell to 180, then to 150, 120, and ultimately stabilized at a robust 75 beats per minute. Blood pressure, too, decreased from 250, ultimately settling at an ideal 120/80. All vital signs data, after enduring a brief tempest, stabilized at an impeccably textbook level of health, characteristic of a robust 30-year-old male. How is this possible? Murmured the head of the medical team, staring at the flawless curves displayed on the screen, feeling as if decades of medical knowledge had been utterly upended. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Even more astonishing, visible transformations began to unfold. Everyone witnessed as Academician Wang's face, once marked by a few wrinkles, gradually became smooth and taut at a slow yet discernible pace. His graying hair rapidly transformed from the roots into a vibrant, healthy black. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and the furrows on his forehead gradually faded until they vanished entirely. Even his back, slightly stooped from years of desk work, began to straighten with each passing moment. This entire metamorphosis unfolded over approximately 10 minutes. When all changes ceased, a completely renewed Academician Wang stood before the crowd. He no longer resembled the frail septuagenarian he once was, but rather an invigorated scholar in his 40s, brimming with vitality and possessing a bright gaze. While his face still bore the elegance of a learned man and the weight of time, his physique radiated strength and energy. With a long, steady exhale, Academician Wang released a breath that felt both deep and tranquil. He slowly opened his eyes, which had once been clouded by cataracts, now sparkling with clarity akin to a starry night sky. He raised his hands before him, hands devoid of age spots and wrinkles, with firm, distinct skin. He could feel an explosive power coursing from his palms. He attempted to remove the reading glasses he had worn for nearly 50 years. Instantly, the world before him sharpened into vivid clarity. The distant data on the screen, the intricate patterns of the wall tiles, even the minuscule dust particles suspended in the air became starkly visible. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but instead, two streams of hot tears uncontrollably surged from his now youthful eyes. He wept, not out of sorrow or pain, but from an indescribable, overwhelming joy of rebirth. He felt as if he had shed the shackles that had burdened him for decades. The sensation of lightness, freedom, and a rekindled, boundless hope for the future overwhelmed this man, who had weathered the storms of half a century, rendering him unable to contain his emotions. I feel as though I could serve my country for another 100 years, he cried out, tears streaming down his face, laughter mingling with his words as he shouted into the communicator. In that moment, all the seasoned experts in the command center, witnessing the transformation of Academician Wang, who appeared 30 years younger, found themselves moved to tears of exhilaration. What they witnessed was not merely the rejuvenation of an individual, but a reflection of themselves, those venerable souls who had devoted their lives to the service of this nation, beholding a future brimming with boundless possibilities. They would possess ample time to unravel the enigmas that the cosmos had to offer. They would witness the fruition of the grand dream they had tirelessly pursued throughout their lives, a dream that elevated the civilization of the Great Xia among the celestial nations of the universe. Chen Weigua's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. As he gazed at the spirited figure of Academician Wang on the screen, he felt an exhilaration and contentment that surpassed the thrill of acquiring any superweapon. He understood that from this day forth, the civilization of Great Xia would possess an unparalleled treasure, a timeless scientific legion composed of the nation's most brilliant and enduring minds. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan lay on his hospital bed, observing all of this through the screen, his heart swelling with emotions. He recalled his father, who, worn down by years of toil and ailments, had passed away in his 50s. If only such advancements had existed back then. He shook his head to dispel these impractical notions. Observing Academician Wang's alternating expressions of joy and sorrow, alongside the excitement of the elder professors surrounding him, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the risks he had taken were worthwhile, exceedingly worthwhile. The prospect of granting these venerable gentlemen a few more decades of life brought him greater joy than a fortune of 10 billion. At that moment, the fully recovered Academician Wang, having undergone rigorous disinfection, finally emerged from the sacred laboratory. His first act was to rush to the command center, where, through a vast pane of glass, he bowed deeply towards Lin Yuan's hospital room in the medical area. Comrade Lin Yuan. His resonant and powerful voice echoed throughout the entire base via the intercom. Thank you. I speak not just for myself, but for all of us venerable gentlemen. Thank you for granting us a second life. Chapter 43. Building a spiritual link. Academician Wang's heartfelt gratitude left Lin Yuan feeling somewhat embarrassed. Through the glass, he repeatedly gestured, Academician Wang, please do not say that. I cannot bear such praise. This is merely my duty. No, you are more than deserving. Academician Wang's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brightness. What you have brought is the hope of our entire civilization. It is you who has allowed us, the elder generation, to glimpse the tangible possibility of reaching for the stars and the sea. Witnessing the fervor in Academician Wang's demeanor filled Lin Yuan with delight. Being regarded as a hero, especially by a national treasure of a scientist, was a feeling far more exhilarating than discovering an extra billion in his bank account. The preliminary experiments with the miracle box had achieved unprecedented success. The entire base was enveloped in an atmosphere of immense, optimistic elation. The medical team promptly established a high-level special task force, designated as the Shinnong Project, to commence the analysis of the composition of the silver serum and to cautiously formulate the next steps for human trials. Everyone was acutely aware that they had opened a Pandora's box, but within it lay the essence of immortality. While the collective focus remained fixated on the medical case that held the power to reverse life and death, Lin Yuan subtly shifted his attention to another treasure he deemed even more invaluable, the sole USB drive, named Xia, which had been purified and packaged by the system. In the stillness of the night, Lin Yuan reclined in his exclusive hospital room, confirming that all monitoring devices were solely tracking his vital signs without invading his thoughts. He closed his eyes and allowed his consciousness to plunge into the system space. Within his inventory, a blue orb, no larger than a marble, floated serenely. Eternal Flower Gene Database, Xia. Type, high-dimensional information lifeform, purified. Function, passive information database, accessible via mental link. Status, available for use. Lin Yuan pondered over the term passive information database and the notion of accessing it through a mental link. He recalled the terrifying experience of nearly being overwhelmed by a deluge of memories during his last encounter and felt a twinge of trepidation. However, the system prompt assured him that this entity had been purified, suggesting that it might not be as perilous. With a mindset of cautious experimentation, he delicately extended a thread of his mental energy toward the blue orb. System, how should I access it? He inquired silently. Please, host, construct a mental link in the form of a question. The system's instruction was succinct and clear. A question? Lin Yuan contemplated and resolved to begin with the simplest and most intriguing query. What exactly is that white cleaning robot, the purifier? The moment this question crystallized in his mind, a stream of information, entirely distinct from the previous tumultuous flood, gently flowed from the blue orb into his consciousness. This new stream was not a violent tsunami, but rather a tranquil brook. It did not force-feed information. Instead, it presented the data in a manner that Lin Yuan could comprehend. Before him unfolded an intricately detailed, three-dimensional schematic of mechanical structures. Every component, and every circuit of the white orb was vividly laid out. He observed animated sequences demonstrating how the nanobots worked in unison to decompose organic matter and how they reassembled into various forms to execute different commands. He also listened to explanations regarding the design principles and operational mechanics of the purifier, articulated in the language of the Eternal Flower Civilization. Remarkably, the foreign language that had previously eluded his understanding suddenly resonated within him as if it were his native tongue. So, it is thus, Lin Yuan mused, feeling as though a light bulb had ignited in his mind. It was not merely a robot, it was a swarm. The white orb serves merely as their hive and charging station. The true executors are trillions of independent AI nanorobots. They communicate instantaneously and collaborate through a method of quantum entanglement. Their energy is drawn from the ship's wireless charging network, while their directives emanate from the central AI. The spirit of the cradle. The cleansing mode, characterized by a gray mist, is referred to as the mist of entropic dissolution. The principle involves forcibly disrupting the atomic bonds of matter, returning it to its most fundamental particle state. My goodness, isn't this akin to the bone-melting palm? Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned by the flood of knowledge surging into his mind. The sensation was utterly marvelous, akin to having a superintelligent, all-knowing Wikipedia in his brain, complete with videos, commentary, and automatic translations. His excitement surged as he began to pose additional questions. How does the civilization of the Eternal Flower achieve interstellar travel? Instantly, a wealth of information regarding curvature engines and spatial jumps flooded his consciousness. Although much of the profound theory eluded his understanding, the foundational principles and concepts crystallized in his mind. What do you typically eat? He envisioned a plethora of exotic, luminescent plants, alongside a matter reconfiguration machine capable of transforming any substance into a standard nutrient paste. Are you aesthetically pleasing? The moment he uttered this question, Lin Yuan felt his cheeks flush. In the next instant, a vivid, three-dimensional image materialized in his mind. It depicted beings of indescribable beauty, beyond the capacity of any earthly language to convey. They possessed slender forms reminiscent of humans, with skin akin to the finest mutton fat jade, exuding a soft radiance. Their features were exquisitely sculpted as if by divine hands. Most astonishing was the pair of magnificent, transparent wings behind them, shimmering like dragonfly wings, glimmering with iridescent hues. Adjacent to the image was a line of small text, standard adult female of the Eternal Flower Civilization, artist profession. Goodness, isn't that a fairy? Lin Yuan nearly drooled at the sight. He suddenly realized that the soul he had brought back, named Xia, was likely a stunningly beautiful extraterrestrial fairy. What a pity she had been purified by the system. If only he could retain her personality and converse with her, how delightful that would be. Shaking his head, he cast aside these chaotic thoughts and recognized the immense treasure he held in his hands. The next morning, when Chun Weigua and the resurrected academician Wang entered his hospital room to inquire about his recovery, Lin Yuan eagerly shared his newfound discovery. What? You mean that soul has transformed into a database that can be accessed at any time? Academician Wang, upon hearing this, excitedly grasped Lin Yuan's shoulders with such force that Lin Yuan winced in pain. Easy there, Academician Wang. You are in your prime, while I am but a frail figure who cannot withstand your exuberance. Quickly, let us test it. Academician Wang was utterly unconcerned by the chaos around him. His eyes were ablaze with fervor, resembling an impatient child. Ask it. Inquire whether the zero-point energy of our universe can be effectively extracted and utilized. This has been one of the ultimate conundrums that has plagued the field of geophysics for over a century. If it were indeed possible to conjure energy from nothingness, drawing it from the vacuum, humanity would gain access to an inexhaustible source of power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan gazed into the fervent eyes of Academician Wang. Feeling a twinge of trepidation, he closed his eyes and, within the confines of his mind, posed the question to the azure orb of light. Suddenly, an immense torrent of information, greater in magnitude and complexity than anything he had previously encountered, surged towards his brain with ferocious intensity. Countless mathematical formulas, physical models, and spatial dimensional diagrams inundated him like a flood, threatening to overwhelm his consciousness. With a cry of anguish, Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. Clutching his head as if to contain the chaos within, he felt as though his mind were on the verge of rupture, with blood trickling from his nostrils. Warning! Warning! Host knowledge reserves are severely inadequate, unable to parse target data. Forced access to advanced information has caused moderate damage to the host's psyche. Connection has been automatically terminated. The system's alarms blared in unison with the shrill sirens of the hospital room. Lin Yuan, quickly, summon a doctor. Chun Weigua and Academician Wang were both struck with terror by this sudden turn of events. The ward descended into pandemonium once more. Lin Yuan lay on the bed, gasping for breath, feeling akin to a dilapidated computer with merely 1 GB of memory attempting to run a colossal 1000T game, resulting in a catastrophic system failure. "No, Academician Wang," he weakly uttered. "The question is too complex. I can't comprehend it. My mind is about to explode." Observing Lin Yuan's pallid visage, Academician Wang's fervor gave way to a somber calm. A profound sense of regret and guilt etched itself upon his face. "I was too hasty. I apologize, Comrade Lin Yuan. It is I who have put you in this predicament." He realized that while they had stumbled upon an infinite treasure trove of knowledge, they currently lacked the appropriate key. Lin Yuan was that singular key, yet it remained too fragile and rudimentary to withstand the weight of such profound knowledge. Chen Weigua, gazing at the weakened Lin Yuan and then at the remorseful Academician Wang, felt a newfound resolve and depth in his expression. "It seems our key must also undergo an upgrade." He turned to Academician Wang and spoke with deliberate clarity. "Old Wang, starting tomorrow, devise the most comprehensive learning plan for Comrade Lin Yuan. He must delve into physics, chemistry, materials science, information engineering, everything. Let us utilize all our resources. We must not only ensure he possesses a robust physique, but also equip him with a mind capable of bearing the wisdom of an entire civilization." Chapter 44. The blueprint of Scavenger 3. Lin Yuan's cerebral ordeal served as a clarion call for the entire project team. They realized that, despite possessing the extraordinary Soul USB, their current reading device, Lin Yuan's brain, was still woefully inadequate. He was akin to a beggar guarding a mountain of gold, yet only equipped with a meager dirt basket, able to cautiously extract but a minuscule amount of gold dust at a time. Should he succumb to greed and attempt to move a larger ingot, he risked being crushed under its weight. Thus, under the direct supervision of Chen Weigua, a super learning program, codenamed Forging the Sword, specifically targeting Lin Yuan, was officially initiated. Simultaneously, another equally significant endeavor was being pursued with great urgency: the design and construction of the new Scavenger No. 3 drone. Without the drone, even Lin Yuan's remarkable intellect would be rendered futile, as he would be unable to access the cosmic graveyard. All efforts would be in vain. In the largest technical conference room of the project team, an intense discussion was underway regarding the design proposal for Scavenger No. 3. Attendees included the nation's most elite scientists and engineers. Seated prominently were Chen Weigua, Academician Wang, and an unexpected figure, Lin Yuan. He had evolved beyond merely being the drone's pilot. He now served as the sole translator and technical advisor bridging Earth's civilization with the Eternal Blossom civilization. According to the information Lin Yuan had acquired from the Ishilia database, we had several groundbreaking directions for the design of the next-generation drone. The Minister of Technical Support stood before a massive holographic display, excitedly introducing the concepts. Behind him, a continuously rotating, aesthetically stunning three-dimensional model of the drone was showcased. Firstly, he pointed to the model's outer armor, stating, "We will no longer utilize traditional alloy materials. Comrade Lin Yuan has introduced a novel concept known as adaptive lattice armor." All eyes turned towards Lin Yuan. Clearing his throat, he somewhat awkwardly adopted a scholarly tone and explained, "According to the information swirling in my mind, this armor is not static, it is dynamic. It comprises a unique, self-replicating crystalline structure. When damaged, it automatically draws energy and materials from the surrounding lattice, much like biological cells, to conduct self-repair. As long as the core crystalline seed remains intact, theoretically, it can regenerate indefinitely." The phrase indefinitely regenerating caused every materials scientist present to gasp in astonishment. "But how do we manufacture such a material?" One expert could not help but inquire. "We cannot produce it," Lin Yuan replied bluntly, raising his hands. "With our current technology, we cannot create a single crystalline cell." However, he shifted his tone. "We can cultivate it." "Cultivate?" "Yes," Lin Yuan elaborated. "Do you remember the Oracle-grade armor we salvaged on our first retrieval? Although it belongs to a different technological paradigm from the Eternal Blossom, its structural integrity is remarkably high. We can use it as a seed or a framework and then graft and cultivate this adaptive lattice armor on its surface using the technology of the Eternal Blossom. This process necessitates an absolutely sterile environment, precise energy control, and an immense amount of energy." Academician Wang interjected. "We have calculated that to cultivate armor sufficient to envelop the entire body of the drone, approximately 5,000 arc reactors worth of energy is required." 5,000. This figure caused an uproar in the conference room. It is important to note that the team had laboriously produced a total of only 10,000 arc reactor samples over the course of 3 months. Would this mean using up half of the strategic reserves? I oppose this. The Minister of Security was the first to stand up, declaring that the cost was too great. We should utilize more stable and economical materials. For instance, we could directly employ our self-developed titanium alloy, coated with a layer of powder scraped from the Oracle-class armor, which would also provide commendable defensive capabilities. No, a materials scientist immediately retorted, the minister's proposal is far too conservative. That merely offers physical defense. The living armor, as Comrade Lin Yuan described, not only self-repairs but, according to the database, can adapt to energy attacks to a certain extent. For example, if it is subjected to excessive laser fire, it will automatically adjust its lattice structure to enhance its reflectivity against that specific frequency of laser. This is precisely what makes it so formidable. Indeed, what we are creating is not a disposable consumable. We are crafting a future companion for Comrade Lin Yuan, a steed to conquer the stars and seas. It must be of the highest quality. The conference room erupted in commotion once more. Chen Weiguo remained silent, simply listening intently. At last, he turned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, what is your opinion? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yuan replied, I heed the scientists. However, personally, I believe that necessary expenditures must be made. I do not wish to take to the skies in a heap of scrap metal only to be pursued like a dog, ultimately resorting to self-detonation. His candid remark elicited laughter from everyone, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Chen Weiguo nodded, having reached a decision. Very well, the material plan is settled. We shall cultivate adaptive lattice armor through grafting. The logistics department, prepare the energy at once. He decisively concluded. The next topic was the engine system. The Minister of Technology switched the projection. Based on the new concept provided by Comrade Lin Yuan, we have abandoned the traditional plasma engine scheme. The new proposal is for this microcurvature gravity engine. In simple terms, it does not generate thrust by expelling propellant backward, but rather creates a extremely subtle gravitational well in front of the drone, allowing it to fall into it. Lin Yuan was taken aback, thinking to himself, isn't this akin to dangling a carrot in front of a donkey? His crude analogy once again sent the room into fits of laughter. Academician Wang laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. You rascal, that analogy is incredibly vivid. Indeed, that is the essence. By continuously creating carrots in front, we entice the donkey to advance. The advantages of this engine are manifest, the Minister of Technology explained with a smile. First, it produces almost no visible energy expulsion, making it highly stealthy. Second, its energy conversion efficiency is several hundred times that of a plasma engine. Thirdly, and most crucially, it enables the drone to achieve truly inertial-less maneuvers. The entire structure translates within a gravitational field rather than relying on external forces for propulsion. This signifies that it can execute instantaneous right-angle turns and hover effortlessly, without imposing any strain on its structure or the pilot. Such a remarkable invention. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this device, he could navigate the cosmic graveyard with unparalleled finesse. Evading the Void Devourers' attacks with various agile maneuvers would be akin to play. Furthermore, there are stealth systems, scanning systems, and robotic arm systems, which the chief engineer elaborated upon one by one. Each system, bolstered by the theoretical foundation of the eternal Bloom civilization, has transformed into something fantastical, formidable, and costly. The stealth system has evolved from a mere coating to a spatial lens field, capable of directly distorting light to achieve perfect optical and radar invisibility. The scanning system, building upon wide-area scanning, has integrated high-dimensional particle penetration scanning, allowing it to detect targets hidden within subspace or alternate dimensions, specifically designed to counter the elusive Void Devourers. The robotic arm has also been upgraded to a nano-cluster malleable tool arm, capable of transforming into a scalpel, cutting gun, energy cannon, or even a key as needed. Once all the design proposals were presented, a brand new blueprint of the sleek and biologically aesthetic Scavenger No. 3, seemingly from the future, was vividly displayed before everyone. It appeared to have transcended the realm of drones, resembling instead a silent and lethal deep space hunter. All gazed upon the blueprint, their eyes filled with longing and astonishment. Finally, the chief engineer revealed the total cost. Based on our preliminary estimates, to turn this blueprint into reality, in addition to the previously mentioned 5,000 arc reactors, we would need to deplete 90% of our stock of rare materials and, Comrade Lin Yuan, all of your authority points. All of my authority points? Lin Yuan was taken aback. He glanced at the system interface. Current total authority points, 1,500 points. Indeed, the chief engineer nodded, calling up the system's upgrade requirements. Manufacture Scavenger No. 3 drone. Required energy, 2,500,000 points, equivalent to 5,000 arc reactors. Required rare structural materials, 1 Oracle-level armor fragment, 12 Heart of Calandia companion crystals, One 0-point resonance module, required authority points, 1,500 points. Lin Yuan stared at the lengthy list of materials he could hardly comprehend, alongside the glaring 1,500 points, feeling a pang of regret. This had been earned through 2 S-rank evaluations, and now it was all about to be wiped clean. However, when his gaze returned to the stunning blueprint of Scavenger No. 3, he gritted his teeth. Fine. If it must be zeroed out, then so be it. I shall forge ahead and create the most formidable one. Chapter 45. Intensive Tutoring. Comrade Lin Yuan, are you certain? Chun Weiguo inquired, looking at Lin Yuan with a sense of urgency. He understood the significance of the 1,500 permission points to Lin Yuan. It represented the most direct reward bestowed upon him by the system. A military honor earned through life-threatening risks. Now, to forge a new drone, he was expected to relinquish them all, an emotionally challenging demand. I am certain, Commander. Lin Yuan responded without a hint of hesitation. This reward was, after all, granted by the system, utilizing it to construct an even more formidable tool. To subsequently reap greater rewards was a sound investment. He comprehended this clearly. Permission points, when held, could not be converted into sustenance. Yet, if they could be exchanged for a super drone, it would become an inexhaustible source of wealth. He discerned the weight of priorities. Excellent. Observing Lin Yuan's unwavering resolve, Chun Weiguo nodded appreciatively, elevating his assessment of the young man. He possessed a broad perspective, eschewed petty gains, and discerned crucial moments with clarity. Such a person was worthy of the nation placing all its treasures in his hands. Then it is settled. Chun Weiguo abruptly slammed the table and announced to the assembly. The construction plan for Scavenger No. 3 is officially initiated. Codename, Phantom. From this moment forth, all departments and resources shall be directed towards the Phantom program. I expect to see it realized in the shortest possible time. Yes, the command center erupted with thunderous affirmations. Thus commenced an unprecedented super project, uniting the nation's most elite forces. Deep within the base, in a newly constructed colossal workshop spanning the size of 10 football fields, the atmosphere was solemn, akin to a sacred ceremony. The remaining palm-sized fragment of Oracle-grade armor was carefully placed by a massive robotic arm into the center of a lattice cultivation chamber, resembling an inverted glass bowl. This black fragment was the seed of Scavenger No. 3, the genesis of all its endeavors. Environmental tests confirmed absolute sterility. Energy transfer conduits were established. Crystal seed stability was verified. Technicians anxiously reported their data. Academician Wang personally oversaw the construction plan as the chief engineer. His face, rejuvenated by 30 years, now bore an expression of seriousness and focus. All personnel, evacuate to safety zones. Prepare to inject the first batch of energy. At his command, the workshop emptied, leaving only the humming robotic arms. In the vast warehouse, thousands of arc reactors, emanating a blue luminescence, were methodically transported to the energy conversion matrix beside the cultivation chamber. Energy infusion, countdown. 3, 2, 1. Infusion. With a deep rumble, the first arc reactor was instantly activated. A massive torrent of azure energy surged through a superconducting ceramic pipe, thicker than a barrel, forcefully flooding into the base of the cultivation chamber. The entire chamber was instantly enveloped in radiant blue light. At the very center of the cultivation chamber, the shard of black Oracle-grade armor began to undergo astonishing transformations the moment it came into contact with the immense energy. Its surface, once sharp and jagged like a sculptor's chisel, gradually softened and became smooth. A faint, crystalline halo emanated from within. Then, centered around this crystal seed, an exceedingly minute structure composed of countless hexagonal lattices began to materialize from thin air, slowly expanding outward and growing. Success. The lattice was indeed growing. The energy absorption rate was a remarkable 100%, not a trace of waste. The lattice structure was stable. It was entirely consistent with the models in the Ishelia database. In the observation room, all the scientists erupted in joyous cheers. They were witnessing firsthand a miraculous technology from an advanced civilization, one that transcended traditional manufacturing. This was not mere creation, it was growth. It was as if they had planted a seed from a celestial realm, nurturing it with a fertilizer known as energy, coaxing it into the desired form. Lin Yuan stood in the observation room, marveling at this magnificent scene. He finally understood why such an endeavor required an extraordinary amount of energy and authority points. This was not the mere construction of a drone. It was the very act of creating a mechanical life. The construction of Scavenger No. 3 was a lengthy and meticulous process. It was not akin to assembling cars on a factory assembly line. Each component needed to be cultivated under precise control. First, a complete adaptive lattice armor shell would be grown. Then, within this shell, Intricate energy conduits, data neurons, and the bases for various functional modules would be developed. Only in the final stages would the critical components, such as the miniature curvature gravitational engine core and spatial lens force field generator, be installed. The entire process was projected to take 3 months. During these 3 months, Lin Yuan was far from idle. His super learning program had officially commenced. Lin Yuan gazed at the formula. The spacious and brightly lit classroom had been specially constructed for him. Academician Wang stood before a massive, writable holographic screen, pointing at a line of symbols that appeared as enigmatic as celestial script. This was Maxwell's equations. With 4 perfect formulas, they unified electricity, magnetism, and light, serving as the cornerstone of all modern electromagnetic theory. You must ingrain this into your very bones. Lin Yuan stared at the incomprehensible symbols, feeling overwhelmed. Academician Wang. With all due respect, my middle school math was barely passable. Is it too much to expect me to grasp this? He lamented. Memorize it regardless. Academician Wang's teaching method was straightforward and unyielding. I don't care how you do it. If you cannot recite it within 3 days, you shall have no meals. Lin Yuan felt as though he had returned to high school, engulfed in the fear instilled by a stern math teacher. However, the current teachers are national treasures in the field of physics. The penalties have shifted from merely calling parents to denying meals. Mornings are consumed by the devilish physics lectures of Academician Wang, while afternoons are devoted to the esoteric materials science of an academician from the Materials Institute. Evenings bring insights from a computer science luminary at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, who elucidates quantum information and AI ethics. Lin Yuan feels as though he is perpetually ensnared in a terror governed by knowledge. As the owner of a scrapyard, he has encountered more formulas in these few days than he has encountered characters throughout his life. His mind teeters on the brink of combustion from the overwhelming load. Several times, he has contemplated abandoning his studies, thinking, let others learn if they wish. I shall not serve any longer. Yet, whenever he considers surrendering, he is reminded of the most expensive scrap vehicle ever under construction. That contraption has consumed all his savings, permission points, and half of the nation's energy reserves. If he fails to grasp this knowledge and finds himself unable to comprehend the advanced blueprints within the Xia database, he would suffer significant losses. The mere thought of losing money rekindles Lin Yuan's fighting spirit. Learn with fervor. It's just formulas, just theories. He recalls how, in his pursuit of quality copper, he would brave the harsh winter to drink 3 jugs of white liquor with others. What are these challenges compared to that? The indomitable spirit he honed while scavenging has been fully ignited. He begins to apply his own scrapyard theories to comprehend the profound concepts. Oh, I see. The law of entropy merely states that things left unattended will decay and become chaotic, just like my scrapyard, which turns into a mess akin to a dog's den if not tidied for a day. The quantum tunneling effect is equally comprehensible. It simply means that an electron has a minuscule probability of passing through a wall. Isn't that akin to a thief picking a lock? Although it often fails. There are always those rare occasions when a blind cat stumbles upon a dead rat, and the lock is opened. His crude and haphazard metaphors often leave the elderly professors instructing him exasperated, their faces contorted in disbelief. Yet, they cannot help but acknowledge that, despite his lack of formal education, this young man possesses an astute intellect. He consistently distills the essence of complex problems into the simplest and most direct terms. As his knowledge accumulates, Lin Yuan is pleasantly surprised to discover that reading the Xia database has become less laborious. Previously, that knowledge seemed inscrutable, akin to an ancient script. Now, while still challenging, it has transformed into a script with pinyin annotations. The number of things he can understand is steadily increasing. He is evolving at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, within that vast construction workshop, the outline of Scavenger number 3 is gradually becoming clearer. Chapter 46, The Ever-Evolving Scavenger No. 3 times swiftly passes as Lin Yuan endures the bittersweet ordeal of his studies. A month has flown by in the blink of an eye. During this month, Lin Yuan feels as though a layer of skin has been stripped away, only for him to grow anew, imbued with a newfound cultural essence. He has shed over 10 pounds, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets, presenting a rather haggard visage. Yet, his gaze shines brighter and more profound than ever before. If previously Lin Yuan resembled an unrefined piece of jade, relying solely on a raw cunning and determination born from humble beginnings, now this uncut jade is being meticulously polished by the nation's most esteemed craftsmen, revealing its resplendent brilliance piece by piece. That afternoon marked Lin Yuan's most vexing quantum physics class. The instructor, an elderly professor with a demeanor even more austere than that of Academician Wang, bore the surname Qian. Lin Yuan, would you kindly elucidate the observer effect? Professor Qian inquired, adjusting his bifocals and delivering his question in a tone devoid of any emotion. Startled from his drowsiness, Lin Yuan rose, scratching his head as he gazed at the famous double-slit interference experiment diagram displayed on the screen. Employing his unique vernacular, he stammered, Professor Qian. My understanding of the observer effect is that when something isn't being observed, it tends to wander aimlessly, like a drunken reveler. You truly have no idea where it might appear next. It could be here, or it could be there, existing in a state of superposition, straddling both locations. However, he shifted his tone. The moment you widen your eyes to see what it's up to, it suddenly behaves. In an instant, it materializes in a definite location, acting as if it were a model student. It's as though that raucous drunkard from before was entirely unrecognizable. Thus, the observer effect posits that whether you observe it or not, its state is fundamentally different. Our act of observation itself determines what it ultimately becomes. His crude explanation elicited laughter from several young doctoral students who were auditing the class. Even Professor Qian's lips twitched involuntarily. Having dedicated his life to teaching and nurturing countless physics prodigies, he had never encountered anyone who could so irreverently elucidate such a profound and serious concept in quantum physics. A drunken reveler? A model student? What nonsense was this? He yearned to pound the table and chastise this uneducated fellow for insulting science. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that despite the vulgarity of the metaphor, the essence of observation and collapse had been articulated with startling clarity. Clearing his throat, Professor Qian forcibly adopted a stern expression, stating, "Your explanation is somewhat accessible to the layman, but it lacks rigor. Science demands precision. Sit down." "Haha, thank you, Professor," Lin Yuan responded, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, promptly taking his seat. Over the past month, he had relied on such whimsical interpretations to tackle the daunting realms of university physics, advanced mathematics, and materials chemistry, making substantial progress. Though still perceived as a mere novice by the elder professors, he had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to the self he had been merely a month prior. At least now, when he revisits the Xia database, the knowledge concerning spacecraft engines and materials technology is no longer an incomprehensible jumble of code. He has begun to grasp, albeit vaguely, some of the fundamental logic and key parameters. The fragments of information he provides, even if merely snippets, are akin to a long-awaited rain for the scientists in the project team. What? The essence of the curvature gravity engine does not generate gravity, but rather negates it? By creating a gravity-free channel in specific areas, allowing the spacecraft to glide along the curvature of space itself? My goodness, this concept completely overturns our previous assumptions. Quick, recalculate the model. Lin Yuan, inquire further with that Xia. What is the principle behind creating such a gravity-free channel with something called a Higgs field suppressor? Let me see. It says that the principle is akin to using a spoon to part a thick porridge, allowing the spoon to glide effortlessly through the Higgs field. Which is that pot of porridge? The experts in the physics group fell into deep contemplation over Lin Yuan's novel spoon theory. Although it sounded absurd, they sensed that it might conceal some ultimate truth of the universe yet to be discovered. Thus, Lin Yuan passively absorbed the knowledge of Earth's civilization while actively extracting more advanced insights from the extraterrestrial database, which he then shared with his mentors. This created a marvelous and efficient cycle of reciprocal learning. Lin Yuan, the humble proprietor of a scrapyard, acted as a remarkable catalyst, igniting a vigorous and explosive chemical reaction between Earth technology and alien technology, two entities that were initially unrelated. The most tangible outcome of this reaction manifested in the construction of the Scavenger 3. Its design schematics were revised daily. Today, the materials team optimized the energy circuit of the adaptive lattice armor based on Lin Yuan's new theory, enhancing its repair speed by 30%. Tomorrow, the energy team will improve the energy conversion rate of the miniature curvature gravity engine according to a new formula, reducing its energy consumption by 15%. The entire Phantom Project team found themselves in a fervent state of frenzied productivity, each member absorbing the fresh knowledge from the cosmos like a sponge, striving to transform it into reality. As the source of this whirlwind, Lin Yuan naturally became the most extraordinary presence within the entire base. He enjoyed the highest level of privileges, feasting on scientifically crafted gourmet meals prepared by top chefs, residing in a luxurious suite comparable to a 5-star hotel. Moreover, Chunweigua even approved a unique, ultra-fast 10-gigabit fiber optic connection for him, ostensibly to facilitate Lin Yuan's access to current affairs and relaxation, but in reality, it was designed for his gaming pursuits. On that evening, after a day filled with mental exertion, Lin Yuan reclined in his comfortable gaming chair and deftly powered on his computer. It was during these 2 hours of nightly gaming that he sought solace for his fraying nerves. He logged into his favorite online game set in a stellar warfare theme. Observing his character, adorned in splendid gear and piloting a top-tier battleship, Lin Yuan was suddenly enveloped by an extraordinary sensation. Previously, he had engaged with this game merely to relish the thrill of navigating a spacecraft and combating extraterrestrial foes in a virtual realm. Now, however, he felt as though he had transported elements of the game into reality. No, that was not entirely accurate. In reality, the scavenger ship he was soon to acquire, the Scavenger number 3, far surpassed the so-called elite battleship in the game. How dull. Lin Yuan maneuvered his spaceship, careening through the most perilous regions of the game, known as the Death Star domain. Those once daunting advanced AI pirates now appeared to him as nothing more than toddlers taking their first steps, their movement patterns riddled with flaws. He could even anticipate their next actions, whether they would activate their shields or launch missiles. Too slow, too foolish. Lin Yuan stifled a yawn, casually executed a zigzag maneuver, and effortlessly evaded a barrage of pursuing missiles, subsequently dispatching his foes with a swift series of skills. Utterly uninspiring. He suddenly realized that after having witnessed the true cosmos in reality, these data-constructed virtual worlds seemed laughably juvenile. Just as he was preparing to log off and return to the arduous study of that damned theory of relativity, a long-dormant avatar in his friend list unexpectedly flickered to life. It belonged to a friend from the real world with whom he had not been in contact for quite some time. Chapter 47. The Birth of a Phantom. The flickering avatar depicted a rotund figure clad in a floral shirt and sporting sunglasses, known in the game as Brother Wealth. Lin Yuan had met this individual, whose real name was Zhao Dehai, during his time operating a recycling station. As Zhao specialized in dealing with second-hand electronic devices and discarded parts, Lin Yuan had often procured various odds and ends from him, and they shared a decent rapport, akin to that of drinking companions. Hey Lin Yuan, you finally logged in. I thought you had vanished. Zhao Dehai sent a message, followed by an exaggerated array of astonished emojis. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of nostalgia upon reading the message. Indeed, in the eyes of others, this humble owner of a recycling station had seemingly gone missing for several months. They might believe he had absconded due to mounting debts. I haven't vanished. I was just laying low for a bit, Lin Yuan pondered before responding. He certainly could not divulge the truth. Laying low? You sly dog. Struck it rich? Zhao Dehai's reply came instantly. Let me tell you, that crummy recycling station of yours was shut down by the court last month. Everything inside was disposed of as garbage. Your creditors have been spreading rumors on the streets, claiming they are going to break your legs. Lin Yuan read the message with little emotional upheaval. A recycling station? Creditors? For him, those matters had already become remnants of a past life. It's all right. The debts have been settled, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Settled? Goodness. Have you struck it rich? Won the lottery? Zhao Dehai was evidently taken aback. Well done, Yuan. But how could you forget your brother in your newfound fortune? Let me tell you, I've recently acquired a batch of exceptional goods, military-grade server components from the motherland, in pristine condition. Interested? For the sake of our brotherhood, I can offer you a discount of 20%. Lin Yuan chuckled at this. Military-grade servers? The machines he encountered daily were supercomputers from extraterrestrial civilizations, rendering these so-called military-grade devices trivial in comparison. No, Dehai, I'm no longer involved in that. No longer involved. Then what are you doing now? Well, I've joined a state-owned enterprise as a technical consultant, Lin Yuan said, half seriously. What on earth? A technical consultant? You? You haven't even graduated from middle school. What qualifies you for that role? Zhao Dehai sent a barrage of mocking emojis. Don't give me that nonsense. Have you latched onto some wealthy woman? Lin Yuan shook his head in resignation. He realized that he had lost all common ground with his former friends. The summer insects cannot discuss ice. The world he was experiencing was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals like Zhao Dehai. All right, Dehai, I must be off. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Lin Yuan casually fabricated an excuse and prepared to log off. Hey, don't go. Ah Yuan. Zhao Dehai exclaimed anxiously. Where on earth are you right now? Let us grab a drink sometime. Recently, I've met a big boss who collects rare and bizarre meteorites from outer space. He pays handsomely. Didn't you used to be fascinated by those things? I can take you to see. Meteorites from outer space? Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He recalled what academician Wang had said. The object that activated his system was a meteorite from 30 years ago. Yes, allegedly, it possesses some special energy. I don't really understand it, Zhao Dehai replied, but it's quite mysterious. What do you think? Are you interested? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He had an instinct that this matter might not be so simple. All right, we can discuss it later. He did not immediately agree, but merely offered a perfunctory response before logging off the game. He silently committed this matter to memory and redirected all his energy back into his studies and his anticipation for Scavenger number 3. 2 months passed once more. Under the influence of immense energy and cutting-edge technology, the construction of Scavenger number 3 finally approached its conclusion within the vast cultivation chamber. On this day, the core members of the Scavenger project once again gathered outside the construction workshop, resembling a cathedral. Every face bore the marks of anticipation and tension. Over the past 3 months, they had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Now was the moment to assess that miracle. Lin Yuan stood at the forefront of the crowd, his heart racing wildly. This drone embodies the collective dedication of its creator and countless others, bearing the hopes of an entire civilization. What form does it take? The energy supply to the cultivation chamber has ceased, and the internal environment is beginning to depressurize. Preparations are underway to open the hatch. Academician Wang stands before the control panel, issuing commands with precision. With a soft hiss accompanying a gentle release of pressure, the massive cultivation chamber, resembling an inverted glass bowl, ascends gradually. A faint, refreshing aroma, reminiscent of grass after rain, wafts from within. Before the onlookers appears a brand new drone, transcending all expectations. At the sight of it, everyone falls silent, unable to reconcile this creation with the previous clunky, mechanical Reclaimer 2. It hovers silently, cloaked in a profound matte black that seems to absorb all light. Its form defies traditional aircraft designs, embodying a biological aesthetic with perfect aerodynamics. It resembles a poised falcon, ready to strike, or a shark lurking in the deep, exuding both power and a lethal elegance. The surface boasts no seams, no visible engine nozzles, or mechanical joints. The adaptive lattice armor appears to breathe under the illumination, its surface occasionally shimmering with a flow of light, brimming with vitality. Is this truly our creation? A young engineer murmurs, unable to believe his eyes. It is a work of art. Li Na too is left speechless. Lin Yuan feels a dryness in his throat. Is this truly his new ride? It is astonishingly magnificent. Comrade Lin Yuan, Chun Weigua's voice snaps the group from their astonishment. Go, meet your new companion. Lin Yuan nods, takes a deep breath, and steps into the newly prepared connection cockpit. This cockpit has also undergone a comprehensive upgrade, offering enhanced comfort and safety. As he settles into the seat, the sci-fi helmet descends slowly. The connection begins. With a hum, there is no hint of dizziness or discomfort. Lin Yuan feels his consciousness merge like a droplet of water, instantaneously joining the vast ocean. When he opens his eyes again, he realizes he has become the striking Black Phantom. This sensation is entirely different from piloting the Reclaimer 1 and 2. Previously, he felt as if he were merely driving a vehicle. Now, he perceives the black form as an extension of himself. With a mere thought, whoosh, the Black Phantom vanishes from sight, only to reappear silently 100 meters away in an instant. Swift, incredibly swift, and yet devoid of any sound or trace of energy. He experiments, turning his body slightly. The Phantom executes a perfect 90-degree turn without a hint of pause or deceleration. No inertial maneuvering. It's real. The command center erupts in a chorus of astonished gasps. Lin Yuan, filled with exuberance, began to race wildly within the vast underground cavern. He soared like a black lightning bolt, sometimes skimming the ground, other times ascending vertically, and occasionally executing an elegant, yet lethal ballet in midair. He even attempted to activate the spatial lens force field. In an instant, the Phantom's form twisted in the air, and then it vanished into thin air. Neither the naked eye nor any radar could capture its trace. My goodness, it has truly become invisible. How on earth are we supposed to combat this? It is utterly undetectable. Lin Yuan reveled in this unprecedented, ghostly power, his heart brimming with exhilaration. With this device, he felt that not only could he confront the Void Devourer, but he might even take a leisurely stroll on the alien homeworld. Just then, a notification sound from the system belatedly echoed in his mind. New drone detected and connected. Name, Scavenger number 3 Phantom. Level, LV4. Energy reserve, 1000. 010, 000. Weight limit, 500 G. Stealth, extremely high, spatial lens force field. Functions, higher dimensional penetration scanning, nanoplastic tool arm, subspace storage, lattice self-repair. Defense system, kinetic deflection force field. Recovery areas, 001 Silent Star C, explored 10, 002 Phantom Trade Route, explored 5. New area unlocked, 003 Behemoth Skeleton. Upon seeing this dazzlingly luxurious attribute panel, Lin Yuan's heart swelled with immense joy once more. Simultaneously, the large screen in the command center displayed the same panel. All eyes were fixed intently on the last line of text. A new area had been unlocked. Behemoth Skeleton Number 003. Chapter 48. A corpse measuring 3,000 kilometers in diameter. Behemoth Skeleton Chinwagwa gazed at the ominous text on the screen, his brow furrowed tightly. Each new area unlocked signified fresh opportunities and even greater unknown risks. Did the system provide an introduction to the new area? He inquired in a deep voice, the sound resonating in the silent command center. Everyone ceased their jubilant cheers for the birth of the Phantom and turned their serious gazes towards Lin Yuan. At that moment, still immersed in the ecstasy of acquiring his new vehicle, Lin Yuan focused his mind upon hearing Chunwei's question, directing his attention to the last line of the system panel. Recovery Area 003 Behemoth Skeleton. Area Type: Remains of an ancient biological civilization nest. Area Danger Level: High. Area Characteristics: This area comprises the remains of a colossal organism exceeding 3,000 kilometers in diameter. The internal structure of the remains is complex, resembling a labyrinth, and retains powerful biological energy and psychic contamination. There is a probability of discovering rare biological technologies and genetic samples. Warning: This area is inhabited by special, mutated void devourers that feed on biological remains, as well as other unknown native predators. As Lin Yuan meticulously recounted the information, the entire command center was enveloped in an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. The weight of the revelations left everyone momentarily speechless. 3,000 kilometers. A young astronomer stammered. A corpse with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers? That exceeds even the size of the moon. The moon's diameter measures over 3,400 kilometers. This meant that their next objective was a colossal entity, nearly the size of the moon, a biological carcass of unimaginable proportions. This could hardly be classified as a mere organism. It was akin to a moving planet. Academician Wang, murmuring to himself, exhibited a mixture of fear, reverence, and fervor in his once dull eyes, now sparkling with complex emotions. If the civilization of the eternal flower had reached the pinnacle of genes and souls, then this biological civilization might very well have ascended to the zenith of flesh and evolution. The Minister of the Spiritual Pollution Security Department, keenly grasping another critical keyword, turned pale. Comrade Lin Yuan previously absorbed a purified consciousness core and nearly succumbed to cerebral death. I shudder to think of the consequences should we directly enter a zone rife with spiritual pollution. Moreover, the Minister of Intelligence Analysis interjected. The presence of the special mutant void devourers and other unknown native predators indicates that the dangers in this new region are manifold. The risk level is high. Chunwagwa felt as though a mountain had settled upon his heart upon reading those two words. The previous Phantom route had only been classified as moderate risk, yet it had already led them through life-threatening situations, even resulting in the loss of a drone. What horrors awaited them in this high-risk area? The atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense. Must we proceed? Lina quietly posed the question lingering in everyone's minds. I advise against it for the time being. The safety minister was the first to voice a firm stance. The Phantom has just been constructed, and our understanding of its capabilities remains theoretical and preliminary. Comrade Lin Yuan's training program has only just begun. We should prioritize safety. I concur, nodded another department head. I propose we return to the Phantom route in Area 002. We have a sufficient understanding of that region, and it offers a completely safe haven. We can leverage the Phantom's formidable capabilities to conduct resource recovery in a secure and efficient manner. There lie countless medical vessels akin to life cradles and numerous wrecks of civilian spacecraft, treasures of immense value. We can thoroughly exploit the resources of this novice area, and once we have strengthened our national capabilities, we can then dare to challenge the remains of that colossal beast. This suggestion garnered widespread approval among those present. One bite at a time, one step at a time. Now they possess two trump cards, and with ample time, they are confident that within a decade, the technological prowess of the Great Xia will surpass that of the entire world by a century. There is no need to take such perilous risks again. However, Academician Wang shook his head. On his youthful and vibrant face, an expression of profound worry belied his age. We still do not have time. This phrase echoed once more, identical to the words spoken during the previous decision to enter the Phantom route. Old Wang, what do you mean by this? Chunwagwa inquired with a frown. Our current situation is vastly improved compared to last time. We have our own energy sources, the potential for life extension, and our strength is rapidly increasing. Why do you still claim we lack time? Because our adversaries may also be growing at an alarming rate. Academician Wang's gaze swept across everyone present, finally resting on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, I ask you, have you discovered more information regarding the end of decay, also known as the Void Devourers, from the Xia database? Lin Yuan paused momentarily, then closed his eyes, swiftly delving into his thoughts. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, his complexion somewhat pale. Among Xia's records, there are the final observational notes of their civilization's most eminent cosmologists regarding the end of decay. That record states that the end of decay is not a static phenomenon. It is evolving. Evolving. The mere utterance of those two words sent a shiver through everyone present. Indeed, it is evolving. Lin Yuan's voice quivered slightly. A tremor he was unaware of. According to their observations, the end of decay, or the Void Devourer, alters its form and capabilities as it consumes more matter and energy, particularly the creations of advanced civilizations. It becomes smarter and stronger, even producing different mutations. Just like the special mutated forms we encountered in the new region that feed on biological remnants. Most horrifyingly, Lin Yuan swallowed hard before articulating a conclusion that sent chills down everyone's spine. The record concludes with the boldest, yet most despairing hypothesis. That cosmologists posited that the end of decay is not a natural disaster. It could be a living entity that feeds on the entirety of the universe. The Void Devourers we encounter may merely be its tiny, feeding cells. A profound silence enveloped the command center. A chilling sensation coursed from their feet to the crown of their heads. A living being that feeds on the universe? This concept transcended the limits of human imagination. If this were true, then humanity, in the face of such an existence, would amount to no more than a speck of dust. Thus, Academician Wang took the floor. His voice gravely weighted. We can no longer view danger through a static lens. We believe that becoming stronger would render us safer. Yet we remain oblivious to the fact that our enemies may be growing stronger at a rate 100 or even 1,000 times faster than we can comprehend. We find ourselves akin to a vessel navigating against an ever-rising tide. Only by rowing with utmost urgency can we hope to reach the safety of higher ground and survive. Any lingering hesitation will inevitably lead to our drowning. The value of the ghost line has diminished for us. While civilian technology may enhance our existence, it cannot sustain us in the face of true catastrophe. The eyes of the beastly skeleton scholar reignited with fervor. A civilization capable of evolving bodies the size of the moon possesses biological technology that may well be our sole lifeline. I require a more formidable power. I seek technology that can fundamentally alter our very essence of life. We need to engage in a gamble more audacious than any we have previously undertaken. Therefore, I propose we immediately enter Area 003, the giant beast skeleton. Our objective, the remains of a deity that has lain dead for countless millennia. Chapter 49. The War Council. The resonant oration of Scholar Wang once again cast a serious yet fervent atmosphere over the command center. Creatures that feed on the cosmos. Ever-evolving void devourers. These cold, harsh truths extracted from the Xia database pressed heavily upon every heart, obliterating the light-hearted optimism that had emerged with the birth of the ghost. Indeed, we must navigate against the tide. Stagnation equates to regression. We can no longer approach this cosmic-level survival crisis with our previous cautious and incremental mindset. I concur with Scholar Wang's perspective. Surprisingly, the first to support him was the previously cautious Minister of Security. His resolute countenance now bore a look of determination. In war, retreat is not an option. To remain sheltered in our novice village, grinding for equipment, may result in facing an insurmountable boss upon our emergence. The capabilities of the ghost far exceed our imagination. Its high mobility, stealth, along with the newly integrated kinetic deflection field and self-repair abilities, are tailored for high-intensity, high-stakes exploratory missions. Utilizing it within the low-intensity environment of the ghost line would be a flagrant waste. Therefore, I advocate for an immediate expedition to the giant beast skeleton. We must ascertain the true strength of our future adversaries in the shortest possible time. The shift in the Minister of Security's stance surprised many but solidified the resolve of even more. If the most conservative and safety-conscious among us have chosen to draw their swords, what further hesitation remains? I too agree. Let us proceed. Is it not merely a larger corpse? We have already extracted the souls of extraterrestrials. What have we to fear? Indeed, one must seek fortune in peril. For the pursuit of immortality, nay, for the continuation of our civilization. We shall risk it all. The meeting room buzzed with fervent enthusiasm. Chun Weigua observed all of this with a nod of satisfaction. He understood that after enduring numerous life-and-death trials and ideological shocks, the scavenger project team he had meticulously crafted had truly been forged into an indomitable sword. They were no longer merely scientists, engineers, or soldiers. They had become the wielders of civilization. Excellent. Chun Weigua rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Now that we have reached a consensus, Our next objective is Area 003, the Colossal Beast's Remains. Order: Intelligence Analysis Department. Immediately formulate a new operational plan within 48 hours based on the known information about the Colossal Beast's remains, in conjunction with all data on biological civilizations from the Xia database. Technical Support Department. Conduct a final, high-intensity pressure test on all systems of the Phantom. Ensure it enters the battlefield in impeccable condition. Medical Team. In light of potential psychological contamination from the new area, establish a dedicated research group immediately. I need you to collaborate with the Technical Department to construct the most robust mental shield for Comrade Lin Yuan. All departments, mobilize fully around the new operation codenamed Remains. Yes, with a single command, the entire base transformed once more into a high-speed, precisely functioning war machine. Lin Yuan, as the spearhead of this conflict, found himself thrust once again into the spotlight. This time, he was spared the tedium of supplementary classes. Instead, he was directly invited into the operations conference room as a pivotal technical expert, participating in the formulation of the battle strategy. Based on the information provided by the system and the data from the Xia database, we had several preliminary hypotheses regarding the Colossal Beast's remains. The head of the Intelligence Analysis Department stood before the immense holographic star map. At the center of the star map, there was no longer a scattered debris field, but rather a three-dimensional model of a creature so gigantic it defied description, reminiscent of the primordial beasts of myth. This model was a forced amalgamation created by the Intelligence Analysis Department, based on the System's descriptions and Lin Yuan's translations from the database concerning the biological nest. It resembled an enormous deep-sea leviathan, magnified 1 billion times, adorned with countless tentacles and a carapace. Its body curled into a massive sphere. Its surface pocked with innumerable craters akin to meteorite impacts, spanning a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. As Lin Yuan gazed upon this model, a chill ran down his spine. How immense must this entity have been in life? Incalculable, indeed. Academician Wang shook his head, his eyes filled with awe. It could easily crush a planet akin to Earth with a mere flick of a tentacle. We surmised that this skeletal remains constituted the biological civilization's nest. Their very planet. They were a civilization adrift in the universe, with the nest serving as their home, their city, their everything. Our mission was to delve into the interior of this carcass in search of their civilization's legacy. The director marked several highlighted red areas on the colossal model. According to the information regarding Xia, a biological nest comprises several essential core areas, typically including the following. First, the hatchery, a place where they propagate their offspring, likely harboring the most primitive and purest genetic samples. Second, the neural center, the brain of the nest, and the intellectual nucleus of the entire civilization. If we can locate this area, we may acquire knowledge that surpasses the vastness of the Xia database by countless billions. Third, the energy core, as any organism requires energy. Such a colossal nest certainly contains unimaginable secrets of energy within its heart, or rather, its stomach. These 3 locations constitute the primary objectives of our endeavor. However, the minister's tone shifted dramatically, his expression turning grave. These areas are undoubtedly the most perilous. He marked on the model a spot emanating an ominous red glow. Mental pollution. This is the foremost and greatest threat we face. The resentment, unwillingness, and anguish generated upon the death of such a massive organism will form a formidable mental field that has persisted for countless millennia. Once we penetrate its depths, the consciousness of Comrade Lin Yuan may very well be tainted, eroded, or even usurped by these negative emotions. Next, we must consider the native predators. A corpse of such immense size becomes a complete ecosystem in the cosmos. Within it, countless unknown monsters that feed on its remains will inevitably thrive, lurking in every corner of the carcass. Lastly, we encounter our most familiar adversary, the Void Devourers. According to the system's indications, the Void Devourers here are special mutants. We speculate that they have undergone some unknown mutation due to their prolonged consumption of the flesh and blood of this colossal beast. They may be more cunning and lethal than those we encountered in the Ghost Route. Upon hearing the minister's analysis, a palpable sense of pressure enveloped everyone in the conference room. This cursed place resembles a terrifying amalgamation of bioweapon crises, alien horrors, and the Cthulhu mythos. In response to these threats, we have devised 3 contingency plans. Plan A, a taste of caution. We will operate only on the surface of the gigantic beast skeleton, utilizing the ghost ship's formidable scanning capabilities to explore the smaller, exposed, damaged areas. We will not delve deeper or be overly ambitious, focusing instead on gathering intelligence and testing the performance of new drones. Plan B, surgical precision. Based on the scanning results, we will directly target a location that appears to have the highest value and relatively controllable risk, such as an isolated chamber resembling a small laboratory or storage facility. We will then chart the shortest route to the target, seizing the item and making a swift retreat. Plan C, Central Assault. This is the boldest and most audacious plan. The minister's finger pointed toward the very heart of the colossal corpse, the area designated as the energy core. We will forego all other objectives and, with utmost speed, penetrate the depths of the giant skeleton, aiming directly for its heart. We wager on the energy core of a biological civilization, which inherently generates a formidable biotic field that repels all external intruders. It is likely the safest haven within the entirety of the carcass, akin to the sanctuary in the ghost route. 3 proposed plans, each more radical and audacious than the last. Once again, all eyes converged upon Lin Yuan. This time, he was no longer perceived as a mere mascot in need of protection. He had ascended to the role of the supreme commander of this war. Chapter 50, A Shift in Perspective. Let us engage in scientific inquiry. Confronted with the 3 combat strategies laden with risks and opportunities laid upon the table, Lin Yuan refrained from immediately articulating his thoughts as he had before. After 3 months of rigorous tutelage, he was no longer the impulsive scrap yard proprietor who relied solely on intuition and courage for decision-making. He had acquired the ability to contemplate, to analyze, and to view problems through a broader, more scientific lens. Gazing at the colossal skeletal model of the behemoth, akin to a planet, his mind raced with possibilities. Plan A. The most prudent, yet yielding the least reward. But is it truly prudent? Operating solely on the surface implies exposure to the vastness of outer space. And should those mutated void devourers detect them, there would be no refuge. While the ghost ship boasts remarkable concealment, none could guarantee its efficacy in the presence of those aberrations that feast on biological energy. Plan B, a surgical approach, sounds enticing. However, the interior of the behemoth skeleton is a complex, 3-dimensional labyrinth with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. What constitutes the shortest route? In such a dynamic, unknown, and potentially ever-changing living maze, there exists no absolute shortest path. Should one stray or encounter a blockade, it would spell certain doom. As for Plan C, the central bloom, it is the gamble of all gambles. To charge directly toward the energy core? To wager that it is the safest location? This notion is undeniably tempting. Yet it rests upon a completely unfounded assumption. What if the gamble is misguided? What if that energy core conceals the most terrifying trap within the carcass? In such a case, they would be unwittingly leading Lin Yuan to his demise. I have a question. Lin Yuan remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Please, go ahead, Chen Weigui gestured. Our greatest unknown regarding this behemoth-esque skeleton arises from 2 aspects. Lin Yuan stood, pointing at the model. First, the pathways within. We are uncertain of how to navigate. Second, the creatures within. We lack knowledge of what the indigenous predators and mutated void devourers truly are and what abilities they possess. Precisely, the intelligence analysis minister nodded. This has been our most vexing dilemma in formulating our plans. Thus, Lin Yuan's gaze swept across every individual present. Before we decide which path to take, shouldn't we first seek to acquire a map and a compendium of the creatures? A map? A creature compendium? Academician Wang momentarily faltered. But we currently possess nothing. No, we do. A confident smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. He submerged his consciousness into his mind, initiating access to the Azure Soul USB. Ishelia, I require all research materials regarding the nest of wanderers from your Eternal Bloom civilization, particularly those concerning the mapping of its internal bioenergy flow and methods for discerning various biological pheromones. As he articulated this precise and professional inquiry, a clear yet modest stream of information gradually flowed into his brain. This knowledge, while somewhat obscure within the realm of extraterrestrial biology for the Eternal Bloom civilization, posed little burden for Lin Yuan to decipher. Minutes later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of wisdom shining within them. Academician Wang, esteemed experts, he began, his voice brimming with confidence. I believe I have discerned the course of action. He approached the colossal holographic model and commenced his exposition. According to the research of the Eternal Bloom civilization, the internal structure of a biological nest, such as that of a colossal beast's remains, may appear labyrinthine, but is, in fact, governed by discernible patterns. All its passages are constructed around its bioenergy circulation system, akin to the blood vessels within the human body. If we can locate its aorta, we can trace the path to its heart. To find the aorta, however, we require a map. This map cannot be produced through conventional radar or optical scanning. We must create a bioenergy flow chart. In simpler terms, We will utilize a specialized scanning technique to detect the intensity and direction of residual bioenergy within the carcass, thereby inferring the distribution of its internal vessels. Lin Yuan's words ignited a spark of realization among the biologists and physicists present. This approach is feasible. It is akin to employing infrared thermal imaging to observe human blood circulation. But what shall we use for scanning? The Phantom. Lin Yuan's tone was resolute. Its high-dimensional penetrating scan, with minor modifications, could effectively detect this bioenergy. As for the monster database, Lin Yuan smiled. That is even more straightforward. Any creature, when in motion, emits a unique pheromone, much like each person possesses an individual scent. The Eternal Bloom civilization has established an extensive extraterrestrial biological pheromone database. Although it may not contain data on the monsters within the colossal beast's remains, they have formulated a universal pheromone threat assessment protocol. For instance, creatures emitting corrosive pheromones are typically acid-based attackers. Those releasing scorching pheromones might possess fire attributes. However, should a pheromone evoke feelings of chaos, madness, or illogic, one must exercise utmost caution. Lin Yuan paused, uttering a term that sent shivers down everyone's spine. That could very well be the source of mental contamination. Following Lin Yuan's well-reasoned and technologically advanced explanation, the conference room fell into a profound silence. All experts regarded Lin Yuan with the eyes of those observing a monster. This young man had only been studying for 3 months. Could one truly transform from a mere translator into a genuine technical expert? The concepts he articulated earlier, bioenergy flow diagrams, pheromone threat levels, are entirely novel, transcending the current era, and they have unveiled a gateway to an entirely new realm. Remarkable. Academician Wang was the first to react, his excitement manifesting in fervent applause. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Lin Yuan, your line of thought surpasses our previous 3 proposals by several magnitudes. We are no longer gambling. We are deciphering. This operation has evolved from a mere venture into a scientific expedition. Chen Weigu's face radiated unabashed admiration and pride. He recognized that Lin Yuan's prowess had been honed into a true blade over the past 3 months. Let us proceed accordingly to Comrade Lin Yuan's vision. Chen Weigua ultimately decreed, we shall not predefine any ultimate objectives. The core mission of this endeavor is encapsulated in 2 words: exploration. The first step is to utilize the Phantom to chart a comprehensive energy map of the colossal beast's skeletal remains. The second step, based on this map and the analysis of pheromones, is to compile a detailed compendium of the monsters. Once we have transformed this deadly labyrinth into our own private garden, we shall reconvene to deliberate whether to venture into the nest of incubation or the neural nexus. This time, we shall firmly seize the initiative in our own hands. Depart. Chapter 51. Departure. Target: colossal beast's remains. Depart. Chen Weigu's steady and resonant voice reverberated through the command center's broadcasting system, echoing in every ear. Those 2 words were akin to a searing battle blade, instantly igniting the flames within every heart. The slight relaxation and joy brought about by the emergence of the Phantom were swiftly supplanted by a solemn and profound sense of mission. This is not the conclusion. It is merely the beginning. A new war, one that concerns the very survival of civilization, is about to commence. Comrade Lin Yuan. Chen Weigua's gaze traversed the thick observation window, landing on the new, futuristic cockpit. Are you ready? Report, Commander. We are ready for departure at any moment. Lin Yuan's voice came through the communication channel, clear, resonant, and brimming with unprecedented confidence. He took a deep breath, choosing not to glance at the familiar faces bidding him farewell outside the window. Instead, he focused all his attention on this entirely new companion before him. This cockpit was worlds apart from the one he had previously used. No longer a cold metal structure with exposed wiring, the entire interior was enveloped in a soft, memory foam-like biological material. As he settled into the seat, it adjusted automatically to achieve the most comfortable and contoured position for his form. The futuristic helmet no longer merely rested atop his head. Once he was securely seated, it unfurled from the back of the chair like petals, enveloping his head with perfect precision. There was no sense of pressure. Instead, it felt akin to indulging in a premium head massage. The neural connection system commenced self-diagnosis. The biological monitoring module is functioning normally. The mental buffering module V30 has been activated. The familiar voice of Li Na echoed in Lin Yuan's earpiece. Unlike before, her tone, though tinged with a hint of tension, now exuded a professional and composed confidence. Over the past 3 months, it was not only Lin Yuan who had grown. The entire Scavenger project team had evolved at a frenetic pace. The technical support department, based on the biotic energy flow diagram theory provided by Comrade Lin Yuan, was finalizing the parameter calibration for the Phantom's high-dimensional penetration scanning system. Academician Wang personally manned the technical control console, his once cloudy eyes now clear and intensely focused on the cascading data stream on the screen. Understood, the technical minister promptly replied, loading the biotic energy spectrum database of the Eternal Flower Civilization, which has now been completed. Calibration commencing. The objective: filter 99 of the chaotic background energy radiation and accurately capture orderly energy flows exceeding 1 biotic energy unit within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Medical team. Academician Wang turned to another side. How is the mental shield preparation progressing? The head of the medical team responded immediately. Report, Academician Wang. The specialized research group on mental pollution has successfully developed the first generation of the mental barrier protocol based on the defensive theories regarding high-dimensional information life forms found in the Ishilia database. This protocol will be directly executed by the Panga system. It will construct a firewall composed of high-frequency mental energy pulses around Comrade Lin Yuan's consciousness. Any unauthorized external mental signals carrying negative emotions or chaotic logic will be interfered with, neutralized, or even incinerated upon attempting to invade. Excellent. Fantastic. Academician Wang exclaimed, slapping the table. Thus we have essentially equipped Lin Yuan with a mental bulletproof vest. Listening to the orderly reports from various departments in the command center, a profound sense of security surged within Lin Yuan. He was no longer the solitary scrap yard owner relying solely on sheer determination and luck. Behind him stood the nation's most brilliant minds and formidable forces. They were united as one. All systems have completed self-checks. The Phantom is in perfect condition. The bone operation can commence. As the technical minister delivered the final confirmation, the command center fell silent once more. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan. Chun Weiguo picked up the communicator, his voice steady as a mountain. Comrade Lin Yuan, let me reiterate. Our core mission in this operation is exploration, not treasure hunting. Your primary objective is to ensure your absolute safety. Under the premise of safety, you are to map the internal structure of the colossal beast's remains and establish a preliminary monster compendium. Remember, we have ample time. Do not be greedy. Do not act recklessly. At any moment, you have the right to halt the mission based on your judgment and return immediately. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Yuan nodded emphatically. He recognized this as the leader providing him reassurance. Good. Chen Weiguo took a deep breath and issued the final command. The skeletal operation has officially commenced. Activate the deep space salvage system. With a hum, Lin Yuan felt his consciousness plummet. Everything around him began to blur and distort. In the next moment, boundless darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate and frigid expanse of the universe. Before him lay an array of colossal corpses, so immense that no language could adequately convey their size, quietly sprawled in front of him. They were gargantuan, far beyond the scope of Lin Yuan's wide-angle lens, which could not capture their entirety. All he could see was an endless expanse of pockmarked, deathly brown exoskeletons. From the crevices of these shells sprouted grotesque, tumor-like growths. Enormous, mountainous tendrils languidly coiled and drifted in the void. The surface of the bodies was riddled with countless enormous pits akin to meteor craters. Some of these cavities plunged into unfathomable darkness, resembling gateways to hell. Within others lay shattered, crystal-like structures that glimmered with an eerie light under the distant stars. An ancient and decayed energy field, steeped in death and despair, enveloped this celestial domain. Lin Yuan could even perceive a faint, mingled stench of rotting flesh and sulfur. This was the salvage area 003, the remains of a colossal beast. Lin Yuan could only utter those two words in his mind. He felt as diminutive as an ant, standing before a deceased whale larger than mountains. The instinctual fear and reverence towards such a monumental existence rendered his thoughts nearly paralyzed. In the command center, silence reigned. The enormous holographic screen simultaneously displayed the real-time images transmitted from the Phantom. Everyone was rendered speechless by the terrifying scene, reminiscent of a mythic descent, steeped in cosmic horror. Is this a civilization? Lina's voice trembled uncontrollably. My God. A biologist removed his glasses, collapsing weakly into his chair, murmuring that Darwin's theory of evolution seemed like a mere jest before such a sight. Immediately commenced scanning. Academician Wang was the first to recover from the shock, his voice sharp with intense excitement. Activate the bioenergy flow mapping program. I want to see it. I want to uncover the secrets hidden within this divine corpse. Yes. Lin Yuan forcibly suppressed his astonishment and began executing the commands. With a thought, the Black Phantom silently activated its specially modified higher-dimensional penetrating scanning system. A wave of invisible, imperceptible scanning energy radiated outward from the phantom, much like ripples in water, spreading towards the colossal carcass. In the next moment, an unfathomably immense and chaotically turbulent bioenergy signal surged into the command center's data processing system, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Alarms blared. Data overload. The computational power of the Panga system skyrocketed to 90. This is untenable. The signal is excessively disordered. Residual energy and psychic pollution permeate everywhere. We are utterly unable to discern any viable energy flows. The Minister of Technology stared at the chaotic array of signals on the screen, akin to a flurry of snowflakes. His forehead beaded with sweat. It was as if he were attempting to locate a specific book amidst the ruins of a library consumed by flames. Buried under billions of tomes, with no clear path forward. Do not panic. Lin Yuan's voice resonated timely. Synchronize the data stream with me. Comrade Lin Yuan. Your brain, it's fine. I possess a mental barrier. With that, Lin Yuan's consciousness delved into his mind, swiftly sifting through the database of Ishilia. I know how to filter out this extraneous information. He transmitted an algorithm regarding the bioenergy resonance frequency he had retrieved from the database directly to the technical department. Utilize this algorithm. Refilter the signals. Only accept the most stable resonance waves within the frequency range of 314 to 315 Hz. That is the core energy circulation frequency of the biological mother nest. Received. The technical department immediately adjusted the filtering program according to Lin Yuan's directives. On the screen, the chaotic flurry of snowflakes vanished by 99% in an instant. In its place emerged a diagram that, though still somewhat blurred, barely revealed discernible outlines. Countless lines, varying in thickness and emanating a faint red glow, intertwined and spread within the colossal corpse, resembling the veins of a human body or the waterways of the earth. They had found their path. They had succeeded. Academician Wang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in excitement. However, at that moment, an unexpected anomaly arose. On the periphery of the drawn diagram, a previously dim area abruptly ignited without warning, radiating a glaring and aggressively large red. Alarm. High-intensity bioinformation pheromone reaction detected. Threat level assessment in progress. Assessment complete. Threat level, extremely high. Pheromone characteristics, hunger, greed, and absolute hatred towards all living beings. Chapter 52. This heap is worth a fortune. Extremely high threat level. Absolute hatred. As these two phrases echoed through the command center alongside the shrill alarm, every heart leaped into their throats. The joy that had just blossomed from successfully mapping the energy diagram was swiftly replaced by a chilling dread. Where is it? Chen Weigwa demanded sharply. How far away are we? Report, Chief. The voice of the intelligence analysis minister quivered with tension. It is right beneath us. Less than 50 kilometers away. It is approaching us at an astonishing speed. 50 kilometers. In the cosmic scale, this distance is nearly equivalent to being face to face. Damn, it's coming in hot. Lin Yuan was equally astonished. He commanded the Phantom, swiftly directing the focus of the detector towards the colossal crimson orb that was rapidly approaching. This time, he was no longer merely receiving data. He proactively linked his mental faculties with the threat assessment module of the Phantom's pheromone system. In an instant, a frigid, malevolent scent surged into his consciousness. It was a smell that Lin Yuan found indescribable, unlike any aroma in the realm of reality. It was a pure, soul-deep perception. If one were to attempt a description, it would resemble 1,000 starving wild dogs confined within a sealed chamber, only to have a bloody hunk of meat thrown in. That unadulterated, unabashed, extreme yearning for flesh and life, the frenzied desire to tear apart and devour all living beings, it was overwhelming, causing Lin Yuan's scalp to tingle with alarm. This entity was certainly no benign presence. He cursed inwardly. Lin Yuan, immediately activate the spatial lens force field. Enter the highest level of stealth mode. Do not engage. The voice of academician Wang crackled urgently over the communication channel. Understood, Lin Yuan thought, and the phantom surface, adorned with its living adaptive lattice armor, shimmered with ethereal light. The surrounding space began to exhibit a peculiar, visible distortion. The silhouette of the phantom vanished silently from sight. It had not departed. Rather, it utilized the force field to perfectly bend and redirect all incoming light and detection waves. It transformed into an entity of absolute transparency. Almost simultaneously, as the phantom completed its cloaking, something abruptly emerged from a massive, several-kilometer-wide meteor crater on the desolate, continent-like gray-brown shell below. As everyone in the command center beheld what had surfaced through the phantom's wide-angle lens, a wave of nausea swept through them. It was a grotesque and terrifying giant worm. Its body resembled a maggot magnified a billionfold, exhibiting a ghastly, translucent pallor that allowed a glimpse of its sluggishly writhing, repulsive innards. Its surface bore no eyes or mouth, only countless suction cups that continuously opened and closed, reminiscent of a flower. Each cup was lined with a dense array of needle-like, pale white teeth. Streams of light yellow, foul-smelling mucus dripped incessantly from these suckers, corroding the hard biological shell beneath with a hissing sound. In the command center, some of the less composed young researchers could no longer contain themselves, rushing out to vomit. Even Chen Weiguo, a seasoned soldier accustomed to peril, paled and furrowed his brow at the sight. Is this the primordial predator? Lin Yuan's voice trembled with despair. This creature appears to have emerged from the deepest nightmares of humanity, a grotesque monstrosity. It seems oblivious to our presence. Lin Yuan meticulously maneuvered the phantom, hovering in midair. Paralyzed with caution, he observed the enormous, hideous worm, which, upon emerging from its lair, did not charge towards them directly. Its colossal, featureless head twisted erratically in the void, as if it were probing the surroundings in a manner beyond their comprehension. It is searching for us. Academician Wang fixated on the screen. Its eyesight may have deteriorated, but its sensitivity to biological energy was extraordinarily acute. The energy fluctuations generated during our mapping were like a beacon in the night to it. Could the spatial lens force field obscure its perception? The Minister of Security inquired anxiously. Theoretically, yes, the Minister of Technology replied, though his tone lacked conviction. The force field could not only distort light, but could also, to some extent, isolate the dissipation of energy. However, this was the first encounter with such a purely biological energy-sensing creature, and whether it would prove effective remained uncertain. A palpable tension gripped everyone's hearts. It felt like a high-stakes gamble, wagering on their advanced technology to deceive the alien beast's keen sense of smell. Time passed slowly. The gigantic worm twisted in place, sniffing for over half a minute. Its countless suction cups, reminiscent of flower petals, opened and closed rhythmically, producing a nauseating sound of friction. The command center was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Yuan dared not even breathe. He felt akin to the protagonist in a horror film, hiding beneath a bed while a chainsaw-wielding maniac drew ever closer. Finally, the worm seemed to lose its patience. Its immense head abruptly turned in another direction. Then, its repulsive, massive body began to slither slowly toward that new course. A collective sigh of relief swept through the command center at this sight. Success. The spatial lens force field was effective. It has not detected us. Wonderful. We are safe. The exhilaration of having survived was palpable among all. Lin Yuan, splendid work. Remain concealed until it has moved far away, then we shall proceed. Chen Weiguo also exhaled in relief, speaking into the communicator. However, Lin Yuan did not respond. His attention was wholly captivated by another matter. He watched as the gigantic worm slithered away into the distance. He observed it crawl to the edge of another immense, canyon-like wound. Then he saw the worm plunge its repulsive, tooth-lined head deep into the flesh of that wound. It began to feed. Is it consuming this carcass? Lin Yuan murmured to himself. Indeed, Academician Wang's voice carried a note of gravity. It subsists on the remains of this colossal beast. This corpse is its pasture. Will it defecate? In Lin Yuan's mind, an utterly inappropriate question suddenly emerged. Academician Wang, along with all personnel in the command center, felt the weighty atmosphere shift into something distinctly peculiar. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Academician Wang awkwardly stated, Comrade Lin Yuan, we are currently engaged in a profoundly serious scientific exploration. Please, however, his words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Yuan's exclamation. Academician Wang, look, on the screen, a colossal worm was feeding, and its tail, with its segmented, pallid body, suddenly split open, revealing a gaping maw. From this orifice emerged enormous, luminescent excretions, radiating an ethereal blue glow, akin to crystalline formations. Upon contact with the vacuum, this substance rapidly cooled and solidified, transforming into an irregular, truck-sized crystal that shimmered with an eerie azure light, quietly floating in the void. Witnessing this spectacle, all materials scientists and energy experts in the command center were transfixed. What is that? Exclaimed one. Such a pure energy reaction. Has it purified the biological energy from the giant beast's remains? Is this not a mobile arc reactor manufacturing machine? Lin Yuan gazed at the splendid blue crystal, nearly drooling. His mind was consumed with a singular thought. That excrement is worth a fortune. Academician Wang, is it possible to retrieve that blue substance? Lin Yuan's voice was laced with barely contained excitement. He felt the familiar pangs of his former life as a scrapyard owner. Seeing such a brilliant, energy-rich object was akin to discovering a mountain of gold. Retrieve it. Academician Wang was taken aback by Lin Yuan's audacious notion. Have you lost your mind? That monster is right next to it. Going over there would be tantamount to delivering a takeout order to it. But it looks so valuable. Lin Yuan protested, unwilling to let it drift away. His words plunged the scientists in the command center into silence. Indeed, it was a tremendous loss. Preliminary energy spectrum analyses of the blue crystal excreted by the creature indicated that its internal energy purity surpassed even that of the arc reactors they had previously constructed. Moreover, it represented a more primal, purer form of biological energy. If they could bring it back for study, it would hold a measurable value for their ongoing Shinong project and for understanding the energy composition of the giant beast's remains. It was, in essence, a sumptuous feast delivered right to their doorstep. However, the dilemma remained. Guarding this bounty was a prehistoric beast capable of devouring them in a single gulp. No, I firmly oppose this. The unwavering voice of the Minister of Safety resonated once more. The safety of Comrade Lin Yuan is paramount. Any actions that may expose him are absolutely prohibited. No matter how precious it may be, one must have their life to claim it. In pursuit of an uncertain sample, exposing oneself to risk proves to be a fruitless endeavor. The majority concurred with the safety director's sentiment, as reason dictated that the most prudent course of action was to patiently await the departure of the ominous worm after it had feasted to its satisfaction. However, a young energy expert could not suppress a murmured observation. That creature seemed to lack a fixed trajectory, drifting aimlessly into the vastness of space. If they waited any longer, it might truly be lost forever. His words tightened the hearts of all present. Once again, their gazes fixated upon the resplendent crystal, reminiscent of a sapphire. It stood as a beautiful yet deadly temptation, incessantly teasing their nerves. Lin Yuan, Academician Wang's voice was somewhat hoarse. How confident are you in retrieving the object without alarming the worm? Ultimately, he could not resist a scientist's thirst for the unknown. He relinquished the decision to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan scrutinized the colossal worm, engrossed in its feast on the screen, and then glanced at the blue crystal that was slowly drifting away. His mind raced to calculate. The linear distance was approximately 30 kilometers. The worm's attention was wholly consumed by its meal, its awareness of the surroundings at a minimum. The Phantom had perfect stealth capabilities and unparalleled maneuverability. With proper operation, it was theoretically possible to execute a lightning-fast retrieval without detection. The risks were undeniable, yet the potential rewards were equally immense. Should he proceed? Deep within Lin Yuan, the adventurous spirit cultivated from scavenging began to stir. Years ago, he had gambled to salvage a fairly intact old lathe from a dilapidated factory, wagering that the building would not collapse while he was inside. He won that bet, and the lathe earned him a handsome profit of 50,000. Now, he was contemplating a wager involving an alien substance potentially worth over 500 billion. Chief, Academician Wang. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and made his decision. I wish to give it a try. Nonsense. The safety director immediately objected. Let him speak. Shen Weigua interrupted, his tone inscrutable. Lin Yuan, share your plan. My plan is quite simple. Lin Yuan's thoughts crystallized with remarkable clarity. Sound diversion. Although the worm was preoccupied with eating, its perception remained intact. If I approached directly, even with the Phantom's stealth, I could inadvertently create an energy or spatial fluctuation that might alert it. Thus, before taking action, I need to divert its attention entirely away from us. How do you propose to do that? Academician Wang inquired. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. He maneuvered the Phantom, extending the brand new nanocluster's manipulable arm silently from the body. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the myriad minuscule nanobots at the arm's tip began to rapidly reorganize and transform. Moments later, an object that everyone was exceedingly familiar with materialized at the end of the mechanical arm, a miniature version of an arc reactor. In the command center, all present were momentarily taken aback. The tool arm of the Phantom could simulate and reconstruct any item it had previously analyzed, as Lin Yuan elucidated. However, he quickly clarified that it was merely a facade, devoid of a genuine energy core. Yet, he shifted the narrative. I can infuse a modicum of the Phantom's own energy within it, then propel it towards the rear of that monstrous worm. Lacking a core, once infused with energy, it would become exceedingly unstable, likely detonating with a resounding bang within mere seconds. Although its explosive force might pale in comparison to a firecracker, the energy fluctuations generated during the explosion should sufficiently captivate the creature, which was sensitive solely to energy. Lin Yuan's plan was straightforward and audacious, yet brimming with ingenuity. Utilizing a faux arc reactor as a firecracker to divert the monster's attention was a stroke of brilliance. Excellent, exclaimed Academician Wang, unable to contain his admiration. This plan is feasible. I have assessed it. and the risks are manageable. It's akin to fishing. A young engineer excitedly interjected. We will first cast the bait far from us. Once the fish are drawn in, we shall stealthily retrieve the treasure attached to the hook. A hint of approval graced Chun Weigu's face. This lad truly possesses a sharp mind. Let us proceed as you suggest. He decisively commanded. Attention, all units. Prepare to execute the fishing plan. Yes. Lin Yuan felt a surge of energy. He maneuvered the Phantom, the mechanical arm brandishing the counterfeit arc reactor, steadily aimed at a region in space approximately 100 kilometers behind the colossal worm. Calculate the parabolic trajectory. Adjust the energy infusion. Target. Explosion delay of 15 seconds. Every action must be executed flawlessly. Lin Yuan's mind was remarkably clear. He felt an unparalleled level of focus. Now is the moment. Throw. With an internal command, the mechanical arm of the Phantom swung vigorously. The reactor, shimmering with a blue ethereal glow and indistinguishable from the genuine article, transformed into a streak of light, silently soaring into the depths of the dark cosmos. Simultaneously, the Phantom itself, akin to a bolt of black lightning, surged towards another direction, racing towards the distant blue crystal that was gradually drifting away. The entire sequence was fluid and swift as lightning. In the command center, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on the screen. They witnessed the firecracker, having traversed several seconds, indeed detonating as Lin Yuan had predicted, erupting into a brilliant, albeit not overly large, energy halo. The gargantuan worm, engrossed in its feast, abruptly lifted its repulsive head. It sensed something. Its immense body tensed instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, he relinquished the delicacies at hand and turned, resembling a frenzied bison, charging madly toward the direction of the explosion. Opportunity. Now is the time. Lin Yuan's heart raced. He maneuvered the Phantom, traversing 30 kilometers in mere seconds, arriving before the immense blue crystal the size of a truck. As he drew closer, he realized that this object was far more exquisite than he had imagined. It was entirely translucent, with what appeared to be countless sparkling stars flowing gently within. A pure, icy life energy radiated from it. Goodness, it's happening. Lin Yuan could no longer afford to admire it. He extended his mechanical arm and grasped the massive crystal tightly in his embrace. Wait, 4889G 500G. Detected unknown high-purity biological energy crystal. Initiate scanning. Scan it. No way. Run. Lin Yuan shouted internally, controlling the Phantom, clutching this heavy treasure, and plunged headlong back into the meteorite pit entrance without a backward glance. He needed to find a place to hide. Chapter 54. The Golden Key Success. He had it. My heavens. Perfect. That creature had not noticed a thing. As the Phantom vanished into the darkness of the meteorite pit, cradling the enormous blue crystal, the command center erupted in a wave of suppressed yet exhilarating cheers. Those fleeting seconds had been more thrilling than watching the most elite spy film. A feint, a diversion, a lightning retrieval, and then a swift escape over 1,000 miles. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without a trace of hesitation. Lin Yuan, you are a genius. Academician Wang exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, lavishing praise through the communicator. Haha. Academician Wang, you flatter me. Lin Yuan's voice came through the communicator, tinged with a breath of relief and unmistakable pride, primarily thanks to our Phantom. The stealth, the speed, remarkable. He was currently maneuvering the Phantom through a complex network of tubular passages, akin to a beehive, beneath the surface of the colossal beast's skeleton. These pipes had been marked on the previously drawn energy flow diagrams, representing abandoned capillaries. Although narrow, they were interconnected, providing an excellent hiding spot. What about that creature? Has it returned? Lin Yuan inquired as he flew. Not yet, the intelligence analysis minister replied. It is still over 100 kilometers away, circling the previous explosion site. It seems perplexed, unable to comprehend why there was an energy reaction, yet nothing edible in sight. His words elicited laughter in the command center. Everyone felt a significant weight lifted from their hearts. This operation not only successfully tested the Phantom's extreme performance capabilities, but also, without shedding a drop of blood, secured an invaluable trophy. This was truly a splendid start. Comrade Lin Yuan, find a safe place to land. The voice of Chun Weiguo resounded promptly, tempering the excitement of the crowd. We must immediately conduct a comprehensive analysis of the item you have brought back. Understood. Lin Yuan swiftly came to a halt in a relatively spacious chamber, akin to a cavern. He carefully placed the large blue crystal he held onto the ground. Initiate scanning, exclaimed Academician Wang, unable to contain his eagerness. Affirmative. Lin Yuan maneuvered the Phantom to direct the scanning probe towards the crystal. Scanning in progress. Target. High-purity bioenergy crystal, unnamed. Component analysis. 987 unknown carbon-based lattice structure. 12 residual super-heavy elements. 1 unknown organic information fragment. Energy characteristics. This crystal is an exceptionally stable bioenergy solidification. At standard temperature and pressure, the energy dissipation rate is below 1 in 100,000. It can be excited through specific frequency energy resonance, releasing pure, pollution-free bioenergy. Warning: residual unknown organic information fragments detected within, containing partial genetic memories of the organism that formed this crystal. There exists a slight, unpredictable risk of biological contamination. As Lin Yuan recited the scanning results verbatim to the command center, pandemonium erupted. My heavens! A stable bioenergy solidification. Isn't this precisely the perfect biological battery we have longed for? An energy expert trembled with excitement. The arc reactor they had previously studied, although capable of providing immense energy, fundamentally remained a form of miniature nuclear fusion. In contrast, this entity represents pure, clean energy that can be directly utilized by biological organisms. If we can decipher the technology behind it, what might that signify? It implies that future soldiers may no longer need to bear hefty batteries. They could merely carry a piece of such energy candy in their pockets, sufficient to power their exoskeleton armor for 3 continuous days and nights of intense combat. It also suggests that future electric vehicles might not require charging. They could simply replace their batteries with such a biological power source and travel nonstop from Earth to the Moon. The value of this discovery transcends monetary measures. And what of that unknown organic information fragment? A geneticist, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, stammered incoherently. Within it lies the genetic memory of that colossal creature. Good heavens! It is as if we have obtained its genetic manual. From this, we can analyze its weaknesses, its behaviors, and even reverse engineer how it transformed the flesh and blood of the giant beasts remains into this high-purity energy. This is the golden key. The first golden key to unlocking the vast treasure trove that is the giant beast's remains. The entire command center was once again engulfed in a sea of euphoric jubilation. Everyone gazed upon the screen displaying the crystal, radiating an enchanting blue light, with an almost reverent expression. Who would have imagined that the first significant breakthrough of their mission would originate from a piece of monstrous excrement? If this were to be disclosed, who would believe it? Lin Yuan observed the scientists, nearly on the brink of madness with excitement, and felt a surge of satisfaction within. Delightful. The sensation is utterly exhilarating. Utilizing one's intellect and audacity, leading an entire team to acquire critical artifacts that propel the narrative forward. Wasn't this precisely what he relished during his gaming escapades? Yet now, he finds himself immersed in an exceptionally realistic, perilous, universe-scale multiplayer online role-playing game. He stands as the singular chosen one within this realm. Lin Yuan, splendidly done. Chen Weiguo exclaimed with genuine admiration. You have laid the cornerstone for us. This crystal shall henceforth be designated as the Deep Blue Star. He paused momentarily before issuing further orders. Intelligence Analysis Division. Immediately conduct a comprehensive threat assessment and vulnerability analysis of the burrowing worm based on the scanning data of the Deep Blue Star, particularly its genetic information. Energy and materials teams, promptly establish a joint task force. I need you to elucidate the energy activation methods and crystalline structure of this Deep Blue Star in the shortest time possible. Is replication feasible? Understood. Commands were issued methodically, and the scientific resources of the entire base began to fervently revolve around this seemingly insignificant crystal. Lin Yuan, remain where you are to recuperate, declared Academician Wang. The worm is unlikely to return anytime soon. Take this opportunity to restore your mental strength. We have even more pressing matters ahead. Acknowledging with a nod, Lin Yuan understood. Although his recent maneuvers appeared seamless, they had drained a significant portion of his mental fortitude. He maneuvered the Phantom to retract the scanning probe, then settled quietly in the dark cavern, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. He could sense the adaptive lattice armor of the Phantom gradually absorbing the faint residual bioenergy from the surrounding environment, replenishing his earlier expenditure. This sensation was wondrous, akin to breathing. However, just as he prepared to fully relax and indulge in slumber, the alarm system of the Phantom unexpectedly blared to life, without warning. This time, it was not the high-threat red alert, but a gentle green alert, indicative of the unknown and opportunities. Beep. Detected a faint yet extraordinarily unique distress signal. Signal source, unknown. Signal type, Eternal Flower Civilization, highest level, Ember Protocol Distress Signal. Chapter 55, Ember Protocol Distress Signal. A distress signal from the Ember Protocol? When Lin Yuan conveyed this system notification to the command center, everyone was taken aback. A distress signal from the Eternal Flower Civilization? How could it possibly manifest here? Lin Yuan was the first to voice her query. This locale is the graveyard of biological civilizations, the remains of colossal beasts. The Eternal Flower is a civilization renowned for its expertise in genetic and spiritual technology. How could these disparate civilizations possibly be entwined? Could it be a mistake by the system? A technician speculated quietly. Impossible. Academician Wang promptly dismissed the notion. Although we are unable to comprehend the principles behind Lin Yuan's system, thus far, all the information it has provided is undeniably accurate. I recall the seed protocol you mentioned last time, Lin Yuan. Wang's expression turned gravely serious. The civilization of the Eternal Flower initiated the Seed Arc project when faced with ultimate decay. They uploaded the most elite members of their species into the cradle of life, dispatching these vessels to the far reaches of the cosmos. It is highly probable that the distress signal from the seed protocol originated from one of these life arcs. This conjecture from academician Wang caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. A ship from the Eternal Flower civilization has crashed into the carcass of this colossal beast? How fortuitous. It feels akin to embarking on a video game adventure, suddenly receiving a hidden side quest within a terrifying dungeon, Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Though his countenance bore a grave expression. Where is the source of the signal? Chen Weiguo inquired. The system is currently tracking. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the information relayed by the Phantom. The signal was faint and intermittent, as if obstructed by some external force. A sudden realization struck him. He opened his eyes wide. On the tactical map of the Phantom, a tiny point of light, flickering with a green glow, appeared approximately 300 kilometers away. This area, represented in the recently drafted energy flow diagram, was a vast, intricate network of chambers resembling a labyrinth. According to the energy map analysis, it likely constituted the digestive system of this colossal beast. A biologist studying the map arrived at a rather nauseating conclusion. The digestive system? Does that not comprise the stomach and intestines? Lin Yuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. A vessel embodying beauty and artistry from the Eternal Flower has plunged into the monster's stomach? The imagery was steeped in irony. Shall we attempt a rescue? Lin Yuan's voice carried a hint of reluctance. The thought that the ship might harbor exquisite beings akin to Xia made it impossible for her to remain indifferent. Rescue? How do we rescue? The Minister of Security immediately doused their hopes with cold reality. That area, as depicted on the energy map, was a chaotic expanse. It teemed with countless energy eddies and spatial folds. Our Phantom entering there would be akin to a headless fly, unable to discern direction. Moreover, who could ascertain whether that distress signal was a trap? What if it were a signal simulated by some more cunning predator within the carcass, designed to lure prey? The security chief's concerns were indeed well-founded. In such a terrifying maze, rife with death and the unknown, any seemingly innocuous signal could conceal a deadly trap. I concur with the minister's perspective. Academician Wang, rarely inclined towards caution, also sided with prudence this time. While he too wished to locate that cradle of life, he understood that progress must be made step by step. Our immediate priority remains to map the area and gather information on the deep blue star. The distress signal, being the highest level of the flame protocol, indicates that its energy source is remarkably stable and will not vanish in the short term. We should mark it and, once we have thoroughly assessed our surroundings, plan our next steps. Academician Wang's suggestion received unanimous approval. It was the most rational and prudent choice. However, Lin Yuan shook his head. We may not have the luxury of time. His voice carried a weight of gravity. What do you mean? Chen Weiguo inquired. The distress signal is rapidly diminishing. Lin Yuan observed the system panel where the curve representing signal strength was visibly plummeting. There are at most 3 hours left. After 3 hours, it will completely fade into the background radiation. By then, even the most exalted beings would be unable to locate it. This revelation cast a pall over everyone's spirits. 3 hours. To traverse 300 kilometers of perilous terrain, akin to a labyrinth of monstrous intestines, in search of a signal source that could vanish at any moment? The difficulty of this task was nothing short of hellish. Let it go, Lin Yuan. Academician Wang sighed. It is far too dangerous. It is not worth taking such a considerable risk for an uncertain target. Indeed, Lin Yuan, we have already achieved so much. There is no need to gamble further, Lin Na also urged. Everyone believed they should abandon the mission. Yet, Lin Yuan gazed at the flickering green light on the map, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind, and remained silent. In his mind, fragments of memory of Xia involuntarily surfaced. He envisioned that resplendent, garden-like planet, the graceful, art-loving, life-cherishing eternal flower people, and their profound despair when faced with inevitable decay, along with their final, tragic efforts to preserve the ember of civilization. He could hardly fathom the desolation of a cradle of life, bearing the last hope of their civilization, drifting alone in the dark cosmos for countless millennia, only to despairingly plunge into the carcass of a monster. What a profound sorrow that would be. Commander, Academician Wang. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. I still wish to see it. Lin Yuan, do not act impulsively. Everyone grew anxious. I am not being impulsive. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. We have received knowledge and technology from the eternal flower civilization. Even you, Academician Wang, have been granted a second life. It can be said that they have, in an intangible way, saved us. Now, their kin, not far from us, have emitted their final, desperate call for help. If we turn a blind eye out of fear, Lin Yuan paused, his gaze sweeping across each face in the command center. What then distinguishes us from the void devourers, who only know of consumption and destruction? We came here to seek the hope that would save our civilization. However, if in the struggle for survival we cast aside the most fundamental aspects of our humanity and morality, then even if we ultimately endure, are we truly ourselves? Lin Yuan's words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. The entire command center fell into a profound silence. Indeed, they had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to grow stronger and how to survive, yet seldom did they consider the manner in which they wished to continue living. Would they transform into merciless hunters in a dark forest, resorting to any means necessary for survival? Or would they aspire to be civilized swordsmen, holding on to the light even amidst darkness? After a prolonged moment, Chun Weigua exhaled a long, deep breath. He gazed at Lin Yuan, whose youthful visage now radiated a spark that even this seasoned soldier found stirring. Very well, he nodded emphatically, I concur. However, you shall not embark on this journey alone. He turned to Academician Wang, his gaze sharpening. Old Wang, I grant you 1 hour. I need you and all the experts to utilize every resource at our disposal. Energy flow diagrams, pheromone threat assessment protocols, the Ishelia database, to chart the safest and most efficient lifeline to that signal source. This time, we aim not only to rescue lives, but to demonstrate the wisdom and strength of humanity to this colossal beast's remains. Chapter 56. The optimal route 1 hour. Chart a lifeline. Chun Weigua's command reverberated like a military edict, plunging the entire command center into a state of wartime urgency. Intelligence Analysis Department. Immediately model all energy flow diagrams within a 300-kilometer radius of the signal source with the utmost precision. Biological team. Using the pheromone threat assessment protocols, categorize all potential zones of native predators along the route into red, yellow, and green danger levels. Technical department. Mobilize all computational power of the Panga system. Conduct exhaustive route analysis and optimization. I do not seek possibilities. I demand the optimal solution. Standing before the command platform, Academician Wang, revitalized as if 30 years younger, unleashed in astonishing energy. Commands flowed from his lips with clarity and speed. The entire research team, a coalition of the most brilliant minds from the Great Xia, erupted with a terrifying battle prowess capable of shaking the world. Countless experts surrounded their screens, fingers dancing over keyboards with such swiftness that they seemed to leave shadows in their wake. A torrent of data converged, clashed, and analyzed within the very heart of the Panga system. The once chaotic, dark, and unknown insides of the monstrous entity were gradually being peeled away, revealing their mystique and terror. Report. A primary energy channel identified. Designation A7. This channel is relatively spacious, with stable energy flow, and can serve as our main artery. Report. At 173 kilometers along the A7 channel, a high-density pheromone concentration zone has been detected. Threat level assessed as yellow. Speculated to be the nest of a certain social small predator. Must be circumvented. Report. An abandoned neural conduction pipe has been discovered. The internal space is narrow yet exceedingly concealed, devoid of any signs of biological activity. It can serve as an alternate route. Route planning has yielded option A. Traverse the A7 main channel with an estimated duration of 2 hours and 15 minutes, presenting a 35% probability of encountering high-threat targets. Option B. Detour through the abandoned pipe with an estimated duration of 3 hours and 40 minutes, presenting a probability of less than 5 for high-threat encounters. Option C. A mixed route with optimal entry points currently being calculated. As Lin Yuan gazed at the screen, observing the meticulously plotted and continuously optimized routes, his heart brimmed with reflection. This is the might of the nation. This embodies the collective wisdom. Had he been alone, faced with such a deadly labyrinth, he might not have been able to take even the first step. Yet now, the esteemed and admirable scientists behind him were, with their intellect and dedication, forging a path to hope for him. I am no chosen one. Lin Yuan mused with a self-deprecating smile. I am merely the tool tasked with pressing the confirmation button. An hour swiftly passed. Report, Commander. The final route has been planned. Although a hint of fatigue graced Academician Wang's face, his eyes sparkled with confidence. He pointed to the main screen, where a golden, meandering route was marked. We shall designate it as the Path of the Sanctuary. This route extends a total of 321 kilometers. It combines the expedience of the main energy channels with the concealment offered by the abandoned pipes. Over 80 of the segments lie within an absolute safety zone of pheromone vacuum. We have designated 3 alternate hiding spots and 2 emergency evasion plans for Comrade Lin Yuan. According to the final computations of the Pangas system, by traversing this route, Comrade Lin Yuan will arrive at the target area 15 minutes prior to the distress signal. Moreover, we have successfully reduced the probability of encountering extremely high-threat targets to below 1. As Academician Wang articulated this final figure, a wave of astonishment and applause surged through the command center. To diminish the risk to below 1 in a high-danger unknown area is no mere feat of route planning. This stands as a paragon of intelligence warfare and information strategy. Excellent. Chen Weigua thumped the table decisively. Execute this plan. He picked up the communicator and addressed Lin Yuan. Comrade Lin Yuan, the map for the Path of the Sanctuary has been sent to your tactical panel. The next steps rest with you. Received. Lin Yuan observed the clear, detailed, three-dimensional map before him, with every angle of each turn meticulously marked, his heart swelling with confidence. Report, Commander. Academician Wang. The Phantom requests to depart. Permission granted. Wishing you a triumphant return. With Chen Weigua's final command, the Black Phantom, long dormant in the dark cavern, sprang to life. It emitted no sound, nor any light. It was akin to a true specter, gliding silently from the cavern, then plunging headlong into the abyssal darkness of the conduit designated as the Path of the Sanctuary. It surged into the maw of the beast. The speed of the Phantom was astonishing. Propelled by its miniature curvature gravity engine, it almost grazed the inner walls of the pipe, executing a silent glide. The surrounding scenery raced past in a blur. The pipe's inner surface was far from smooth. It was marred by grotesque, tumor-like growths and patches of dried, tar-like black ooze. A dense, nauseating stench of decay permeated the air. Lin Yuan stifled his discomfort, concentrating all his attention on the driving. Although a perfect route had been meticulously charted by the Pangas system, the actual navigation still required his expertise. 1,000 meters ahead. Turn left into the abandoned neural conduit B13. Caution, the entrance is narrow. Decelerate to 30. Li Na's voice, calm and clear, guided him through the earpiece. Acknowledged. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan commanded the Phantom's speed to plummet from its rapid cruising pace. Then, with a graceful, inertia-free 90-degree drift, he expertly maneuvered into a pitch-black opening the size of a truck. The interior of this forsaken neural conduit was indeed more constricted and oppressive, yet correspondingly safer. The pheromone scanning system illuminated a surrounding expanse of reassuring green, signifying safety. Well done, Lin Yuan. We have successfully navigated past the first yellow danger zone, remarked Academician Wang approvingly. Just a simple task, Lin Yuan replied with a sense of pride. He felt as if he were immersed in a hyper-challenging, three-dimensional racing game, thrilling yet rife with enjoyment. The subsequent journey unfolded with remarkable smoothness. Guided by the Path of the Sanctuary, the Phantom slithered through the intricate, perilous digestive system of the colossal beast, akin to a slippery loach. They deftly circumvented one yellow danger zone after another, evading throngs of unknown monsters. At times, Lin Yuan could even glimpse through high-dimensional penetrating scans, observing thousands of monstrous creatures resembling giant cockroaches scurrying within an adjacent conduit, separated only by a layer of flesh. The sheer density of the sight sent shivers down his spine. He repeatedly felt grateful for heeding Academician Wang's counsel, avoiding reckless exploration. Otherwise, with his limited skills, he would have likely become a meal for those creatures. 2.5 hours later. Report. We are nearing the terminus of the Path of the Sanctuary. Li Na's voice carried a tinge of excitement. The distress signal's intensity is rapidly increasing. We are very close. Splendid. In the command center, everyone perked up. Lin Yuan exhaled in relief, gazing at the increasingly proximal green endpoint on the map, sensing victory within reach. Yet, at that very moment, an anomaly occurred once more. The alarm system aboard the Phantom suddenly erupted with a shrillness and frenzy unlike any previously encountered, a blood-red alert blaring forth. Alert! 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 Detection of an extraordinarily high-intensity spatial distortion reaction. Ahead, an unknown high-energy void Devourer mutant has appeared. Warning! The adversary has locked onto us. The spatial lens force field has failed. Chapter 57. The first boss. The revelation of the spatial lens force field's failure echoed in the command center. Pronounced by the voice of the technology minister, filled with shock and disbelief, leaving everyone dumbfounded. How could this happen? The spatial lens force field of the Phantom was crafted using the theories of the Eternal Blossom civilization, representing the pinnacle of cloaking technology. It did not rely on coatings or energy absorption for invisibility. Rather, it directly distorted the surrounding space, allowing light and detection waves to circumvent it. Theoretically, it was a flawless, utterly undetectable form of concealment. Yet now, it had inexplicably failed. Damn it! Lin Yuan was even more terrified. Feeling as though he were parading through the streets in the Emperor's new clothes, convinced that no one could see him. Suddenly, a child pointed and shouted. He is not wearing any clothes. The instant embarrassment and fear of being exposed sent chills down his spine. He abruptly halted the Phantom and gazed toward the dark tunnel ahead. At the end of the tunnel, where an exit should have awaited, an array of bizarre entities he had never encountered before now obstructed his path. These entities resembled void devourers, a swirling vortex of absolute blackness capable of devouring all light. However, unlike the pure black void devourers encountered previously, this black vortex was fringed with countless writhing tendrils reminiscent of blood vessels, emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. These tendrils appeared almost sentient, stretching and retracting in the void, probing the surroundings. At the very center of the black vortex, within the depths of darkness, a colossal eye devoid of a pupil, composed entirely of a blood-red glow, slowly opened. The moment that eye unveiled itself, a wave of malevolence, 100 times more potent than that of the previous burrowing worm and 1,000 times more sinister, filled with chaos and madness, instantly locked onto the Phantom. Warning. High-risk psychic contamination source detected. Psyche barrier protocol initiated. Engaging against mental invasion. Lin Yuan felt a resounding thud in his brain, as though an invisible hammer had struck him forcefully. Countless chaotic whispers, brimming with murderous and destructive intent, surged toward his consciousness like a tidal wave. Fortunately, the psyche barrier constructed by the Panga system activated immediately. The frenzied whispers, upon contact with the barrier, were incinerated to ashes, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Even so, Lin Yuan still experienced a splitting headache and waves of nausea. What on earth was this abominable creature? He gritted his teeth and roared into the communication channel. It is a mutant of the Void Devourer. Academician Wang's voice was gravely serious. It has consumed the flesh and blood of the giant beast's remains and has fused with them. It is no longer a pure energy entity. It has transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of half energy and half biological matter. Thus, it not only possesses the ability to devour space like the Void Devourer, but also has the sensory capabilities of a living organism. Our spatial lens force field can distort light and radar waves, yet it cannot conceal us from its perception of biological energy. To it, we are like a massive light bulb in the darkness, utterly exposed. Wang's explanation plunged everyone into despair. Their prideful cloaking system had failed before the first true boss they encountered. How could they possibly fight? Roar. At that moment, the creature with eyes and tentacles seemed to grow impatient. A flicker of brutality flashed in its enormous crimson eye. The black vortex at its center began to spin violently. An irresistible, terrifying force of suction surged from the front of the conduit. Not good. It's preparing to feast, Lin Yuan shouted. He could feel the sturdy frame of the Phantom trembling under the weight of that terrible pull, emitting a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. It was being forcibly dragged toward the deadly vortex. Lin Yuan, quickly, maximize the engine power. Turn around. We must retreat. Chen Wei would decisively issue the order to withdraw. No. Commander. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain the balance of the craft. The pull was too strong. I can't get away. He attempted to instantaneously elevate the power of the miniature curvature gravitational engine to overload mode at 150. Yet, it was futile. The Phantom merely quaked violently in place, still being inexorably drawn forward by that dreadful suction. It was like a small fishing boat battling against the whirlpool of the vast ocean, utterly powerless. It's over. In the command center, the hearts of all present echoed with those two words. They had calculated every conceivable risk. Yet they had never anticipated that the Void Devourer here would manifest as such an unreasonable, grotesque entity that countered all their technology. Could it really end like this? Lina looked at the screen, where the Black Phantom was being gradually pulled into the abyss of death, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. In that critical moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. No, that is not right. There must be a way. The database of the Eternal Flower must contain records on how to combat such a being. He bore the piercing pain in his head, and plunged once more into the blue soul USB. Ashilia, quickly, tell me how to deal with this half-energy, half-biological abomination. He summoned every ounce of strength to scream within his mind. Instantly, a vast yet remarkably clear stream of information flooded into his brain. That was a chronicle of the eternal civilization of the flower, forged through countless battles against the aberrant entities of the void devourers, inscribed with blood and tears. Target, flesh-eater, subspecies of void devourer. Characteristics: integrating biological traits, it possesses formidable bioenergetic perception capabilities, along with predatory tendrils of physical form. Weakness analysis. Weakness 1. Due to its biological integration, its core is no longer a pure singularity, but rather an unstable bioenergetic nucleus. It cannot consume infinitely like a pure void devourer. Each act of consumption necessitates time for digestion. Weakness 2. Its predatory tendrils, while capable of physical assault, are also integral to its energy circulation system. Should they be severed, it would inflict tremendous energy feedback damage upon itself. Weakness 3. The most lethal vulnerability. Its perceptive eye serves as the core of all its sensory capabilities and is its most fragile point. There lies the sole unstable junction between its biological and energetic components. Upon witnessing this third weakness, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with fervor. Academician Wang, I've discovered its weakness, he exclaimed with fervent excitement. Its eye? That blood-red eye is its most vulnerable aspect. The eye? Academician Wang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lin Yuan spoke with rapidity akin to a barrage of cannon fire. That is the junction of its biological and energetic components. If we can shatter it, it will plunge into temporary paralysis due to the catastrophic failure of its energy circulation. Shatter it? How? With what? We can barely move. The Minister of Safety exclaimed, aghast. With this, a frenzied, gambler's smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. With a mere thought, the pliable tool arm of the phantom, which had been retracted beneath the craft, surged forth dramatically. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, the myriad of nanobots at the arm's extremity began to transform and reconfigure with wild abandon. They did not morph into blades or firearms. Instead, they transmuted into elongated, 10-meter-long, razor-sharp, armor-piercing spikes, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Lin Yuan, what are you planning? Chun Weiguo discerned his intent and cried out in alarm. Chief. Lin Yuan's voice resonated with a fierce determination. To retreat is to embrace death. To wait is also to embrace death. If we are to die regardless, then we might as well charge forth and strike hard. Isn't it merely a contest of ferocity? I have never feared anyone in my life. No sooner had he spoken than he switched the power mode of the miniature curvature gravity engine from retreat to advance. With a thunderous roar unlike any before, the engine of the Phantom surged forth. Under the combined forces of the horrific suction from the stitched monstrosity and the immense thrust of its own engine, the Black Spectre transformed into a nearly imperceptible shadow, akin to a released black arrow, with the colossal, glimmering armor-piercing spike reflecting the cold light of death. It surged unflinchingly towards that immense, malevolent, chaotic, and frenzied blood-red eye, driving forward with relentless resolve. Chapter 58. Run quickly. No. Upon witnessing on the screen the Black Phantom charging towards the terrifying amalgamation like a valiant knight in a suicidal charge, a piercing scream escaped from Li Na in the command center. At that moment, every heart seemed to halt in unison. It was over. This was the singular thought echoing in everyone's mind. They could not comprehend why Lin Yuan would undertake such a reckless act. To them, it was akin to willingly leaping into a meat grinder. However, in the following second, the unfolding events surpassed all expectations. The monstrous creature, too, appeared taken aback. It did not anticipate that this diminutive morsel would not flee, but rather dare to charge towards it. A flicker of almost human astonishment flashed in its immense blood-red eye. Instinctively, its numerous wildly thrashing blue tendrils sought to intercept the approaching phantom. Yet, the phantom's speed was unparalleled, with the dual forces of suction and thrust amplifying its velocity. It transcended conventional limits. The tendrils had no time to react. With a sickening thud, akin to piercing through something, a dull yet grotesque sound reverberated through the phantom's body, clearly transmitting back to Lin Yuan's consciousness. He felt as though he were driving a high-speed race car, crashing into a vast, warm, and elastic jelly. Suddenly, the entire world before him transformed into a sea of blood red. He had succeeded. He had truly plunged into that enormous, blood-red eye. A roar erupted, one that did not belong to this dimension, filled with unfathomable pain and madness, instantly detonating throughout the space. The sound transcended mere sound waves. evolving into a terrifying spiritual tempest capable of tearing apart the soul. Boom. In the command center, all electronic devices experienced a simultaneous flash, followed by an abrupt blackout. Countless sparks erupted from the crevices of the control console. All the staff wearing headsets screamed in agony, discarding their devices as they clutched their heads. Blood poured from their ears and noses. Even Academician Wang and Chun Weiguo felt as if their brains had been brutally pierced by a searing iron rod, causing their vision to darken as they nearly lost consciousness. Only Lin Yuan, under the protection of that mental barrier, remained somewhat lucid despite the excruciating headache. He observed as, at the moment he penetrated that blood-red eye, the entire body of the creature convulsed violently. The black vortex at its center began to spin chaotically, its order lost. The terrifying suction abruptly vanished. The once wildly thrashing blue tendrils, akin to being doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, began to dissolve violently, disintegrating into pools of repulsive blue slime. Most astonishing was the blood-red eye he had pierced. It was losing its brilliance at a visibly alarming rate, dimming like a punctured balloon collapsing inward. A force, more ferocious and chaotic than before, surged forth from the gaping wound. This was dire. An explosion loomed. Lin Yuan's heart raced with alarm. He understood that the biological energy and void energy within the stitched monster had lost their equilibrium, resulting in a catastrophic energy backlash. The only outcome of such a clash could be an explosion, one powerful enough to obliterate a pipeline several dozen kilometers in diameter. Damn it! What terrible luck! Lin Yuan cursed inwardly and, without a moment's hesitation, cranked the engine's power to its maximum. Get me out of here. He maneuvered the Phantom, exerting every ounce of strength to extricate himself from the rapidly collapsing, increasingly viscous jelly-like eyeball. Without a glance back, he fled frantically in the opposite direction of the pipeline. Boom! Almost the instant he escaped, a silent yet profoundly space-shattering explosion erupted behind him. It was neither light nor fire, but a tumultuous celebration of black and red energies. The black void energy and red biological energy coiled and clashed like two colossal dragons, engaging in a frenzied entanglement and annihilation. Wherever they passed, the sturdy inner walls of the pipeline and the grotesque proliferations were instantaneously torn down to their most fundamental particles. The entire interior of the colossal beast's skeleton trembled in the wake of this violent explosion, as though a terrifying earthquake had unfolded. Lin Yuan felt like a mere leaf tossed about in a 12-level tsunami. The Phantom's alarm system blared incessantly. Warning! High-intensity energy impact detected. Kinetic deflection field activated. Warning! Structure under impact. Left lattice armor damaged by 15. Self-repair initiated. Warning! Rear energy conduit ruptured. Energy reserves reduced to 87. Damn! 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 Lin Yuan was terrified beyond measure. His only thought was to flee. The faster, the better. He didn't even bother to consult the map, relying solely on instinct to dart through any openings he could find. He had no idea how long he had been flying. Perhaps a minute. Perhaps 10, until the fearsome energy storm behind him finally began to subside. Only then did he dare to stop in a chamber that resembled some vast organ's remains. Gasping for breath, Lin Yuan felt as though he had just completed a marathon, his entire body on the brink of exhaustion. He controlled the Phantom and assessed its condition. Thankfully, aside from the left side, which had suffered a significant scrape from the explosion's aftermath and a slight decrease in energy reserves, the core components remained largely intact. Adaptive lattice armor, impressive. Kinetic deflection field, remarkable. He felt an overwhelming gratitude towards those scientists who had sacrificed their hair in the pursuit of constructing the ghost ship. Had he been piloting the previous Scavenger 2 during that moment, he surmised he would have been utterly annihilated. Is anyone there? Command Center? Academician Wang. Commander Chen? Can you hear me? He attempted to establish a connection with the command center, but all he received was a cacophony of static interference. The communication was severed. The recent mental tempest had not only obliterated the command center's equipment, but also temporarily severed the fragile link of consciousness between him and Earth. This was a grave misstep. Lin Yuan's heart sank. He had truly become a solitary individual, ensnared within this colossal carcass, measuring 3,000 kilometers in diameter, teeming with monstrosities. He was lost, devoid of direction, and uncertain if the beacon he sought to rescue still existed. A profound, icy solitude and dread surged within him like an unrelenting tide. Just as he felt on the verge of being consumed by this fear, he beheld an object. It was something that had been ejected from the core of the recently exploded amalgamation, tumbling through the air before landing precisely at the entrance of his chamber. It was a mass, the size of a basketball, exhibiting a bizarre black and crimson hue, pulsating faintly like a heart. Embedded within this mass was a crystal, the size of a pigeon's egg, pitch black and seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Lin Yuan gazed at the object, momentarily transfixed. He harbored a premonition. This was the core of the amalgamation, a distillation of its very essence. Chapter 59. A trio of distinct demises. Is this an explosion of equipment? Lin Yuan mused as he observed the quietly pulsating black-red mass lying not far from him. The first thought that flitted through his mind was that this resembled the legendary materials dropped after defeating a boss in a game. His heart ignited with fervor. The fear and loneliness that had enveloped him were somewhat diluted by a primal impulse known as greed. Given that he could not establish contact with the command center and had no means of returning, he figured there was little harm in investigating further. With this thought ignited, he could no longer restrain himself. Cautiously, he maneuvered the ghost ship closer to the black-red heart. As he approached, he activated all of his sensors to their maximum capacity. Pheromone scan, none. Vital sign scan, none. Energy response, extremely weak, yet intensely reclusive. The scan results indicated that this entity seemed to be utterly lifeless. Lin Yuan felt a slight easing of his anxiety. He approached the heart, extending his newly repaired nanomaterial tool arm, gently prodding the mass. It was soft and elastic, akin to premium beef brisket, yet its touch was chillingly cold. It appeared to be safe. Lin Yuan mumbled to himself. Then without hesitation, he lifted the basketball-sized trophy. Thankfully, it was within the weight limit. He placed this stitched heart alongside the previously acquired deep blue star on the storage platform at the rear of the Phantom. Then, he directed the scanning probe towards the heart. Scanning in progress. This time, the scanning took an unusually long duration. The scanning system of the Phantom appeared to be deciphering an extraordinarily complex material structure it had never encountered before. After a full 5 minutes, the system's prompt finally sounded. Scan complete. Target, chaotic heart of the void and flesh hybrid distortion. Sample. Composition analysis. 40 unknown high-dimensional space energy compression. 60 genetic mutation cells derived from colossal beast bones. The two substances are entangled in an unstable manner. Energy properties. This object harbors immense chaotic void energy and biological energy within. The two forms of energy are in a delicate state of equilibrium. Should this balance be disrupted, it would trigger a violent and uncontrollable energy annihilation reaction. Special attributes. The void crystal core at its center is the source core of the void devourer. It possesses the ability to distort space and consume matter, making it a theoretically essential material for crafting spatial weapons or engines. Warning. Warning. This item is extremely dangerous. Highly unstable. It is strongly advised that the host discard it immediately. Failure to do so may result in a 99 probability of triggering a spatial collapse disaster capable of obliterating the entire base during the return journey. What the hell? Upon reading the last 2 lines of flashing crimson warnings, Lin Yuan was nearly compelled to discard the item on the spot. A 99 probability of causing a spatial collapse? Destroying the entire base. This was not merely a legendary material. It was akin to a ticking nuclear bomb. No, it was even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb might flatten the base, but this thing could erase the entire space itself. Throw it away. It had to be discarded. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Yuan's forehead. He certainly did not wish for all his hard work to culminate in a slip of the hand that might format him, Commander Chun, Academician Wang, and the entire base out of existence. He would become an eternal pariah in human civilization. Just as he was about to command the mechanical arm to dispose of this hot potato, his gaze inadvertently fell back on the description of its special attributes. The void crystal core as the essential material for crafting spatial weapons or engines. Lin Yuan's heart began to race uncontrollably once more. Spatial weapons. Spatial engines. Just the names alone sounded incredibly formidable. The technology of the Eternal Flower civilization was already impressive, yet their engines merely utilized the principles of curvature and gravity, fundamentally relying on the laws of space itself. However, this void crystal core could distort space. It could consume matter. If it were possible to harness it to create an engine, would that not imply that future spacecraft could transcend the need for warp travel, instead carving a portal through space to directly transport from point A to point B? If it could be fashioned into a weapon, could one not aim it at an enemy fleet, unleashing a single blast that obliterates the entirety of their spatial existence? This notion danced in his mind like a devilish temptation, urging him to cast it aside or to embrace it. Lin Yuan found himself ensnared in a battle of reason. Logic dictated that such a thing was far too perilous to retain. Yet, the inherent gambler within him clamored with reckless abandon. Why fear? Greater risk begets greater reward. What of a 9,999 explosion rate? Is there not still a 001 safety rate? What if, by some miracle, the system possessed a means to handle it safely? Lin Yuan recalled his initial encounter with the absorption of Aishilia's soul. At that moment, the system had issued a crimson alert, warning him of the possibility of being overwhelmed and assimilated. Yet, in the end, the system had intervened, activating its impressive purification protocol, successfully reorganizing the alien maiden's soul into a harmless USB drive. This suggested that the system indeed had contingency plans for such high-risk entities. The warnings it issued might merely serve as a disclaimer, reminders for the user that the operation bore risks and consequences to be borne by them. Indeed, it must be so. The more Lin Yuan pondered, the more sense it made. He felt he had grasped the true nature of this treacherous system. It resembled a duplicitous game developer, proclaiming the formidable nature of a boss, warning of the perils to life, while secretly coaxing players to invest in stronger equipment. System, Lin Yuan tentatively inquired within his mind. Is there truly no way to safely bring this back? The system fell silent. As before, when confronted with such an extraordinary inquiry, it seemed to require complex calculations. Moments later, a new line of text materialized within Lin Yuan's consciousness. Detected strong will of the host. Retrieving high-level handling plans. Retrieval complete. Plan 1. Energy neutralization. Before returning, seek a source of pure life energy of equal intensity to counteract the heart of chaos, resulting in annihilation. Success rate, 12. Consequences of failure. Potential for a larger-scale spatial collapse. Plan 2. Protocol sealing. Consume 10,000 authority points to purchase a sealing protocol for Class 7 hazardous materials. This can temporarily seal the heart of chaos within an independent subspace, isolating it from the spatial laws of the main universe. Upon return, it must be placed within a higher-level absolute zero magnetic prison within 72 hours, or the seal will fail. Plan 3. Core extraction. Warning. This operation is extremely dangerous. The host must directly probe their mental energy into the heart of chaos, manually extracting the void crystal core at the balance point of the two energies. Success rate, below 0.001. The consequences of failure. The host's consciousness shall be instantaneously devoured and assimilated by the void energy, resulting in complete obliteration. Gazing upon these three so-called solutions, Lin Yuan's face turned a sickly shade of green. Is this what they call a solution? This is merely a trio of different death sentences packaged together. Plan 1. A success rate of 12. Moreover, where is he to procure a source of life energy of equal intensity? Plan 2 appears to be the most reliable, yet a staggering 10,000 authority points. After 3 arduous months of toiling and risking his life, he had accumulated a mere 1,500 points. Having expended all of that to construct the Phantom, he now found himself at 0. Where could he possibly gather another 10,000 points? Should he resort to theft? As for Plan 3, manually extracting the core? With a success rate of less than 0.001, Lin Yuan had no doubt that if he dared to attempt such a thing, he would instantaneously become a mere pile of excrement in the cosmos. Damn it, what a futile endeavor. Cursing under his breath, Lin Yuan prepared to abandon all hope. However, just as he was about to dispose of this ticking time bomb, his gaze inadvertently swept across the storage platform of the Phantom. He beheld the black-red chaotic heart alongside the deep blue star of life, positioned side by side. One was a chaotic, frenzied amalgamation of void and flesh, while the other was an epitome of purity, a stable crystallization of biological energy. One represented the pinnacle of negative energy, and the other, the essence of positive energy. Wait a moment. Suddenly, something clicked in Lin Yuan's mind. He recalled the description of Plan 1, which spoke of seeking a source of pure life energy of equal intensity to counteract the chaotic heart, leading to its annihilation. His eyes fixated intensely upon the deep blue star of life. Isn't this precisely a pure source of life energy? Though its size may not be proportional to that of the chaotic heart, its purity is astonishingly high. If these two entities were to be placed together, leading to their mutual destruction, this audacious thought struck Lin Yuan like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the fog in his mind. Chapter 60. Neutralizing the chaotic heart. To use the star of life to neutralize the chaotic heart? As Lin Yuan contemplated this audacious notion, he broke into a cold sweat. This was 100 times more reckless than the prior decision to poke the boss in the eye. The system's Plan 1 suggested seeking a source of life energy of equal intensity. While the star of life is remarkably pure in terms of intensity, the total energy it harbors pales in comparison to that of the chaotic heart, perhaps even less than 1/10. Using a flickering flame to extinguish a massive volcano? This is not neutralization. It is simply adding fuel to the fire. the failure rate would undoubtedly exceed 88, perhaps even reaching 99. 999. No. This is far too perilous. Lin Yuan shook his head vigorously, forcefully suppressing this enticing yet fatal idea. It would be wiser to simply discard this ticking time bomb. His life is paramount. With a sigh, he maneuvered the mechanical arm of the phantom, preparing to grasp the chaotic heart and dispose of it in some hidden corner. However, just as his mechanical arm was about to make contact with the heart of chaos, the previously silent system suddenly displayed a new prompt, one that caused Lin Yuan's eyes to widen in astonishment. Supplementary note. According to the Seventh Amendment theory on energy resonance annihilation within the Xia database, if the purity difference between two opposing energies exceeds a certain threshold, during the annihilation reaction, high-purity energy will induce a structural disintegration effect on low-purity energy. In deduction, based on the comparison of purity between Deep Blue Star and the Heart of Chaos, should a counteraction occur, the pure biological energy of Deep Blue Star has a 73 probability of first disintegrating the 60 relatively unstable mutated cellular portion of the Heart of Chaos. Ultimately, there is a 45 probability that, following the annihilation reaction, the core void crystal nucleus can be completely extracted. What the hell? Upon reading this entirely new supplementary explanation, Lin Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A 45 probability. How does that differ from a gift? Just moments ago, he had despaired over a success rate of less than 0.001, and now, in the blink of an eye, the system had opened a super backdoor with a success rate of 45. I knew it. I knew this damned system was not so simple. Lin Yuan was so exhilarated he nearly cried out. This feeling was akin to playing a card game. You gaze at the 0.01 drop rate in the card pool, sighing in resignation, ready to give up. Suddenly, the system jumps in to inform you. Dear esteemed VIP user, we have now activated an exclusive, guaranteed pathway for you. 10 consecutive draws will surely yield an SSR. Delightful. Let us do this. In an instant, Lin Yuan made his decision. A 45 success rate. If he didn't gamble on that, he wouldn't be Lin Yuan. He suppressed his excitement and began to meticulously study this counteractive approach. Allowing the two energies to collide, he gazed at the two spheres on the storage platform, one large and one small, one black and one blue, falling into contemplation. How could he make them counteract? Simply crashing them together? No, that idea was immediately dismissed. Too crude. Heaven knows what would happen if these two bombs were to collide. If the explosion's force was uncontrollable, it could endanger his own phantom ship, leading to a regrettable loss. A controllable and safe reaction vessel was essential. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the body of the phantom ship. Suddenly, it settled on the nano-assembly pliable tool arm. A bold idea sparked in his mind. Since this tool arm could transform into an armor-piercing spike and a faux reactor, could it also be shaped into a bottle? A high-strength reaction vessel that could contain both of these bombs? This notion seemed a bit fantastical even to him. Yet, the more he pondered, the more feasible it appeared. The body of the phantom ship was cultivated from adaptive lattice armor, using Oracle-class armor as its crystalline seed. Its strength far exceeded any known material on Earth. Utilizing it as the inner wall of the reactor, it is undoubtedly robust. The pliable arm of the nanoparticle cluster can be flawlessly shaped according to his imagination. Thus it shall be, Lin Yuan declared with determination. He maneuvered the agile tool arm to extend towards the front of the phantom. Then, closing his eyes, he began to envision the design of a reactor in his mind. It resembled a high-pressure cooker, a cylindrical vessel. Inside, there were two distinct chambers, designated for the chaotic heart and the deep blue star, respectively. Between the two chambers, there existed a valve that he could control, capable of being opened at will. At the very top of the container, there was a small outlet for discharging the potentially detached void crystal core. The entire design was simple and straightforward, yet imbued with Lin Yuan's unique pragmatism as the proprietor of a scrapyard. System, follow this blueprint. Transform it for me. With his commanding voice, the tip of the tool arm came alive. As countless nanobots commenced their frenetic and dazzling reconfiguration, the metal flowed silently, extending and taking shape. In a matter of mere seconds, a high-pressure cooker, gleaming with a dark golden hue and radiating a violent aesthetic, materialized before the phantom, precisely as he had envisioned. Wow! It truly works. Lin Yuan exclaimed in awe. He felt as though his phantom was a magical brush of unlimited potential. As long as he dared to dream, it would dare to create. Now that the pot was ready, it was time to add the ingredients. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, preparing for the most critical operation. He carefully maneuvered another mechanical arm to delicately place the deep blue star into the left chamber of the high-pressure cooker. Then, holding his breath, He summoned all the patience and gentleness he could muster to gently place the extremely unstable chaotic heart into the right chamber. Click. The lid of the high-pressure cooker sealed tightly. The entire process unfolded with astonishing smoothness. Lin Yuan's heart raced in his throat. He knew that the next moment would either witness a miracle or his own downfall. He cast a final glance at his surroundings. This was a vast, relatively enclosed chamber. Surely it could withstand it? Damn it, it doesn't matter. Fortune favors the brave. Only through struggle can one win. The transformation from motorcycle to Land Rover hinged on this moment. Lin Yuan fervently motivated himself, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. He mentally commanded the valve connecting the two chambers. Open now. Click. A faint sound, as if emanating from the depths of his soul, echoed. The valve opened. The deep blue star, symbolizing pure life, and the chaotic heart, representing tumultuous void, finally made contact within that small, confined high-pressure cooker. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic radiance. In that moment of contact, the interior of the high-pressure cooker fell into an eerie and absolute silence. All light, all energy, all matter seemed, in that fleeting moment, to be utterly erased by an invisible eraser. Lin Yuan beheld the heart of chaos, its dark crimson hue. As it made contact with the deep blue star, it was as if ice and snow met a scorching iron. The layer of flesh, composed of mutated cells, began to swiftly and silently disintegrate and dissolve. Simultaneously, the deep blue star was diminishing in size and luminescence at an equally astonishing pace. These two opposing energies engaged in a silent, yet fiercely tragic duel of mutual annihilation. Lin Yuan, engulfed in tension, felt his palms sweating profusely as he fixated on the transformations within the pressure cooker. He witnessed the flesh of the chaotic heart disintegrating rapidly. 10%, 30%, 60%, success. According to the system's projections, should he dismantle this 60% of flesh, the core void crystal might be extricated. However, at that critical juncture, an anomaly occurred. As nearly half of the chaotic heart's flesh was disintegrated, it seemed to sense a fatal threat. The remaining 40% of its void energy surged uncontrollably. A surge of pure black energy, imbued with an aura of destruction, erupted from within, beginning to ravenously devour the deep blue star in retaliation. Oh no! Lin Yuan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The energy of the deep blue star was perilously low. Chapter 61. The void crystal core. There was insufficient energy. Gazing into the pressure cooker, he observed the deep blue star being consumed and dissolved at a visibly alarming rate by the onslaught of black void energy, leaving Lin Yuan's heart chillingly despondent. He had miscalculated. He had fixated on the 45% success rate, neglecting the fact that this was, after all, a gamble with the potential for loss. Should the energy of the deep blue star be entirely depleted, the remaining void energy within the chaotic heart would erupt uncontrollably, losing all balance. At that point, not only would the void crystal core be lost, but his pressure cooker, along with his remarkably handsome vessel, the Phantom, would be obliterated into cosmic dust. What to do? What to do? Lin Yuan's mind raced. Surrender? Should he open the pressure cooker now and discard these two bombs? There was no time. The annihilation reaction of the two energies had commenced and was entering a critical phase. Opening it now would be akin to triggering an early detonation. I need more energy. Pure life energy. This thought consumed Lin Yuan's mind. Yet, where could he find pure life energy within this forsaken creature's carcass? Wait, life energy. Suddenly, something ignited within Lin Yuan's mind. He recalled another item, one that had been safeguarded and revered as a miraculous remedy since his return. The very artifact that had rejuvenated Dr. Wang. The miracle box. No, it should be called the portable emergency medical unit of the life cradle. The scanning report of that device clearly states that it is equipped with a universal stem cell cultivation module. Furthermore, its energy source is derived from the same origin as the arc reactor, a more advanced miniature energy source. Does this imply that it can inherently produce the purest and most primordial life energy? This thought struck Lin Yuan like a life-saving bolt of lightning, illuminating the darkness in his mind. System. He frantically screamed within. What about the medical box I salvaged earlier? Is it still there? Item. Life Cradle Portable Emergency Medical Unit, stored within the subspace storage module. The system's response filled Lin Yuan with ecstatic joy. It was still there. It had been brought over by the Phantom. Quick, retrieve it. Channel all its energy into this pressure cooker. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan issued his command. Warning. The Life Cradle Portable Emergency Medical Unit's energy core is designed to provide stable energy for precision medical equipment, not for high-intensity energy extraction. Forceful energy extraction will result in permanent damage to the energy core. Confirm? Confirm. What time is it? Even if it means destroying it, I would do it. Lin Yuan's eyes glinted with fervor. Buzz. In the next moment, on the storage platform of the Phantom, a marvel of a box, composed entirely of pearlescent metal and the size of a briefcase, materialized out of thin air. Following this, a silver glimmering energy conduit, formed by nanobots, surged from the surface of the pressure cooker, striking like a venomous snake, precisely inserting itself into the energy interface of the miraculous box. Siphon it. A tremendous, warm torrent of life-infused energy was instantly and violently extracted from the miraculous box, then frantically poured into the pressure cooker, which was undergoing intense reactions. It was akin to dousing a nearly extinguished oil lamp with a barrel of aviation kerosene. Inside the pressure cooker, that once dim and fading deep blue star, which was on the brink of being completely devoured by void energy, erupted with a brilliance greater and purer than ever before, thanks to this powerful infusion. Its light radiated an undeniable purifying force, forcefully pushing back against the encroaching black void energy. Zzz. The two extreme energies clashed within that small container, engaging in a final, fierce battle. The black void energy retreated steadily under the purifying influence of the blue life energy. Meanwhile, the last remnants of stubborn flesh on the surface of the heart of chaos rapidly disintegrated and dissolved under the blue light's illumination. At last, when nearly half of the energy from the miraculous box had been extracted, and the deep blue star was entirely exhausted, dissolving into nothingness, the black-red heart of chaos had all its flesh completely purified. Only the purest essence remained, a core of 40, the essence of void energy. As the bonds and balance of flesh were lost, the surge of pure void energy became increasingly frenzied and unstable. It resembled a deranged being, stripped of all garments, violently thrashing within a pressure cooker, seemingly intent on consuming the entire vessel. Just a little more. Just a final push. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixated on the screen, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. He concentrated all remaining energy from the miraculous box, compressing it with fervor. Suppress it. Boom. The last and most formidable surge of life energy crashed down upon the black void energy like a blue tsunami. The two forces, in one final violent clash, annihilated each other. At last, tranquility returned to the pressure cooker. No, not tranquility. It was emptiness. All energy dissipated, leaving behind a singular, pigeon egg-sized, pitch-black, diamond-like crystal. Its surface so smooth it seemed to absorb light. It hovered silently at the center of the pressure cooker, with the surrounding space exhibiting a subtle yet distinctly visible distortion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully extracted the void crystal core. Due to the complexity of this operation, which involved a multitude of advanced techniques with a notably low success rate, the system has assessed the task rating, SSS level. Congratulations, host. You have earned a reward of 5,000 authority points. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward, Void Affinity, passive skill. Void Affinity. Due to the host consciousness having endured and closely interacted with the impact of pure void energy, your mind has developed a certain resistance and affinity toward void energy. Effect. When facing void devourers, the probability of detection is reduced by 30. When analyzing knowledge related to spatial technology, comprehension ability is enhanced by 50. As this dazzling array of system notifications resonated within Lin Yuan's mind, he was left utterly astonished. An SSS rating, 5,000 authority points, and a seemingly formidable passive skill. I'm going to strike it rich. Lin Yuan's mouth gaped wide, nearly salivating. He felt akin to a player in a game who had single-handedly defeated a hidden boss. The system announcements flooded the entire screen. Rewards were pouring in. Calm down. Calm down. He forced himself to regain composure. He knew that this was not the moment for exuberance. He immediately assessed his possessions. The miraculous box was depleted, rendered entirely inoperative, reduced to a mere expensive brick. The deep blue star had also been consumed. In exchange, he had acquired a void crystal core, 5,000 authority points, and a godly passive skill. This transaction was immensely profitable, a veritable windfall. With excitement, Lin Yuan opened the residue outlet at the top of the pressure cooker. The pure black void crystal core was gently pushed out by a soft force field. Lin Yuan deftly maneuvered the mechanical arm, carefully grasping it. The object in his grasp bore no weight, yet Lin Yuan could sense an overwhelming, terrifying allure emanating from the tiny crystal, as if it possessed the power to consume his very soul. Was this the core of space? Was this the essence of the void devourer? Gazing at the small, exquisite crystal, fraught with peril, a bolder, more audacious thought ignited in his mind. What if he were to install this artifact directly on the Phantom, utilizing it as an engine. Chapter 62. The Armored Salvager. The notion of employing the void crystal as an engine flashed through Lin Yuan's mind, startling even himself. It was utterly insane. This was the core essence of the Void Devourer, a singularity capable of devouring space and obliterating all. To affix it to the Phantom would be akin to harboring a prehistoric beast within his home, one that could turn against its master at any moment. No. This was far too perilous. He shook his head vigorously, quashing the reckless thought before it could take root. Progress must be made step by step. He had only just ascended from a scrapyard owner to a national treasure-level technical expert, and his life was too precious to risk in a moment of folly. With utmost caution, he stored the void crystal within the Phantom's subspace storage module. This module, a feature added during the construction of the Phantom using the technology of the Eternal Flower, created an independent storage space of approximately 1 cubic meter. Separate from the main universe, ideally suited for hazardous or special items. Once he completed this task, Lin Yuan finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Feeling as though he had just emerged from a world war, his body nearly falling apart. He glanced at the Phantom's energy reserves. Less than 70 remained. The recent ordeal, a combination of fleeing and conducting scientific experiments, had been immensely taxing. He needed to find a place to replenish his energy. Lin Yuan contemplated his options. The Phantom's adaptive lattice armor could slowly draw biological energy from the surrounding environment, but this method was dreadfully inefficient, akin to a smartphone charging wirelessly at a snail's pace. To achieve a rapid recharge, he would need a power source, like the deep blue star he had previously utilized. Regrettably, he had used that one for his experiment. He felt a pang of regret as he surveyed the map. He found himself deep within the remains of colossal beasts, in an area utterly unfamiliar to him. In his frantic escape, he had strayed far from the path of the sanctuary, and his communication with the command center had been severed. Now he was a complete solitary figure. What was he to do? Lin Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He was akin to a wealthy heir driving a top-tier sports car, yet lost in the Sahara Desert without navigation, surrounded by beasts eager to devour him. Calm. Remain calm. Lin Yuan compelled himself to regain his composure. He meticulously assessed his current predicament and the assets at his disposal. Firstly, he possessed a super drone, the Phantom, which could only be described as a game-changer. Secondly, he had access to the omniscient extraterrestrial database, known as the Xia. Additionally, he had recently acquired a divine passive ability called Void Affinity, along with a legendary material, the Void Crystal Core. Lastly, he boasted a staggering sum of 5,000 authority points, akin to a fortune. Upon reflection, it appeared that his net worth was quite substantial. As Lin Yuan contemplated this, his initial anxiety began to dissipate significantly. Indeed, why should he be afraid? He was now equipped with formidable resources. What was there to fear about finding his way home? The immediate priority was to re-establish contact with the command center. Lin Yuan quickly identified this as his foremost objective. He recalled that during the construction of the Phantom, academician Wang and his team had installed a superluminal quantum communication module to prevent any disruption in communication. However, the energy consumption of such a device was immense, and it required an exceedingly precise spatial coordinate for point-to-point connection. Coordinates. Lin Yuan began to fervently search within the Xia database. Eureka! He soon discovered the information he sought. The civilization of the Eternal Flower possessed a technology known as gravitational singularity beacon positioning. In simpler terms, every independent universe or subspace has a unique gravitational center, much like a fingerprint. If they could calculate the gravitational center coordinates of this particular universe graveyard and then ascertain the coordinates of Earth's gravitational center, they could establish reverse positioning through these coordinates to re-establish communication. This theory sounded remarkably sophisticated, although Lin Yuan was still somewhat perplexed. He understood that this concept was indeed feasible. System. Commence calculations for the current subspace's gravitational center coordinates immediately. Command confirmed. Initiating high-dimensional penetration scanning and microcurvature gravitational engine for multidimensional gravitational field detection. Warning, this operation will continuously consume a substantial amount of energy. Drain it. Let it consume to the utmost. Lin Yuan was now financially audacious. The Phantom emitted a faint yet intricately complex hum. Countless imperceptible detection waves and gravitational waves emanated from it, radiating in all directions. This was an immensely vast and precise computational process. Lin Yuan observed the energy reserves depleting at a visibly rapid rate, causing a slight pang in his heart. Nevertheless, he recognized this as a necessary investment. While awaiting the calculation results, another thought struck him. Ah yes, I still have those 5,000 authority points. He swiftly accessed the system's upgrade interface. Previously, all his authority points had been expended in the creation of the Phantom. Now he found himself a sudden windfall. Gazing at the glaring figure of 5000, Lin Yuan felt a renewed surge of excitement within him. The money, when held in hand, is but a waste. Would it not be wiser to invest it in upgrading the Ghost? He clicked on the upgrade option for the Ghost. A dazzling array of futuristic enhancement projects unfolded before him. Upgrade options. 1. Adaptive lattice armor enhancement. Consumes 1000 authority points. Increases the self-repair speed of the armor by 50. 2. Miniature curvature gravity engine overclocking. Consumes 1500 authority points. Unlocks the engine's short-range space jump mode. Warning. This mode places immense strain on the engine. A cooldown period of 24 hours is required after each use. 3. Nanocluster plasticity tool arm module expansion. Consumes 2000 authority points. Unlocks energy weapon modules. The tool arm can be transformed into a plasma cutting sword or a high-energy particle cannon. 4. Subspace storage module expansion. Consumes 500 authority points. Expands storage capacity from 1 cubic meter to 10 cubic meters. Gazing at these enticing upgrade options, Lin Yuan felt his mouth water. He desired each one, particularly the short-range space jump and the energy weapon modules. Space jump, that is instantaneous movement. With this, would he ever fear pursuit again? If he couldn't win, he could simply blink away to safety. Energy weapons, such splendid items. A plasma cutting sword, a high-energy particle cannon. This was 1,000 times more impressive than his previous piercing dagger. In future encounters with void devourers, he could even consider standing his ground instead of fleeing. Purchase. All of them. At that moment, Lin Yuan resembled a person who had just received a year-end bonus, eagerly shopping online like an enthusiastic buyer. He possessed 5,000 authority points. Feeling quite affluent, without a second thought, he directly selected the upgrade options 2 and 3. Confirm consumption of 1,500 authority points to upgrade the miniature curvature gravity engine. Confirm. Confirm consumption of 2,000 authority points to upgrade the nanocluster plasticity tool arm. Confirm. Confirm. Upgrade in progress. Estimated upgrade time, 10 minutes. Lin Yuan, feeling quite pleased, watched his authority points swiftly diminish from 5,000 to 1,500. Though it stung slightly, he deemed the expenditure worthwhile. He was filled with anticipation regarding how formidable the Ghost would become upon completion of the upgrades. It would transform into a truly formidable, fully armed super war machine from the future, the most expensive and powerful recycling vehicle in the annals of human civilization. Chapter 63. Lin Yuan is still alive. The 10 minutes of upgrade time felt exceedingly lengthy as Lin Yuan anxiously awaited. He remained ever vigilant of the surrounding changes while fixating on the system interface, closely monitoring the rolling upgrade progress bar. 9899 ding. Upgrade complete. The miniature curvature gravity engine has successfully unlocked the short-range space jump mode. The nanocluster plasticity tool arm has successfully unlocked the energy weapon module. It is done, Lin Yuan exclaimed in excitement, slapping his thigh. He was eager to explore the capabilities of these two new features and discover their true prowess. With a mere thought, he focused his consciousness on the nanocluster pliable tool arm. Transform. Plasma cutting sword. A hum resonated as the once metallic mechanical arm began to reorganize at its tip. The nanobots no longer formed a solid entity, but intricately constructed a field of energy restraint. A tremendous surge of energy was drawn from the core of the Phantom, pouring into the constraint field. With a hiss reminiscent of high-pressure gas escaping, a 5-meter-long sword ignited into existence. Ablaze with a searing white flame and exuding an aura of destruction, the blazing sword blade distorted the surrounding air with its intense heat, unleashing a terrifying warmth upon him. Wow! Incredible! Lin Yuan exclaimed, awestruck by the plasma sword that far surpassed the lightsabers of cinematic Jedi by 1,000-fold. He felt the essence of his youthful spirit igniting within him. He attempted to swing the sword, and with a swish, the brilliant blade silently sliced through a 3-meter-wide meat column composed of the regenerative tissue of colossal beasts. There was no resistance whatsoever. The remarkably resilient column split apart as effortlessly as butter under a hot knife, its cut surface smooth as a mirror, instantly charred black by the intense heat. The power was astonishing. Lin Yuan was left speechless. He had no doubt that if this sword were to strike an aircraft carrier on Earth, it would be severed in two with ease. He then experimented with the high-energy particle cannon mode. The sword retracted in an instant, replaced by a dark energy cannon adorned with intricate patterns. At the muzzle, a swirling blue orb of pure energy rapidly coalesced. Lin Yuan sensed that the energy reserves of the Phantom were being absorbed at an astonishing rate by this orb. This device consumed a significant amount of energy. He hesitated to fire, fearing that one shot might collapse the chamber he occupied. However, he felt certain that the energy contained within the blue orb, once unleashed, would create a tempest of power rivaling that of the energy storm triggered by his previous detonation of Scavenger number 2. Excellent. A marvelous weapon, Lin Yuan thought, satisfied as he stowed away the formidable armaments. With these two lethal devices at his disposal, he finally had a semblance of self-preservation within this perilous labyrinth. His attention then shifted to the short-range spatial leap feature, brimming with anticipation. How might this function be utilized? Just as he pondered this question, a set of instructions materialized in his mind. Short-range spatial jump. By overclocking the curvature gravity engine, forcibly creating a spatial singularity at the target location. The body itself is pulled into subspace for superluminal displacement, and then departs from subspace at the target location. Maximum jump distance, 10 kilometers. Jump preparation time, 3 seconds. Duration of the jump process, approximately 1 second. Cooling time, 24 hours. 10 kilometers. 3 seconds of preparation. Lin Yuan gazed at this data, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is nothing short of a fusion of teleportation and instantaneous movement. Although there is a cooling period of 24 hours at critical moments, this ability could indeed be life-saving, even capable of turning the tide of battle. Quite impressive. Lin Yuan felt exceedingly pleased with this premium upgrade. At that moment, the previously silent system finally emitted another prompt. Gravitational center coordinates calculated. Current subspace cosmic graveyard. Gravitational center coordinates, 7,314 9,260 512.08. A long string of coordinates, composed of various Greek letters and numbers that Lin Yuan could not comprehend, appeared before him. Comparing with the gravitational center coordinates of the Earth's primary universe. Comparison completed. Calculating spatial offset and dimensional parameters. Calculation completed. Earth's cosmic spatial coordinates locked. Superluminal quantum communication module can be activated. Excellent. Lin Yuan felt a surge of elation. At last, he could contact home. Without hesitation, he opted to initiate communication. Warning. Activating superluminal quantum communication will consume 1,000 energy points. Current energy reserve, 63. Confirm? 1,000 points. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched. Is it really that costly just to make a long-distance call? He currently had only 6,300 energy points remaining, and this would deplete nearly 1/6 of his reserves. Confirm. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and confirmed. Reporting safety to his family and sharing the precious findings he had just uncovered with academician Wang and others was paramount. Buzz. At the apex of the phantom, a concealed antenna, resembling crystal, slowly ascended. An invisible quantum signal, transcending the speed of light, instantaneously traversed endless dimensions and spaces, directed towards the distant locked coordinates. Earth, Xia, underground command center of the Scavenger project. The atmosphere was one of utter silence. Everyone slumped in their chairs, faces pale and expressions vacant. Just a few moments prior, they had witnessed the phantom charge towards that terrifying stitched monster. Following a horrific mental storm and a violent explosion of energy, they had completely lost contact with Lin Yuan. All screens were dark. All communication channels fell silent. Repair personnel were anxiously replacing the burned-out equipment, yet everyone knew that hope had become exceedingly dim. It is indeed my fault. Academician Wang sat despondently on the ground, murmuring to himself, I should not have allowed him to take that risk. I should not have let him go save that so-called spark. His face, which had just begun to regain its youthful vigor, was now etched with boundless regret and self-reproach. He felt like a sinner, for he had unwittingly thrust the sole hope of this nation, this civilization, into the abyss. Chen Weiguo leaned back in his chair, silent, yet the tightly clenched fist, its knuckles white from strain, betrayed the turmoil within him. Lina lay on her control panel, her shoulders trembling as she wept uncontrollably. The entire command center was suffused with a dense, stifling despair. At that moment, a young technician responsible for communication monitoring suddenly leaped from his chair as if confronted by a ghost. He pointed at the newly repaired backup communication screen before him, his voice sharp and piercing with shock and excitement. Signal. There is a signal. It's Comrade Lin Yuan's. It's the quantum communication signal from the Phantom. He is still alive. Chapter 64. I command you to return at once. What did you say? The declaration of his survival struck like thunder in the silent command center, reverberating with explosive force. Everyone was jolted awake from their despondent stupor, akin to robots activated by a switch. A signal? Where did the signal come from? Academician Wang was the first to react. He sprang to his feet with a fluidity that belied his scholarly demeanor, rushing toward the young technician in a few swift strides. He snatched the headset from the technician's hands and placed it upon his own head. Lin Yuan, can you hear me? This is Academician Wang. His voice trembled with fervor, laced with a heavy electric hum. In the next moment, a voice emerged from the headset, slightly distorted yet unmistakably clear, resonating with familiar vitality. Wang Academician. Damn it. We finally got through. Is everything alright on your end? It was Lin Yuan. The very voice of Lin Yuan. We're fine. We're all fine. Wang's eyes filled with tears, hot and uncontrolled, streaming down his cheeks. You rascal. You're still alive. You truly are alive. Overcome with emotion, he embraced an equally astonished old professor nearby, laughing and weeping like a child who has just received their most cherished toy. He lives. He is alive. Comrade Lin Yuan has not perished. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. After a brief silence, the entire command center erupted into a cacophony of jubilant roars, more thunderous and frenzied than any previous outburst. Everyone leaped to their feet, embracing one another, shouting with an overwhelming joy that surged from the depths of despair to the heights of elation, nearly rendering them faint. Lina lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing at the main screen where the green representing the phantom flickered back to life, her sorrow transforming into a radiant smile. Chen Weigua leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long, deep breath. He felt as though his heart, which had nearly ceased its rhythm, was once again reinvigorated with vigor. He picked up the communicator, striving to steady his voice and suppress any tremor. Comrade Lin Yuan, report your current status. Reporting, Commander. Lin Yuan's voice carried a hint of excitement. The Phantom, aside from significant energy depletion and minor damage to the left armor, is functioning normally. I am also in good condition. Good, good, good. Chen Weigua repeated the word thrice. Return. Come back immediately. I command you to return at once. At that moment, he desired nothing more than for Lin Yuan, the nation's sole beacon of hope, to return safely. Commander, Lin Yuan's voice sounded somewhat awkward. I'm afraid that might not be possible just yet. What? Chen Weigua's heart leapt again. What has happened? Nothing catastrophic, Lin Yuan clarified. I merely took a hasty route to escape, and it seems I've gotten lost. Moreover, the Phantom has less than 60 energy left, insufficient to support the return procedure. Lost. Insufficient energy? Upon hearing these two phrases, the previously jubilant atmosphere in the command center turned tense. Do not worry, Lin Yuan quickly reassured. I have activated the gravitational singularity beacon for positioning and am recalculating coordinates. Additionally, I think I managed to gather some resources and blew up some equipment. That should help with the energy issue. Gathered resources? Blew up equipment? Everyone in the command center stood stunned. Are we playing a game here? What on earth did you do? Academician Wang seized the communicator, his urgency palpable. Well, Academician Wang. It's a long story. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, then recounted in a straightforward yet proud tone his audacious exploits of attacking a formidable boss and employing a counteractive strategy. As he described how he maneuvered the Phantom like a penetrating projectile into the blood-red eye of the stitched monstrosity, gasps of astonishment filled the command center. How incredibly fierce. When he spoke of using a miracle box as fuel and a deep blue star as a fuse in a makeshift pressure cooker for an energy counteraction experiment, the scientists in the command center were left speechless. Can it truly be played this way? Using the energy from a medical kit to neutralize void energy? This notion, this imaginative leap, is utterly outrageous. And when Lin Yuan concluded by sharing how he successfully extracted the void crystal core, earning an SSS rating, 5,000 authority points, and a divine passive skill, the entire command center erupted in chaos. SSS rating, 5,000 authority points. My heavens. He actually managed to acquire the core of the Void Devourer. Void affinity, reduced probability of detection, enhancing the understanding of space technology? This is nothing short of miraculous. Academician Wang, clutching his communicator, trembled with excitement. He felt as though the scientific worldview he had painstakingly constructed over decades was being relentlessly dismantled by the young Lin Yuan, time and again. This transcended the realm of science. It was, quite frankly, metaphysics. Theology. Lin Yuan, you. Academician Wang was so agitated that his words faltered. Just you wait. You stay safe and sound. We shall risk our very lives to rescue you from that infernal place. He turned to the technical department. Penga system. Connect me to the coordinates transmitted by Comrade Lin Yuan. Replan a route home with utmost urgency. Furthermore, he glanced at the energy group, commanding them to devise not one, but 10, no, 100 strategies on how to utilize the Void Crystal Core to replenish the energy of the Phantom, an entity capable of devouring space. I refuse to believe we cannot extract some benefit from it. In that moment, Academician Wang resembled a frenzied madman, invigorated by an adrenaline rush. His fervor was infectious, captivating everyone present. Hope. An unprecedented, overwhelming hope enveloped the entire command center. They had not only retrieved their hero, he had also brought back a divine gift capable of altering everything. Within the darkness of the Phantom's chamber, Lin Yuan concluded the communication, exhaling deeply. After assuring his family of his safety, he felt a great sense of relief. He glanced at the system interface. Repositioning coordinates, estimated time, 30 minutes. Well then, I can wait a bit longer. Lin Yuan was in no rush. He had ample time to explore the newfound treasures at his disposal. First, he allocated 500 of his 5,000 authority points to install the short-range space, jump, and energy weapon modules. He left the remaining 500 points untouched for future needs. His gaze then fell upon a brand new passive skill. Void Affinity. It decreased the probability of detection by 30. What a remarkable asset. Chapter 65. Now, I shall become the hunter. The reduction in detection probability and the enhancement of space technology comprehension by 50. Lin Yuan stared at the description of the Void Affinity skill on the system panel, his smile stretching from ear to ear. This was tailor-made for him. A diminished chance of being discovered meant that he could traverse this deadly labyrinth with vastly improved safety. Previously, he was akin to a cloaked specter. Now, equipped with a semi-transparent advantage, his survival capabilities soared. The augmentation of space technology comprehension by 50 was even more significant. Previously, when he perused the information on space technology in the Aixia database, it felt like deciphering classical Chinese, confusing and laborious. Now, it was as if the system had engaged a simultaneous interpreter and a top-tier tutor for him, dramatically enhancing his learning efficiency. Indeed, spending those 500 authority points proved to be a worthy investment. Lin Yuan mused contentedly. He now held a substantial sum of 500 points, accompanied by a plethora of newly upgraded features, instilling within him a profound sense of security. The anxiety born from getting lost and energy depletion had long been washed away by this considerable gain. Commander, Academician Wang, please do not rush on your end. Lin Yuan spoke into the communicator. Give me some time. I will think of a solution here. A path will surely reveal itself, and I will find a way to replenish my energy. You rascal, what scheme are you concocting now? Academician Wang's voice crackled through the static, tinged with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I must warn you, do not push yourself to such extremes again. That void crystal core is an invaluable treasure. You yourself are a priceless asset. Neither of you can afford any more mishaps. Rest assured, Academician Wang, I am well aware of the stakes. Lin Yuan chuckled. In business, I prioritize stability. What transpired earlier was beyond my control. I was compelled to act. Now that I hold the initiative, I must first ensure the safety of my principal investment, correct? After concluding the communication, Lin Yuan began to devise his next plan. Returning home was inevitable, but to do so in a disheartened state, with depleted energy, did not align with his current stature. Moreover, he had sacrificed both the miracle box and the soul deep blue star to acquire that chaotic heart. Although he had exchanged them for a more formidable void crystal core, it was not yet a means of sustenance. The Phantom's energy reserve stood at 53. It was certainly insufficient for a return journey. To rely solely on the armor for gradual energy absorption would take an eternity. It seemed imperative to procure another deep blue star as a power source. Lin Yuan quickly established his modest objective. Previously, he had passively encountered that burrowing worm and had cleverly seized a piece through opportunism. However, the situation had since transformed. He now possessed a newly acquired energy weapon, comparable to a formidable tool of destruction. He had gained the divine skill of Void Affinity, allowing for superior concealment. Most importantly, through Aishilia's database, he had attained a deeper understanding of the behaviors of these native predators. Burrowing worms feasted on the bioenergy of colossal beast remains and favored areas near the main vascular conduits rich in energy. Relevant data flashed rapidly through Lin Yuan's mind. He was no longer the prey confined to passive hiding. It was time for him to become the hunter. System, retrieve the previously drawn bioenergy flow diagram. Lin Yuan commanded. Soon, a massive three-dimensional schematic, comprised of countless red lines, unfolded before his eyes. He found himself situated in a relatively secluded and energy-deficient capillary region. Based on the energy flow, mark the areas nearby where burrowing worms are most likely to appear, Lin Yuan instructed once more. This time, he harnessed the 50 enhancement from the newly acquired spatial technology comprehension ability. As he gazed upon the intricate energy map, he no longer perceived mere lines. He could vaguely sense the rhythm and logic of the energy flows. Oh, I see, Lin Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is akin to how I used to navigate urban maps when collecting scrap. Where lies the main thoroughfare? Where the narrow alleys? Where the heavy traffic? and where the throngs of people gather, it is all quite evident. The most prominent and potent crimson lines denote the principal roads, while the serpentine paths resemble bustling street-side stalls, all drawn to these bustling locales. With this newfound comprehension, Lin Yuan swiftly pinpointed a target on the map. It was a vast energy conduit located approximately 50 kilometers from him, rich in energy, and according to the map, several enormous depressions resembling burrowing worm nests were present. Hence, he resolved to venture there, intending to procure a substantial amount of divine excrement to cover his fuel expenses. With his mind made up, Lin Yuan deftly maneuvered the upgraded Phantom towards the target area, proceeding stealthily. Meanwhile, beneath the Earth, in the command center, the atmosphere had shifted from earlier elation to a more intense and fervent state of engagement. All the scientists, seemingly invigorated, were fervently absorbed in their respective tasks. The coordinates relayed by Comrade Lin Yuan had been integrated into the Pangas system, and optimal return route planning was underway, with an estimated duration of 25 minutes. The energy team reported, "We have proposed 17 preliminary concepts regarding the energy utilization of the Void Crystal Core. Among them, the one with the lowest risk and highest feasibility is the gravitational tidal scheme." An elderly energy expert, his hair as white as snow, animatedly gestured at the screen. "We can harness the Void Crystal Core's ability to distort space, creating a miniature, high-frequency gravitational tide around it. Much like the moon's gravity induces tides on Earth, this gravitational tide can extract pure spatial energy from higher dimensions. This method does not necessitate direct contact with the crystal core, ensuring maximum safety. Moreover, the extracted spatial energy boasts an exceptionally high purity, theoretically convertible for use in the Phantom." "Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan," Academician Wang decisively declared, immediately embarking on theoretical deductions. "I aim to deliver the complete charging scheme to Comrade Lin Yuan before his return." "And what of the seed of eternal bloom?" Lina suddenly recalled, inquiring urgently. "Academician Wang, shall we still attempt a rescue?" This question momentarily silenced the fervent command center. Indeed, their initial objective was to save the seed of eternal bloom. Yet numerous complications had arisen along the way. Academician Wang glanced at the map, where a green dot, representing their target, had become exceedingly faint due to distance and energy storm interference. Lost in contemplation, reason advised him that Lin Yuan should return immediately, avoiding further entanglements. Yet, Lin Yuan's previous words resonated in his mind. If we turn a blind eye to danger and refuse to rescue those in peril, how are we any different from the Void Devourers? Academician Wang turned his gaze towards the previously silent Chen Weigua. Chen Weigua, observing the green dot representing Lin Yuan, now moving towards an unknown region, spoke slowly. "I trust Comrade Lin Yuan's judgment." His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable conviction. He is not a reckless individual. Rather, he is currently preparing for his return journey. As for that spark, Chen Weigua paused momentarily, his gaze deepening. "Once he has filled the tank, if time permits, and if he decides to venture forth." Chapter 66. Take the initiative. Hunt the worms. The Phantom glided through the intricate maze of conduits like a true specter, moving silently. Thanks to the newly acquired skill of void affinity, Lin Yuan felt his perception of the surrounding environment elevated to an entirely new level. Previously, he had to rely solely on the impeccable invisibility provided by the spatial lens force field to remain undetected, tense like a bowstring pulled taut. Yet now, he dared to move at a relatively brisk pace even while cloaked. He could distinctly sense how his energy aura seamlessly blended with the chaotic bioenergy field around him, akin to a droplet merging into the vast ocean. The 30 stealth enhancement was undeniably effective. Lin Yuan marveled internally. It felt reminiscent of his past excursions to the scrapyard. No, rather, when he was surveying the market while clad in garments that matched the colors of the refuse. As long as he remained still, he was invisible even to those standing directly before him. Confidence surged within him. Soon, he arrived at the main energy conduit marked on the map. Upon entering, a rich, almost tangible wave of bioenergy enveloped him. The energy density here surpassed that of the capillaries he had previously traversed by more than tenfold. The adaptive armor of the Phantom shimmered more brightly, akin to a famished individual finally catching a whiff of a delectable meal, every cell in his body rejoicing. What a splendid place. It was akin to a natural charging station. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He did not rush to seek out his target. Instead, he first found a relatively concealed recess to hide the Phantom, then began to meticulously observe his surroundings. This main conduit was extraordinarily wide, with a diameter of at least 5 kilometers. The inner walls of the pipe were no longer barren tissues but were covered in grotesque, pulsating tumors. Various unknown luminescent fungi clung to the tumors, illuminating the dark passage with an eerie, greenish glow. The pheromone scan indicated a low threat level, with no signals of large predators detected. The bioenergy scan revealed a steady flow of energy with no abnormal fluctuations. Lin Yuan patiently analyzed the data, akin to an experienced hunter scrutinizing the hunting grounds before making a move. Eureka! After approximately 10 minutes, his detector finally picked up a familiar target. Approximately 20 kilometers below, in a vast cavern, lay a burrowing worm, even larger than the previous one, languidly resting as if it had just feasted. Its tail rhythmically contracted and undulated, a clear sign of digestion and energy refinement. Before long, a brand new, glistening deep blue star would emerge from it. Haha, my dear giant. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. A sinister smile crept upon Lin Yuan's lips. In the past, he would have prudently concealed himself, waiting for it to finish its business before employing the same old ruse of diversion to pilfer that crystal. However, he had since upgraded his arsenal. He was eager to test the true might of his newly acquired gadgets. Command Center, this is Lin Yuan. He initiated the communication. Lin Yuan, what is the situation? Have you found a way to replenish the energy? The anxious voice of Academician Wang immediately resonated. I have, Academician Wang, Lin Yuan replied with a chuckle. I've discovered a new production line, even grander than the previous one. I am just preparing to expedite the shipment. Expedite the shipment? What are you up to now? Academician Wang's concern intensified upon hearing Lin Yuan's nonchalant tone. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Safety is paramount. We have already devised a method for your recharging. You just need to. Please, Academician, do not fret, Lin Yuan interjected. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Our new weapon has just rolled off the assembly line, and it deserves a trial run, a target practice to evaluate its capabilities, does it not? I intend to take the initiative and deal with that worm. This will also facilitate my use of the power bank. Take the initiative. Everyone in the command center was taken aback. The head of security bellowed, nonsense. Comrade Lin Yuan, I order you to abandon this perilous notion immediately. The threat level of that creature is extremely high. Director, rest assured, Lin Yuan's tone remained remarkably composed. This moment is not like the last. Previously, we were armed with little more than rifles, and we would have surely skirted around a tank. Now we possess anti-tank missiles. We cannot simply cower in the trenches, waiting for them to bombard us. Moreover, I have unearthed detailed information on the burrowing worm from Ishilia's database. Lin Yuan began to expound, engaging in what he termed scientific analysis, rather than mere fanciful conjecture. This creature appears formidable, yet it is merely a clumsy giant. Its sole mode of attack involves its suckers, which deliver physical and corrosive assaults. Its perception is only sensitive to substantial energy fluctuations. If we act swiftly and strike accurately, we can incapacitate it before it even reacts. It poses no real threat. Its vulnerability lies in its midsection, where the nerve ganglia are densely packed. If we can damage that area, it will succumb to temporary paralysis. Listening to Lin Yuan's logically sound analysis of the creature's weaknesses, the biologists in the command center were left in stunned silence. Chen Weiwo took a moment before slowly speaking. Lin Yuan, I will ask you once more. How confident are you? Report, sir. Lin Yuan's voice was resolute, 90%. Good. Chen Weiwo did not hesitate further. I approve your live-fire testing plan. But remember your own words, safety first. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, evacuate immediately using spatial jump. That is your final safeguard. Do not resort to it lightly. But when the time comes, do not hesitate. Understood. With the approval secured, Lin Yuan felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He maneuvered the phantom ship, silently emerging from its concealed recess. He transformed the pliable arm of the nanocluster tool into a stunning plasma lightsaber, radiating a fierce, incandescent white flame. Fear not, for your grandfather is here to tend to your feet. Lin Yuan let out a peculiar cry within his mind. In the next instant, the black specter shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, trailing a blazing white tail of death towards the massive worm below, which was leisurely digesting its meal. The worm seemed to sense the impending danger. Its colossal body quivered violently, and countless suction cups, resembling blooming flowers, unfurled in a desperate attempt to retaliate. However, it was too late. With a swish, the incandescent lightsaber, imbued with unparalleled heat and sharpness, struck mercilessly against its pallid, enormous body. Contrary to expectations, there was no gushing blood. Under the terrifying heat of the plasma lightsaber, the worm's resilient skin and flesh were vaporized and carbonized upon contact. A gaping wound, blackened and revealing bone, stretched 100 meters across the worm's body in an instant. A silent yet profoundly anguished roar escaped the giant worm, its immense form thrashing wildly in the corridor, convulsing and colliding with the surroundings. Debris and bits of flesh were sent flying in all directions. In its frantic struggle, the sphincter at its tail abruptly relaxed. With a resounding plop, a mass, larger than the previous one and shimmering with a brilliant blue light, mixed with a chaotic array of yellow-green slime, was expelled ahead of time. Ah, this is precisely the effect I desired, Lin Yuan exclaimed with delight upon witnessing the scene. Skillfully maneuvering the phantom, he deftly dodged a boulder the size of a truck hurtling towards him. Then, like the most adept scavenger, he surged towards the freshly unearthed treasure with precision. With a mechanical arm, he swiftly scooped it up. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated back in the direction from whence he came. The entire process was fluid and seamless, leaving behind the still rolling, agonized giant worm and a group of scientists in the command center, rendered speechless and dumbfounded. Chapter 67. Provocation. Did we really obtain it? Was it truly that simple? In the command center, everyone gazed at the screen displaying the retreating black streak and the backdrop of the writhing giant worm, their minds struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Lin Yuan had piloted the phantom, lunged at the highly threatening giant worm, and struck it with a lightsaber. Then, the worm began to roll around in distress. Following that, it expelled the deep blue star. Finally, Lin Yuan collected the item and fled. The entire sequence took less than 30 seconds. This was a stark contrast to the previous operation, which had involved feints, calculations of parabolas, and had left their hearts racing with tension. It felt akin to an adult bullying a kindergarten child, an effortless and whimsical endeavor. Is this the true power of energy weapons? A young engineer murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with astonishment. It was utterly terrifying. The Minister of Safety wore a look of sheer bewilderment. That creature, before the luminous sword, appeared as fragile as paper, utterly defenseless. No, the weapon was not the crux of the matter. Academician Wang's gaze was remarkably bright, for he discerned far more. The true key lay in the ghost's maneuverability and Lin Yuan's skillful operation. Did you witness it? The angle of his assault, the timing of his strike, and that minuscule maneuver to evade the debris. It was nothing short of textbook perfection. He had entirely harnessed the ghost's inertia-free mobility, effortlessly manipulating that lumbering beast. This lad has truly transformed from a mere driver into a bona fide ace warrior. Academician Wang's words resonated deeply with everyone present. They gazed at the screen, where a green light sped back home, their eyes filled with admiration and pride. Ha ha, Commander, Academician Wang, mission accomplished. Lin Yuan's triumphant voice echoed through the communication channel. The power bank was secured, in pristine condition, substantial, free from additives, entirely natural, and zero pollution. His jesting instantly alleviated the tense atmosphere within the command center, provoking laughter from all. You rascal, keep on jesting. Chun Weiguo chided with a smile, yet his voice betrayed an unmistakable sense of relief. Quickly find a safe spot and replenish your energy. Then return at once. We prepared a celebratory feast for you at home. Understood. Lin Yuan sought a new, more concealed haven and came to a halt. He placed the brand new, still warm deep blue star upon the ground. With the experience from the previous encounter, the Energy Group's experts swiftly guided him through remote assistance, helping him establish a rudimentary energy resonance absorption device. A vast and pure biomatter energy began to flow gently from the deep blue star, continuously infusing the ghost's energy core. On the screen, the percentage representing energy reserves began to ascend at a gratifying pace. 80, 90, 100. Report, Commander. The ghost is fully energized and ready for return. Excellent. Chun Weiguo's spirits lifted. Technical Department. Is the return route planned? Report, Commander. The final return route has been confirmed. It remains within a zone of absolute safety, with an estimated return time of 4 hours and 17 minutes. Immediately send the route map to Comrade Lin Yuan. Affirmative. Everything was in readiness. Lin Yuan's heart began to race. Finally, he could return home. However, just as he was about to initiate the return procedure, Chun Weiguo's voice resounded once more, this time tinged with an unusual gravity. Comrade Lin Yuan, before you embark on your return, I need to inform you of a situation. Meanwhile, in the eastern seas of the Great Xia nation, within an internationally recognized disputed maritime region, a uniquely designed, entirely black deep-sea research vessel floated serenely on the surface. A striking flag emblazoned with a red sun pattern fluttered in the sea breeze. This is the nation of Little Sun, home to the cutting-edge research vessel, the Black Current, hailed as the most advanced oceanographic ship in the world. Yet, within the command center of the Black Current, the atmosphere is one of triumph. Captain, the Deep Sea 20,000 has successfully arrived at the designated marine area. Depth 4,500 meters. Everything is functioning normally. Excellent. A middle-aged man, clad in a pristine white uniform and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, nodded in satisfaction while observing the real-time images transmitted from the depths of the ocean. On the screen, a futuristic, silver-hued submersible hovered silently above the inky seabed. Its mechanical arm delicately planted a flag, adorned with a sun emblem and forged from a special alloy. Into the ocean floor sediment. "Well done, Yamamoto," the captain exclaimed into the communicator, his tone exaggerated with enthusiasm. "You are making history. The entire world is watching you. Even His Majesty the Emperor will take pride in your achievement." "Indeed, it is my honor to serve the Empire," came the equally exhilarated voice from the submersible. "Activate all external live broadcast signals," the captain commanded the technician beside him, eager to showcase to the world who was the first to plant the flag of exploration upon this bountiful continental shelf. Understood. Instantly, countless television signals and online streaming feeds spread across the globe via satellite. Within the borders of Little Sun, the nation erupted into a celebration. Throngs of citizens flooded the streets, waving flags and chanting, reveling in the historic breakthrough of their great marine exploration endeavor. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the Pentagon of their benefactor, the Eagle Nation, a group of uniformed generals watched the live broadcast with keen interest. "General, Little Sun's actions this time are rather ostentatious," a concerned intelligence officer remarked, furrowing his brow. "The Great Xia has already dispatched their Coast Guard vessels, heading toward that marine area. Pay them no mind." An elderly general, adorned with 4 stars on his shoulders, sipped his coffee nonchalantly. "This is merely a scientific expedition. What could they possibly do? Would they dare fire upon a research vessel? This is our tacit approval. We intend to continuously test their limits in this manner, keeping them on their toes, making them aware of who truly reigns over these waters." A hint of disdain graced the old general's features. To him, this was simply a tedious yet necessary game of geopolitical maneuvering. At that moment, the news reached the underground command center of the Scavenger project through encrypted channels. In the conference room, Chen Weiguo had just concluded an urgent call with the highest echelons of authority. He hung up the phone, his expression dark enough to drip with discontent. Beside him, a major general responsible for military liaison shared a look of indignation. "Chief, these Little Sun folks are pushing their luck. Their so-called Deep Sea 20,000 is nothing but a quasi-military spy submersible. Under the guise of scientific research, they flaunt their power on our doorstep. Our conventional submarines cannot approach too closely due to the complex hydrological conditions and the seabed topography we have yet to fully comprehend. They could only watch helplessly as those individuals ran amok." "What does that mean?" Chen Weiguo inquired solemnly. "The implication is one of restraint." A flicker of reluctance crossed the major general's face, emphasizing diplomatic protest as the primary course of action to avoid escalating military conflict. "After all, our foremost priority now is to ensure stable progress." "Restraint, indeed," Chen Weiguo murmured to himself, clenching his fists tightly. He understood that this was the most rational, albeit the most frustrating choice. Yet the fire within him could not be quenched. They were here, engaged in a desperate struggle against the most terrifying monsters in the universe for the future of all civilization. And at their doorstep, a band of buffoons shamelessly humiliated them. This indignation nearly drove him to madness. At that moment, Lin Yuan's communication came through. Chen Weiguo took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions, and conveyed the events occurring on Earth to Lin Yuan in as calm a tone as possible. Silence lingered on the other end of the communicator. A full half-minute passed before Lin Yuan's voice, tinged with suppressed fury, slowly emerged. "Chief, I have a rather bold idea." "A bold idea?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's familiar prelude, Chen Weiguo's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He knew this young man all too well. Whenever Lin Yuan mentioned having an idea, the subsequent revelation was bound to be astonishing, often enough to leave one breathless. From the initial submission of the Oracle-class armor to the daring decision to venture into the Phantom route, and most recently, the audacious plan to confront the boss. Each instance had proven that while his ideas might seem outrageous, they invariably led to unexpected and monumental surprises. "Speak," Chen Weiguo's voice involuntarily carried a note of anticipation. In the command center, everyone who heard this phrase perked up, holding their breath in suspense. "Chief, you just mentioned that we have no effective means to deal with that submersible, correct?" Lin Yuan queried. "Indeed," Chen Weiguo replied gravely. "Conventional methods could easily provoke military conflict, playing right into their hands. As for unconventional methods, we lack the equipment capable of precise operations at a depth of 400-500 meters. But what if we did?" Lin Yuan's voice held a hint of cunning. "What do you mean?" Chen Weiguo asked, taken aback. "We would possess equipment capable of imparting a lesson to them at 400-500 meters deep, without them ever realizing it," Lin Yuan stated. Chen Weigua abruptly leaped to his feet. His eyes fixed intently on the green dot on the screen representing the Phantom. In an instant, he grasped Lin Yuan's intent. The Phantom, this unprecedented superdrone. A culmination of the nation's strength and infused with extraterrestrial technology. It boasted impeccable stealth capabilities, unrivaled maneuverability, and nanotechnology arms capable of morphing into any shape. Most importantly, it did not belong to any known equipment classification on Earth. Even if discovered, there would be no evidence to link it. Chen Weigua felt as though his breath had quickened. Lin Yuan chuckled. Chief, I was contemplating whether my return journey, whether an hour early or an hour late, would make much difference. The Phantom, when it returns, materializes directly beside me. Can we perhaps exert a modicum of control over this materialization point? For instance, could I unwittingly direct it to materialize next to that submarine belonging to the little Japanese? Lin Yuan's notion detonated within the command center like a bombshell. What? Materialize in the East China Sea? My heavens, what does he intend to do? Everyone was left utterly bewildered by Lin Yuan's audacious, no, preposterous idea. This was not mere boldness, it was sheer madness. No, absolutely not. The Minister of Security was the first to voice opposition, his face turning a deep shade of purple. It's far too perilous. The materialization process of the Phantom itself generates tremendous energy fluctuations. If it were to be detected by American satellites or submarines, how would we explain ourselves? Moreover, that is at a depth of 500 meters in the deep sea. The immense water pressure could have unknown effects on the materialization process. What if it fails and the Phantom disintegrates? Comrade Lin Yuan's spirit would also suffer a grievous blow. I firmly oppose this. This is akin to wagering our nation's most precious asset on a futile gamble. The minister's words brought immediate sobriety to those who had been stirred by Lin Yuan's idea. Indeed, the risks were monumental. The Phantom was their sole means of accessing the cosmic graveyard, and Lin Yuan was the only chosen one capable of wielding this tool. Any mishap concerning either would spell catastrophic repercussions for the entire scavenger project. Was it truly worth such a gamble merely to humiliate the little Japanese? The conference room descended into fervent debate. Yet, Academician Wang's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. A youthful fervor, characteristic of a scientist's passion for uncharted territories, illuminated his visage. This is not a gamble. He abruptly slammed his palm on the table, his voice rising in excitement. This is an extreme environment pressure test. Sooner or later, we must deploy the Phantom in actual combat. We will inevitably confront battlefields 100 times more hostile than the depths of 500 meters. For instance, within the atmosphere of a gas giant like Jupiter, or on the surface of a neutron star. Now, we have an ideal testing ground at our disposal. Why should we not seize this opportunity? As for the risk of detection, Academician Wang cast a disdainful glance at the Minister of Security, a smirk gracing his lips. Have you forgotten what equipment Lin Yuan just unveiled? The Void Crystal Core. Short-range spatial transition. With spatial transition, we can vanish from that maritime region instantaneously after completing our mission, leaving not a trace behind. American satellites? Can their satellites detect the trajectory of a spatial jump? This is far from a gamble. This is a flawless rehearsal of a dimensional strike. The words of Academician Wang plunged everyone into silence. Indeed, they had almost forgotten that the Phantom, no longer merely a reconnaissance aircraft relying on stealth for survival, had transformed into a super assassin endowed with teleportation skills. All gazes converged once again on Chen Weigua. He remained silent, quietly observing the green light on the screen. Internally, he was embroiled in a profound conflict. Logically, he recognized the safety minister's assertion. Pragmatism was the wisest course of action at this juncture. Yet emotionally, he could not bear the humiliation inflicted upon his doorstep. Lin Yuan's plan was akin to a key that unlocked the cage of the fierce tiger that had long been suppressed within him. Chief, Lin Yuan's voice pierced the silence once more. I shall not engage them directly. I assure you. I merely find their flag rather displeasing and wish to assist in its removal. Do they not relish broadcasting to the world? Let us perform for the entire globe, executing a grand transformation, not of a living being, but of a flag. Without firing a single shot, we shall convey to them the true ownership of that territory. Let them understand that some things cannot be planted merely by desire. Lin Yuan's words, though light, struck Chen Weigua's heart like heavy hammers. To subdue an enemy without battle, delivering the most profound psychological blow in a manner they could neither comprehend nor replicate. This might indeed be the true power that the scavenger plan bestowed upon the Great Xia. Chen Weigua slowly closed his eyes. After a long moment, he reopened them, and the depths of his gaze revealed that all hesitation had vanished, replaced by a resolve as unyielding as steel. Lin Yuan, proceed. I approve your plan. However, I have one stipulation. Please, Chief. A cold smirk crept upon Chun Weigua's lips. Once you have removed that flag, bring it back intact. I wish to frame it and display it prominently in our command center. I want everyone involved in the scavenger plan to remember this day, to remember why we are here, risking everything. Chapter 69. The Arrival of the Phantom. Understood. We guarantee the completion of the mission. With Chun Weigua's final approval, Lin Yuan felt an exhilarating surge of blood ignite within him. What a thrill. He had risked his life, toiling outdoors, all for the sake of allowing his family to stand tall and not be bullied by outsiders. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Technical Department. Immediately modify the return parameters. Chun Weigua's command resonated through the command center like thunder, recalibrating the final physical coordinates to east longitude XXX, north latitude XXX. The margin of error must not exceed 10 meters. Yes, the technical minister replied loudly, excitement radiating from his face. Intelligence Analysis Department. Immediately contact the East Sea Fleet. Conduct a routine military exercise in the designated maritime zone. Make a significant commotion. Draw the attention of the American forces and their allies. Understood. Medical team. Lina, your task is to monitor Lin Yuan's mental state throughout the process. The materialization may impose a tremendous burden on his psyche. Should any anomalies arise, immediately activate the highest level of mental stabilization protocol. Received. Lina clenched her fists tightly and nodded vigorously. Academician Wang. Chun Weigua turned his gaze towards Academician Wang. You will personally oversee the operation as the chief commander. From this moment until the conclusion of the mission, all resources and experts from the Scavenger Project team will be under your unified command. I demand only one outcome. Success is imperative. Failure is not an option. Yes, sir. Academician Wang's chest heaved violently. He felt as if his heart had rejuvenated by 30 years, beating with unprecedented fervor. Thus commenced an unparalleled dimensional strike operation, spearheaded by the Scavenger Project team, transcending both dimensional barriers and technological epochs. Comrade Lin Yuan, the coordinates have been reset. The Eastern Sea Fleet's feigned attack exercise commenced 5 minutes ago. According to intelligence, at least 1 aircraft carrier battle group and 3 reconnaissance satellites from the Americans have been lured to the exercise area. The materialization process is expected to initiate in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Lina's calm and professional voice resonated in Lin Yuan's earpiece. Acknowledged. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to quell his excitement. He understood that every subsequent step was crucial, and not a single mistake could be afforded. He maneuvered the Phantom, conducting a final check of all system statuses. Energy reserves, 100. Weapon systems, unlocked and ready for deployment. Leap engine, unlocked and on standby. Excellent. All systems are optimal. Lin Yuan switched the Phantom to the highest level of stealth mode. Sir, Academician Wang, everyone, he spoke slowly into the communicator, I am ready. Lin Yuan, Chun Weigua's voice was as steady as a mountain. Remember, safety comes first. You are not alone in this battle. Understood. Depart. With Chun Weigua's command, Lin Yuan pressed the button indicating the return journey on the system interface. A familiar sensation, akin to the soul being extracted, enveloped him instantly. The grotesque, dark labyrinth of flesh and pipes around him began to twist, blur, and ultimately vanish completely. An endless torrent of vibrant data engulfed his consciousness. This was a journey across dimensions. The East Sea, for 1,500 meters beneath the surface. Here, an absolute darkness and profound silence prevailed. The immense water pressure could crush a conventional submarine into mere scrap metal in an instant. Yet, within this realm of lifelessness, a sleek, silver-hued submersible, embodying a vision of science fiction, hovered silently. It was the pride of the nation of little days, the Deep Sea 20,000. Within the confines of the submersible, the pilot, Yamamoto, gazed at the screen before him with palpable excitement. The image displayed was that of the resplendent rising sun flag, crafted from a special alloy. Gleaming under the spotlight, a striking and beautiful sight. Ha ha ha. Did you see that, you people of Great Xia? This is the remarkable technological prowess of our Great Day Empire. Yamamoto boasted into the communicator, laughter lacing his voice. What of your submarines? Your Coast Guard vessels? They can only remain on the surface, like a group of impotent, furious monkeys, helplessly watching us. His words reverberated through a secured channel back to the mother ship, Kurikawa. The command center erupted in hearty laughter. Well said, Yamamoto-kun. The captain, holding a cup of sake, reveled in the moment, urging those foolish Great Xia people to witness what it truly means to be a maritime power. Their live broadcast continued to beam across the globe. Countless citizens of the Little Day Empire remained glued to their televisions and computers, basking in the vain glory of national pride. Yet, unbeknownst to them. Approximately 50 meters above the deep sea 20,000, the pitch-black, frigid waters began to exhibit an eerie and inexplicable distortion, defying any principles of fluid dynamics. It was as if an enormous, invisible jelly had been forcefully introduced into the water. In the cockpit of the deep sea 20,000, a technician responsible for sonar monitoring suddenly furrowed his brow. "What is it, Sato?" Yamamoto shot him a sideways glance, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Oh, it's nothing." Yamamoto-kun, the technician named Sato, replied uncertainly. "Our passive sonar array seems to have detected a rather peculiar, fleeting noise." "Noise? What kind of noise? I can't quite describe it." Sato scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. The sound was unlike any known marine creature, nor did it resemble the propeller of a submarine. It was more akin to a high-frequency hum, but it vanished almost instantly. Our system didn't even have the chance to analyze its spectrum. TCH. It must be a system error, Yamamoto dismissed with a wave of his hand, a look of disdain on his face. This cursed place has a complicated hydrological environment. A bit of electromagnetic interference is quite normal, isn't it? Don't make a fuss, it's ruining my historical moment. Yes, sir. Sato dared not say more, lowering his head to continue staring at his screen. However, the inexplicable unease in his heart grew ever stronger. What he did not know was that at that very moment, a sleek, pitch-black vessel, embodying an aesthetic of biological beauty and seemingly hailing from the future, had silently materialized above them. The phantom had arrived. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, surveying the oppressive darkness of the deep sea, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the hull of his craft, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Damn, this water pressure is intense. He noticed the energy consumption of the kinetic deflection field on the system panel steadily and slowly increasing. It was evident that the field was exerting itself to combat the overwhelming pressures of the deep sea. Fortunately, it is the Phantom. Had it been the Scavenger too, it would have likely been reduced to scrap metal on the spot. He gazed downward, where a silver submersible, resembling an oversized rice cooker, immediately caught his eye. Beside it, a flag, firmly planted on the ocean floor, appeared particularly glaring under the spotlight. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, a nameless fury gradually rising from the depths of his heart. "Little son, your grandfather has come to teach you a lesson." Chapter 70. The Phantom in the Deep Sea Command Center. This is Lin Yuan. We have successfully arrived at the designated maritime zone. The Phantom is in excellent condition and is resisting the pressures of the deep sea. The target, Deep Sea 20,000, has been locked onto. Lin Yuan's voice resonated clearly back to the command center on Earth. "Received," responded Academician Wang, his tone laced with a hint of tension and excitement. Lin Yuan, maintain the highest level of stealth. How is the spatial lens field performing? Is it affected by the high-pressure conditions of the deep sea? Report, Academician Wang. The field is operating stably, and the invisibility effect is flawless, Lin Yuan replied. He surveyed his craft. Under the influence of the spatial lens field, an absolute transparent zone enveloped the Phantom. All light, even the illumination from the submersible spotlight, was perfectly distorted and diverted upon entering this area, as though nothing existed there at all. To an outside observer, it appeared as if there was merely a slight distortion of the surrounding seawater, a mere blur amidst the chaotic light and complex currents of the deep sea. This level of distortion would attract no attention whatsoever. Excellent. The experts in the technical department of the command center breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest concern had been the potential failure of the field under high pressure. It seemed the technology of the Eternal Flower Civilization was indeed astonishing. The submersible below is conducting operations and has not detected our presence, Lin Yuan continued to report. Silently, he maneuvered the Phantom, gradually descending towards the silver rice cooker. Distance, 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. In the cockpit of Deep Sea 20,000. The pilot Yamamoto lounged with one leg crossed over the other, sipping nutrient liquid while admiring his creation. Sato, zoom the external camera in a bit more. Yes. Right on our flag. I want the entire world to see how magnificent the sun flag of our great sun empire is. Hi. The technician named Sato, though feeling a twinge of unease, complied with the command, manipulating the joystick. The image of the flag on the screen magnified continuously, becoming increasingly clearer. Little did they know, less than 30 meters above them, a black specter from another dimension, cold and devoid of emotion, was watching them intently. Lin Yuan observed the submersible so close at hand, feeling a wave of contemplation wash over him. He had to admit, Little Sun's industrial technology indeed possessed remarkable prowess. The submarine, sleek in design and exquisite in craftsmanship, clearly represents a significant investment. Alas, it seems the wrong technological path has been chosen. Lin Yuan smirked inwardly. While you are still engaged in submersible endeavors, I have already ventured into the realm of teleportation. He refrained from immediate action, biding his time for the most opportune moment, waiting for the eyes of the world to converge upon this very spot. In the land of the rising sun, Tokyo, the atmosphere in the national television studio was charged with fervor. Good evening, dear viewers. We are live broadcasting the inaugural deep-sea flag planting operation of our Deep Sea 20,000, conducted on the continental shelf of the East China Sea. A host, her hair meticulously styled and adorned in a splendid kimono, exuberantly narrated to the camera. As you can see, under the deft control of our hero, Mr. Yamamoto, the flag of the Great Sun Empire has been firmly planted upon this bounteous seabed. This is a historic moment. It signifies that our Great Sun Empire is at the forefront of deep-sea exploration on a global scale. In the studio, a few so-called experts chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed, the significance of this operation is immense. It not only showcases our unparalleled deep-sea technology, but also asserts our presence to certain nations that have made unreasonable sovereignty claims in these waters. Precisely. We are conducting a peaceful scientific investigation. No nation has grounds to interfere. The protests from the Great Xia nation are both unreasonable and ineffective. The studio was enveloped in a feverish, self-congratulatory euphoria. Meanwhile, countless citizens of the land of the rising sun, watching from their televisions, were swept up in this fervor. Their spirits ignited as if they had truly become the masters of the world. In the Pentagon, Eagle Sauce. General, the maritime patrol vessel of the Great Xia nation has positioned itself 10 nautical miles from the Black Current, refraining from further action. Their foreign ministry has issued a strongly worded protest, but that is all. The intelligence officer reported. I knew it, the 4-star general scoffed. A smirk of disdain crossing his face, a bunch of cowards who can only engage in verbal sparring. He sipped his coffee, finding it rather bland. This game, which he had tacitly allowed, seemed poised to conclude with the land of the rising sun's overwhelming triumph, and rather anticlimactically at that. How dull. He was even considering changing the channel to catch a football match. At that moment, however, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Inside the cockpit of Deep Sea 20,000. It's happening again. Sato, responsible for sonar operations, leapt from his seat once more. This time, his expression was not one of confusion, but of sheer terror. What is going on? Why the fuss? Yamamoto snapped impatiently. No, Mr. Yamamoto, this time is different. Sato's voice trembled, all the sensors. Every single one. They are all triggering alarms. Look, the magnetometer. The readings are soaring abnormally. The gravimeter, the needle is swinging wildly. And the thermal imager. Above us, there is a massive, low-temperature void. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto felt a surge of alarm. He swiftly switched the display on the main screen. Before him, the external environmental monitoring interface of the submersible revealed a cacophony of physical parameters, fluctuating in a manner utterly incomprehensible, pulsating and flickering uncontrollably. It was as if an invisible hand were whimsically manipulating the fundamental laws of physics that govern the universe around them. What on earth was happening? Panic gripped Yamamoto. Was a submarine volcano about to erupt? No, that wasn't it at all. Sato's gaze was fixed intently on the screen. His face as pale as a sheet. These readings bore no resemblance to natural phenomena. They resembled something far more sinister. Something akin to a colossal engine of unimaginable power being activated in their vicinity. Yet he dared not voice this thought, for it was too absurd. Just as they were engulfed in their confusion, Lin Yuan took action. He gazed at the glaring flag illuminated by the searchlight, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. Surely, the audience around the world had gathered by now? Thus, the moment to witness a miracle was at hand. With a flicker of thought, the ghost ship's gleaming metallic nanocluster manipulator arm silently extended from beneath the vessel. It did not transform into a lightsaber or a particle cannon. Instead, it became an exquisitely agile mechanical hand, complete with 5 fingers. Unbeknownst to the 2 pilots aboard the Deep Sea 20,000. This appendage from another civilization reached toward the flag that represented the so-called glory of the Little Sun Nation. Chapter 71. The Vanished Flag. Little Sun Nation, National Television. Live Broadcast Studio. Alright, dear viewers. Let us once more shift our focus to our heroes aboard the Deep Sea 20,000, and that flag symbolizing the glory of our Great Sun Empire. The female host's captivating voice elevated the atmosphere to yet another crescendo. The massive studio screen switched to the external primary camera of the Deep Sea 20,000. The Crimson Sun flag, captured by the ultra-high-definition camera, was rendered in exquisite detail. It stood resolutely in the pitch-black abyss, surrounded by beams of light cast by the submersible's searchlights, reminiscent of stage spotlights. The entire scene was imbued with a sense of ritual and a deliberately cultivated sanctity. Do you see? This is the embodiment of our national spirit. Like a sun that never extinguishes, it radiates resplendent light even in the deepest, darkest ocean. An alleged expert passionately narrated the scene. Before the television and in the online streaming room, countless citizens of the Little Sun Nation were moved to tears, their national pride reaching a zenith in that moment. On board. Great Sun Empire on board. An avalanche of comments flooded the live broadcast screen. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, the next moment brought forth an inexplicable occurrence. On the screen, the flag that had been standing so serenely suddenly vanished. Yes, it simply disappeared, without a trace or warning. It was neither swept away by the current nor struck by any object. In the preceding frame, it remained. In the subsequent frame, it vanished. All that was left was a bare flagpole socket and a sea of inky darkness. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity, steeped in an eerie strangeness. In the studio, the impassioned female host and the spittle-flying expert fell abruptly silent. The smiles on their faces froze, their mouths agape, yet not a single word escaped their lips. The studio descended into a profound silence, akin to death itself. All eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the screen, as if searching for the suddenly missing flag within the dark waters. What had just transpired? After a prolonged silence of several seconds, the host stammered out a question. Director, quickly, replay it. Slow it down to the utmost. The studio director roared from backstage, his voice hoarse with urgency. The technicians complied without hesitation. The enormous screen began to replay the footage at a speed of 0.1x. Everyone held their breath, eyes unblinking, glued to the screen. Frame by frame, the image advanced. The flag was still there. In the next frame, it remained. In the subsequent frame, it was gone. There was no transition whatsoever. It was as if a malicious cut had severed a frame from the video. What was happening? Was it a signal delay? Or a malfunction of the live broadcasting equipment? Impossible. Our equipment is among the finest in the world. The studio devolved into chaos. Meanwhile, the internet erupted in a frenzy. Where's the flag? That substantial flag of mine. A supernatural event? Are there ghosts beneath the sea? Good heavens. That moment nearly terrified me to death. I thought I was hallucinating. Is this some kind of new magic trick? Did David Copperfield dive to the ocean floor? No, look. The submersible Little Days seems to be in a panic too. At a depth of 500 meters. In the cockpit of the deep-sea vessel 20000. The flag is missing. Yamamoto gazed at the empty flagpole socket on the main screen, letting out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. His face, once flushed with excitement, turned ashen, devoid of color. How could this happen? How could this happen? He frantically manipulated the control panel, directing all external cameras toward the location where the flag had been planted, shooting wildly. Yet, nothing was found. The flag had seemingly evaporated, leaving not even a trace of fabric. Sato, you bastard. Did you tamper with something? Yamamoto seized the technician by the collar, screaming in hysteria. No, it wasn't me. Yamamoto-kun. Sato, terrified, shook his head vigorously. I did nothing. It just disappeared on its own. Disappeared on its own? Are you telling me a ghost story? Yamamoto completely broke down. He realized he was finished. This flag-planting operation, which had captured the nation's attention, had devolved under his watch into a farcical absurdity. Awaiting him was an endless barrage of ridicule and the looming specter of a military tribunal. All of this was observed by the silent, ethereal black phantom hovering above them. Lin Yuan gazed at the chaotic, headless chicken-like frenzy of the deep-sea submersible below, and a sense of delight sparked within him. Has this little fellow been rendered utterly bewildered? He deftly manipulated the mechanical arm of the phantom vessel, methodically folding the freshly acquired red sun flag, still adorned with the silt of the ocean depths, under the beam of the submersible's spotlight. Neatly and squarely, he arranged the flag, placing it into the Phantom's subspace storage module. Unknown item detected. Composition, titanium alloy, polyester fiber. Item has been stored. Task accomplished, all done. Lin Yuan clapped his hands, feeling a refreshing surge of exhilaration. Chief, Academician Wang, the souvenir has been secured. He reported over the communication channel in a light-hearted tone. Ready for extraction. Well done. The voice of Chun Weigua from the command center resonated, barely concealing a wave of laughter. Immediately withdraw. Leave no trace. Understood. Lin Yuan cast a glance at the deep sea 20,000, still spinning aimlessly below, a flicker of pity crossing his face. Little fellow, no need to search anymore. Grandfather Flag has taken you under his wing, he mused silently. Without hesitation, he activated the long-anticipated new technique. System, targeting the designated retrieval point of the East Sea Fleet. Initiating short-range space jump. Chapter 72. Could it be them? With the command issued in his mind, the Phantom's microcurvature gravity engine, modified for overclocking, erupted with a deep rumble. imbued with an overwhelming force. A wave of spatial distortion, 100-fold stronger than before, violently contracted around the Phantom. The surrounding seawater seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Inside the cockpit of the Deep Sea 20,000, Yamamoto and Sato felt the entire submersible shudder. It was as if a colossal creature of the deep had struck them with immense force. What is happening? Are we under attack? They screamed in terror. Yet, before they could react, something even more bizarre unfolded. Before them, in the illuminated waters by the spotlight, the space began to collapse violently towards a singular point, resembling a melting shard of glass. A pure black singularity, so minute it seemed to devour light itself, materialized out of nowhere. In the next moment, the singularity vanished. Along with it, all abnormal physical parameters and the terrifying pressure returned to normal in an instant. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. Only the sonar system recorded a fleeting, nearly imperceptible signal, a chaotic trace representing the rending of space. Yamamoto and Sato stared blankly at the unfolding scene, their minds blank and bewildered. They felt as though they had just endured a bizarre and nightmarish experience. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, the Reagan Carrier Strike Group of the Eagle Nation's Navy was on high alert. Inside a Virginia-class attack submarine, the atmosphere in the sonar room was equally tense. "Captain, we have detected an extraordinarily brief, yet intensely powerful spatial anomaly signal in the target area," exclaimed a seasoned sonar operator, removing his headphones, his face a mask of disbelief. "The signal characteristics are unidentifiable. Our database contains no known signal that matches this. It's as if someone pierced the fabric of space with a needle, creating a hole that was instantaneously sealed." The submarine's captain, a burly Caucasian man with a full beard, furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinate's report. "Encrypt the signal data and send it immediately to the Pentagon. Highest priority." "Yes, sir." At the Pentagon, in the Underground Operations Command Center, a 4-star general, who had just been about to watch a game, was abruptly summoned back by an urgent phone call. The enormous holographic screen displayed the bizarre signal spectrum transmitted from the Virginia-class submarine. It was an exceedingly complex waveform, brimming with high-dimensional information, resembling a tangled mass. Surrounding it were a dozen of the Eagle Nation's foremost physicists and signal experts, engaged in heated debate. "No, this is impossible. This signal contradicts all known physical laws," one exclaimed. "It exhibits characteristics of gravitational waves, quantum tunneling, and high-energy particle collisions. Could it be a precursor signal of a supernova we have never encountered?" Another suggested. "Impossible. The Hubble telescope has recorded no such findings." The general listened to the experts' arguments, feeling overwhelmed. While he did not comprehend their technical jargon, he discerned from their shocked, perplexed, and even fearful expressions that something significant was amiss. A grave incident was unfolding, one that transcended their understanding. First, the flag had vanished like magic, and now they were confronted with a signal that even their top scientists could not elucidate. The general's gaze fell upon the map, focusing on the red territory representing the Great Xia nation. For the first time, a profound chill coursed through him. Could it be them? The thought struck him as absurd. The Great Xia nation? When did they acquire such godlike technology? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their most advanced fighter jets were still imitating our F-22s, and they possessed only 3 conventional-powered aircraft carriers. How could they possibly comprehend a form of spatial technology that eluded even our understanding? Investigate immediately. Deploy all our spy satellites and intelligence networks. I demand to know what transpired in that maritime region today. The general bellowed at his intelligence chief. He harbored a foreboding sense that the events of today could mark a pivotal turning point in the global landscape. And at this very moment, the instigator of the event, Lin Yuan, was deftly maneuvering the Phantom, emerging in the tranquil depths of the sea, 10 kilometers away from the incident site. So this is spatial transition? Lin Yuan reflected on the fleeting experience of less than 0.1 seconds, akin to a soul transcending realms. And a tempest of emotions surged within him. How astonishingly swift. In one moment, he stood beside the submersible of the Little Day, and in the next, he found himself 10 kilometers distant. The transition was almost imperceptible. If this contraption were employed for travel, or even for delivering packages, would it not soar to new heights? Peculiar thoughts danced in Lin Yuan's mind. Warning, miniature curvature gravity engine overload. Entering forced cooling mode. Short-range spatial transition cannot be utilized again within the next 24 hours. The system's alert jolted him back to reality. Well, once a day is sufficient. Lin Yuan felt content. He glanced at the map. This was precisely the secret retrieval point designated by the EC fleet. He guided the Phantom to ascend slowly. Soon, a vessel disguised as an ordinary fishing boat, yet actually a special operations ship, came into view. A massive mechanical arm, covered with specialized wave-absorbing material, extended from the ship, silently retrieving the Phantom from the water and swiftly depositing it into a completely sealed hangar, isolated from the outside world. Thus, the operation codenamed Flag Pole concluded flawlessly. The Phantom had quietly arrived and departed beneath the watchful eyes of the world, leaving behind an enigma that bewildered and astonished all, along with a stunned Little Day nation. Chapter 73. Press Conference. As the Special Operations vessel carrying the Phantom silently slipped into the secret military port, the entire area was already under strict security. Lin Yuan's consciousness disengaged from the Phantom, returning to the connection cockpit of the underground base. The helmet slowly lifted, and he exhaled a long, heavy breath. An unprecedented wave of fatigue mingled with immense excitement surged through him. Click! The cockpit door opened. The first sight that greeted him was that of Chun Weiguo and Academician Wang, their faces alight with excitement and concern. "Comrade Lin Yuan, are you all right?" Academician Wang rushed forward, steadying the still slightly unsteady Lin Yuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, fearful of any injury. "I'm fine, Academician Wang, feeling great," Lin Yuan replied, flashing a bright smile. "Good. Well done, lad." Chun Weiguo stepped forward, offering no unnecessary words but delivering a firm pat on Lin Yuan's shoulder. The approval and pride in his gaze spoke volumes. "Report, sir. I have not failed my mission." Lin Yuan stood tall, rendering a salute that may not have been perfect but was imbued with strength. "Ha ha!" Chun Weiguo, unable to contain his amusement at Lin Yuan's comical demeanor, erupted into hearty laughter. His mirth resonated with everyone present. "The hero has returned. Welcome home, hero." The entire command center erupted once more into thunderous applause and cheers. This cheer, unlike any previous ones, transcends mere relief at having survived calamity or the euphoric thrill of acquiring new technology. It is a heartfelt, triumphant exclamation of victory. Lina stood amidst the crowd, gazing at the young figure, slightly bashful as he scratched his head, surrounded by admirers, her eyes once again moist with emotion. Yet this time, the tears that flowed were those of joy and pride. A clandestine ceremony for the transfer of spoils took place in the core laboratory of the base. The Phantom, having been returned, was stationed at the very center of the laboratory, its surface still cloaked in the cold moisture of the deep sea, bearing a faint hint of saltiness. Under the throng's adoration, Lin Yuan personally operated the device, activating the spatial storage module of the Phantom. With a low hum and a subtle fluctuation of space, 3 objects materialized before the crowd. The first was a void crystal core, the size of a pigeon's egg. Its entirety a deep black, with the surrounding space slightly distorted. At the moment of its appearance, the most sophisticated instruments in the laboratory shrieked with alarm. "Quick! Activate the absolute zero magnetic field prison. Seal it immediately," cried Academician Wang, as if he had encountered a treasure of unparalleled value or the source of a dreadful plague. Several experts clad in heavy protective gear rushed forward, carefully grasping the void crystal core with pincers formed from a special force field, swiftly transferring it into a massive metallic container resembling a hibernation pod from a science fiction film. Click! As the container sealed shut, the alarms finally ceased. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, as if they had narrowly escaped death. "Is this the core of space?" a physicist murmured, his gaze filled with awe and obsession as he stared at the colossal metal container. The second object was a larger, pure, deep blue star, which, upon its emergence, was immediately encircled by experts from the energy and materials teams, who treated it like a precious gem. "It's magnificent. So pure. This is the perfect biological battery. Quick! Conduct a spectral analysis. I need to know its crystal structure." The fervor of the experts nearly melted the crystalline marvel. As for the third object, when Lin Yuan retrieved it from the subspace, the entire laboratory fell silent. It was a neatly folded, rectangular red flag, imbued with the taste of mud and seawater. Lin Yuan approached Chun Weiguo, presenting it with reverence. "Chief, I have brought you the souvenir you requested." Chun Weiguo gazed at the flag in silence. He extended his calloused hands, worn from years of wielding a gun, to receive it. Then he smiled. First a grin, then a boisterous laugh erupted from him. "Ha ha! What a splendid souvenir. Truly a remarkable keepsake." His laughter echoed throughout the spacious laboratory, imbued with an indescribable sense of exhilaration and grandeur. Everyone present, upon witnessing the flag and Chun Weiguo's beaming face, could not help but join in the laughter. They laughed heartily, tears streaming down their faces. Over the past few months, they had endured immense pressure and faced numerous trials of life and death. Now, all their frustrations, all their toil, all their sacrifices found a most liberating release in this moment. Academician Wang, wiping away his tears, pointed at the flag, and said to Lin Yuan, "You rascal. Do you realize that this tattered flag you brought back is more precious than that void crystal core? The void crystal core could propel our technology a century ahead of the world. Yet this flag, his eyes gleaming with fervor, has the power to restore the dignity of our nation, to straighten the spine that was trampled upon a century ago." The following day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Great Xia Kingdom held its routine press conference. The venue was packed to capacity, with every camera focused on the podium. A journalist from the Little Sun Nations Joint Society seized the opportunity to pose the first question. Rising, he addressed the spokesperson with a tone laced with provocation and challenge. "Your Excellency, regarding the series of inexplicable supernatural events that occurred around our deep-sea research vessel No. 20,000 yesterday, particularly the bizarre disappearance of the flag, does the Chinese side have any explanations? Is this some form of covert retaliation against our peaceful scientific endeavors?" This question instantly thickened the atmosphere in the room. The entire world awaited the response from the Great Xia Kingdom. The spokesperson, known for his calm demeanor and scholarly elegance, revealed a knowing smile upon hearing the question. He adjusted his glasses and, with a leisurely yet slightly mocking tone, replied, "As for the so-called supernatural events you mentioned, we are unaware. However, I wish to remind your country of an ancient saying. The EC has always been a realm rich in legends." Perhaps, he paused, his gaze sweeping across the audience, finally resting on the face of the Little Sun Nation's journalist, his smile widening. "Some things that do not belong there have been taken by the Dragon King." Chapter 74, Mastering Space, Jumping the Dragon King has taken them? As the words of the spokesperson, a blend of jest and veiled threat, echoed across the world via live broadcast, everyone who heard them was rendered speechless. What kind of response is this? The Dragon King? A staunchly atheistic nation invoking myth in such a serious diplomatic context? The journalist from the Little Sun Nation stood frozen in disbelief. He had prepared an arsenal of inquiries to challenge and interrogate, only to have his every preparation dismissed by a single statement. "I speak of science, and you speak of mysticism? How can we continue this discourse? Absurd. This is nothing short of ludicrous evasion." Regaining his composure, the journalist shouted in exasperation, "This is an affront to the intelligence of the entire world. We demand a straightforward response from the Chinese side." However, the spokesperson merely smiled, raised his hands in a gesture of invitation, and then shifted his gaze to the next journalist. His nonchalant demeanor seemed to convey, "Believe it or not, I have stated my piece." The press conference concluded swiftly, yet the ripples it generated were far from quelled. Media outlets and intelligence agencies worldwide were in a frenzy. The Lord Dragon? What message does the Great Xia intend to convey? Is this an entirely new diplomatic rhetoric? A mystic deterrent? Or have they indeed mastered some form of power that could be deemed magical, one that eludes our comprehension? The Pentagon's four-star general stared at the screen, where the Great Xia spokesperson wore a serene smile, feeling as if he might shatter his molars. The words Lord Dragon slipped through his clenched teeth. "They are mocking us. They are insinuating, in a manner we cannot contest, that they are responsible for that incident, and we are utterly powerless against them. General, our technical analysis team has reached some preliminary conclusions regarding that signal," the intelligence minister remarked, handing over a document with an unusually grave expression. "Speak," they urged. They believe the most plausible explanation for the signal is a small-scale, controllable, instantaneous spatial leap. A spatial leap? The general's pupils constricted sharply. "Indeed, General." The intelligence minister's voice trembled, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film. "An object, instantaneously transitioning from point A to point B, caused a spatial collapse upon its disappearance at point A and triggered spatial ripples upon its emergence at point B. We merely happened to capture the signal as it vanished from point A." In other words, the general felt his throat dry. Something unknown had snatched their flag beside the submersible and then vanished in an instant? Theoretically, yes. The entire operational command center fell into a profound silence. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. If this is true, it implies that the Great Xia has mastered spatial technology, leading the world by at least a century, if not more. How can we engage in battle? They are still researching faster aircraft and more formidable aircraft carriers, while they have already begun experimenting with teleportation. This is not a conflict of the same dimension. Amidst the external uproar, the Scavenger project team remained unperturbed. At this moment, all research capabilities of the base entered an unprecedented, frenzied state of productivity, fueled by fervor. Their singular focus rested upon the void crystal core, sealed within an absolute zero magnetic field prison. In the core laboratory, academician Wang and his elite group of physicists and energy scientists had gone 3 days and nights without sleep. Each of their faces bore a wild expression, a blend of exhaustion, exhilaration, and obsession. No, the energy model is still incorrect. Its spatial curvature parameters are fluctuating erratically within a minuscule range. We are utterly incapable of establishing a stable mathematical model. The computational power of the Panga system has reached its limits. If this continues, the system will overload. Experts gathered around the massive holographic model engaged in fervent debates, each wearing a furrowed brow. The void crystal core resembled a beautiful woman stripped bare. Cloaked in an impenetrable mist, they could perceive her existence yet remained unable to grasp her essence. Enough of this clamor. Academician Wang slammed his palm on the table, his bloodshot eyes sweeping across the room. Conventional approaches have proven futile. This phenomenon is a product of a higher dimensional universe. We can no longer impose our three-dimensional physics upon it. We require a translator. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the opposite side of the laboratory. There, Lin Yuan lounged comfortably on a sofa, sipping goji berry tea brewed by Li Na, while idly leafing through a book titled Quantum Physics, From Introduction to Abandonment. These past few days, he had been living a life of leisure, devoid of classes or peril, simply indulging in good food and drink, treated like a mascot. Lin Yuan, you rascal, stop perusing that worthless book. Come over and get to work. Academician Wang beckoned him. All right, I'm coming. Lin Yuan set the book down, stretched lazily, and ambled over. Academician Wang, what is the update? Have you made any progress? He inquired curiously, pointing at the enormous refrigerator. Progress? We're completely bewildered. Wang snapped back, shoving a densely packed report filled with indecipherable data into Lin Yuan's hands. Use your extraterrestrial USB drive to help us decipher the principles behind this. Particularly, what is going on with this fluctuation in spatial curvature? Certainly. Lin Yuan accepted the report, glancing at it with a furrowed brow. However, he said little, closing his eyes to delve into his mind. This time, he did not merely pose questions to Aishilia. Instead, he actively connected his enhanced mental prowess, augmented by his affinity with the void, to the entire database of spatial technology. Instantly, the knowledge regarding dimensions, curvature, and singularities, which had once seemed like arcane scripture, became intimately familiar. He was no longer reading, he was understanding. Oh, I see. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a look of enlightenment illuminating his face. He approached the colossal holographic model, pointing at the fluctuating void crystal core, and began his explanation using his unique theory derived from a scrapyard. Academician Wang, esteemed experts, your line of thinking has been flawed from the outset. You've been preoccupied with how to control it, how to establish a stable model. Yet, its very essence is instability. It is akin to a perpetually dancing drunkard. To insist on making it walk in a straight line is sheer folly. A drunkard? The experts were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a drunkard, Lin Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Its fluctuation in spatial curvature is not a flaw, but rather its inherent gift. It is through these erratic fluctuations that we interact with higher dimensional spaces, drawing forth energy from them. We should not seek to control it. Rather, we should guide it. Just as one cannot prevent an alcoholic from drinking, one can illuminate his path home with additional streetlights to prevent him from falling into a ditch. Lin Yuan's crude yet incisive metaphor struck like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the fog clouding the minds of the scientists. Guidance, not control, murmured Academician Wang, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. I understand now. I comprehend it fully. He dashed back to the control panel, his hands dancing over the virtual keyboard with such speed that they seemed to blur. Re-establish the model. Abandon the steady-state hypothesis. Introduce chaotic algorithms and fuzzy guiding logic. We do not construct cages. We create a highway for it. Under Academician Wang's innovative direction, the Panga system commenced its frenetic computations once more. Miraculously, the previously chaotic model began to reveal a semblance of order. Half an hour later, Academician Wang lifted his gaze, his youthful visage flushed with an almost pathological excitement. He turned to Chinweigua, his voice hoarse with exhilaration. Chief, we have succeeded. We have grasped the key to harnessing space. He projected two freshly generated design schemes onto the main screen. The first, codenamed Kuanping. We shall center our efforts around the void crystal core to construct the first generation of a true space transition engine. It will enable our spacecraft to navigate through arbitrarily folded space within the solar system. The second is gaze intensified, directed towards a grander and more ambitious design, codenamed Tiangmen. We shall erect an unprecedented, colossal circular stargate in Earth's synchronous orbit. Once completed, we shall be able to instantaneously reach any corner of the universe as if opening a door. The interstellar era shall be ushered in by our own hands. Chapter 75. The Southgate Project, initiated. The Tiangmen Project. When Academician Wang's hoarse yet fervent proclamation reverberated through the core laboratory, a profound silence enveloped the room. Every breath was held in suspense. All eyes were fixated on the breathtakingly magnificent design projected on the main screen. A massive circular metallic structure, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, floated serenely in Earth's synchronous orbit. It loomed over the azure planet, resembling the all-seeing eye of a deity from ancient mythology, scrutinizing the realm of mortals. The interior of the ring was an abyssal darkness capable of consuming all light. Yet, all were ignited by that darkness, for beyond it lay the boundless sea of stars. The Stargate. Can we truly construct such a thing? A young scientist stammered, nearly unable to articulate his thoughts. This transcended the boundaries of their imagination. This was not merely technology. This was a miracle. Yes, it is possible. Academician Wang extended his arms, his eyes ablaze with fervor. With a virtual crystal core as the nucleus, and sufficient energy and materials, we shall bring it to fruition. With such a creation, the cosmic graveyards and the skeletal remains of colossal beasts shall no longer be distant, enigmatic realms beyond our reach. We can venture wherever we please. As effortlessly as strolling through our own backyard, we shall explore uncharted galaxies, seek the relics of long-extinct, advanced civilizations, and salvage super technologies that could elevate us to unprecedented heights. As Wang spoke, his excitement intensified, his whole being quivering with anticipation. This is the true essence of the Scavenger project, the genuine future. His words ignited a fervent enthusiasm among the assembled scientists. Indeed, until now, they had been mere thieves, stealthily scavenging through Lin Yuan's system, gathering discarded remnants from perilous cosmic graveyards, each foray fraught with trepidation. Yet, once the Celestial Gate is established, the nature of their endeavors would transform entirely. They would possess the capability to actively explore the cosmos, evolving from passive scavengers to proactive treasure hunters. I support the Celestial Gate project. I concur. This is the sole pathway for our civilization. For the sake of the stars and the vast sea of space, we must strive valiantly. The scientists were swept up in a wave of passion, eager to launch into space and tighten the first bolt. However, Chun Weiguo remained silent for an extended period, quietly gazing at the two design blueprints, his brow furrowed in concentration. Old Wang, he began slowly, his voice tinged with fatigue. The Celestial Gate project is indeed grand and magnificent. But have you considered how long it will take to construct? What resources will be required? Chun Weiguo's inquiry was akin to a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the fervor of the gathering in an instant. Indeed, constructing a super-engineering marvel with a diameter of 10 kilometers, intricately designed to float in space, would likely require a timeline measured in decades. The resources needed would be astronomical, potentially draining the entire might of the Great Xia for years to come. Can we afford to wait? Chun Weiguo's probing question weighed heavily in the air. The fervor on Academician Wang's face gradually receded, replaced by a solemn expression. The looming threat of terminal decay hung above them like the sword of Damocles, poised to descend at any moment. They did not possess the luxury of time to leisurely engage in a century-long endeavor. Wang's gaze shifted to Chun Weiguo, who had diverted his attention from the Celestial Gate project to another blueprint designated as Kunping. One must eat one bite at a time, and tread one step at a time. The Celestial Gate is our ultimate goal, but at this moment, what we urgently require is a weapon that can immediately bolster our combat capabilities, enabling us to attain self-defense in the shortest possible time. He pointed to the design of the Kunping engine, his demeanor sharpening like a blade. I have decided to temporarily set aside the Celestial Gate project and concentrate all our resources on prioritizing the research and manufacturing of the Kunping engine. Within a year, I yearn to witness our Great Xia nation's inaugural interstellar warship, equipped with a space jump engine, soaring beyond the solar system. This ambitious endeavor will be integrated into our previously initiated Nanshan Gate project. Henceforth, the Nanshan Gate project shall no longer remain a mere concept confined to paper. It will ascend to become the utmost strategic priority for our entire nation. Chun Weiguo's words resonated powerfully, each syllable weighted with significance. Although the abandonment of the grander Tianmen project left some scientists feeling disheartened, all understood that this was the most pragmatic and judicious choice at present. First, we must arm ourselves, ensuring we possess the means to survive in the dark expanse of the universe, and only then shall we pursue the more distant stars and seas. Yes, sir, the collective response echoed. Chun Weiguo then turned to Lin Yuan. From this day forth, you are officially appointed as the chief technical advisor for the Nanshan Gate project. A slight smile graced Chun Weiguo's face. Henceforth, if old Wang and his team of scientists encounter any complexities, you must elucidate them thoroughly. Me? Lin Yuan pointed to himself, utterly bewildered. Chief Technical Advisor? I. A mere scrapyard owner who didn't even graduate from middle school, appointed to such a significant position? That sounds grander than the director of a street office. What's this? Are you reluctant? Chen Wei shot him a stern look. No. I am more than willing. Of course I am. Lin Yuan quickly nodded, his face adorned with obsequious smiles, assuring the fulfillment of his duties, promising to cater to the expert's needs with utmost clarity. Inside, he was elated beyond measure. Chief Technical Advisor. The title sounded exhilarating. When he returned home, he could boast with a newfound confidence. Now, let us deliberate on the most critical issue of the Nanshan Gate project. Chen Wei redirected the conversation. How shall we construct the main body of our first interstellar warship, Nanshan No. 1? This question plunged everyone back into silence. The complexity of fabricating a vessel capable of traversing the cosmos far exceeded any known engineering project on Earth. The materials for the hull, structural design, life support systems, and weaponry each posed a formidable challenge requiring solutions from the ground up. I propose we reference the design of the life cradle from the Eternal Blossom civilization, suggested an aerospace expert. Their spacecraft features a simple structure, yet is remarkably robust and reliable. Absolutely not. Academician Wang immediately countered. The life cradle is a medical ship. It is a civilian vessel. What we are constructing is a warship, one meant for combat. But we lack any blueprints for warships, don't we? Who says we do? Just as despair enveloped the assembly, Lin Yuan's languid voice broke the silence. He yawned and leisurely remarked, Academician Wang, did you perhaps forget that in my USB drive, aside from a whimsical artistic fairy, there is also something related to warfare? Lin Yuan's words startled Academician Wang, who suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in realization. He remembered. Lin Yuan, for the first time, returned with the wreckage of a warship from the Ghost route. That vessel, a menacing triangular black battleship, perished alongside the cradle of life. Initially, they extracted a fragment of a shattered consciousness from the core of that warship, rife with information about slaughter and war. However, the consciousness was so chaotic and perilous that they chose to seal it away for the time being. Quick, bring forth the war core, Dr. Wang shouted with fervor. Soon, a data core, similarly confined within a magnetic prison, was retrieved. Lin Yuan, you, connect with it. See if you can extract anything useful, Dr. Wang commanded, pointing at the core. Me? Lin Yuan hesitated, gazing at the ominous core. Didn't we say last time that it carries mental pollution? If I connect, I turn into a war maniac. What are you afraid of? Dr. Wang's eyes widened. You possess a mental barrier and affinity for the void. You are impervious to harm. Go now. This is an order. Reluctantly, Lin Yuan, with a grim expression, stepped into the connection cockpit. As he donned the helmet and plunged his consciousness into the war core, an immense torrent of information, starkly different from the gentle and graceful flow of Aishilia's consciousness, surged into his brain, filled with iron will, bloodshed, and cold logic. Emotionless and devoid of warmth, it existed solely for the purpose of maximizing efficiency in annihilating enemies, a chilling calculation. Chapter 76, the advanced tool that requires self-recharging boom. The moment he connected his consciousness, Lin Yuan felt as if his brain was thrust into a rapidly turning war meat grinder. Countless images, frantically fragmented, flooded his mind. A star-spanning fleet overshadowing the skies. Gigantic ship cannons rending the very stars. Cold, metallic mechas, akin to machines of slaughter. And relentless interstellar wars, occurring across diverse galaxies and civilizations, with brutality beyond comprehension. These scenes were steeped in blood, violence, and death. Any ordinary person exposed to even a fraction of this information would likely succumb to mental collapse, transforming into a mindless killer. Yet, Lin Yuan withstood the onslaught. His immensely resilient mental fortitude, enhanced by his affinity for the void, and the impenetrable mental barrier constructed by the Pangas system, formed two unyielding bastions, staunchly resisting the surge of this mental torrent. This is far too explosive. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling as if his head might explode. He discerned that the consciousness contained within this war core was entirely different from Aishilia's. If Aishilia was an elegant artist who cherished peace, then the owner of this core was a pure, cold soldier, born for war. Or perhaps, a war AI. Its memories held no superfluous emotions. Only the cold logic, precise calculations, and an unwavering pursuit of victory defined this moment. Calm down, I am here for the blueprints. Not to watch a war film. Lin Yuan forced himself to extricate from the gruesome imagery of battle. He began to seek information about the essence of this war. Akin to his previous inquiry into Aishilia, I require the design blueprints of interstellar warships, particularly those of the destroyer class. He exerted all his willpower to convey this command within his consciousness. Instantly, the chaotic torrent of information came to a halt. Then, a colossal and unimaginably intricate three-dimensional schematic, replete with violent aesthetics, gradually unfurled within his mind. Target locked, executor class, multifunctional assault destroyer. A line of cold, emotionless text appeared beside the blueprint. Overall length, 488 meters. Standard displacement, 250,000 tons. Primary weapon, bow-mounted focused heavy particle cannon 1. Secondary weapons, 12 Hive-style electromagnetic railgun arrays, 8 Storm cluster missile launch systems. Defensive system, shield class energy shield, triple-layer composite armor. Engine, dual fusion pulse engine, capable of short-range curvature travel. As Lin Yuan recounted this dazzlingly luxurious and meticulously detailed performance specification, even enumerating the dimensions of each screw, to the command center, the entire core laboratory fell into a silence as profound as death. All experts, whether in aerospace or weapon design, stood frozen, mouths agape, utterly speechless. A 488-meter-long destroyer? A displacement of 250,000 tons? This is larger than the mightiest aircraft carrier on Earth. Is this truly a destroyer? And that weapon system? A heavy particle cannon? Electromagnetic railguns? Energy shields? Aren't these concepts still confined to science fiction or theoretical constructs in their laboratories? Yet now, a complete and mature design blueprint, ready for immediate application, lay vividly before them. Academician Wang gazed at the exceedingly complex blueprint, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself. He felt as though he were not merely observing a design. He was witnessing a divine offering. Hurry, record all the data. Not a single byte must be missed. He bellowed frantically at the technicians beside him. Pengu, commence the blueprint analysis and modeling immediately. I demand to see its complete three-dimensional model within 24 hours. The entire research team was once again injected with an intense surge of adrenaline, embarking on a new frenzy of activity. Meanwhile, after transmitting the blueprint, Lin Yuan felt utterly drained. The toll on his mental strength from connecting to this war core far exceeded that of his connection with Xia. I cannot continue. I need to rest, he said weakly. Rest? What do you mean by rest? The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Academician Wang's eyes were red with intensity as he yanked him from the cockpit and pressed him against another apparatus. This is our latest invention, the mental energy restoration device. It was developed based on the theory of the cradle of life. Hurry, fill my mental energy. We have many questions to ask you. Lin Yuan felt as though he had completely devolved into a mere tool, an advanced tool, no less, one that required self-recharging. For the ensuing month, Lin Yuan found himself living a life that was both painful and pleasurable. During the day, he was treated by Academician Wang and his team as a human database, relentlessly exploited for information. Lin Yuan, quickly, ask that iron-blooded AI, what material is used for the energy-focusing coils of the focused particle cannon? Let me see. It says it's made from something called Klingon alloy, which needs to be forged in a binary star system utilizing the dual stellar gravitational field. Where on Earth are we supposed to find that? Lin Yuan, what are the frequency parameters of the force field generator for the shield-class energy shield? It states that this is a top military secret, requiring a commander's authorization to access. I lack the necessary clearance. By night, he collapsed like a lifeless dog in his luxurious suite, resorting to video games to restore his nearly depleted spirit. Meanwhile, through the zealous efforts of the entire South Tianmen project team, and with Lin Yuan's assistance as a super translator, the construction of South Tianmen No. 1 was advancing at an astonishing pace. They lacked Klingon alloy, but the materials experts, based on its fundamental atomic structure, developed a youthful alternative alloy using their existing technology. Although its strength was only 30% of the original, it was sufficient for their needs. They did not possess command-level clearance to access the core parameters of the energy shield, yet the weapons experts, through reverse engineering with the Panga system and countless experimental failures, managed to create a makeshift energy shield. While its defensive capability was questionable, it was, at least, a creation from nothing. Most critically, the development of the Kunping engine achieved groundbreaking progress. With Lin Yuan's enhancement of 50% in spatial comprehension, his understanding of the void crystal core deepened significantly. He consistently employed analogies from the realm of scrap yards that, while infuriating to Academician Wang and his team, held profound logic upon reflection. To elucidate the intricate theories of space, Academician Wang, let me explain, spatial folding is quite simple. It's just like stacking cardboard boxes. When you fold a large piece of paper, don't the two far corners touch? What our engine does is fold the universe. Moreover, The gravitational singularity became even more comprehensible. It's merely the entrance to a sewer. We toss the spaceship into this sewer, and it emerges from another opening. As for the journey in between, that's not our concern. As long as it arrives, that suffices. The physics experts, confronted with Lin Yuan's novel sewer theory, fell into prolonged contemplation. Thus, 1 month later, in that immense, temple-like construction workshop, the keel of a formidable, iron-blooded, aesthetically sci-fi silver-gray interstellar battleship has begun to take shape. This is none other than the future Southgate No. 1, the first ark destined to carry the entire Great Xia civilization toward the stars and the vast ocean of the cosmos. Chapter 77. The reconnaissance of Eagle Sauce time swiftly elapses amidst the intense and fruitful research and construction. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months have passed. During these months, subtle shifts have occurred in the international landscape on Earth. Since the last incident involving the Dragon King of the East China Sea, the country of Japan has become notably subdued. Their vessel, known as the world's leading deep sea number 20,000, returned after extensive checks revealed no physical damage, apart from the loss of a flag and a mysterious, unexplainable ghost signal. However, the entire crew of the submersible, including the arrogant Yamamoto, suffered severe mental strain and were collectively admitted to a psychiatric hospital. It is said that they now spend their days in the ward, fearfully muttering about ghosts and the Dragon King. Despite their frustration, the upper echelons of Japan find themselves unable to produce any evidence to accuse Great Xia. They even summoned the highest-ranking Shinto masters to perform rituals in that maritime region, hoping to uncover the Dragon King who had taken their flag, but naturally, they found nothing. Ultimately, this uproar over the flag concluded in a humiliating manner, attributed to an encounter with unidentified deep-sea phenomena, leading to the abrupt cessation of their scientific exploration. However, it is the United States that truly feels the chill of fear. The Pentagon has been restless for the past 2 months. They have employed every reconnaissance method available, turning every stone in that maritime area. Yet, the outcome remains fruitless. That divine signal appears like a phantom, elusive and enigmatic. The more they investigate, the more trepidation they experience, as all analyses point toward a conclusion they dread to acknowledge. Great Xia may indeed have mastered the technology of spatial leap. This realization plunges the entire military and political hierarchy of the United States into an unprecedented state of anxiety. We must ascertain what exactly they possess. We can no longer remain passive. I propose we initiate the highest-level reconnaissance operation against Xia. Let us deploy our most advanced Aurora Goddess high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, even our TR-3B. In a clandestine national defense meeting, a hawkish general slammed his hand upon the table, vociferously exclaiming. His proposal was swiftly approved. A top-secret reconnaissance operation, codenamed Gaze of the Deity, targeting the heart of Great Xia, quietly commenced. Half a month later, over a vast expanse of Gobi Desert in the northwestern interior of Great Xia, at an altitude of 30,000 meters. The air is thin and the temperature exceedingly low, an inhospitable realm for life. A completely black, bizarrely shaped triangular aircraft silently streaks across the sky at a terrifying speed exceeding Mach 6. The TR-3B, the legendary reconnaissance aircraft employing anti-gravity technology, is indeed a hidden gem of the Eagle Nation. Within its cockpit, 2 of the most elite pilots from the Eagle Nation are leisurely sipping coffee, basking in the breathtaking views below. "Oh my God, the scenery is truly magnificent," remarked the pilot codenamed Lone Wolf, who playfully whistled. Little do the people of the Great Xia realize that above them, a divine pair of eyes is observing their every move. "Do not be complacent, Lone Wolf," cautioned his partner, codenamed Viper, with a more serious demeanor. "Our mission is to locate the fabled Southgate base. According to intelligence, it lies hidden in a corner of this desert." "Rest assured, Viper," Lone Wolf replied nonchalantly. "We possess the world's most advanced stealth technology and anti-gravity engines. We are the phantoms of the sky, and their radar systems are merely worthless scraps of metal before us." He spoke the truth. The stealth capabilities of the TR-3B far exceed those of the F-22 and B-2. Coupled with its enigmatic flight patterns, no existing radar on Earth can effectively trace its presence. They felt as though they were playing a game in God mode. "All right, let us commence our work," Viper declared as he activated the state-of-the-art multispectral synthetic aperture reconnaissance system on board. Invisible detection waves radiated downwards, scanning the vast desert below. They were confident that it would not be long before they uncovered the base concealing the greatest secrets of the Great Xia. However, unbeknownst to them, at the moment they began their scanning, an alarming siren blared throughout the underground command center of the Scavenger project, situated 1,000 miles away. "Alert! Alert! An unidentified high altitude High-speed aircraft has been detected conducting illegal reconnaissance activities within our airspace. Target speed, 62 Mach. Altitude, 31,000 meters. Target signal characteristics are unidentifiable, exhibiting extremely high stealth capabilities. Our conventional radar cannot lock on. The Minister of Intelligence Analysis stared at the flickering, faint red dot on the screen, his expression darkening. Is it the Eagle Nation's Aurora? Or the fabled TR-3B? Chen Weiguo approached the screen, his face inscrutable. Based on its flight characteristics and signal strength analysis, the likelihood of it being the TR-3B exceeds 90. He murmured, clenching his fists unconsciously. The legendary black triangle has long cast a shadow over the Great Xia Air Force. They are aware of its existence, but have always been powerless against it. Its speed is too great, its altitude too high, and its stealth too profound. Their fighter jets cannot reach such heights, their surface-to-air missiles cannot intercept it in time, and their radar cannot detect its ghostly presence. They can only watch helplessly as this phantom moves freely within their airspace, flaunting its dominance. This is a blatant display of technological oppression and humiliation. Commander, our J-20 fighters have scrambled for an emergency takeoff, but it may prove challenging to intercept effectively. The face of the Air Force liaison officer was etched with helplessness and reluctance. I suggest we activate the Hongqi 29 long-range air defense system and conduct a warning shot, exclaimed a young staff officer, filled with enthusiasm. It's futile, Chen Weiguo replied, shaking his head. Blindly launching without radar lock is no different from setting off fireworks. It will only expose our position and enable them to gather more electronic intelligence. A stifling silence enveloped the command center, as everyone felt as though a colossal stone pressed against their chests. Were they to once again watch helplessly as this bandit roamed freely in their territory, only to swagger off unperturbed? Just then, a languid voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, resonated through the command center. Chief, esteemed leaders, there's no need to wear such gloomy expressions. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice and beheld Lin Yuan, leaning casually against the laboratory door, munching on an apple while observing the large screen with keen interest. Isn't it merely a slightly higher flying, faster aircraft? Why the tension? A mere aircraft? An Air Force officer nearly choked with indignation upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. Comrade Lin Yuan, that is the TR-3B, the pinnacle of American technology. Ah, the black triangular one. Utilizing anti-gravity technology, purportedly an extraterrestrial craft, Lin Yuan scoffed, his disdain evident. He approached the screen, pointing at the red dot, and addressed Chen Weiguo. Chief, how is the South Tianmen 1 coming along? The main hull has been completed, and we are currently laying energy pipelines and installing core components, replied Academician Wang. What's the matter? Has its main cannon, the focused heavy particle cannon, been mounted yet? Lin Yuan inquired further. It has been mounted, but it is merely a shell. The energy system has yet to be connected, so it cannot fire. Academician Wang responded, bewildered. No need for it to be connected. Lin Yuan's face bore a mischievous grin reminiscent of his last flag-raising incident. I merely wish to borrow its targeting scope for a moment.